starting, just go ahead and reset your Kick stream key and replace the stream key inside OBS. That usually fixes it. So now let's check Twitch. And now you can see we're streaming to Twitch and all the other locations at the same time.
Sorry about that. Come here, girl.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm Deadpool. And I guess you're Deadpool too. But in here, everybody
you?
calls me Nice Pool.
Oh, I'm Deadpool.
Oh my goodness, wait till you see Lady Pool. She is gorgeous. She just had a baby too, and can't even tell.
I don't think you're supposed to say that.
That's okay. I identify as a feminist.
Right. Are those gold-plated 50 caliber Desert Eagle pistoleros?
Of course.
To match my ear huggy. Can I have them?
Over my dead body. You're fun.
And I guess you've already met Mary Poppins, aka Dogpool.
Careful where you put your hand. She's 90% G-spot, and she'll let you know it. You let this little flirt out of your sight for 1 second, and she starts shopping for a new papa. If you can't be a responsible pet owner, then maybe you don't deserve this little unicorn.
Guilty on all charges, Your Honor.
It shan't happen again. Why are you so nice? It costs nothing to be kind.
If you want to be...
Hey, well...
Over the weekend, iDubbbz dropped a follow-up to his content cop on H3 called Content Deputy. This pretty much went over Ethan's response to him on stream, which we went over on the first episode of this series, along with Ethan's criticisms towards iDubbbz that were levied against him over the last week. Now, we've already gone over the Creator Clash 3 fallout and the Ethan Klein and Hassan debates, but there is still plenty that the internet has to say, such as debate and conversation around Ian defending the CPS call that happened on Ethan and his kids over the whole Giardia situation, and a whole bunch more. Welcome to the internet versus Content Deputy. It starts out when iDubbbz announces the video and attaches a picture of his dog with the caption, "New upload." Atuka replies that this picture of iDubbbz in the caption, "Our silence means something." Cody Cat replies, "The like versus dislike argument you made in the video is hilarious when you're getting cooked in the replies literally everywhere." T-Money replies, "Do you cry in this one as well, you fucking pussy?" Catfilla says, 30 minutes of straight coping. Comment Cop tweets out a screenshot of the thumbnail with the caption, "iDubbbz humiliation ritual continues." And Pimp Master Yoda replies, "Back when iDubbbz first announced he was doing another content cop, I made a poll on who it was going to be on. This poll included H3 and iDubbbz himself since he hated his own content pre-Anissa. Little did I know his videos ended up being on both Ethan and himself." Mr. B replies to Comment Cop by saying, "It's really bad. He had to make something because his wife's boyfriend Hassan got owned yesterday." And for reference, he's talking about the debate between him and Ethan, which we covered some of the highlights on this channel as well. Apathy is Dead replies, "Bro literally runs defense for the CPS call in the vid." Winky replies to Comment Cop by saying, "Damn, Sam Hyde really broke him. Sad." Comment Cop then quote tweets himself with this picture in the caption, "It's somehow worse than the first video," and it's iDubbbz sucking a mic saying absolute cope. Kaguya's Top Gal replies, "Ruined my career over pussy award." Right side of history Cody says, "I mean, he did call him out on a couple of points like the sword, but that's not really saying much in the grand scheme of things. Also, has this man never seen a child? They will put anything in their mouth if given the chance. It's why Led used toys fell off." Brogan tweets out that she will be live reacting to Content Deputy, and Ellendor replies, "Wait, so you're spending time reacting to drama content instead of talking about developments with the IP conflict? Where's the urgency for innocent Palestinians?" Dynasty Chad replies to Frogan by saying, "Keep oinking, piggy." Yeet also tweets out a screenshot of the Content Deputy saying, "Lol," and Omni replies, "Another one?" Joshi replies with a popcorn bucket emoji, and Eric Alexander replies with this gif in the caption, "Hey Manji, I heard Keem wanted you for lolcow." Kill a Season Cam replies, "Is this not him in a really soy cucked out way saying, fuck kids, fuck cancer, fuck charity, I'd rather be a soft edgy Hassan taint licker? These fucking idiots totally tanked their event, tanked the public image of the event, and are just washing their hands of it and walking away." And attaches this clip.
We are, I think just going to be known as the founders of the event. Yeah, I mean, I think it had to come to this eventually. I can't keep my mouth shut. I can't, I mean, I can. I just didn't want to. I want to be frank. I want to be honest. I was very quiet during the second Creator Clash because I was afraid of how that would impact other people. This year I said I'm going to do something different. I'm going to fight back if someone's trying to attack me. So that's what I did. And now I've realized, like, I can't really have my cake and eat it too. It's either you're going to talk shit like a foul beast on the internet, or you're going to have a charity event. You know, it really can't be both.
El Gianoli replies, he is blaming H3 for the failure of Creator Clash. How? New York City Rat King replies to Eid by saying, you were triggered about the CPS thing is such an insane take. Like, obviously he'd be pissed off. You took the side of the people that perpetuated that. And Flurry Blumpton replies, hot take, letting your children eat dog shit is legitimate grounds for a CPS call. And Rat King replies, it didn't happen, bad rage bait. Send me a video of you walking up 2 flights of stairs without getting gassed out. Sarah Walls replies, the fact that he's blaming Ethan for Creator Clash becoming an absolute shit show is next level cope. This clown is adamant about destroying whatever's left of his career. Brutal. Nicholas Diorio also tweets out that the content deputy is live, and Mr. Gon replies, oh god, he's getting desperate. Well, I guess he could wait since CC3 is in the shitter. Dexo replies, I'm not giving Ian any views. I'll wait for your review and a breakdown, lol. Nick then follows up his tweet by saying, I can't believe I'm in a content deputy video, attaching this image showing that Ela Klein donated to Nick saying, can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event. Also, hey Saint Nick. Andy Worski replies, you made it, bud. Willie Maxshow says, yo, no way. Rusty Cage replies, this is not a good thing. Probable Spam replies to this picture that dislikes and captions it by saying, it's only been 9 hours. Mario tweets out, iDubbbz releases content deputy H3. The internet, you didn't learn anything. James Young replies, iDubbbz could have taken up any hobby and just made weekly videos about it with his audience and reputation and live off of that. Millions of good choices and he picked the bad one. He tweets out this clip with the caption, Papa Gut finds out that iDubbbz might have manipulated the timeline of the CPS events in his Ethan Klein content deputy.
CPS visits Ethan and Ela, and that same day they decide, let's do our podcast and let's have the topic be the CPS visit. Right after it, you guys talk about me and Anissa, but you don't just talk about it.
But like what you just showed us was that like there was what, like 2 days that you guys had to say something publicly. They're not a continuous harassment campaign. Your editor is like harassing them. Then the call to CPS happens. Is this? I'm assuming this is when we found out about it. What? Then Ian shits on iDubbbz. This okay. There's something off here. I have to. Okay. All right. Hold on. All right. Thank you for the 5,000 Defiant. The problem is that he isn't acknowledging that Ethan was getting called a bad parent before the call itself. Yeah, that's true. Wait. Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. No. This doesn't make any sense. Wait. The CPS getting called was not the start of the event. He's trying to lie and reframe the situation as if, well, how do we know the CPS just got called? How are we supposed to know all that? Because this was an ongoing thing. Venoms was talking about, Ethan was talking about this for how long before this episode? What are you talking about? Like, it started with them putting in this weird lie that he abuses his children, basically, and they roll around in shit. That was your friend who was doing it, or excuse me, your wife's friend who was doing it. And then it carried over into CPS actually getting called. Who fucking cares when CPS got called? Oh my god, this guy's a loser. He just lied outright. He lied. He tried to manipulate the time frame. This guy's a dishonest piece of dog shit.
And Bashia TV replies, in action, showing this picture that says the Hassan system, hide, ignore critics' content to obscure the argument, alter, drastically misrepresent the opposing view, strawman, attack the misrepresentation by grouping critics with deplorables, avoid, debate only weaker opponents, never the original person, and name call, label frustrated opposition as crazy or obsessed to discredit them. Mostri Digoma posts on the Hassan Piker subreddit the content deputy video, and recording nervous replies, he came with the receipts. I love the timelines. Ethan is actually mentally ill and just verbal diarrheas every stream. And Beepachu replies, verbal and literal apparently. And Your Burrito says, dare anyone to go look at the H3 subs reaction to it. Yikes. August Gardner replies, the comments have already been brigaded. More jobless meats than the iDubbbz fans. And Radiohead replies, the one advantage the DDG/Asmon/Ethan crew have is that their followers are infinitely more pathetic and ghoulish. And August says, all all better to ignore them then. Domolition replies, Ian is back for good. I feel like he'll be content copying all the fascists now. And Waffle Monster says, after all the soul searching, it seems like he found a purpose and way for his platform to be used for good. Drama Alert tweets out this clip with the caption, iDubbbz says Ethan is to blame for CPS getting called on himself.
Other people react to his content, and when other people see that he's talking about his children getting giardia from dog poop.
Sonny's crawling around, he's putting everything in his mouth, he's at that age, he has giardia.
People are quite reasonably concerned. And so, yes, anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number. It's about 26,000 at the time of this stream. So there are 26,000 people listening to Ethan go into great detail over 7 or 8 minutes about diarrhea, viscosity of diarrhea, his child having giardia, him and his whole family having giardia. They're calling it the poop house. Now what Ethan does, instead of taking any responsibility for sharing too much on his live stream, is that he decides to attack specific creators like Denims and say she was the source of the CPS call because her chat was reacting to Ethan.
Bat Sauce replies, childless behavior. All young kids try to put everything in their mouth. Every parent knows this. And Hara Kareem replies, if your kid is putting dog shits in his mouth, you need a CPS called. And Andy says, CPS are for kids whose families abuse them. Drug abuse, neglect, violence. My sister works for New Jersey CPS, and this would be a nothing burger if they were called. Drama Alert also tweets out another clip with the caption, iDubbbz compares being punched in the face to Ethan doing jumping jacks.
About the potential CTE that I might have after boxing.
Yes.
Ethan, your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled from getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation. Some people are saying the CTE is starting to take effect, I guess. That would be comforting if there was some explanation at least.
Any amount of CTE that I may have endured after doing 2 boxing matches, I'm going to say is preferred over having to share the load of doing 50 jumping jacks with my wife.
Yeah,
What if we do both do them? We'll both do 25 at once.
25 each?
Oh my goodness.
Great form by both.
Really nice. They must work out.
And Sir Yapalot replies, both of their brains are scrambled. Lolcow Live also tweets out, Dear iDubbbz, it's over, brother. Time to get a show on the LCU network and have Keemstar save your career. A German viewer posts in the H3H3 production subreddit, Ethan is seeing iDubbbz upload Content Deputy after dealing with Content Cop, debating Sam Cedar and Hassan Piker, and it's Captain America saying, I can do this all day. Raisin Cookie replies, I saw a comment on Twitter out of all places that compared Ethan to him, basically 1v10ing everyone at the moment, which is quite the apt comparison. And Interchain replies, it's kind of crazy how these people are doing everything in their power to get people to turn on Ethan. People like Sam Cedar or Dr. Kirk Honda who could actually hear Ethan out to get preemptively fed the snark propaganda to make sure nobody is on Ethan's side. And after that, these people all band together to make hate video after hate video on him. They are even trying to make the crew quit so that Ethan is absolutely alone. A punishment worthy of what crime exactly? The debate between him and Sam Cedar or Hassan only proved that they agree on most things when it comes to IP. To Ethan's credit, he does a good job responding, but it's becoming clear how disingenuous these people are. They will never acknowledge any of his responses or his criticisms of them. They will just try to clip him out of context to fuel the hate campaign, which they are all monetizing. It's almost like a money glitch for them. Ethan's opinions, and not to mention his mental health, are irrelevant to them because they only care about the money they can make and the self-induced sense of moral superiority. Carlos Champion replies, as much as I want to see an entire episode on Monday of Ethan responding to Content Deputy, I think he deserves a break. That Friday episode must have been exhausting. Rest up, King. And Romano Thorns replies, I'm kind of hoping he ignores it. Let Ian scream into the void of irrelevancy. I know he won't ignore it though. Smite might post a video on the Art iDubbbz subreddit, and Inaki Bisu replies, just stopped subbing to the H3 subreddit. Ian made some good points in his video, and honestly, people are snarling for nothing. And Anita Bongtok says, I stopped over a year ago once Ethan started lying about Hassan. I caught it live, and when I tried to correct people on that subreddit, Hassan denying ours, they freaked the fuck out. They demanded I show immediate proof, which I couldn't do as I was on mobile, and I don't even know how to clip vids, lol, I'm a boomer. I just pointed to the stream and roughly where it was. They called me a piece of shit for that. Ignoramus replies, instead of wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars on frivolous lawsuits, lawsuits. I think Ethan should spend that money on an expensive 2-week mindfulness retreat where he can decompress alongside other horribly out-of-touch rich people. An artist comparator says, dude should check into one of those fancy voluntary rehab facilities and talk to a professional for a while. I am DJ Dan replies, wait, so Ethan outright stated that him, Hila, and one of his kids had Giardia? I did not know this. He makes it seem like people jumped to that conclusion. He's the one that fed them that information. And he told Dan that he would have to ingest his shit to get it? Well, no fucking wonder people were concerned. That and covering Denim's real chats are super damaging for him. Khalid Muhammad Khalid posts in our Internet versus members only Discord and says, how does IDubbbz not see that what happened to Ethan, Hassan, and that whole community turning on him will happen to him too as soon as he says one minor thing that they don't agree with? Even Ethan was warned about this and didn't listen, and now he's dealing with this. Ethan didn't deserve it, but IDubbbz does. And bitterly says in our Internet versus members only Discord, this event will follow those two even after they try to scrub their names from it. Also, the same hidden people that ruined last year's event are fully in charge now. What a shit show. And like I predicted, they are using the Tiltify as a meat shield. And according to Nick's stream where he talked to Harley, that's the total amount going to charity. It is literally a boxing event with a Tiltify charity page, not a charity event. It's actually insane. The cycle will never end. Attaching this image of Mr. Bones Wild Ride. Then over on our clipped live subreddit, D's Nuts Lol posts thoughts on the content deputy. I'm more focused on Mama Max because it's more fun to be honest. And Katsuya replies, so Ian and his group of Twitch friends fucked up the Creator Clash event. And in response, Ian and his wife are bailing out while dumping the entire mess on somebody else's lap to clean up, while attempting to paint himself as Mr. Morale. Actually fucked. And OP replies, to be honest, I'm more concerned about the arguments they made because I don't care about CC3. Greedy Emphasis replies to OP by saying, my favorite bit, Frogan did not make a bag from this, had a subathon where she wanted to create 9/11, begs for rent on stream, an apology video, plugged a podcast. Why do people stand by her? The biggest question I have. Shout out to our tier 3 members, internet representatives, Kiko and Sal Saud. Thank you guys so much for the support, and I'll see you in the next episode.
I'm more here to try to patrol and keep people away from getting that bot saved. There she is. Ghostface would be super funny. Very lore accurate. I don't know how that would work for their whole matchmaking algorithm.
We'll guide you through how to stream on YouTube.
This guy took the bulk way too far. He had to get the whole government to forklift him out of his house just to lose weight. If you guys want bulking tips, make sure to take advice from this guy, even cutting advice, because he was able to lose that 1,000 pounds. This guy is the definition of a Mewtwo build. He skips everything but quads. If you guys are not twitching and twerking on the last rep of your push-ups, you guys are not training until failure. Chances of a chair running away from you is very small, but it's never 0.
No!
This guy tried flexing the calf gains, but ended up getting humbled instantly. Firefighters are just built different. This guy is 50 years old, and he's celebrating his retirement by lifting 600 pounds. Did you know a cheetah can run fast, but they only live for 10 years? Turtles do absolutely nothing and they live for 150 years. Moral of the story is don't do cardio. For the past couple years, gym culture has been getting pretty massive, to the point where we got someone's grandma doing Sigma edits. This gym influencer got a random grandpa to help spot him when he's hitting his new PR, and the grandpa asked if he can try, and he ended up mogging his entire existence. How did bro managed to take the bulk so far, he was able to get the build of Michelin Man. I genuinely think dirty bulking is not that efficient. That is just straight cholesterol maxing. Do not get me wrong though, dirty bulking can get you jacked. There's just some better alternatives like lean bulking. You are still gonna get jacked with lean bulking. The only difference is you're eating a lot healthier, you're gonna have more energy, and your appearance is gonna look a lot better. This is the hardest pull-up anyone can achieve. It's the side pull-up and it's pretty much defying gravity. If this type of machinery becomes mainstream, we won't have to do leg day ever again because there will be no use for legs. We can work out our lats and grow bigger wings so we can fly a lot better. This is literal proof that lighting plays a huge role in the whole fitness industry and everything. Like, this guy's pretty decent size, but with the lighting, he just looks 10 times bigger. This guy was getting a crazy amount of hate comments calling him a skeleton and skinny twig, but just by his transformation, I can tell he definitely took it personal. Also, mad respect because building this type of physique at 6'7" in a really short period of time is extremely hard to do. The reason why the gym is so empty is because there's a lineup behind the cameraman waiting for this guy to finish his set. If your gym bro is not treating you like this and not pushing you hard enough to reach your goals, you guys might need to find a new gym partner. This guy beat the world record of the fastest boxing match in the world. Honestly, he may have lost the fight and make the fans unhappy, but he did beat a world record. These motivational videos need to chill out. Do you guys think he's actually screaming in the background or he's just shaking his head with his mouth open? If you guys are struggling to grow big legs, honestly, just do this every time you try. Just put a little holes in the bottom of your car and just like deadlift it. It's not too hard. It's pretty chill. I've done it a couple times in my fire truck and you know, it's pretty chill.
To the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true.
Sam Sulek needs to chill out. Bro just said 10 plates is not insane weight.
All right, 10 plates is not insane weight, but pretty perfect working weight.
Here's the meta to massive arms. I'm just gonna summarize this video for you guys. When you guys are doing your tricep pull downs, you guys have to keep your elbows completely still and just focus on that tricep.
Jerking, you just move it down. That's perfect. No momentum at all in that particular rep. That was literally class book text perfect.
Oh, this is pretty sick. This guy just hit a 225 PR. That is dope.
Got pain. Of suffering.
People that accuse you of being on steroids as a natural lifter is just a huge compliment. This is how majority of the men that do leg day do their leg days. I cannot tell if this guy screwed up or he's just extremely skilled that he can't screw up. If someone was to ask me to define what rich is, I would probably say a personal relationship with God, and I would pull up this video as well. Genuinely, what am I doing wrong? Like, I really want to know, like, how are people achieving this type of strength? If you guys want to build massive shoulders, you guys gotta make sure you're doing this workout. This guy took fake it till you make it to a whole nother level. This video is a definition of how best friends are made. Grab all your gym bros and put them together to see who is the strongest in the group. The last one to fail is the strongest. Meet the man that was able to achieve the Google Math physique.
There's never been anybody proof. I'm Sonny Liston, I'm Jack Dempsey. There's no one like I'm from Nairclaw. There's no one.
This guy is taking cardio to a whole nother level. If he keeps this up, he is going to be able to defeat gravity. This is a workout that looks way harder than it looks. Holy smokes, it is extremely hard to do this. not trying to be weird and anything, but like being this flexible, like I'm not even gonna say anything. You already know what I'm thinking. I genuinely think if we had like a bodybuilding competition between first world countries and third world countries will definitely win because they literally lift cars for their workouts. I genuinely lost brain cells from watching this video.
2 plates. 3 plates.
6 plates, do that. This would be a really good machine in the gym. I would call it the shin conditioner. You just spin it and hit your shins, and you just keep doing it, get used to it, and get your shins extremely strong. I know it's efficient to have a spotter and everything, but honestly, if you fail a PR, you can literally just do this. Would you rather have a loyal girlfriend that will support you for your entire gym journey, or have the ability to bench 8 plates and be able to have unlimited food in your fridge? How much money would it take for you guys to actually do this? Apparently these workouts are very good for your health. It's just, it looks extremely deadly and there's no point doing leg day when there's going to be jetpacks in the future.
One good.
You made it this far, smash that like button.
You have a good day and I'll see you in the next one.
If you were constantly told that all you gotta do is just eat less if you want to lose weight, then it might explain your lack of any significant progress. And what might work for you is actually doing the opposite of eating less. Let me explain exactly what I mean. Now, to be perfectly clear, there is no doubt that the fundamental scientifically supported factor of weight loss is a negative balance of energy, or an energy deficit as measured by calories. As we've heard it 1,000 times, it comes down to calories in versus calories out. Now, depending on which supposed health and fitness guru you've been listening to, your feelings of calories might vary between calories are the end-all be-all to calories are a conspiracy spread by the food industry. Now, what I can say is that, although the most scientifically common weight loss factor is indeed calories, the types of food we eat also have a huge impact on weight loss outside of its calorie content. And that's where eating less tends to fail a good portion of people, because too often do we confuse the less in eating less as meaning less food and not just less calories. And when trying to eat less of the foods we enjoy, especially high-calorie, highly palatable foods that we develop strong preferences for at a very young age, we run into major issues with things like hunger and appetite. Personally, I know exactly how this feels. Growing up, I had a wonderful mom who unfortunately was also a single parent working very long hours. So for many nights, me and my siblings were left figuring out dinner for ourselves, which ended up being a lot of fast food burgers and chicken nuggets. To this day, fast food cravings are still a biatch, but fortunately over the years, I've learned to manage it quite well, and that's largely thanks to what I'm going to share with you now. Again, eating less is not enough. We also have to manage hunger and appetite. And one way we can do that, interestingly, is by eating more. Yeah, it sounds a little strange, but it's actually fairly simple. Again, the food we eat has an impact beyond just calories. And according to research, some foods are better than others in curbing our appetite and increasing satiety, or our feeling of fullness. These foods are usually 1, high-volume, low-calorie foods, which also tends to be high in fiber, like all of your delicious fruits and green vegetables, except kale, because kale is evil. And 2, they are foods that contain more of the profound, prolific, PictureFit-approved macronutrients known as protein. Voluminous foods can fill us up more quickly, which have shown to act on certain hunger-related mechanisms like elevating levels of hunger-suppressing hormones and slowing down the process of digestion. Eating more protein has shown to also improve feelings of hunger, and even in one study, more protein led to a spontaneous reduction of 441 calories per day for 12 weeks. Essentially, subjects in the study ate fewer calories even though they had no intention of eating fewer calories or to even lose weight. So, if you feel like simply eating less just doesn't work for you, then instead try to eat more of things like proteins, fruits, and veggies first, minus kale. Protein supplements can help too, especially before your meals, which has shown to reduce overall food intake, but whole proteins are probably the best overall. To summarize, the Eat More approach focuses on managing appetite and hunger first. And if we do that, we don't have to actively force ourselves to eat less of our favorite high-calorie foods. We'll just naturally feel like eating less of them. And of course, that will lead to our main goal, and that is eating fewer calories overall. Now, if you do try this strategy, make sure you are indeed leaving room for the foods you enjoy and not just entirely replacing your diet with foods good for hunger and appetite. You want to avoid the same issue with eating less, and that's making your diet very hard to stick to. Moderation, as always, is key. Give it a shot, see what you think, and I hope it helps some of you as much as it helped me. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a voluminous thumbs up and share it with your appetite-loving friends. Subscribe for more and let me know what you think in the comments. As always, thank you for watching, and don't forget to get your protein.
When you live with diabetes, progress is having your coffee like you like it, without an audience. The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor tracks your glucose in real time, so everyone else doesn't.
Is it DMS?
Yeah. But this, we did a segment on this before, so just bear with me if you've already seen it. Basically, before dating apps and social media, a college-age woman, or high school, whatever age, is their dating pool is limited. I think college is probably a better idea. Yeah. It's probably a better example. Their dating pool is limited to the other college students of the same age and around their peers. But with Tinder, now they can message a 30-year-old guy who lives 5-10 miles away and has a car. So when when this woman swipes right on a 20-year-old college student and a 30-year-old career guy, she thinks they're both attractive, messages both of them. The 30-year-old guy says, "I can pick you up in my Honda Civic and we can go to the lake or go see a movie." And the college guy says, "You want to hang out my dorm with my dorm mates?" Which one's she gonna pick?
She's gonna pick the guy who isn't in the dorm. Yeah.
So like for me, I'm a couple weeks away from being 34. But I grew up at a time, I was coming of age when these social media platforms were being built. So I exploited all of them.
Yes.
I had a very normal teenage years and 20s and everything, dating, hooking up, partying, all the good stuff. And I skateboarded all the time, and I was arrogant, cocky, just awful person, all that. And the ladies loved it. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I mean, they kind of did. And now I'm in my 30s, and I can go on dating apps and be like, "Oh yeah, yep, you got it." And then these other guys who are like 26 have no experience because guys like me have dominated the dating apps for the entire time.
Yep.
So when they're 30, they've never dated before.
And then if they've tried a dating app and it didn't work, they're probably not going to want to go back on it when they're 30 to try again.
Dating apps are awful anyway. Like
Never tried one.
Well, it's like for women, it's just you just sit there and get inundated with messages from literally everyone, and then guys go in and message literally everyone.
Yep.
It's become awful. So I've basically walked away from it, just like, ugh, it's trash. But I do think it's crazy that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family, because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is though? It's definitely not me. I think it's everybody else.
Yeah.
So you're saying? I thought he was being satirical when he said it too, because it was like a pause, and I thought this was going to be a punchline. It's because he just spent the last hour lecturing everybody about the fact that dating is so tough for ordinary people because they don't make enough money. Women are pretty much drawn to men temples make money. He's like multi-millionaire.
Okay,
he's into hypergamy. He's talking about how women are hypergamous, all this other stuff. But at the same time,
you're 34 and still not.
You can't. Everyone else is the problem.
Like, he's the cheat code.
I couldn't believe when he said that sentence. Problem's not me. Definitely not me. Anyone who says that sentence, man or woman, run for the hills. Okay. When they say the problem is everyone else, that's because the way that they operate their life is my way or the highway, and they're probably not reasonable. If you can honestly look at all your dating experience and say the problem has always been everyone else and never you, you're 1,000% a part of the problem. Everyone plays a role in some relationship failure. There's just no way you get to that point in life and you're never involved in any of the failures. Either in the selection of the people you choose, the kind of women you go after, the kind of behavior you exhibit in the relationship. You have to lack self-awareness to say, I've never been a partner.
The other people. It's not you. To him. No, I'm sorry.
You're right.
No, it's
right.
No, not this time. Usually the common denominator is you.
The common denominator is infinity.
Yeah.
It's all the numbers.
Yeah.
What is power? Maybe the better question is, how much of it can you handle? In the GMC Sierra EV Denali, we are professional. Sweetie, I can't make it to Dick's this week.
Have you heard of Dix.com?
Have I heard of Dix.com? Have I heard of Dix.com? Whoa.
Don't overthink it. Let's go shopping.
Anyone impressed with how fast that was?
Not you, not the one.
That's crazy.
In all the relationship, who was wrong? Them. They're the common denominator.
Bro, these guys sell you doom and gloom, say the world is for the rich. They are filthy rich and they still can't make it work. And you would think that, like, yo, you look at guys like Myra and you look at all these fresh and fit, you look red pill, the high value men types. None of them have traditional families, even though they yap on about it and conservative values. They're all sleeping around left, right, and center. They fucking left, right, center. They having kids out of wedlock. They all do this shit. And then they want to lecture you about doom and gloom and just get you to pay for their subscription services. It's actually the craziest amount of pimping. These dudes pimp out lonely men. They're telling you get rich, be successful, this is the way. They are all those things and they don't make it work.
No, they pimp out lonely simps.
Crazy.
Pimping simps.
Oh yeah, and these dudes are simping for these guys. They'll get in the comment sections, they'll harass you, they'll threaten you because you went after their hero. I'm like, bro, that's more pathetic than simping for an OnlyFans model. You simping for a dude who's literally stealing your money and making you more lonely. That's crazy. But yeah, moving past that.
So like when it comes to the women that I've been in relationships with, so one relationship I was in was a woman had a career, and so we never saw each other. And she's like, "I'm not giving up my career." I'm like, "Well, I'm certainly not."
You're not giving up my career. I'm not.
Doesn't compromise, chooses somebody who has a lifestyle who's incompatible with his. Everyone else is the problem, not Tim Pool. Dude works 18 hours a day, chooses someone else who works 10 hours a day. Everyone else is the problem, not how he chooses. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? You guys would laugh at anyone if they told you this as an employer. They're saying, I'm trying to hire a full-time employee. They hire a part-timer who works weekend only.
A student.
You look stupid. That's on you. That's not the employee's fault. How is that their fault?
Well, the employees are trash. Because if you really like the company, you should be devoted for it.
Yeah, and it's like you start dating someone's like, all right, well, I have a job. I make more money than you. You should give up your job and you stay more time and spend more time with you.
Just say that.
But hold up. Just because you make more money at your job doesn't mean the other person wants to stop working. Doesn't mean that they don't want to be fulfilled in that way. And if they want that, there's nothing wrong with that. Just because you make more, you're not entitled to tell them to quit their job. They don't have to give up their lifestyle. They're not the problem. You guys have chosen the wrong people. Both of you guys are the problem in this situation.
I'm going to tell you this.
Crazy.
If you say it's my way or the highway, or you have a my way or the highway attitude, just say that you're not available to date. You're not available. Because being available to date actually requires you to be, what's that word? Available. And you're not. You don't want to budge. You don't want to move. And if everybody's the problem. Like, listen, my guy, you're a cheat code. You're rich. You're not half bad looking. Lightning.
You ain't seen what's under that beanie. And you can't wear that beanie when you have sex. Because if you do, that's crazy.
You don't,
I honestly think wearing a beanie in sex is worse, like 1,000 times worse than balding.
I think that he has to wear the beanie during sex.
No, he does not.
Yeah.
No.
He's not the problem, sir.
What if this motherfucker got an afro?
Yeah, but
and he's like 1/10 black. And he's just been hiding his Negro-ness.
And then some other women are like, I want to go adventure and do my thing. I'm like, I'm all about freedom and liberty, so you do your thing, I guess. And the only option I really have is to be like, no, you must be the wife. And like, that's not me.
Yep, exactly.
So I haven't found.
So you gotta find somebody who wants to, start a family and be maybe a stay-at-home mother.
But here's the challenge with that. My perspective, personality, what I find attractive, are all based on liberal urban sensibilities.
Yep.
And so most of the women in that space are going to be fiercely independent, careerists, and not necessarily compatible.
Oh my God, you can't make this shit up. My guy, what the ladies realize at 30, you're gonna realize at 40.
Man, yo, everybody want to build a bear bitch. A build a bear RPG maker character. I would like someone who's got 10 points in the trad con, but also 8 points into artistic endeavors. Doesn't want to work. My guy.
So, over the past several years, I've been, increasingly successful. I have no problem and no concerns about starting a family whenever I need to. But most of the women that, I have been with are like, can't career.
Yep.
And so there have been some who are like nearly 40. And I'm like,
yeah, it's getting up there a little bit.
That's no offense. I'm just saying, like,
40-year-old women are lovely. Okay.
No, the issue isn't them being 40. It's the difference in my age to their age and where I am in my life. And the same is true with younger women too. So I could certainly find like a younger woman who's like, I just want to. And I'm like, but we're just.
And you know, I mean, there's biology that comes into play too. There, if you're looking to start a family and you know she's already in her 40s, then there could be some trouble and that could be hard, and that might not fit your what you want in your life.
Yep. So now he has a problem with women who are younger than him, but you decide to prioritize your work and your profession and put dating by the wayside and just put all your time into that. And then you get to 34, come to realize that you really want this whole family situation. You're having regrets because you saw your dad, but this is just a result of your choices. Don't blame this on feminism. Don't blame this on the. If feminism didn't come about, the very liberal values that you love so much in these women wouldn't even exist. If everyone just remained stay-at-home wives, all that shit that you yapping about that you're looking for in a woman wouldn't even exist in anybody. I don't know. To be honest, I'll never understand it. This makes me think of the people who want to travel for 10 years and just be a fucking nomad and then come to find out they have no community to really come back to, no roots that they planted anywhere, or they haven't built a family and they're in their mid-30s and they haven't launched up their career and they're like, oh, it's a result of your actions. You're dealing with the consequences. Take accountability. But instead of doing that, you're blaming everybody else. That's crazy.
It's a result of everybody else.
Crazy. You know what I mean? Like you a player your whole life, come to your mid-30s, you got zero relationship skills. Then you want to blame women for not knowing how to act when actually you don't know how to compromise, you don't know how to deal with nothing. Stop blaming everybody else. Crazy. And you know what I hate about this? It's always the dudes who be yapping about accountability. Oh, you reap what you sow. You know, this is the result of your actions. And then they sit here blaming the field instead of themselves. I think like most things in life, things are never as bad as people make it seem, but they're not as great either, right? There's normally somewhere in the middle, right? You go online, people will have you doomed out like crazy, thinking the world's about to end. And you go to real life and people are really just not concerned about a lot of this shit because it's just not in their purview and they're not privy to a lot of it. There is some truth to the stuff of hypergamy, but it's never as bad as people make it seem to be. There is some truth to the fact that women do like men who make more money, but if you look at the numbers too, women date a lot of men who are around their income level or sometimes a little bit less, and that's becoming a more and more common trend. All right? This whole idea that it's only for the rich, I see so many poor and middle class people who are constantly getting married and making it work. This idea that you're never going to make it work unless you make 6 figures is just nonsense, okay? This idea that you have to be a Chad is also nonsense. I see so many ugly guys who get it on with girls. Hell, I look decent now, but when I was in my mid-20s to early 20s, like, I look like a wretch. Listen, I look like something. And I was still making it work. I knew a lot of dudes who are even uglier who are making it work. This whole doomer shit online is like, if you're not a Chad, I think this is just behavior that a lot of people engage in to make their own inability to make things work seem more satisfying. It's not me, just society's changed, so I'll never find a mate. You have some accountability in all of this. Yes, things may have gotten difficult in some areas, but they've also gotten easier in others. And people who don't want to acknowledge that and always hand on the doom, I think they're just looking for excuses to justify why they're not getting the results they want. I'm on social media. I see ugly people getting married all the time. Good for them.
I go outside. I go outside with the amount. Actually, with the amount of people that I know that consult, because now consulting and having a therapist or whatnot is a thing that is in right now. So with the amount of that, I see less and less people. There's still some people that do that. The delusional stuff is still present, but there's less and less of that. And there's more people that are more conscious. No, I just really want to be like happy and let me cut all the extra stuff. So I've seen more and more people just go for something that they really, going for something that is less flamboyant and more, less like, oh, you know what, someone that's rich that's making this and that that has people are more. From what I've seen around me, maybe it's the Canadian thing.
They are humble.
Yeah. Life
humbles.
Hey.
You guys just see the delusional people because the delusional people spend a lot of time.
Are highlighted.
No, it's just they spend a lot of time online.
And they are highlighted.
They're loud about it too.
They are highlighted.
And it's flagrant, so it stands out. But a lot of happy people don't got no time to be on those social media. They're out here doing shit. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
Miserable people go online to look for answers. Happier people are not online looking at red pill shit. They're not. So you're only going to be in comment sections with other people who are miserable. Why would you be watching some of this shit? It's just dudes just yelling, you are fucking, who got time for that if you're actually happy in your life? Who got time to be like, oh my God, the feminist, if you're actually with a woman you really enjoy being with? I just couldn't imagine having a good time on my date and be like, you know what I need to do while I'm having fun? Let me go watch somebody call feminist whores. And I'm like, you got time for that? That's why that was the thing during the pandemic. You didn't go outside, so you just thought this shit was so real. Then you go outside, you talk like, what the fuck is red pill? What is this?
You think
shit?
that's why it toppled?
They don't care.
You think that's why it toppled?
It was never a really big thing. It looked bigger than it was because again, we're online. Literally nobody in real life knows about this shit or cares. So, this is another touching grass segment. Do not listen to these creators because they will have you thinking everything is going to end, and that's their job too. Why? Because miserable and fearful people are going to pay money to support them. When you think there's a war coming, you will invest in order to be ahead of the curve. I'm just saying. Did you not hear it come out of his own mouth? It's not me, it's everyone else. How many times have y'all heard women say that shit and these guys flame the fuck out of them? And justifiably so. But here's a grown man repeating that same shit. How many times you gonna hear that? How many times you gonna hear men yell goofy ass shit like, oh, men are the prize? What? Are you not just a men? I'm the whole table. And you guys are gonna be like, yes, queen. Y'all gotta stop that, fellas. Do not repeat what these ladies said when you was flaming it for it and then act like you didn't do that shit. That's crazy.
You talk your talk, King.
Yeah, King. Yeah, King. Do your thing.
You talk your talk.
Know your worth, King.
That's right.
You the table. You don't even answer that question. Know your worth.
I want to present to you some ideas, and then you can just tell me what you think. Sure. And then we'll start from there.
That sounds great.
So have you heard that like young dudes aren't dating for the most part? Like they're not hooking up, they're virgins.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, before we even go anything, why do you think that is?
I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with dating apps and women having more options now.
So I'll explain this idea, and I guess you agree.
Yeah.
But we did a segment on this before, so just bear with me if you've already seen it. Basically, before dating apps and social media, a college-age woman or high school, whatever age, is their dating pool is limited. I think college is probably a better idea. Right? It's probably a better example. Their dating pool is limited to the other college students of the same age and around their peers. But with Tinder, now they can message a 30-year-old guy who lives 5 to 10 miles away and who has a car. So when this woman swipes right on a 20-year-old college student and a 30-year-old career guy, she thinks they're both attractive, messages both of them. The 30-year-old guy says, I can pick you up in my Honda Civic and we can go to the lake or go see a movie. And the college guy says, you want to hang out my dorm with my dorm mates? Which one's she going to pick?
She's going to pick the guy who isn't in the dorm.
Right. So, I mean, so you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
But would you say that's materialism, or do you think it's just...
I think it's biological.
Explain, what do you mean?
Like women are driven to find a mate, whether or not you like it or not. Like we're driven to be like, okay, who can support us? And men are driven to be like, okay, well, who's going to give us healthy children? These are biological impulses that we have. So a woman whose options are a guy with no job, drinks all the time, parties, like his age, it's age appropriate. You should be doing that stuff. But she had these. That was her pool, and now she has men who have jobs and money and houses and are ready to do that to be who she is biologically driven to want to be, and so she's going to choose that unless she's wanting to party to like the dorm guy and not ready to settle down.
Because there's some, so I think there's a mix between biological and social.
Yep.
I don't think it's purely one or the other. I think typically you'll find from like the feminists, it's all social constructs.
Yes.
But there was a study I just talked about earlier on one of my other channels that when a woman gets a promotion, she is more likely to get divorced. If a man gets a promotion, there's no change.
Do you think she gets divorced by like her saying, I want to get divorced now because I can support myself, or is it the man saying I can't live with you being more successful?
I think it's both.
That's
well, so my opinion is, I think typically, not always, a woman wants a man who is of higher status than they are.
Yep.
Somebody who's capable, strong, confident, that they can look up to
Yep.
and know if, like, you can rely on yourself as a woman, and then you have this powerful benefit in this strong man who's also providing you like a safety net, I guess. And then men want to feel like protectors.
Yes.
So you flip the dynamic. If the woman gets a promotion, now the man feels inadequate.
It's almost emasculation.
Yeah. And so I know that it's funny. You'll see a lot of feminists will say something like, "Oh, boo-hoo, the poor man." It's like it doesn't matter what you think about it. It matters that men feel this way.
I would have to look at that study because I don't believe anyone who cites most of this shit online. But I'm curious. Do you believe that to be true? Do you believe that when a woman gets a promotion, a man's insecure about it because she's making more money now? I mean, this is all gonna be anecdotal, so we just chat. But yeah.
I heard about it, but I have nothing to confirm it. I remember like my girl had what happened while you were gone.
I just couldn't imagine being in a relationship with somebody and all of a sudden I look at my bank account and there's more money and I'm like, man, I hate this bitch.
I can understand that there could be some men that would be more uncomfortable with that. I would understand. I'm not that. That's not me. But the way I've seen a couple of men acting out there and the insecurity that's out there, I could see that whenever you got like For example, at a job, my girl was taking care of, there was something that they used to do every year for breast cancer, right? You know, a huge gala and stuff like that. And then you get to meet all the coworkers. All the coworkers she already makes more money than me.
Right.
All the coworkers are making more money than me. You know what I mean? So when you're around, what do you do? All right, I'm a manager of this and that district. What are you doing? I'm a manager of this and that. I got these. And then what are you doing? I'm a dancer. Not that kind. So I'm not like that. But I know there are a lot of people out there, a lot of guys out there that it will feel very uncomfortable like that. Like, well, Peter at your job, I know there's some guys like that. Do I feel like women want a divorce?
Real talk. $3 medium Dunkin' refreshers. It's available in 3 different flavors.
I didn't go to college right after high school, and now I have this fantastic opportunity. And to anyone else that also didn't go, I would say it's never too late. Getting a degree is important to me because I feel like I'm setting myself up for future success. I'm not just really strong or really fast. I have the skills that I need to move on in my life. This is my comeback. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
Maybe it's true that whenever they get promotions, they're more likely to divorce. I wouldn't necessarily put a correlation between the divorce and the promotion.
I mean, there's probably dozens of reasons why that's true. Is it because they're becoming more selfish and then they're like, I've gotten better place in life, so I want to get divorced? Or is it because they're working more hours, so they have less time to invest in their relationship?
Exactly.
And so that's what's causing friction between the two of them. The likelihood of her getting lots of promotions and a higher percentage of divorce could just be linked to the work aspect of it too, right? So again, these numbers, I don't know if they're real, but even if they are, what is the context behind them? What's the actual motivation? That's why I never like taking these. But you see how people will sometimes take a number and then just make their own narrative for why that's true.
Yes. Like, I can understand that someone getting a promotion, get the promotion, and then the tasks at home change and everything and stuff. So with just that promotion, there's more pressure on the person. The person comes back home with a lot of pressure, a lot of, they don't want to, when you're supposed to come back home, and that's just for me, to me. Your home is a safe haven.
Right.
Your home is your peace. I do not invite certain people, or it's gonna take a long time for you to be in my house. Even if I've been friends with you for a long ass time, I've been friends with some people.
I mean, he's never invited me to this place. It happens.
I'm sorry, what's your name again?
There you go.
Exactly. So I invite him, he doesn't come to my house. He doesn't want to because he dislikes everything I do. But anyway.
Why do you say it like that? Why do you say it like that? Not wrong, but
it's not wrong, but it's really that. It's really that. You just like everything I do and everything I have. And
I don't dislike everything you do.
You bought a car like, hey, no, because you saw how well it made you.
You know what I'm saying?
No, because you sporty good.
Nah, you know what I'm saying? I don't dislike everything you do.
Now you sporty good.
Hey, you know what I mean? No, I'm gonna get it tailored a little bit over here just to just.
You don't have to.
I'm just saying.
Because the thing that happened is that right now it's new, but with time it's gonna.
It's gonna fade down.
With time is gonna.
Okay, so it's not too big.
No, it's good.
Okay.
No, it's good.
I don't dislike everything you do.
No, because yo, because you like when I prop you up. When I'm like, yo, you're good. And you're like, yeah, I like that. That's you. Look at you. Yeah, that's it. Now, whenever you got. It's not that, is that you got promotion, you got more stress, you got more tasks that you have to accumulate. There's more stress on you, and it could weigh in on your couple, and then eventually coming back home can be not a safe haven. And then you spend more time, longer time out work. You do all those schemes to not go back home, and then it can potentially be. It could potentially be the cause of you splitting, but it's not necessarily the fact that I got a promotion. I'm a better person. Fuck you. I need to go up. Moving on up.
Yeah. I don't believe that shit. It's like the wage gap number because people used to just reference it and be like 20 cents on a dollar. But when you look into it, it's like, okay, well, women who work in the same field but actually work in worse professions within that field. So instead of being a doctor who's a brain surgeon, they're actually just working in childcare. And it turns out that the ones that do no, was it pediatricians? Make substantially less, even men. But once you had a woman who was also a brain surgeon compared to another brain surgeon, you saw that the income disparity leveled out a lot. Or if you look at women who didn't have kids, or if you look at women who spent most of their time working, you realize that that income disparity drops. So those numbers in a vacuum don't mean much. There's a narrative behind them that people are spreading. You got to look at what the reasons why are that they exist.
100%. And also there was also the fact that the number of time that they would take off versus their male counterpart.
Yes,
and
women sometimes prioritize that more.
Yeah, which is understandable, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, they were paid the same. But if you take all the vacation and the leave and stuff like that, then you'd get a gap. Yeah.
Our silence means something.
Training to failure is becoming an increasingly popular muscle and strength building strategy, but to actually do it is a lot easier said than done. So in this video, I'm gonna give you 3 tips to help you fail successfully. Conceptually, training to failure is pretty straightforward. Basically, you want to perform an exercise to the point where you physically absolutely cannot do another repetition. More specifically, we want our muscles to fail in recruiting sufficient motor units to produce sufficient force. What fitness researchers realized, however, is that we kinda suck at actually reaching failure and tend to stop way too early. So to help you dunk on the faces of these fitness researchers and achieve true muscular failure, I got 3 tips for you. Let's get started. The first tip, use those isolations. One of the first failure mistakes people make is trying to achieve failure with complex compound exercises that utilizes multiple muscle groups. Now generally, compounds like squats and presses are great exercises that everyone should do. But when learning how to train to failure, things will get pretty rough pretty quickly with compounds, especially with fundamental training factors like maintaining good form and managing fatigue. But there is an even bigger issue. Remember, our ultimate goal is reaching muscle failure. With compounds, chances are that not all the muscle groups involved in the exercise will reach true failure once you physically cannot do more reps. And if that compound exercise is the only way you train those muscles, then those muscles will never reach true failure. On the other hand, with single joint isolation exercises like bicep curls and side raises, you can solve many of these issues. With isolations, you can focus on one muscle group at a time, worry less about your form breaking down, and generally have fewer issues with fatigue. More importantly, with focusing on just one muscle group at a time, it makes it a lot easier to feel and experience each muscle failing in its own way. And it's that experience you develop for each muscle that will help you better train to or close to failure in future workouts. Down the line, you can try taking compounds to failure again if you feel more comfortable. The second tip is to mix up your rep ranges. If we want to understand how training to failure feels like, then we also got to understand that it doesn't feel the same across different rep ranges. At lower ranges, say 3 to 5 reps, the weight you're lifting will be quite heavy, and when reaching failure, it'll mostly just feel even heavier. On the other end of the rep range spectrum, say 15 reps or more, as you approach failure this time, you're gonna notice yourself moving slower and slower after each rep, and also feel an absolutely dreadful burning sensation in your muscles that might make you question your life choices. Now, in my opinion, medium rep ranges, like 8 to 12 reps, are probably the easiest to take to failure. Much like that disgusting beef Goldilocks, medium rep ranges feel just right in terms of being heavy but not too heavy and painful but not too painful. Probably best to use this rep range first if you're a beginner. But whatever rep range you do train, understand that the difficulties, be it the weight feeling too heavy or the burning sensation feeling too painful, does not mean you've reached true failure just yet. As hard as it may be, I encourage you to try to push through these difficulties, because chances are you do have a few reps left in the tank. Of course, make sure you have spotters or safety bars if necessary. And just a quick note, you should also understand that everyone reaches failure at different times, even when using the same relative intensity. For example, your friend might only do 9 reps before reaching failure, while you can do 13 reps, even though you both lifted 75% of your respective 1 rep maxes. A good little thing to keep in mind when adjusting your program based on rep ranges. And the third tip for successfully training to failure is, do not try to predict how many reps it will take you to reach failure. We're really bad at knowing what failure feels like, and we're arguably worse when trying to predict it. According to research, people with less training experience might underpredict their reps to failure by as much as 4 to 5 reps, and more experienced folks underpredict as well, but only by 1 to 2 reps. Now, if you have a training program that calls for estimating things like RPEs and reps in reserve, which are essentially ways to determine proximity to failure, then you're gonna fall short of reaching true failure if you repeatedly underestimate your rep counts. In terms of mentality, if you go into an exercise believing that you'll do less than you actually can, it wouldn't be surprising if it becomes somewhat of a self-fulfilling prophecy where you ultimately settle for doing less, which of course is not what we want. So do yourself a favor and try not to guesstimate your reps to failure, and simply train, at least early on, with no expectations other than feeling like a failure, because we know you can fail much more than you think you can. And that's 3 quick and simple tips for training to failure. Sounds simple, but it is going to take some time to successfully fail, so don't give up on giving up. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a simple thumbs up and share it with your failure-loving friends. Subscribe for more and let me know what you think about the tips in the comments. As always, thank you for watching, and don't forget to get your protein.
Why should you bundle with Allstate? Because some things are just better together, like peanut butter and jelly. I like bundling. When you bundle your home and auto insurance with Allstate, you could save up to 25%. Hey, I saved! Save up to 25% when you bundle.
Eating in or dining out, both are rewarding with the American Express Gold Card. So are you in or are you out? The Amex Gold Card serves up everything just the way you like it, from all your favorite places. So whether you're dining in or out, with American Express, it's always a good time. The American Express Gold Card. Live the good life indoors and out, and explore the benefits, credits, and perks waiting for you.
NVIDIA's gaming laptop. Intel dropping their prices, and you gotta upgrade.
get off the old cards. Let's get into the hot news, everybody. I'm your Brett host. We're going to be going over the hottest tech news I can find on the internet while you enjoy your breakfast this Wednesday, May 7th, 2025. And again, just a reminder that this Friday we have our giveaway announcements going on for the PCs that we're giving away over on our Twitch channel. So come and join us over there, twitch.tv/UFDtech, twitch.tv/UFDmusic. Would love to have you there. We got a system with an RTX 5090. It's got an AMD processor, but according to reports at Computex, we're likely going to get a new partnership. NVIDIA and MediaTek, they've already technically partnered in the automotive sector, but reports are that the N1 ARM chip for Windows may see its debut happening at Computex. This is not the first time we've heard this reported. This is actually something that was alluded to months ago. People were saying Computex was the time for the unveiling of this, but now it's becoming a little bit more clear, especially since there are keynotes from both companies on back-to-back days at Computex, and details are coming out that likely this is going to be the time for the announcement, potentially not release of the N1 or the N1X, which are supposed to be the laptop chips that have NVIDIA graphics but an ARM processor, so that NVIDIA can start selling their own stuff in the laptop market and not have to depend on Intel or AMD for making any of that happen, which really reminds me of the days of like the NVIDIA Shield, portable Shield tablet that they had. We picked one of these up recently for a video that we're working on. I love the Shield portable back in the day. This is essentially a Nintendo Switch in its hardware, right? It's got an ARM processor and an NVIDIA GPU, which is exactly what the Switch does, but it's running Android. But instead now, hopefully we're gonna get one that's running Windows, which is fine, I guess, when it comes to making sure that it's compatible with games. Portable, Shield portable was great for streaming games via Moonlight or something, but it's just nice to see NVIDIA going back to the past with all of this. And you know who else is going back to the past with a modern twist? Today's video sponsor. You've heard of sleeper builds, but no one will be sleeping on this build from today's sponsor, Silverstone. This is one of the most highly anticipated cases to come out in 2025. What started out as an April Fool's joke in 2023 is now a real product that you can buy thanks to numerous retro-loving PC enthusiasts all over the world. The styling is based on the popular late 80s desktop PC with functional flip-down 5¼ drive bay covers and front I/O covers that mimic the look of floppy drives. If you Zoomers out there even know what that is. Although the styling is old school, the rest of the chassis is thoroughly modern with USB-C ports, the ability to accommodate most ATX motherboards, PSUs, and mid-range to high-end graphics cards. There's plenty of filtered intake vents so that everything can run nice and cool while you're booting up Tetris on some seriously overkill hardware. If you want to make your friends think you're still running Windows 1.0, grab a super cool FLP01 from Silverstone today via the link in the description below. Thanks to Silverstone for sponsoring and giving us this case. I'm gonna love this PC. Well, an RTX 5060 can definitely fit in the FLP01 from Silverstone, very likely, unless you get a massive one that has an extra stupid long cooler. But NVIDIA finally announcing that May 19th is the date that the 5060 is dropping, and it's popping up on retailers. You have Best Buy showing off the PNY 5060 going for the MSRP of $299. Obviously, there's no stock yet. There's no indication that these prices are gonna hold. Also, some other 5060s are more expensive than that. We just now know the release date because NVIDIA hadn't officially confirmed that up until yesterday. And NVIDIA hasn't officially confirmed this either, but the reports are coming out strong in the back channels that the RTX 5090D is DOA in China. Reports are that NVIDIA is not shipping any of these graphics cards to China in Q2, specifically because of issues that are happening between NVIDIA and the US government with export restrictions, and that the 5090D is just not going to happen. They will have to cancel all of the orders for people who want the 5090D in that region of the world, which is strange. Obviously, the 5090D was created in order to specifically sell in the Chinese market, very much like the 4090D was, and now it looks like that's not going to happen moving forward, and they might have to concoct something a little bit different. 5090Ds. Sorry.
For centuries, women's health has been incomplete.
Northwell is filling in the missing pieces. That's why more women choose us than any other health system in New York. Northwell, raise health.
All right, let's see if Reese can make up for what I just did.
Yo, welcome back to Yuffie Deals, bringing the hottest tech deals on the internet. Hope you guys are doing well this Wednesday, and we have a double feature of Corsair deals today, so I'll jump straight into them with the Corsair Void RGB Elite wireless gaming headset, which you can pick up for a very nice price of only $69.99, making it $40 off. But then next up, we have the Corsair iQ Link H100i LCD 240mm AIO CPU liquid cooler, going for only $132.07, making it $67.92 off. And hey, with that, the deals are done. You can find these and more linked in the video description down below. But until next time, I'm gonna hand you off back to Brett for the rest of your hot news. Cheers.
Well, Reese, I actually don't know if you talked about this, but Intel's got a deal going on with their Core Ultra CPUs. It looks like they're seeing the writing on the sales wall that they're not doing so hot. So prices are coming down. The Ultra 7200 series getting price drops of up to 25%, making it so that the Core Ultra 7265K is actually not a terrible price for all of the hardware that you're getting packed into it. So the 265K looks like it's going to be costing $299, which is $100 off, where the 265KF, in case you don't need integrated graphics, is down to $284. Those are both $100 off. Now the issue is, this is the suggested retailer price. It might not actually end up like that, but if you go to Amazon or Newegg, you can see that the 265K 20 cores up to 5.5 gigahertz is going for $295, $300 for a 20 core CPU, in case you need it for multitasking and all that stuff. Doesn't seem to be a bad deal. But for a lot of people, what seemed to be a bad deal was Asetek's stranglehold on the AIO liquid cooler market, because you might not know this, but there was some politics going on behind the scenes with Asetek owning the patent on a very traditional method when it came to liquid coolers. This was something that a lot of other companies tried to come up with their own liquid cooler, and then Asetek would sue them for violating their patent. Created a whole situation where very few companies actually made their own designs because they would have to reconfigure how the pump would be placed, because that was violating Asetek's patent, or they had to pay a licensing fee over to Asetek in order to be able to do it. However, as of yesterday, that patent has now expired because it was a 20-year patent in the country that it was filed. So that means that Asetek no longer holds that patent for these liquid coolers, and potentially means that their design can be used in more companies' coolers moving forward without them having to pay the licensing fee. But according to reports, they've already seen that this is going to have a significant impact on their business. There's been previous reports that Asetek was already kind of financially struggling, and now there's details coming out that a third-party company has indicated that they want to buy out Asetek's cooling business, especially because it's not going to be as valuable as it was previously. And some of the people that we knew who worked at Asetek are no longer with the company, likely due to all of these changes that are happening moving forward. But hopefully it means that things will get better for the consumer, because companies will be able to use this design and then also iterate upon it, and we could have more competition in the liquid cooling scene. And we're going to need some changes going on in the GPU scene in case you're on a GTX 900 series, a GTX 1000 series, or you got one of them Titan Vs. You need to make a plan to upgrade from your graphics card ASAP, because NVIDIA has officially confirmed that they are dropping CUDA support for these GPUs in the next toolkit release. So this is something that they already kind of indicated. They said in a previous update that, hey, you should probably start thinking about this because we're going to drop support soon. Well, the soon has come. The CUDA 12.9 toolkit is the last major release that will support Maxwell, Pascal, and Volta-based GPUs. So CUDA support will be dead on these graphics cards moving forward. GTX 900 series, GTX 10 series, as well as, again, the Titan V, which very few of you likely have. And if you do, you don't need me telling you this because you are an uber nerd who already knows about all these details. Now, just because they're dropping CUDA support does not mean drivers will stop rolling out for these imminently. There likely will still be a few more driver updates coming out to these graphics cards moving forward, but it does show the writing on the wall that these cards are getting ready to be completely phased out. You will no longer get actual driver updates for these graphics cards for modern games that are coming out. At the very most, you'll get security updates, and it's just looking like probably get an RTX 3060 or an RX 7700 XT. Something like that looks looks to be your best bet in the modern era when it comes to just getting off of what these old cards are like. But if you're still on a GTX 900 series, I applaud you, because I've had several of them die from their VRMs exploding. So if you're still going strong, congratulations. And you guys went strong in the comments on yesterday's episode of Hot News, so let's go ahead and check those out. Menace saying, Intel, please, release with stock, release at a fair price. That is all we ask. It's a lot, apparently. That is a monumental undertaking that you are requesting. I really hope they can pull it off. Then B-Tag saying, LMAO, Half-Life 3 before GTA 6 and Elder Scrolls 6. Again, not confirmed, but it would be hilarious. It would be objectively funny if both Half-Life 3 and Silksong released this year and we don't have Elder Scrolls or GTA 6. And then Critical Dame Age saying, dang it, Brett, you're making me want to start Expedition 33 right before Computex. Do it. Do it. Worth it. Play it. It's not Steam Deck verified. That's the only issue, is that it's not easy to run on low-end hardware. I wonder if the Legion Go can handle it, or like the iNeo 3. I don't know. Get a gaming laptop or something and bring it with you to Computex. It's worth it. It's worth every single second. Oh man. I just played like an extra hour of the game last night because that's all I had time for, and I was laughing out loud. I had humor going on in my heart. It brought me so much joy just experiencing the cutscene, and it was also during like a really tense, like, emotional moment, but it wasn't like humor like they do in Marvel movies where it feels like it's shoehorned in and it's kind of just like a, hey, did you notice we told a joke? But it was like true to the characters. It was just beautiful. They're written like actual well-developed characters, and I can't say enough good things about Expedition 33. And then Black Hayate saying, Brett, what happened to your finger? I noticed you have medical tape or something. I hope it's nothing too bad. I always enjoy watching Hot News while having my breakfast. All right, I'm gonna tell you guys what happened to my finger. This is a trigger warning. If you are disturbed by things happening to fingernails or blood or any sort of, if you don't like any of that talk, I'll see you tomorrow for Hot News. But it was a freak thing that happened. I was going to reach into my washing machine to grab clothes to put them into the dryer. And you know how washing machines have like holes in the metal to like let the water out as it's spinning? Well, as I was reaching, my fingernail caught on one of the holes and it went and my fingernail ripped. It hurt like the dickens. And so this is just to protect it because it's at the top and it's really hard to keep a band-aid on it, so I have a band-aid with medical tape just to stop it from hurting like the dickens. Anyways, I'm gonna be done now. Thank you for hearing my story on my finger pain. I will see you back here for more of the Hot Tech News, hopefully again tomorrow.
If you've ever run a business, you need to know about this case file.
Nothing compares to the case of the missing customers.
Why were the customers missing? And who was responsible? The spirits were soggy. The morale was morbid. And the air was death.
Most of the customers visited the store last month are missing.
How about this one?
So, were you on a call?
When can I visit the store?
Let me check. Well, actually, hello? Hello? Hello?
Remark. Anything else?
Hey, can I have a brochure, please?
Sure.
Hey, when is the delivery?
Right, can you send someone to my address?
Your address? From a year ago? Give me one moment. Hello? 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 Hello?
Customers that visited the store last month are missing.
When can I visit? Your delivery's delayed. Payment late.
Just a minute.
Too much time.
When can I visit?
Wait, I don't know.
Looking 5 p.m., maybe?
Don't you remember your customers?
The answer's been here all along. The customers are missing because you guys are being shabby. You need to grab their attention. You need
They just need a CRM solution, right?
CRM solution? We don't even know where to begin.
Well, Why don't you just begin?
Hi, Jack. Wanted to visit the store?
Yes. When should I come?
Shared available slots.
Oh, awesome. Hey, man. I just shared the brochures on your number.
My number? Really?
Hey, Rose. Did you make a decision?
Yep, and I already made the payment as well.
Okay.
Just shared available slots, Mia. When can we deliver?
Wow, great.
Hi, Sheila. You liking those recliners?
You remember my name?
Of course.
Amazing. Hey, Sheila gave me your number.
Hi, this is Sherry's furniture store.
It's like the customer journey has come full circle.
Probably why it's called Big In 360.
Never miss another customer. Big in 360. Try it today.
Hey you look thirsty. $3 medium Dunkin' Refreshers, available in 3 refreshing flavors.
Let's plan. Go with strength. May that serve you. Magnificent. A moment of respite. has been disrupted. I shall aid you. You will succeed. Beware the scorpion sting.
Woman or scorpion, no matter. Putrefy.
This was the end of the dragon in my time. But I sense another being resides here. Perhaps you can challenge them, if you can find them.
With Shark Flex.
Your new balloon destination. Find a wide range of colors, styles, and even character designs. Plus, enjoy free helium inflation on select styles. Shop in-store or online at michaels.com today.
Your face is freaking me out, man. It's because your skin looks more dry than a stale raisin. And I hate raisins, they suck. That's why I clean my fists with Dr. Squatch Total Moisture Soap. It uses a real natural formula designed to wash away blood, sweat, tears, and regrets. Dermatology tested because dermatologists are smart. Also, it's great for tattoos. Stop the tears, fight the dry at drsquatch.com or find them in stores today.
I'm just not gonna have a man's baby just to have a man's baby. If a man wants me to have his baby, I have 2 requirements. You're gonna get a tattoo of my face on your body because it's a body for
Shut
body.
this shit off. Just shut this shit off.
What?
Shut this shit off.
What happened?
I'm gonna have a requirement. That's so princess talking. I'm gonna have a requirement. You haven't lived life, okay? Or you a ghetto ass motherfucker. No, the nobody ain't. Get in your face. Nah, B. Shut this shit off. That's just dumb and stupid. Yes, I said it. Dumb and stupid. It's exactly the same thing as is you done it or is you finished. Both of them. Nah, this is just stupid. If I
B-O-F-F-F-U-M?
Man, this girl is gonna be
both of them.
Both of them. It's either this girl is either gonna be lonely or motherfucker gonna leave her. Cause no.
I mean, nah. I mean, if she wanted, she gonna check up because there's always some ghetto ass nigga who do it. How many dudes do I know who get a tattoo of their girl on themselves?
Oh my days. But that you said that as a requirement. I don't care if you do it. You can put whatever face you want on it. I don't give a shit. But that's your requirement. That is your requirement for someone to not values. No, fuck that. Dash that shit out the window. We don't give a fuck about values. What we're gonna raise our kids. What we're gonna do with it. How we're gonna, do we discipline? Do we don't discipline? No, all that. Chuck that shit out. I have a face in my, I have a tattoo of my face on your. Shut the f up.
Before you judge her, let her.
I will. No. No.
Let's see why.
No, sir.
You're a reasoning.
I don't need to. I am judging.
Okay, but let her get off.
Yeah, get off. Let's see if it's gonna be smart.
All right.
2 requirements. You're gonna get a tattoo of my face on your body because it's a body for a body. My body's gonna change forever. Your body's gonna change forever. And my push.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody believes you. Shut up. And what? And what?
Well, hold on.
No, it does not.
Hold up. Let my sister speak. So, she's essentially saying, if I'm gonna have a life-altering experience in how I'm changing my body, you should do the same and then take those marks. Because women do get scarred. Women go through a lot physically in order to be able to push that baby out. You should endure something like that. If you're gonna be so casual and flip about putting the baby in me, pause. You know?
No, I don't know. I do not know. I don't care. It is what it is. This is grown up talking. I ain't about all this shit. I'm gonna alter my body. You're gonna alter your body. Shut the fuck up. That's what you do. That's what you do. You think it's not gonna be altering my body to fucking hear you nag? And you're supposed to nag. You're supposed to nag because having a baby is fucking hard. You think I'm not gonna gain weight? Sympathetic weight gain. That's what happens. Yeah.
Nah.
It's okay.
You didn't say alter my body because you nag. Nah, you bugging. Yeah. See, yeah. See, you know when preachers some bullshit.
No.
You know when
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So I'm not allowed to say some bull. So we're gonna let her talk. Cause that's your queen, right? That's your sister. We're gonna let her talk. We're not gonna let me say some bullshit. No, cause I thought that's what we were doing. I thought we was in to give some bullshit. No, I thought that was the point of the thing. We're gonna let her bullshit. We're not gonna let me bullshit. I thought it was bullshit for bullshit. The body for body. No, it's bullshit for bullshit. I can't bullshit.
My body, your body.
Boss. Get the fuck out of here, boys, big boys.
My body.
No, but for real though, that's nonsense. That's nonsense.
Change forever. Your body's gonna change forever. And my push present is either a car or a house, preferably both. But I
She called it a what?
My push present because I pushed it out. It's a push present.
Okay.
A car or a house, preferably both, but I definitely want a tattoo of my face on the father of my child's body, preferably stomach, because my stomach is gonna look different after a baby. So your stomach should look different too.
You don't have babies just to have babies.
But just think of how stupid this is, right? Like, imagine if she's like, all right, well, if I'm gonna sacrifice for you, you're gonna sacrifice me. So imagine, all right, you and your girl walking down the street, all right? And then you guys turn a corner like Batman's parents in Gotham, and then some dude pull out a gun trying to shoot y'all. The dude jumps in front, takes a bullet. Imagine just dudes out here taking bullets for their girl, pull out their gun like, bitch, where you want this?
Love you, pop! Like, shut up. Shut up. It's like if a guy just to pay the bills went to the army, right? He went to the army and he went to Afghanistan. Came back, a leg is missing, and he's coming back like this. Well, we about to chop off your foot, bitch, cause I altered my body to pay those bills. we chopping off your foot. No, that don't make no sense. Okay, chuck that shit out the window.
I mean, hey, man, look,
throw that whole shit in the trash. Fuck out of here.
It's just stupid.
Nah, it's just
it's just stupid.
Nah.
Push present. I didn't know that's a term. That's also
push
stupid.
Present.
You know, maybe this is just the whole baby mama thing, baby mama culture.
Daddy.
But like, imagine your requirements for having a baby by a dude is a push present and a tattoo. Not be my husband. Not make a lifelong commitment. Spend X amount of years with me, so I know you're gonna always be around. Why would you even need a push present if you're in a committed relationship with a man who's already providing you with a place to stay and a vehicle for you to use regularly?
I'm not providing you a place to stay. We are providing each other a place to stay. I stay in the bitch too. It's my house. It's our house.
Okay, but that's still my point. So he's part of that process, right? So he's providing, okay? So all I'm trying to say is, if you're already in that committed relationship, you wouldn't need a push present. This is why this is ghetto to me.
It's ghetto.
It's super ghetto.
Throw that
Oh, if I'm gonna have your baby, you need to buy me a car. What? Y'all weird. Just be married to somebody. The car should already be part of the process.
I can't wait for tonight. The kids are coming? Great. No, Uncle Todd is out. Oh, wait, he's in? I wish Grandma could have been here. Oh, she got the later flight. Chris and I broke up. Oh, we're back together. Everyone's coming.
Ashley Easy Glide extendable dining tables, making room for what matters most.
What are y'all talking about?
So a lot of you guys are mad that I said the requirements I have to have a baby from a man is a tattoo of my face, and my push present would be either a car or house. I didn't think I had to explain to you guys that that person would be my husband, but since you bitches love to do shit ass backwards the way you guys hop on the internet and talk shit before you brush your teeth for the day, I'll explain a few things to you. So y'all type into me with no ring on your finger and your mom's last name and say, well, what about being a wife? What about being a wife? Obvious fucking Lee. Right? And then of course the men were in the comments talking about a push present, question mark. Yeah, a push present, if you didn't know, is when you grow a human inside.
That's coming to DVD. There's also news that came out relating to the FNAF chapter content and new Ghostface licensing news, and I'm not sure how this is going to affect 2v8 or Ghostface in Dead by Daylight, but the owners of the Ghostface mask are talking about shutting down the license permanently. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to this channel if you want to see more content like this. So with the live release of the mid-chapter 35.5, there was a lot of information that was data mined out of the game files. Regarding Five Nights at Freddy's, Dweet said the Five Nights at Freddy's chapter release date is June 17th. The PTB will be on or a couple days near to May 27th as I suspected, and this was confirmed by Oryx Cell's gift being obtainable from now, May 6th until June 17th, the FNAF release date. Ruthless Leaks posted with multiple instances of content and events ending on May 27th, it seems very likely that the FNAF PTB will be on May 27th. The first picture that Ruthless posted showed that the proceeds of the Orla day shift and night shift outfits are going directly to charity. This is going to the Grow Beyond campaign in support of children and families from Quebec. This is one thing that ends on May 27th. You can see the time frame listed is May 13th to May 27th. There's also the new 2v8 information posted by Ruthless. It looks like the event's going to run from May 13th to the 27th. Cosmetic sale for the Ghostface and Oni new characters map, the Go 13th, directly to Ruthless. Hey everyone, Schmuckles. Today we're going to talk about new data mine info for the Dead by Daylight 2v8 event that's coming to DVD. There's also news that came out relating to the FNAF chapter content and new Ghostface licensing news, and I'm not sure how this is going to affect 2v8 or Ghostface in Dead by Daylight, but the owners of the Ghostface mask are talking about shutting down the license permanently. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to this channel if you want to see more content like this. So with the live release of the mid-chapter 35.5, there was a lot of information that was data mined out of the game files. Regarding Five Nights at Freddy's, Dweet said the Five Nights at Freddy's chapter release date is June 17th. The PTB will be on or a couple days near to May 27th as I suspected, and this was confirmed by Oryx Cell's gift being obtainable from now, May 6th until June 17th, the FNAF release date. Ruthless Leaks posted with multiple instances of content and events ending on May 27th, it seems very likely that the FNAF PTB will be on May 27th. The first picture that Ruthless posted showed that the proceeds of the Orla day shift and night shift outfits are going directly to charity. This is going to the Grow Beyond campaign in support of children and families from Quebec. This is one thing that ends on May 27th. You can see the time frame listed is May 13th to May 27th. There's also the new 2v8 information posted by Ruthless. It looks like the event's going to run from May 13th to the 27th. Cosmetic sale for the Ghostface and Oni new characters map. The Ghostface, the Oni, and Garden of Joy are new elements that are coming to this 2v8 iteration. There is even key art that was data mined from Ruthless. You can see the Oni and the Ghostface are being featured in the 2v8 key art for this upcoming event. Dweet also posted the Ghostface badge and banner. This is going to be earnable in the next 2v8. You can see there's a Ghostface badge and banner right there. Kind of cool to see more licensed content come in as a badge and banner. And then Ruthless showed that there's a 2v8 smoke bomb icon. I assume that this was also data mined from the game files. This looks very similar to the Haunted by Daylight 2024 Void Crystal that you could actually obtain. Recall this crystal is something you could actually obtain in the Void, and then once you throw it down, it creates a little smoke shield. It was a really cool and strong limited time item that was featured in the Haunted by Daylight 2024 event. You can see the similarities between the data mined 2v8 smoke bomb that's coming in with the next 2v8 event and the Void Crystal icon that was used in the Haunted by Daylight 2024. They don't look exactly the same, but stylistically they look pretty similar to me. So I kind of suspect that it's going to function pretty much the same way, and it's going to be actually something you can use in the 2v8 event that's coming up. Let's take a look at the Void Crystal, this limited time item that came with the Haunted by Daylight 2024. It's not an item that can be obtained through the Blood Web. Once you have this crystal in your hand, you can press the ability button to drop the Void Crystal at your feet. It detonates and creates a thick smoke shield to obscure visibility, grants you full invisibility while inside its area of effect, suppresses the creation of your scratch marks. This effect lingers for a few seconds after leaving the area of effect, can be retrieved from the Void Well, which is located in the center of the Void, in exchange for depositing 50 Void energy. Limited items are consumed on use. They cannot be brought into the campfire after the trial and are removed by the entity upon exiting the trial. So will the smoke bomb coming in the 2v8 function exactly the same as the Void Crystal? I'm not really sure. They did add herbs in the last 2v8 event, so they do like to add these sort of limited time items or like secondary objectives. There was a deposit process that you had to do to obtain the Void Crystal, so I kind of suspect you're going to have to do something similar to obtain these smoke bombs. There's also a Ghostface charm that's going to be earnable in the next 2v8 tome alongside his badge and banner. And Dweet also posted the next maps for the 2v8 5.0, aka not the one that's upcoming, are Garden of Joy, Greenville Square, and Torment Creek. This means likely that the Dredge and the Unknown will be featured in the next iteration. So just to recap, the May 13th to the May 27th 2v8 event that we suspect is coming in via data mined game files is going to feature the Ghostface, the Oni, and Ruthless here is saying the Garden of Joy. I'm not sure if that's going to be attached to it or not, because Dweet kind of said the iteration after this one will likely feature the Unknown, the Dredge, and the Garden of Joy map, which is the Dredge's map, and it seems like the May 2v8 event is going to feature a smoke bomb. Funworld actually might be closing right now due to tariffs that have been instated in the United States. This is something that was brought to my attention by Beezy from my Discord community, so a big shout out and a big thanks to Beezy for this information. We'll go over all of the facts of the situation. There's speculations mixed in with the facts. I'm going to read all of the things. Some of the information comes straight from the owner of Funworld. So 20 hours ago on Reddit, it was posted that Ghostface masks may come to an end due to Funworld closure. And I was like, what exactly does this mean? Well, businesses are saying that tariffs may cause them to close. This is something that was posted on May 5th, 2025. Funworld has been located in Carley Place for nearly 40 years and was founded in 1963 after operating under a different name for 4 years prior. The company has supplied people with the Halloween costumes, decor, and more, as well as accessories for other holidays. This mask is the mask that's on the Dead by Daylight version of Ghostface, so Behavior has a relationship with the license holder's Funworld. Funworld is also responsible for creating the Ghostface mask in the early 1990s, commonly associated with the Scream movie franchise. Alan Geller, the owner of the company, said his business is very profitable every year and can provide bonuses to employees. Geller said he already predicts Funworld won't turn a profit in 2025. If a sudden and extreme tariff from China does not reverse, I may close the doors permanently, he said. Geller said the cost increase is passed along to his business, and American customers can expect to pay nearly 3 times as much for Halloween items. President Donald Trump has executively levied tariffs against countries from across the world since taking office in January. Many countries have been slapped with a 10 to 25% tariff, but China is by far the outlier, as the United States has placed a 145% levy on the Asian country. So Geller's pretty much saying that the cost increase of the tariffs is going to be absorbed by American consumers, which may cause him to permanently close doors on this license. There's speculation buzzing on what the outcome of this is going to be on Reddit. People were kind of in panic mode that the Ghostface mask production is going to come to an end and the company may close. One Reddit response and speculation that got a lot of Upvote said Bit Dramatic, the rights to the mask would just be sold off to Spyglass or a subsidiary. Sucks to think that such an iconic business could close because of tariffs. That's what you get when you elect an idiot though. Someone else was wondering, I wonder if those rights would go to Paramount since they own the film rights, and they could just lease out the rights to produce the mask to a production company. In that case, then the mask could be released with the Scream branding too instead of just the Ghostface one. Someone said, I don't think Paramount owns anything to do with the mask, and this is true. But I imagine if it came up for sale, then they would bid since they don't want someone holding it hostage for a big pay from any future films. So there's a lot going on in the licensing world of the Ghostface mask and fun world in general. The outcome of this is largely unknown, and I think it's kind of crazy this is all happening at the same time that Ghostface is going to be joining the 2v8 event in Dead by Daylight. Could this mean that the Ghostface license holders would potentially not renew with Dead by Daylight, meaning that the Ghostface mask would somehow have to leave the game? I'm not really sure. We're just going to follow the situation and the facts of the situation, but this is something I just wanted to bring to your attention in the licensing world and how it relates to Dead by Daylight. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to this channel if you want to see more content like this. That does it for this video. Goodbye.
I love you. Okay. What's going on?
yourself for 9 months and you push shoulders through your coochie. Personally, for me, I'm gonna give an at-home birth if God allows it. So no epidural, no nothing. I want my house or my car. And I know that's so hard to wrap your heads around because when your wife asks you to take out the trash, that seems like nagging. So it takes you so long. She just ends up doing it herself. And I know it just seems so crazy, a woman asking you for anything, but that's what a push present is. A lot of men were also saying, oh, do I get a nut present? No, you don't get a nut present because you guys give women babies before you can give them an orgasm.
Okay, run it.
Yeah, this girl ghetto. This girl ghetto. I bet these people not.
Shut up.
You know, people say stuff like, "Oh, the people are misunderstanding me." It's not we're misunderstanding. You're just not good at communicating. Use the English language properly. We didn't make shit up. You said your requirements for you to have a baby are 2, and then you listed those 2 things. If other things were a requirement, you would have listed them, but you didn't. So don't get mad because people took the Instagram clip that yo ass edited, yo ass recited, yo ass uploaded, and then be mad at people because you didn't provide the context necessary. Bitch, that's your fault. People, the way they love to hop on the internet, your ass hopped on the internet and upload that shit. How is it that millions of people watching the same clip and getting the same reaction, but you think everyone else is the problem? Maybe you're just a shit communicator.
That's what you said. That's exactly what you said.
Don't make a clip if you don't want it taken out of context if you're the one who's uploading the clip. I could understand if somebody else uploaded that shit. That's your dumb ass. People are so goofy the way they do stuff.
That's just a glorification of ghetto. She thinks she's right. She hasn't seen anything. There's no positive things in her life, and that's the low. That's the low. That's what she aspires to. You gotta get me a car, something that depreciate. At least, or you gotta get me a house, and then a tattoo. Any fucking hoodlum's gonna tattoo your face, your pillow ass face on his fucking stomach. That ain't the thing. You don't care about love. You don't care about he's my husband. You don't care about values. If the person has all the values, you still gonna ask for a tattoo? Oh my God, you are broken. You are FUBAR. You are FUBAR. Fucked up beyond any repair. But it's just ghetto. It's just fucking ghetto. It's ghetto. Ghetto ass man.
Ghetto baby mama culture. I hate that shit so much. Listen, if you end up a single mom, that's one thing. But people who glorify this shit and talk about it, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. But I digress.
It's like I gave you a baby. No, shut the fuck up. That's not how life works. God damn.
They love saying I gave you a baby. Like a lot of these ladies not thirsting to have a kid themselves. Like they not desperate for it either. On first or second date, they saying bust inside of me knowing damn well they gonna be pregnant.
Oh, throw that shit.
I did all that shit for that. Why'd you get pregnant by him so quickly, stupid?
Throw that whole shit in the trash.
Don't put that shit on everybody else. Don't act like you wasn't in for it too. Okay?
Is we done?
I mean, we been finished, bro. We been finished.
Thank you.
Listen. If you had to choose a push present, what would it be?
Oh my God. If I had to.
I think John is.
That's 4 Bridgestones. Yeah, I mean, it's fair, but you also have to keep in mind that I do have ridiculously good gear. How are you?
Yeah, look at you. Yeah, look at you. What up? Come on. Say what up, my nigga. Come on.
We'll drop the budget.
Hey. Hey, my come on. You can't do it. Say what up, my nigga. Yo. I'm with the way. See you f***ing up right there. You say yo. Yo. You're like, yo. Dan, get it out. Yo. What up, my
Who are you looking for?
Yo. Yo, what up? Your brother? I ain't your brother. Hey, what up, brother? Come on, say it with me.
Someone's wrong now.
Watching expert calisthenic practitioners on videos can trick you into thinking it's not that hard. And yes, this is considering the fact that you know it's not as easy as they make it look. That basically means it's really, really hard. Well, to reach expert level. If you have ever thought about becoming an expert on the bar, you need to know these 50 things nobody will tell you. Let's get this one out of the way. The first thing no one tells you is that calisthenics is really, really hard. Sure, people will mention it off the cuff, but calisthenics isn't just a style of training. It's an entire skill. Think about how complicated the barbell snatch is. Now think about if your entire training regime was that complicated. Okay, so it's not actually that complicated, at least not the entire training system. However, being a pure calisthenics trainee requires time and dedication. You'll learn more about that as you watch this video. With that said, one of the first things people think about when they hear calisthenics is exercises like muscle-ups and human flags. But the second thing nobody tells you is that the reality is some of the most popular exercises you do in the gym belong to the calisthenics family. We're talking about things such as push-ups and chin-ups and dips and lunges and squat jumps and, well, you get the idea. These exercises are some of the most popular exercises we do, as well as being the most effective. In fact, when you think of PE class or the military boot camp, the first thing you think about is push-ups. And with that in mind, we want to mention the third thing nobody talks about. The majority of programs already have some calisthenics in them. A good portion of professional training programs will have at least one bodyweight exercise, the big ones being the push-up, pull-ups, chin-ups, dips, bodyweight lunges. So you're probably already doing calisthenics. Congratulations, you're almost there. But when people say calisthenics, they're generally referring to only doing bodyweight exercises. The problem with that is the fourth thing no one talks about. Pure calisthenics can be a bit boring. Well, not boring, but when you first start, you'll find that there aren't a ton of options.
Are you looking for a rewarding union job in New York City? We're hiring youth development specialists to supervise and support young people in detention. The starting salary is over $53,000, plus you can earn overtime. Health insurance, sick, and vacation pay are included. You may also be eligible for student loan forgiveness, and NYC residency is not required. Join our team as a youth development specialist. Learn more at nyc.gov/YDS.
Sip into that refreshing island life with bold and spicy flavors, real juicy fruit, and a new twist you can't resist.
Get on island time with refreshing bevs at Baskin-Robbins. CCA. Yay!
Options for exercises. To be clear, there are a lot of different movements you can do, especially if you understand the fifth thing no one talks about. In order to optimize your calisthenics training, having some equipment can make a huge difference in your training. But if you truly only have your body to train with, you will be extremely limited in what you can do. Therefore, having a set of bars is the first thing you want. Pull-up bar, low bar, parallel bars, they're all good. Further, things like parallettes and even a curb or set of stairs can be very beneficial. But even with these, the amount of exercises you can do is substantially lower than being in the gym. That does not mean it's not effective. It just means if you like having a ton of exercise to do, you may be wanting more. However, there's one piece of equipment that makes a huge difference. The sixth thing no one talks about is that having a TRX system is massive. And no, we are not getting paid to say that. If you have a TRX, you just multiply the amount of exercises you can do by a ton. There's really not a whole lot more to say, but if you have a TRX system, you instantly improve the amount of exercises as well as the overall roundness of your training. It can also help new lifters train better. This is important because the seventh thing no one talks about is that starting calisthenics requires a basic fitness level. Well, not required, but it helps a lot. Calisthenics requires total body control, advanced core strength, and above average strength overall. These take quite a bit of time to develop, making calisthenics a more challenging form of training when someone first starts training. Again, this does not mean you can't. You definitely can and will, but just know you'll need to be dedicated. Similar to this is number 8 on our list. Calisthenics can be very difficult for overweight individuals. Again, since calisthenics requires you to control your body, if you're overweight, it's going to be significantly more difficult to perform exercises. Being obese makes it very difficult to even perform your basic exercises like a push-up or pull-up. It's not that you can't, but again, know that it will be more challenging when you first start. At the same time, it'll also be a lot more rewarding. The reason for the last two is because of the ninth thing no one talks about. Calisthenics is a style of training which tests your relative strength. Your relative strength is simply how strong you are compared to your body weight. This makes sense as you are using your body weight. This is compared to something like barbell training, which tests your absolute strength, or the maximum amount of weight you can move. A person could theoretically be heavily overweight at 400 pounds. However, they also have a really strong bench press and can do 400 pounds. However, when compared together, they can only bench their body weight. Compare that to a 200-pound man who could bench 350 pounds, 1.75 their body weight. Get it? Having great relative strength is a sign of both athleticism as well as body composition. Still, the 10th thing nobody talks about is that calisthenics training works the same as lifting a barbell or using machines. Sometimes people will refer to bodyweight exercises as though they're easier. For example, they may perform them on recovery days, or they will just knock out a certain number of reps, such as do 50 push-ups. In reality, your muscles can't tell the difference between moving your body or a loaded barbell. It is still activated in the same manner. This is why when you're training using bodyweight exercises, you should use the same exact principles as when training with barbells or machines. In fact, let's look at the 11th thing nobody talks about. If you're able to load the push-up to the same intensity level as the bench press, your muscles have very similar activation. What this means is that if you could create a load that allowed you to do only 10 push-ups, your muscle activation would be equal to using your 10-rep max on the bench press. In other words, you can improve your strength and muscle mass with calisthenics.
So let's talk about whether you can use a massage gun for delayed onset muscle soreness. The key is that you use it for between 30 to 60 seconds. Don't use it for any less time per muscle because it's going to activate the muscle. It's going to get it stimulated, send it into a fight or flight mode. But then after 30 seconds, it gets into rest and digest mode, allowing the muscle to relax, which if you do that before stretching is going to get a greater stretch response, which will allow you to stretch the muscles, helping you recover better. And that's why you should use a massage gun the right way.
Massive news for the unemployed in today's story. Let's look at the notes right here. Well, there's a lot of good stuff to talk about. Asmongold fell through his ceiling and almost killed himself. Is that correct? producer. Is that correct? Is that what I'm going to talk about today? Extra $18 now? They were just $15 a week ago. Well, yeah, Asmongold fell through his ceiling. I don't think I've ever talked about Asmongold in a standalone video. And truth be told, I would have never thought in a million years that I was gonna come on here and talk about someone falling through their attic because they were looking for a dead animal. And before you ask, since rent cannot be that high, yes it can. So it all started yesterday when Asmongold tweeted this, took the day off to find some dead animal in my attic that smelled bad and ended up falling through the ceiling. Pretty sure I'm living in Sandstorm. If you land wrong, you could have fucking died. And I think he knows that very well because he literally just uploaded a video called Yesterday I Almost Died. And here we have a picture of the aftermath. And it's not like Asmongold is some small streamer and streams to like 3 viewers. He's not Frogan size, alright? He easily gets between 50 to 80,000 viewers every time he streams. I'm saying all of this to be like, yeah, this guy's making an insane amount of money. This guy's easily a multi-millionaire. If I was Asmongold, the second I would have turned a millionaire, if that was my house, I would have gone out of there ASAP. That thing is a ticking time bomb. People are falling through ceilings. There's stuff that's rotten in there. There's dead animals. Rats are always coming in and out. I believe there's a clip of literally a cockroach climbing on him as he's streaming. You have the money to buy like 10 mansions in LA. I'm not saying to move to LA, but I'm just like, you could get something a lot better. I'm really looking forward to hearing why he doesn't want to move and the lore behind that. I mean, this is a picture of his kitchen. Is that a fucking spider? This looks like the Resident Evil 7 house. It feels like this has been there over the last 35 years. I don't get how someone with this amount of money doesn't do anything about it, doesn't upgrade. And I'm not hating. I want to make it very clear. I'm not here to just shit on him. How much can a cleaning lady cost? Or 2? I mean, and I truly don't think anyone will hate on him or criticize him for upgrading, for getting a better house, a better and healthier life for himself.
So I had to take the day off. I woke up and I couldn't sleep. Well, it's basically like yesterday was a really good example of how you ever have one of those days where like everything just kind of the dominoes always fall in a way that is not good for you. Well, this was one of my dominoes yesterday. And so I had to deal with that. I thought this board was safe. This piece of wood, it wasn't. It was not. And so anyway, yep, I fell right through my fucking ceiling. Obviously, I was able to catch myself and, you know, I'm fine, right? I mean, aside from like, you know, 4 or 5 other cuts all over me. Other than that, I'm fine. Why was I in my attic? I woke up and I was like, oh my God, there's a dead animal in the house. Again, fuck. Why is this happening again? So I go into my attic and I can kind of smell it more. I have such a really bad sense of smell in general though, that it's very hard for me to track any scent and find it. I was in my attic trying to find this dead animal. I never found it. And that's why, and I think the reason why is that like this morning I woke up, it wasn't as bad. I think what happened is that it was actually a raccoon that died underneath my deck in my backyard. Because I walked out into the backyard and like I could very, very strongly smell it. And I was like, what the fuck is this?
How often does this happen to the point where you can recognize between a dead raccoon, a dead rat, or any other animal? In order for you to be able to catalog them, like, okay, this one smells a bit more funky. I think this one's this might be a raccoon, guys. It has that raccoonish vibes, and the blood is definitely different. I was reading some comments, and some people were like, this is the most Asmongold way to go out. Just falling through the ceiling while you're trying to get rid of a dead animal. Breaking news. Asmongold dies falling through his ceiling. Trying to remove a dead animal would be a very Asmongold way to go out. Now, thankfully, we could just look at this and laugh at it and be like, how does this even happen? How is this even fucking possible? I'm glad that's the outcome we got, instead of just being like, oh yeah, Asmongold fucking broke his neck or broke his hands looking for a dead animal. I mean, this is a pretty high place to fall from, especially if you're just walking around, it's dark, it's the attic, you can barely see. I don't always agree with you, and your takes on things have made me grow disdain towards you, but please take care of yourself. Nobody is going to hate you for using your money to better your life. I used to live like you, and my quality of life changed significantly, and mental health grew so much after I used my earnings to take better care of myself and my living situation. I know that it probably seems like a huge change, but you will look back at it and be happy you did something. Please take care of yourself. This person is 1000% right. Once again, I don't know if Asmongold Sack has some drama, that kind of rhyme. time. We shouldn't be enabling this. I don't know his whole life story. I've never spoken to him before, but looking at it from an outsider's perspective, I think he needs a change of scenery. I think he needs to get a new house. He could definitely afford it. Maybe get a nice pool. I believe he's in Texas, right? It's a lot cheaper than California. I don't know why he keeps living like this. If I had that amount of money and my house was absolutely terrible like his is, dude, I will be moving out the second I get my money. It's not only because it looks better or it's fancier, it's also for you, your health, not only physically but your mental health as well.
So I walk out into my fucking garage and there's literally a rat sitting there. Like back in the day, they would at least have like the fucking dignity to run away. But he's lived there so long, he didn't even give a fuck about me. He's like, hey.
We really got domesticated rats before GTA 6. Crazy fucking times we're living in. I'm begging you, my amigo, please, for the love of God, get a new house. You work hard, right? You got your money. You got the bag. Please upgrade your living conditions. This will do wonders for your health. A house that's a few $1,000,000. He's not gonna go into debt. This guy makes an insane amount of money, and that's awesome. It's inspiring. Please listen to us. Listen to your fans. You'll thank everyone that's been telling you, dude, move the fuck out.
Also, one of the reasons why I was stepping and walking in a weird way, really fun fact, I moved my foot in a way that morning where I tore my entire toenail off one of my toes. The entire fucking thing. And I had to get a piece of a bandage to like press everything down to stop all the bleeding. So I was walking in a weird way anyway because of that happening. Ouch, it doesn't matter, it's fine. Who cares? And so anyway, live somewhere else, but
Counting Calories versus Intermittent Fasting Part 2 or Part 5, 7, 12, not sure, lost count a while ago. But yes, a new research is pitting these two dietary ideologies against each other once again. Which will stand tall this time? Let's find out. In the scientific literature, managing calories has been the intervention consistently linked to changes in body weight. At this point, even with the inconstant nature of science, it's largely trivial to debate against calories in versus calories out for weight management, but it certainly hasn't stopped people from doing so. And one of the more prevailing arguments against it is none other than fasting. You see, the science indeed shows that fasting can lead to significant weight loss. Unfortunately, the science also shows that fasting can only do so by abiding to the same calorie rules. And with similar calorie restrictions, science shows that you'll lose similar amounts of weight with fasting as you would with just counting your calories. And this new study is no exception. In this 2023 study, subjects fasting lost on average statistically similar amounts of weight over a 12-month period as subjects tracking their calorie deficit. So no, fasting per se does not at all dispute the importance of calories. But there's something else about this new study that makes it a bit more fascinating than others. No doubt, restricting calories is important. But what if you can restrict calories without even knowing it? Better yet, what if we can restrict calories without even knowing it and without even intentionally trying to lose weight? The subjects fasting in this study did just that. They were simply instructed to eat within an 8-hour window each day between 12 and 8 p.m. with zero instructions on counting calories, nor were they told to lose weight. The calorie group, on the other hand, did track calories and were instructed to eat 25% below their estimated calorie maintenance. Now, a few more details about this study. The subjects were a racially diverse group of 90 adults with obesity. The intervention lasted 12 months, split into two 6-month phases. The first phase was the weight loss phase, where the groups followed the aforementioned diet protocols. The second was the maintenance phase, where the calorie group now ate at the level of their estimated maintenance, and the fasting group extended their eating window from 8 to 10 hours. In the end, the fasting subjects lost on average 4.6 kilograms, and the calorie subjects lost 5.4 kilograms, which is not statistically significantly different. The weight loss is similar, probably because both groups also also achieve similar daily calorie restrictions of around 400 calories below maintenance. And that again is the big takeaway. The fasting group did not intend to reduce calories, nor did they intend to actively lose weight, yet they still did at a similar rate as subjects that did intend to reduce calories and did intend to actively lose weight. This is quite a huge deal, especially for people dealing with obesity. And in a way, it makes intermittent fasting superior to counting calories by helping you skip the counting part entirely. Of course, and some of you with poor experiences with it can attest to this, intermittent fasting is not for everyone. Some might still eat above maintenance calories with fasting, and some might struggle eating in a specific time window each day. However, I do want to point out that fasting subjects in this study also reported higher adherence rates. At the very least, for some anyway, intermittent fasting can be a perfectly fine addition to their weight loss strategy. And considering obesity rates today, more options are more than welcome. So if you haven't given it a shot and you're not seeing results with just tracking your calories, then tracking your time might be worth considering. But another big calorie debate is whether all calories are actually equal. If you want to find out, check out this next video on just that.
This tank broke the internet.
I love you. What's going on?
I don't know. Since the move, Tim and I haven't been on the same page.
Please, do you love each other?
Maybe we're just complacent.
Well, you know, complacency can sometimes simply be harmony. You know, this could be the beginning
When you roll over, you're on my hair.
of something wonderful.
Tim.
We spend our lives in search of the other half. If you think you found that, don't be so quick to let it go. I think something's happening to us.
Listen to me. Listen to me. We've got to get out of here. Now. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Billy, wake up!
You'll be okay. Whiskey for the pain.
Okay, right. I mean, when you hear that from a sister, and this is another thing as men we fall into, sometimes we can be very naive. We believe it. And I'm not going to mention the sheikh that I'm going to talk about, but he does marriage counseling. He says one of the mistakes that we would do is when a sister comes in and she starts crying, we automatically think the husband is wrong.
Yeah.
And this is wrong. Ali Radiallahu said,
Women are fucking liars, bro. Okay? That shit transcends.
Egg, grocery, and gas prices are going up. But getting an exam and x-ray at the dentist? That's now free for new Aspen dental patients without insurance. Whether you haven't seen a dentist in a long time or want to improve your smile, we're here to make taking care of your oral health easier and more affordable. No pressure, no surprises, Just good, dependable dental care when you need it.
Race, religion, time, okay? Listen, don't believe a crying woman. True. We call that, what was the name of the confusing one? Not halal or haram. What's the thing where like, you're on the edge, man. You better don't do anything you'll be ashamed of, is what Muhammad would say. What was the thing in the middle called? Makruh. That's makruh, okay? When a woman comes in and you want to blame the husband and take her side immediately, that's more confusing, okay? Don't do that, all right?
For you to understand justice, you have to hear both sides. And this is where I failed. As a human being, I failed. Because when I heard a story, and she's told me this,
oh no,
I sympathized. I was upset. I was angry. I was like, which human being would do these things to this sister? I was upset. So was Mohammed Tarawih.
He fucked up.
He was, when I was with him, he was upset. Yeah? Now, moving forward. Then afterwards, there was a communication through Instagram, if I'm not mistaken. After that, she asked to come and meet me in my dawah table. I said, no problem, sister, but I got my wife. Alhamdulillah, actually, she said, can I come? I said, you can come. I said, if you're free, you're not doing nothing, leave the kids at your mum. She came with me. Actually, no, she came with the kids, if I'm not mistaken. She came, and this sister, Bushra, said that she would be more comfortable. I said, alhamdulillah, to me it's better. It's a public place anyway. It's not like we're meeting anywhere private. No problem. My wife came, we went to Cafe Concerto, we sat down. And we spoke. One thing my wife noticed was this. She said this to me actually herself. She said she didn't even acknowledge my wife's presence there. Like for someone, and I'm not saying anything. She's like, she seemed very, like to me, she seemed like she wanted blood. Like I could just see from her eyes, she wanted nothing but blood. And my wife even said like, it's as if like her body positioning is as if my wife didn't even exist. And I even met her daughter, beautiful young girl. She was playing with the kids, etc. We bought some ice cream, etc. They were sitting there. That was my second occurrence with her. I spoke to her. And the third occurrence was when I heard her story, when she told me, you know, she was lied into getting a secret marriage, she didn't want this, and all these kind of stories. And I thought to myself, subhanAllah, whoever this person is in the dawah scene, I don't care. I said, I want the public to hear your voice. Now I could come and say, hold on a second, you know, it's in the dawah scene, it might be someone that I know, let me be biased, you know, because, you know, if we're biased, I would say, you know what, sorry sister, your story's lied, don't contact me, don't message me, go away, get it. No, I took her voice, and I said, let her have a voice and express herself. Only one condition. Because it's an accusation, no names are going to be mentioned, because it's an accusation. I don't know who it's about, etc., but you want to voice your opinion, no problem. So, however, later on, I did find out who it was, but I still went ahead with the interview because I said, look, it's an accusation and it's my duty now to find out the other side because the name has been mentioned now, which I did not want it to be mentioned. I let her have her voice. Now, she said that she did not want to get into a look. Let's read from the website.
Let's read
clearly.
what she
said.
said.
The question is asked, did I agree to a secret marriage? She starts off with never. Now listen very carefully. Two words I always pick up on. Never and secrecy. Never and secrecy. This is very bold for someone coming and saying never and secrecy. Now let's read some messages.
Let's read.
Which when I saw, and when in this very studio, because when these accusations were unfolding, and then I happened to know the name she mentioned, I didn't ask for the name. I told her clearly, I don't want to know the name. When she mentioned me the name, I still went ahead and done the interview. The most blameworthy thing that people come and say to me is, hold on a second here, actually what you done was a violation towards your friend Hijab. And I'll say, no, actually you're right. Because if you think about it, my bias was actually
true. Where are the loyal men at? Absolutely true.
Towards her when I didn't know who it was, and when I knew who it was, I said, look, in order for me to be just, which actually I was unjust if you think about it, I was thinking I was just.
You were unjust.
By hearing the story, this whole interview that we took, and then I came to this very house, and then I played this thing. I said, somebody approached me, yes, and this was my indirect way of getting Hijab to, like, see, there's an, you can come up. But this is someone that he even knows. I wanted to see, does he even know her? We played the full interview, and Hijab said to me, bro, I know this voice. I know this woman. And I said, okay, who? And she said, he said, come and let me show you. This is the messages that he showed me that made me change my mind. It made me embarrassed.
Okay.
It made me realize the mistake that I did. Because to me, of not wanting to be unjust, I ended up being just. I ended up being unjust towards Hijab. So if you think about it, if I have any loyalty, I would have done the opposite, right? Would I not come and say to her, look, you're a liar? No. I actually had to apologize to Hijab and say, bro, I'm sorry. It's just I didn't want to be biased, and I took it into whatever. This is what he said. I want you guys to listen carefully.
Yeah, I'm listening. Tell us.
Could I ask you today, please? I need some advice. So Hijab is replying saying, I know a 28-year-old brother, Tunisian, not married, no kids. I've known him for 20 years. Would you consider him for marriage? Okay.
I know a 20-year-old brother, Tunisian, not married, no kids. I've known him for 20 years. Would you consider him for marriage? Thank you for thinking I could be suitable for someone you know 20 years. Damn, this is what we need in America. Arranged marriages. Okay. So to help all the red pillar, or not the red pillars, the incels.
You can see. She says, thanks for thinking I could be suitable for someone you've known for 20 years. I would consider, I can't see the text here, that has high religious level and practice. The next message. Sorry about those texts. I got emotional. Long. And then hijab replies, listen, I honestly think what you deserve and what is most likely to ensure that you don't go through heartbreak or repression is a normal monogamous relationship. I must give you this advice. Otherwise, I would be cheating you. Third message. I can, now listen Kevin, this is very key, because remember she said never for secret marriage and secrecy. I can go for a religious man, inshallah, and give up on equality. Did you hear that? Okay, now, I
go for religious man, inshallah, give up on equality. I just don't want to be cut off in case she finds out with no mistake of mine. And then I would still go for a religious man, even if he has to cut me off if she finds out with no mistake of mine. I'm guessing these are these texts translated, I'm guessing? Like, is with no mistake of mine, that there's probably some Arab word for that, to where like if shit gets fucked up, like I won't hold it against you or something? Is that what that means? Does anybody have... Where are my Arab speakers? This is some red pill shit. She's like, I'll settle for the alpha religious male if I have to share him. And if the other guy finds out, then I'll bounce.
I just don't want to be cut off in case she finds out with no mistake of mine.
You will be blessed with a daughter. Thank you, Kendra.
And then I would still go for a religious man, even he has to cut me off if she finds out with no mistakes of mine. Now, there's an issue that I have.
Yeah?
Let's suppose this marriage actually happened.
Okay.
Let's go with argument's sake.
Let's
Even
go.
though clearly hijab is denying it. This marriage didn't happen. Okay, let's go with it. The text here says, I just don't want to be cut off. So she's first expressing, I don't want to be cut off if your wife finds out. Which it tells you clearly that she is agreeing to a secret marriage. It's a secret marriage.
That's a secret
Number
marriage,
two.
true.
And then this is what I found a little bit odd.
Okay.
In the same message, she twists and says, and then I would still go for a religious... So, okay, one second. First you're saying, I don't want A to happen. But if A was to happen, I will still go ahead with it. Says, and I will still go for a religious man, even if he has to cut me off if she finds out with no mistake of mine.
God damn, guys.
I don't know if you guys find this troubling, but
that's fucking
number one,
crazy.
The first point is this.
Yeah?
The evidences does not match. First you're saying never to secrecy, then you are saying that, which is actually very weird, because Sister Bushra, because I've met you face to face, Sister Bushra, you here are saying this, and guess who else is actually not only just calling you out and showing the evidence not matching here? Apis, the very vile Satan that you said you go to the worst of the worst, you went to him, he's even actually having a go at you. This is an enemy of Islam who you went to. He's even saying and blaming you and saying you are as much to blame if this marriage happened, that you went there and said, oh, it's a secrecy. He's actually saying to you, what you did is not even honorable. This is an enemy of Islam, the most vile of the man who rips the Quran and spits on the Quran, telling you that you went to him, by the way, him and David Wood, which we're going to come to a bit later, with all the evidences how you've been working with the enemies of Islam, not only about this story, but trying to aid them with evidences used against Islam, which is kufr. I'm not doing takfir of you. I'm saying it's kufr. So, your evidences does...
Ooh. Not tafir, okay? Not the tafir, which is where you can lie for Islam if you're furthering Islam, but kafir. Kafir is when you tell the bad lies to hurt Islam. Now you're fucking up real bad, okay? Damn. Not good. Clearly, that's not mukbah. That's haram. Clearly, okay? Not good.
Not match. When I saw these messages, I was so angry at myself. Because what you told me and what came out to be, which is these evidences, was what...
Oh, wait. Takia is the lying for Islam thing. Never mind. I'm sorry. I fucked a lot up. I don't know. Whatever she did, it was bad. My bad.
Not going to say, there's two options here. Either you are an outright liar, or number two, you have psychological issues. I cannot put anything in there. If I want to assume the best in you, I'll say you have psychological issues, or there was something happened, whatever it is. I just don't know how you can come and to me and Mohammed Taraweh and tell us this story, and then after that, we find the truth of stuff that you haven't said to these accusations, and this as an accusation that you married him and the hotel marriages and all of this case with no single evidence. We took your word. We believed in you as our sister. We didn't come and say, get lost, you attention seeker. I sat down with you. I'm a busy man. I've got a family. I've got 3 daughters. I've got kids. I have daughters. Yes, I took your word seriously. I sat down with you. I gave you my time. Even though my wife said, look,
oh my God,
don't get involved.
can I just
stay away. Even then, I said, no, look, she's our sister. I came and I'd done an interview. I listened to your story. My wife listened to you. We was there with your daughter, subhanAllah, a beautiful young girl,
I didn't mean to do that.
and many other things that you didn't even tell the public, which we are going to talk about very soon, inshallah. So, after that, I apologized to you. And I said, forgive me, because not wanting to be biased and not wanting to be unjust, to have justice, I was unjust to you, Aki. So this is an Uqsum Billah, if Allah is my witness. If this all happened...
An Uqsum Lingba. Damn.
Just 10 days before my daughter's wedding, cardiologists at Stanford Health told me I needed open heart surgery.
Extensive testing from Stanford Health's cardiac team revealed multiple blockages that went undetected at other facilities. Through its partnership with Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Stanford Health provides Fairfield County's most comprehensive heart care.
Without the care and attention of the Stanford Health team, I wouldn't have been there for her.
When you work on cars as much as I do, you learn what matters most. And for me, that's trust. What sets Advance apart is the people. They don't just hand me parts. They help me get back on the road. They've always got the right parts at the right price, right when I need them. Whether you just need your battery tested or you've got years of experience. Advance Auto Parts is right around the corner and ready to help.
This is how we advance.
Not good. You don't want to do the Oxford Limba. That's how you really fucked up.
I was unjust to you, Aki. So this is an Uqsum Billah, if Allah is my witness. If this all happened in this very house. So that is the reason why I did not release the video. This is the reason why I actually even deleted it. And subhanAllah, I even tried to retrieve it. We couldn't. And I'll show you the messages here, yeah?
SubhanAllah, no, Aki, no, bro. That is gone, Aki, long time. That's gone a long time, bro.
They all sound like Slicker.
Yeah, that's gone a long time, I think. Long time. What I might do, let me see if I can try and get it recovered, but I doubt it, bro. It's been so long. I doubt I can get it back.
We couldn't. So this is phase 2. Now we're going to move on to phase 3 of her outright working with the enemies of Islam. And you are going to be shocked. And one thing that you said, which I didn't hear the thing of I saw him as God, but if you remember Bushra, Sister Bushra, if you remember, we sat down with you and my wife, and I was talking to you, you said, I saw Muhammad hijab like his Abu Bakr. Now when I heard this, I was thinking, like Abu
what?
Bakr, you know, like, I mean, no disrespect to hijab, yani, I was just like, excuse me, like Abu Bakr, like, well, I don't understand, like, why would you hold some human being, like, Abu Bakr human as well, but...
Like, he's cool, but he's no Hagu Baga, okay? That would be another level of coolness, and no offense to Muhammad hijab, but he's absolutely not him. He's not that guy.
You know, someone to that level. I was shocked. This showed me that there was a deep level rooted obsession, because for you to message and give, because you're basically giving hints to hijab in that message, I'll be honest with you. You're basically saying, whoever this man is, you know, if he takes me as a second wife, etc., I don't mind foregoing my rights. This is another level of nisyan. So my dear sisters who are supporting Sister Bushra, etc., look, I'm not saying whatever she went, I don't know what she went through. That hijab thing, clearly, it's nothing to do with him. But simple question, my dear sisters. You're defending her, no problem. And actually, there was one sister who messaged me on Instagram, like, yeah, your friend done this. I said, are you married? She goes, yeah. I said, what if you approached your husband and said, I don't mind being a secret, even if your wife finds out? She stopped messaging me. I said, I thought so. Ooh. If she messaged your husband and said, I don't mind being a secret second wife, I don't mind that if your wife finds out that you can leave me. Look, I'll be honest with you. Yes, okay. I've been in situations where people have been in polygamous marriages, and mainly sisters will say, look, if your wife finds out, are you going to leave me? I might do. Sorry, I don't want it. So, to me, in that instance, brothers and sisters, it shows that you are obsessively, you're pursuing him when you are accusing him of pursuing you. That's point number 1. And not only that, Mohammed Tarawna, he's got an audio recording we're going to play for you.
Now about this case, Akhi. When Sister Bushra reached out to me, she told me about the marriage between her and Muhammad hijab. I believed her. Later, Muhammad denied this marriage. Now, on my side, I tried to speak to Sister Bushra. I tried to advise her. Also, I tried to make her feel that she's hurt and to calm her emotions down. But none of my efforts made any difference to her.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, Allah Azza wa Jal is the one who judges between all our affairs, and Allah Azza wa Jal is the one who is just and fair, Tabaraka wa Ta'ala. So I will leave this matter to Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala. Also, my brother, I don't want to get involved in this matter any further. So please, my brother, don't contact me for this matter anymore.
Pussy.
Do you think I'm going to call us? Uqsum Billah, do you think I'm scared of Muhammad hijab or Zishan or anyone? Do you think somebody's going to... and to be honest, my psychology, actually, if somebody threatens me, if someone says sweet words to me, I might work with it, yeah? But if someone threatens me, I work the opposite way, yeah? Okay, so listen to me, I don't care. Like I said to before as well. I'm telling you exactly what transpired. Okay, so before someone comes and says, you know, hijab's got a gun, you can't see it behind me, is telling me what to do, yeah? Okay, Mohammed Tarawna and myself both fell for this, and Dunya's ex, I'm gonna call you Dunya's ex, okay? You are so obsessed with your ex, you've made your whole dunya. And I'm gonna come to you very later, because we are gonna be exploring many episodes to come about Dunya's accusations about you and how she claims that you committed zina, my friend. Yes, and I'm not saying you did. I'm just putting it out there. We'll come to it later.
Damn.
So, brothers and sisters, as I told you guys before, when Sister Bushra came to me, I heard her story. I heard her out. We listened to her with my family, my children, because we took her seriously, and she is our sister in Islam.
Okay.
But brothers and sisters,
what?
This matter has become personal to me. Not because hijab is my friend or my brother, but rather the messages that I'm about to show you
means
now
world in Arabic.
will leave you jaw dropped. Because this matter has become about Islam. Because what you read, what I'm about to read now, is a message from her account, and we're going to prove to you it's from her account, saying the following: Hi David, I have some important information to share with you that you may find useful to share about Islam. How can I contact you? When I saw this message, this matter became very personal to me, because I told you guys before, my loyalty is to Allah and His Messenger. And since, Bushra, you have decided to throw Islam under the bus, I'm not going to do the same thing, and I won't. You have not said here, I have information to share about Muhammad Hijab, or Ali Dawa, or whoever for that matter. You have directly made a statement of kufr. Share what information?
Kufr, what is that? Is that a bad statement about Islam? That's attacking Islam?
About Islam. With who? Are you sharing information with Sister Khadija, who wants to know how to defend Islam? Rather, you are going to the vilest of the vile, and you are shaking hands with Shaitan, and that Shaitan betrayed you.
Not Shaitan.
So from these messages, guys, for somebody to drop so low, no matter how much you hate one individual for whatever reason it is, to go and say that you will be sharing information that an enemy of Islam, who laughs and mocks the death of Palestinian children who are being blown into pieces, who rips the Quran, spits on the Quran, who burns the Quran, who insults your messenger day and night. And we are going to take the testimony of this woman serious, yeah? Bushra, it has become personal now.
Damn.
And what we're going to do, brothers and sisters, is we're going to show you the first mistake, or the many mistakes they made, but one slip up.
I like how when it's attacking the whole religion, now it's personal. You went after my friend before, not cool, but now that you're going after my religion, now it's personal, okay? Family, Islam, okay? You can attack my friends and my family, but don't you dare come after my goddamn religion.
Of a message.
I will end you.
A fake, photoshopped message that we have to give it to our brother, Salman.
Photoshop?
Ex-husband, should we say, who came out and said that this was photoshopped. Just one thing you missed there, brother Salman, should I say Dunya's ex-husband.
Oh no, how do we know it was photoshopped?
Message that you missed out on your video to inform your viewers.
Bro, why don't we have like Christian people that do shit like this? No wonder Christianity is losing the popularity contest. What the fuck? I feel like Christian influencers are cut. I think the Red Pill people were right. What the fuck?
Done by Bushra herself.
Every time there's Christian drama, it's just about Catholics raping kids. Boring. These guys are allowed to marry kids, okay? They're way ahead of us in the online drama world. What's going on over here, guys?
Message that you missed out on your video to inform your viewers was done by Bushra herself.
Damn.
And here is the evidence.
In this relationship and so on, I want you to help me make things easy. I really want this to happen. So I thought, like, at that time, I look at this guy as a god, like, because I trust him.
We got the fucking audio analysis. We need to get the spectrogram out here. Oh, shit.
I was like, I didn't see at all anything wrong that's going to happen. This is for me like the story of
it's not the marriage of by the way, but...
We're going to show you now the correlations and the connections that her channel had when she even contacted David Wood.
Okay.
She has been on multiple Dawah live channels of Dawah Wise, Brother Hashim, Mansoor, Sheikh Hazm, and many of these dua with shubahat about the Quran.
Because we had...
Sarah, could I ask you?
Oh shit! I don't know what this means, but she's on other channels.
When I tell people I'm an ear model, they want to see my ears and inspect them a little bit.
Want a career as an ear model? We're not the school for you. Looking for a degree to help advance your nursing career? Check us out at post.edu. Post University.
EasyCater is your soup to nuts tech platform for ordering food for your workplace. Yummy.
Are these like anti-Islam channels? No way. I don't know what this is.
Told me to not apologize, that they did not think it was a microaggression, and it wouldn't make sense given that those women would not accept my apology anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So it would bring in more negative attention. And I guess that sometime on Saturday, maybe Friday, or sometime in that time frame, I guess that there was a conflict between one of the creators, who was a man of color, and the other POC creators on the tour. There was miscommunication between them. I really don't know what happened to this day. The guy's name is Mr. Jones. That they all, I guess, got angry with about something. I don't know what the whole story was, but essentially they had decided that I did need to make a statement on Saturday or
And then just to keep
Saturday.
names straight, Mr. Jones was somebody that was working with you guys. That's part of your org, and then they were talking with another influencer that was also part of the tour. And then so all of these people got together, decided that you should make some kind of statement.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Mr. Jones was an influencer. We don't have any relation to that man, and in fact, there are a lot of allegations that have come out since that we are not in support of. He was just a random influencer. Like that's all he was.
Okay. So he wasn't.
Yeah.
So, wait. So he did go
Not
on the
a
tour,
person.
or he didn't go to the
No.
tour. Okay, he didn't. Okay. All
Oh
right.
no, he was on the tour, but he was not a staffer, like nobody, like just a random influencer that was on the tour.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And so he had told me multiple times that he had spoken with all the POC creators, and they had all said, because even after we had that text message exchange, I still wanted to be sure that they didn't want me to make a statement, because I felt like I should make a statement. That was like my initial gut feeling, because I was like, okay, if I make a statement, and I just basically told them what I told everybody else, which is the truth, that this would go away. That was like my initial thought. But Mr. Jones had told me that to not do that he had consulted with everybody, that they were still all on the same page about me not making a statement. And I guess according to the creators, he had never had that conversation, which I don't know is true or not. I feel like, because the creators had also told me the same thing. So like I think it could have been true, but I don't know for sure.
It's really
but
hard.
that's
I don't know if you figured this out yet, but it's very hard because a lot of people will say things and they're not even really lying, but like especially when you've got so many different people involved. This is why, and I'm sure you know this from the organizing side of things, like chain of command is so fucking important. It's because somebody will say something like, I think somebody like A and B will be talking, and then they'll talk to C and they're like, yeah, me and A and B were talking, and like, I don't know if it would be good if Z were to make a statement. And then like C will talk to someone else, be like, oh yeah, well A and B said that Z definitely should make a statement. And then D will talk to someone else, be like, a whole bunch of people have been talking and think that D shouldn't say anything. And it'll things like telephone, like very minor ways from party to party. But then by the time it reaches something, yeah, things can get very, very dramatic very quickly because people start coming with much stronger statements than what were actually said. And then I'm sure you've played this game of like, okay, well, who actually said this, or what was actually the statement here? And then you find out that it like doesn't exist, or it was like the weakest version of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really like what was going on, was that like I think maybe they had a call and maybe they had agreed and then maybe they hadn't. I mean, I have no idea. But ultimately, I guess that they were very, very upset with the fact that he was talking for them. Whatever, I think that was their main complaint. So I had, and by the way, Parker and Dean, I want to make it very clear that Parker and Dean, at every single instance throughout, before this happened, during this, and afterwards, had said to not make a statement. Very specifically said not to make a statement, said that it would not be good for them or for us, and had requested that we do not. So I guess they had all gotten together. We had a meeting planned on Sunday morning, which was, so this was happening Saturday night. So Sunday morning we had a meeting planned. We didn't know any of this was going on Saturday. So I guess the creators had gotten together, created this alternate group chat sometime between Friday and Saturday. And essentially...
Welcome aboard, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare for takeoff. Oh yeah.
Fight or flight, rated R.
Spectricide Weed and Grass Killer is a threat against weeds and grass. The formula kills broadleaf and grassy weeds down to the root and is rainproof in 15 minutes. Killer outcome from a brand trusted by millions for more than 60 years. Spectricide, you hold the power.
one of the things that I talk about a lot, this happens in video games, it happened in real life management scenarios for me. There's a thing that I call this second meeting. And basically what it is you have your main meeting where people bring their grievances and people talk about what's going on and you all make a plan. And there's always this thing, I call it second meeting. And it's where there's another group of employees who they have like their own kind of structure. And they're like, we know the real grievances, but we're not going to tell management. We're going to all sit here and say it amongst ourselves. And they kind of like, it's this weird resentment thing. And if you're part of like leadership or you're part of management or you're part of like people management, you have to be able to identify these groups of people. And then you either infiltrate it with your own employee or you just go to yourselves like, okay guys, like tell me like what's actually going on. And if you don't ever get a hold of it, then yeah, you get like these weird semi-coup insurrectionist people that will, not to shit on them too much or anything, but like that's just a very funny thing that I've noticed. And it's funny that because I see people in chat saying second meeting and it kind of popped up again here, but yeah.
I think I'm gonna start using that now, the second meeting.
Yeah.
That's so true. Like I've seen this happen. This is obviously like in my company this shit never happens because we're like a group of like fierce women that don't care about this shit. But when I used to work for other places, like that stuff would happen all the time where they'd be like, I'd get invited to like secret chat groups and stuff. And it's like, you know, it's just, I don't know. It's dumb because like our team is so accepting and so like we want to hear everybody's input. We want to
like why not just tell management, like they probably want the project to work, just like tell them, figure out a way to it's very frustrating.
Well, and they knew that, they knew originally I wanted to make a statement anyway, so I wouldn't like, it's not like they'd come to me and say, hey Z, we've changed our mind, and I'd be like, well fuck you guys. You know, I mean that's not the reaction they were gonna get, and they all knew that. So that's why I think maybe something a little more sinister was underneath all this about like the pack and them wanting to take over the fit. I don't know that stuff for sure. That's just all like, you know, my thought. But essentially like they had their second meeting and they somehow decided in the course of that 3-hour meeting to not come to us at all and to just go live. So even though we had a meeting planned for the next morning, everything was good. I had spoken to Dean and Parker that morning. They had basically said that they thought that Parker, more so Parker than Dean, had thought that it was a good idea at this point to make a statement because he was getting a lot of pushback on his like personal channel. And so I essentially said, okay, I want you to actually, because they hadn't actually watched the live at that point, so they were saying things that I was saying that I never said. Like they were saying like, oh, you need to apologize because you called them aggressive. And I said, well, I didn't say that. And they were like, okay, well, you said this. And I was like, well, I didn't say that. And so I was like, okay, well, why don't you go watch it? And then let's come back and like have like a real conversation, because I don't want to apologize for something I didn't do. I want to make sure that it's a genuine apology that actually makes sense. And they never called me back. So they entered into that meeting, their second meeting, whatever, and basically just decided at that point that they were all going to go live and tear this whole thing down.
Okay, so they went live, and this would have been on Saturday night, I'm guessing, it sounds like?
Sunday afternoon.
Okay,
like,
Sunday afternoon. And this was after you had the meeting or before your meeting?
So they never showed up to the meeting. We had the meeting.
They just skipped the meeting, okay.
So they skipped the meeting, and then after they went live, we still wanted to try to save it. So we were like, okay, we know you guys were upset. Sorry you guys were upset. Like we didn't realize how big this was because nobody told us like how big this was. So I was like, let's set up a meeting where we can like air our grievances and find a way to move forward. And so all the creators, all of them showed up to that meeting. Every single one except for Dean and Parker. Dean and Parker did not come. They had a representative speak for them, which was another creator.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, awesome.
Yeah, so that's essentially what happened. And then, I mean, we haven't really been in communication since that. I mean, I will say, like, there were a lot of red flags along the way. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, well, everything was, like, fine and dandy and fine and good. And then all of a sudden, like, you know, there were signs of, not that this would happen, definitely not that this would happen, but there were signs of people that clearly wanted to look good and not do good. And that to us was like, we had some internal staff conversations where there were just certain like things that happened where we were like, oh, like that's
Can you give,
good.
without being too specific or without calling out an individual, I guess, could you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, like I'll give like one example. So like I'll just say who it was. It was Dean. We were at an event. We were at the event, and it was like super hot or whatever. And one of our staffers were like collecting orders for Starbucks, and we went and got the Starbucks and came back. And Dean was like, "Well, I can't drink it out of this cup." And we were like, "Well, what do you mean?" He was like, "Well, I can't." He's like, "They're on the boycott list. I can't drink it out of this cup." He's like, "I'm gonna need you guys to find another cup to pour it in." So I could drink my coffee. And to us, that was just a little bit like, I don't know. First of all, Starbucks isn't even on the boycott list as far as I'm aware. And like, second of all, like, I don't know, like things like that, like it looked really like weird to us. We were like, why? Like you're that concerned about your image that like you'll still drink Starbucks, but you won't drink it out of a cup. Like that's,
sure.
I don't know. Like, and there were like multiple things like that happened where it was like, you know, like sort of like making our staff go out of our way to make them look good. That was sort of like the theme of a lot of these people that we were dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay. So then, okay, so all of this happens, all of this blows up. On Sunday, they skip the initial meeting, and then this is the live, I think, where Dean announces that they made a huge mistake by not pulling out before the event. And then they say that everybody is basically separating if you don't leave, or that you need to leave and become uninvolved, basically. Was that kind of like the ultimatum on Sunday? And all of this is before any of this is actually presented to any of you guys or any of management or anybody in the actual organization, right?
Yeah, none of it. They had not come to us with anything before that live. So there wasn't like a meeting where they presented their ultimatum. All of that happened after the live had already happened. So there wasn't even an opportunity for anybody to step down or to do anything because they never even asked.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then that, and then I guess there was some fallout in terms of people arguing. There were the Substacks, you know, people been posting stuff. What is your, I guess, how are you guys approaching this now? Is everybody kind of gone, or what is the
we're not inviting any of these people back, if that's the like, and that's part of the issue, is that like I just keep coming back to this of like people that want to like look good and not do good, and this is a really big problem that I've found in the influencer space specifically. And I guess that's where my naivety was going into this, was that I thought that people that post political content care about politics. And that's just not true. Like that's, you know, like objectively just like not the case, you know. And I don't know what their motivation is for posting political content or for saying the things that they do, but there's a big difference, I think, between people that are willing to be boots on the ground and actually get this shit done versus people that just want to be keyboard warriors. And the keyboard warriors are the dangerous ones because they claim that they're all for the cause. They claim that, you know, they really want to see us defeat MAGA and defeat Trump, but they're not willing to abandon the habits of why people leave Trump in the first, or why people leave the Democratic Party in the first place. And we know that people leave, a big part of why people are leaving is because of shit like this, because of like the tone policing and that's why I respect you a lot, because like I feel like you sort of you don't sort of adhere to that stuff, and that's what I think we need to do if we're actually going to win these elections.
Sure. Yeah. So one of the things, and then we spoke about this privately, and I've obviously talked to my stream a lot about this, is that in my mind, politics is for power. Like your goal for political anything is to leverage it to gain some kind of political power so that you can enforce your political will on whatever society, right? And in democracy, you do this with votes. Monarchies do this with last names. Dictatorships do this with guns, whatever. And you get into this weird world where, something I'll complain about a ton, politics is also like a very sexy aesthetic because it's politics. It's important. It has to be. It's politics. It's literally the most important stuff ever. So you get to talk about it and feel important. But sometimes it feels like, at least, I don't know why this is, but on the left, it feels like there's not as much of a goal with acquisition of political power as much as there is kind of like wielding that aesthetic to make money. And it's something I've complained about endlessly, that you get all these right-wing political influencers that are also working on all these political projects. You know, you've got Ben Shapiro and all the Daily Wire and their movies. You've got Charlie Kirk, who is like infecting the minds of every college boy in the United States. You've got your Nick Fuenteses who are doing their own like alt-right movements. Like everybody just seems to be working so hard on it. And then on the left, you have these guys, you know, your Hassans, your Washes, these people that are making big 7, maybe even 8-figure annual incomes that do absolutely nothing with it, except, or the little bit that they do is aimed at just countering the Democratic Party. And I'm like, the fuck? You know, like,
exactly.
What happened with, where is Antifa at? They were all over in 2016, and now in 2024, when it's like actual fascism, they're completely gone. And it's like, what happened to all of the protest? Like, man, if those pro-Palestine protests were happening last year, they must be going on huge this year. And I'm looking around, I'm like, where the fuck are they at? Like, Netanyahu is talking about actually ethnically cleansing the entire Gaza Strip. They're gonna move in and take over the whole fucking thing again. Where are these people at? They're like not to be found anywhere. And it's like, Jesus. Is very, very, very frustrating, very difficult to work with, because like you said, you're trying to find people in the space like, okay, well, who wants to do things to exercise political power? And it's like, well, if I can get good clips from my YouTube and everything, maybe I'll kind of like tag along, but nobody seems to care much about the actual votes or anything. It's very, very, very frustrating to work in that space where they occupy the same space and they supposedly they share the same political label as you, but it seems like it's not really on the same page in terms of exercising that political power.
Yeah, not on the same page at all. And you know what's really shocking to me too is that these political influencers actually don't know very much at all about politics. Like, that was really shocking to me, because I mean, I was having conversations with some of these people that I thought some of these things were like common knowledge, right? Like, for example, like what happened with Bernie in the 2016 and the 2020 election, right? Like, that, to me, that's just common knowledge that we know that there were, you know, especially in 2020, I mean, all of these kids are old enough to understand at least that far back, but they don't have any knowledge of it at all. And to me, that's really concerning, because it's like, okay, well, if you want to exercise political power and you want to get people to come to our side, how can you do that by just memorizing like 10 different arguments that you use for debate?
Mm-hmm.
That's not, to me, that's not really doing anything at all. It's just, you know, you're essentially, you just want to have a couple of like gotcha moments, and that's great, but like, what are you doing to actually like open people's minds and to actually get them to convert to our side? That's where I'm a little lost, because I just don't feel that after like having deeper conversations with these people, I don't think that there was anybody that we could say like actually had that goal in mind.
Sure, yeah. Which, and then I'll be fair to the other side. Like, when you're young, it's hard to have that, I think, that orientation. Like, you don't, like, it's hard to imagine. I don't know how old you are. You say you worked with Bernie's campaign and everything. It's hard to imagine. It was funny because I was listening on one of these lives, an argument or something came up about Barack Obama, and I had to stop and think for a moment. I'm like, you guys were 12 years old when Obama was elected. You know, like, your perspective on politics is probably going to be significantly different than my perspective for a millennial, and then obviously for people that are older. So I also get it too. I feel like one of the challenges is, how do you weaponize or a nicer word would be utilize kind of like a youth exuberance for politics, but not like that same party stuff. Like, the thing that I'm so jealous about for the Trumples is they have all these people that are super amped up to do politics, and then at the end of the day, they're like ready to go out and vote for Donald Trump or support him in whatever way possible. Like, these people are going to donate their firstborn to Trump. Like, they're so excited and exuberant to go and vote for him or to support him, and then we can't get any of that on our side for literally anything. And the arguments for why people do it are not the real arguments for why it's not happening. Like, people will say things like, well, Biden was old, and it's like, Trump is old, Bernie's old, he has people that are excited about him, or well, he misspoke, or he said this or that. And it's like, whatever you want to say here, like, Trump has done it 50 billion times worse. So something else has to be going on. And it's very difficult to get people on board with that actual desire to exercise political will. It's very challenging.
It is, yeah, because they just fall in line, and we don't.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's like the biggest issue, is that we're never willing to fall in line, even if it means that like we're fighting against fascism. And I think that's where, like, we're pretty close, similar in age. I'm 34, and so I totally get, like, a lot of these kids, especially, like, they don't have the history or like the knowledge to understand like how much shit we're in right now. I think like that's sort of the scariest part of all of this.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, like, I would hope that they would like come to that realization, like, just by like simply like what's happening, you know, because I know, like, if I was in college and I was seeing Trump do this shit, I would be in fear. Like, I would be doing anything that I could, you know, and which is what I'm doing now. Like, I'm just trying to do anything that I can to get people to stop supporting MAGA. And if we keep doing this, like, tone policing and this, you know, everybody's racist and everybody's sexist and everybody's a misogynist. Like, we're gonna keep losing young men and young people to the other side. So we just have to decide, like, what is more important? Like, is it more important for us to be right, or is it more important for us to win?
Yeah, and even and I would even carefully hedge that. It's like, I think it's worth it to call people out, but you have to be like goal oriented. Like, if you're calling somebody out, especially if you're using terms like microaggression, I don't think people realize it, but like, if you're calling somebody out for microaggression, this person is already on your side. There has never been in the history of all of the USA kind somebody that's gone up to like a neo-Nazi or a Klansman and be like, just so you know, you microaggressed, because the guy would just say, well, I'm sorry, I microaggressed. I meant to macroaggress. I'm racist, of course. Like, yeah. So like, when people start using these terms, like, okay, well, like, these should be at the, like, at the worst, these should be just like learning moments or whatever, you know, and at best it's just like, hey, you know, just giving you a heads up that like this was kind of irritating for this reason, and like, yeah. But it seems like there's a lot of bad faith or lack of charitability, I guess, when it comes to approaching people on our own side sometimes, and then you end up in these moments where another huge thing for these moments that are so self-destructive, another huge thing, and you were a Bernie supporter, so I don't know if this thing encompasses you or not. I don't think it does, but I think we have to do a better job at identifying electoral or political allies as well. I don't mind people that are further left to me, but I don't think it can be like the socialists or the communists who are anti-electoral politics. Like, I don't think they have any place in any kind of movement that involves securing political power. Like we said this before, and when we spoke, and then I brought this up on my stream a lot, people will say things like the left purity tests, and that's kind of true, but the issue is that the left purity tests are on issues that aren't related to gaining political power. The right purity tests, but it's always in relation to gaining political power, because on the left, you know, obviously we've got this situation that just popped up with you and a trillion other situations, but on the right, like the two biggest examples I go to are that one when Rittenhouse was floating voting for a libertarian candidate. I have never seen a more cultish movement of people being like, son, let me talk to you, we've got to turn you around, and in one day that kid changed his mind. Or when Joe Rogan came out, it was like, you know, RFK, you know, I might support him. And bro, the pushback that he got was insane. So they do the same virtue signaling and purity testing on the right, but they do it in an orientation that is about securing political power, which we need to do a way better job of doing on the left, I think. Yeah,
we just don't do any of that. Like, securing political power is not even, it's not even like in our heads at all when we're purity testing people. And that's what I don't understand, because especially with somebody like me, right? Like, I'm pretty much as far left as you can get. So if I'm not passing your purity test, then like, I truly like don't know who is, you know, and that's a big part of the problem too, is like, yeah, you know, we got to call out people that are shitty when they're being shitty, but we also have to like keep in mind what the intent is too, because if the intent here is to combat Charlie Kirk, and that intent is more than whatever it is that the issue is, then like, we got to stay focused on that. Because I've had people on the left like doxing me. I mean, like, you know, saying things like, oh, you're just the female Charlie Kirk. Like, that's just not true, you know? And it's like, when we say shit like this is when people like lose hope in the Democratic Party, because there are definitely people that are watching this situation right now go down with me and watching other situations go down, and they might be sort of petering on, do I really support Trump? Like, the prices are still fucking high. Like, I don't know. And then they see this shit and they're like, okay, I'm definitely not moving over to the left, right? And so like, that's my biggest fear of stuff like this, is like, not only are we like pushing people out like me who are like trying to do the work, but then we're also pushing out people that are viewing this shit and seeing it as a place that they don't want to come to, and they don't want to be part of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. So I guess, so what is so you said you guys probably, I would encourage you to keep bridges open. When I look at Dean and Parker, so I've got, I like these guys broadly because obviously I'm a debate bro, and I'm a white male, so we always white power. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make that joke. I'm sorry. Wait, okay. I like these guys, obviously. I think that I like the hardcore debate stuff from the left, because I think that nobody on the left does it. It's literally exclusively in the domain of the right. So anytime we see people on the left doing it, I think it's good. One thing that I wish people on the left would do more that I don't see people ever do is I wish they would kind of take a stand sometimes against some of the more aggressive tone policey stuff. Sometimes I feel like a lot of the power that these people have is literally granted to them because people are so quick to make concessions to them, and there's just no reason for it. Like, I think that Dean and Parker are big enough figures that I think they very easily could have said, and I express a lot of frustration with them, and I'm sorry if they're getting bullied or anything because of it, but they very easily could have said, like, hey guys, listen, you know, like, the event was a major success. There might be some things we can do better. We're going to do those things better going forward. That's fine. And then that's it. You're good. I don't know why they felt that need to completely and totally capitulate to the other side in such a way that they're like, you know, we're dumping all of this, because all it does is embolden and empowers these exact same people who you're never going to be able to pass their purity test. They weren't even working with the fucking project. Like, why are these the people you even care about? I wish that people would stand up a little bit more to that kind of stuff. It's very frustrating when they don't.
Yeah, and the thing is like, I've opened the door for them to be able to do that. Like, they can still change their mind, because the funny, not really funny in a haha way, but funny in like a dark humor way, is that because they did this to me, now the result of this is that they are all getting canceled themselves because of other bullshit that has come up, right? So like, for example, one person on the tour who was like heading a lot of this stuff that was on that original live, something came out of her being like absolutely horrific to transgender people, right? And like, somebody found that clip of them, surfaced it. Somebody else said that they were indigenous when they're not indigenous. Like, all of these things are like coming up now, and now it's just becoming like the unfuck like apology tour, and like not the unfuck of it. So it's just like, it looks so stupid because it's like, now you've put yourself in a situation where now you have to literally apologize for every single thing, like even things that you know you shouldn't have to apologize for. And now it's like, now we have all these creators that are like offline, not doing stuff because they're so scared because people are going to come at them for whatever bullshit that they did in their past.
Yeah. Yeah, and then not to say that like people can't be held accountable for bad things that they do, especially once I mean, everybody's done bad and stupid shit that they, you know, fucked up on. But like the goal of good criticism is to correct the actions and then to move forward in a positive direction, not to utterly annihilate a person so that they can't ever contribute anything positively again. Because, you know, like you said, there's a lot of political power that's just left on the ground here. And Charlie Kirk has found a way to utilize this through the Turning Point stuff. And then when I was doing my canvassing stuff, I noticed that as I go in these organizer spaces, like if you're canvassing for a federal election, if you can get like 30 or 40 people to be dedicated canvassers, that's like it seems like that's a really big deal for federal elections. And for me on my own as an influencer, like I can show up and pull 400 people over a weekend to go and knock on 50 to 100,000 doors. And I'm like, and that's just me. And I can't imagine like what a unified, you know, like 5 or 10 of these huge TikTokers together could easily get like 1,000, like more canvassers than you could even manage. Like at that point, the difficulty would be, you know, to get enough lists cut up to actually have enough doors to knock on or to do canvassing. Like it would be, yeah, there's just so much there. And it's like stupid shit like this hampers it and it's very frustrating.
And that's like, I mean, just getting like, as you said, like even 30 or 40 canvassers, like that's what we had in Florida, and we shifted both of these districts 15 points left, right, in 15 days. So, and that's the other piece of this is like the Republicans never concede anything. Like there's no such thing to Republicans as an unwinnable district. They just don't believe in it. They're like, okay, you say it's unwinnable, like we're going to still set up shop, and we're going to, even if it means that we're going to have a 20-year plan to flip this district, we will, you know? And it's like some districts for us, like we don't even need that many votes to flip them, but the Democratic Party is like, no, it's like, you know, that's just too hard, it's too difficult. And the thing is, it's not too hard or too difficult. And that's why like National Ground Game exists, because we know that we have the infrastructure to be able to get the people out. And we were hopeful that the influencers would help us do that, because like, I mean, not gonna lie, like when Dean was on that campus, there was a line that never ended for people to see him. Literally. I mean, it's just like the line just kept coming. Like there were hundreds and hundreds of people lining up, and it's like, if he used that instead of taking pictures with them and like using that for clout, if he actually used that to yield political power and to get those girls out there canvassing, like that would be huge for us.
Well, is there anything you want to chat about in regards to this, or what's your
No, I mean, listen, I'm just appreciative, Destiny, that you have me. I'm appreciative of all of the things. I really hope that people walk away from this and realize that, like, I don't want to be famous. Like I don't want to be in this situation at all, honestly. Like I'm just a political operative from rural Nevada. Like that's it. Like I'm not a social media influencer. I have no like a desire to be that. I just want to run an organization that helps flip the House in 26 and helps flip the presidency in 2028. That's my goal. And anybody that wants to join us in doing that, like the tour is going to continue. Like we're not, Parker and Dean are not the tour as much as like they want to think that they are, they're not. There are so many influencers that reached out to us. A lot of them actually leaving MAGA people from that group leaving MAGA that have wanted to help us with this, and that we're going to continue on. And like we just hope that other influencers will see this and they'll reach out to us and bring in canvassers and bring in, you know, more support, and we're gonna keep building this operation against Charlie Kirk and hope that it does something for the next election.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm sure we'll chat more again in the future at some point, and we'll keep an eye on everything, and yeah, maybe find a way to hang out or something with the event. Maybe I can get my people out or something. We'll figure it out. Yeah. Well, thanks a lot. Good luck with everything. Good luck with Dean and Parker, and good luck with the pack. Hopefully this doesn't discourage too many people from working with you guys. Yeah, cool. Thanks a lot for the conversation.
Yeah, thanks. Have a good one, guys.
Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Too soon.
Clusterfuck, Jesus. All right. That white power drug was getting clipped. Come on, how could we not? How could we not? Are you still banned on TikTok? My Destiny account got banned a long time ago. Somebody hacked my Stephen Bonnell account. I don't know how. I didn't use it, I guess, but I got so TikTok sent me, I don't know if there's like a exploit or something with TikTok. So TikTok sent me, here's your verification code. Here's your verification code. Here's your code to log in. And I'm like, okay, somebody's trying to, because people try to hack my accounts all the time. And then I got one in Arabic, I think. Here's your verification code. And then the next thing was new device login detected. And I was like, oh, that's weird. And then I tried to log in and it was already changed. And I was like, oh, okay. So I don't know what. Whoever, what was my old account? It was like Stephen Bonnell II. This guy is the new Stephen Bonnell. He looks cooler than me. I mean, I'll give him that. I'm guessing this is just some random image. It's not the actual person, but. I don't know. Did Twitch ever get around to denying your unbanned appeal? Nope. It's still in limbo. They're thinking real hard on it, I'm sure. Okay, shoot me the link to whatever Hassan shit. Oh wait, hold on. Hi, what's up? I gotta be kind of quick because I need to fucking watch this shit today. What's going on?
Okay, I'll be quick. I'll cut all the fun conversations. Everybody go read Pragmatic Papers, the new one's out. The Great White Turd, he had an awesome article where he does 100 different ways that Trump has hurt America in the first 100 days.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's a real banger. I really liked it.
Okay.
Check it out. I just put it in chat. Follow up on the skunk, the Supreme Court of North Carolina election. The appellate court knocked down any necessity for vote curing. Also, the judge that wrote the opinion is a DGGer. He used your opinion, your argument that you can't change the rules after you lose the race.
Base. To be clear, yeah. I lifted that rule from a lot of the courts that were looking at the Trump election cases. One of the things that they had used for the dismissal of some of these was literally was literally that they can the judge can tell your intent of challenging a particular outcome or challenging a rule when the challenge to the rule only came after you got an outcome you didn't like. Like a judge is not going to look favorably on that. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, they go into that. They did, footnote. They put a link to the screen and said this guy's on it. But then the GOP candidate, instead of taking this further on to the Supreme Court, he earlier today he dropped out in what some are calling like a little bitch.
Okay.
Tail between his legs. So that was nice.
Okay.
Other exciting news. Stuff that the first law firm that
shit!
You see this?
I seen that.
That was a long fucking opinion.
Oh no, wait, I didn't see that one. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I saw a different thing.
Okay, there's like 100-something pages, and the judge just went through it. They did a really good job of laying out how all this, everything in the executive order is protected speech. That they're claiming that Perkins Coie did wrong. They're saying that security clearances can't be revoked the way that Trump is doing it.
Can't be revoked?
Cannot. Yeah.
Okay,
they're saying that.
Oh, wait. When you said everything in the executive order was protected speech, you didn't mean that Trump's EO was protected speech. You mean what they were trying to call it as legal behavior was protected speech.
I mean,
yes. Okay, gotcha.
Technically, it is protected speech, but yeah, I know what you mean. No. Everything that Perkins Coie did that he said was wrong, like they helped the Steele dossier, Representative Clinton. That's all super protected speech, and he's like, "Fuck off! You can't do anything like this."
Yeah.
Then the security clearances. He's saying so. The way that Trump did it, he said just everybody from this firm, they're revoked. But the way the security clearances work, you can't broad stroke revoke a security clearance in that way.
Oh,
they have to be individual and expert.
Yeah, somebody. I hate that I granted this because somebody was I don't know. It was one of the lawyer guys I argued with that came on once, tried to say that like, well, people revoke security clearances all the time, or like if you don't want somebody to have a clearance or whatever for this, like that's totally fine. I shouldn't have granted that. I had a few people that emailed me who were like, that is absolutely not true. A security clearance is not granted based on your political opinion. Security clearances are granted because an intelligence department has vetted a person and said that this person, after filling out their SF-86, after going through the background checks, is a person that they can trust to share whatever level of security information with. The idea that you would revoke this on some political partisan basis is absolutely fucking absurd. I never should have granted that. I had two different people that emailed me that were pretty big on that. Like, no, this is not normal. You don't just start revoking clearances from people that you don't like. You're literally undermining your own security clearance process when you do that. The idea behind a security clearance, you're cleared for security, not that you have curried favor with the current administration. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And so they do a really good job of discussing that. They go into, I don't know if you remember, he talks a lot about DEI and how that's a violation of discrimination in hiring practices and stuff like that. The court does a really good job of saying, one, that's the EEOC's job. If you want them to do something, you are not allowed to, you're not supposed to put it in a public document like this because they have confidentiality rights when it comes to those investigations. And there's a process by which you file those claims.
Sure. So
why did you do it this way? This is so stupid. And so he knocked that down, said that, that can't be used against them, things like that. To be clear, this wasn't, I don't believe it discussed any kind of like defamation or anything like that. This is primarily injunctive relief against any of the orders within the EO that I'm discussing. Then finally, the other big one that I saw there was the discussion of banning Perkins Coie employees from federal buildings. And there were even some examples in there that were pretty shocking to me of just like the next day or like within a very short time period after the EO, people were like showing up to federal buildings to like discuss cases or to negotiate things like that. And they just were told, no, you can't come in. And the government had some of the worst arguments I've ever seen, just absolutely pure bad faith.
Yeah.
And the judge goes, you literally have been unable to identify a single legitimate government purpose to do this. And there is also no like avenue of like government power in which you can do this, even if there was some kind, right? Like just outright banning based on where you work like that is just, it was super bizarre. So that was really good to see. You said you have something to do. I was going to go.
So
with
I saw something that I thought was kind of funny. So of the law firms, I don't know who this got leaked to. I don't know if it was The Atlantic or somebody else that was reporting on it. So of the law firms that capitulated to the Trump administration and said they promised pro bono work, apparently all of these law firms have admitted quietly to media that the way that these contracts have been written with the government, they don't actually have to take on any Trump cases whatsoever. They just have to identify like key areas, and then they can choose whether or not they want to, and that these pro bono like donations of services don't have to be for any of the Trump admin or for anything that the Trump admin wants them to pursue. That they can just do like pro bono stuff, basically as they had done it before, and that the Trump admin had written up these contracts in a really stupid way where they basically were able to scam the government out of this work. Did you hear about any of that?
So that, because that's like early on, we discussed it pretty early on, where it was like, it seems like there's some kind of like trickery or play that Trump could do to try to get them to, like you said, like use it to his advantage.
Which he fully believes. He fully believes that is the case, because
Yeah.
that's what he keeps saying publicly. He's like, oh, I've got all these law firms that are now going to work for us and
Right.
carry out our stuff, and all of them have said, I believe. I think everyone has said privately to. I don't remember which media or who was reporting it. So they said, no, that's actually not the case. We don't have to fuck off for this administration.
Right, that's what I've seen that as well. But I don't know if I think that they've made some.
Are you in there? Did I do it right? Oliver lost his family just like you guys. Needed someone that could give him special care.
What are you gonna do to me?
Come on, we're leaving now! Did I do it right? We can bring her back.
Okay, well, that's incredibly pathetic for the government to admit.
Yeah.
And if you've got almost $1 billion worth of free pro bono work from these top tier law firms, why didn't you employ it right there? It's yeah. So yeah, unfortunately, whenever you're dealing with fascist or quasi-fascist administrations like this, right? The hypocrisy and the lack of logic and straight up lies, unfortunately identifying them has almost zero effect on the already, like, how they feel about the lie that they told, right? Like, all of his supporters will go to their dying breath believing that those law firms are all currently working for the DOJ and, making sure that Trump is protected legally.
True, but I will say, like, it does matter that he doesn't have all, because, like you said, the resources at some point are actually going to start to matter. They don't have the resources to fight 50 trillion fucking lawsuits that are actually just, and it's just it's unhinged.
Yeah,
insane right
I
now.
agree. I definitely agree on that. Where I spoke a little bit about this. I don't believe on here, but that when it comes to the judiciary, Trump is he's approaching that point. Where operating without them is going to become more efficient than operating with them.
Operating without what?
The judiciary at all, right? Just saying,
yeah. Well, I mean, that's basically what they've already done, kind of, right? Yeah, so they're just trying to EO everything.
Kind of.
So,
But what I'm saying is, like, there's already been a motion to try to bring Article 3 courts under the executive. That's been introduced in one case, and then there was there's
Hello? Rip?
Matt's asking me a question about it. I didn't think it was up yet. So I'm curious. Did you guys
don't go through the courts at all.
Oh wait, your thing
and I
just
think
cut
that
off.
like not in an
a ton, but
sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, sorry. Finish what you were saying. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so I think that we're getting to a point where he's going to just be either setting up fake courts or issuing orders that he doesn't want to go through the courts at all. And then on the other side of that, what he will find is that setting up that type of administration underneath the executive will also be too burdensome. So it's kind of in my mind, it's not an acceleration just to make things bad. It's kind of like, we need to keep going this way, make him keep doing these unhinged things, because it's going to put him in a more and more and more inefficient way to run the country.
Sure.
Because the U.S. government is big and slow, and it's designed to work a specific way. Him making things less efficient and things like that in the short term are bad, and do give him some powers that are benefiting him, but ultimately will make it where he's going to just grind everything to a halt, where unless he goes back to the way things were, nothing can get done.
Yeah.
No one's going to get paid. No one's going to show up to work and do it. So trying to find some glimmer of hope in there. Also, one last thing on, remember we talked about the Judiciary Committee and their portion of the big, beautiful bill?
Okay, yeah.
One thing that I'd missed that got slipped in like towards the end of it is they are trying to make it where no funds, I believe it's no funds allocated by Congress can be used in the litigation of contempt charges against the government. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it where it's like that government like explicitly will not prosecute contempt charges against its own members. So that includes DOJ, any members of the executive, stuff like that. So it's this big move to just undercut any possible contempt charges.
Sure. Well, that's true. I would argue this is ultimately irrelevant because whether that gets passed or not, this DOJ is never going to prosecute contempt charges under their own judges, unless there's supposed to be some semi-autonomous branch of the DOJ that does it. That does it. Yeah.
Right. Well, I believe then this also actually technically would. I would need to make sure on this, but I believe it would also make it where judges wouldn't be able to name prosecutors. Private prosecutors do it because private prosecutors are
gotcha.
compensated.
Okay. That would be.
Now,
which is
technically,
one
of course,
things...
they could do it pro bono, whatever, blah, blah.
Sure, but that's one of the things that Boasberg wanted to do, yeah.
Right, and it's just these little, they're just taking out all these little options and road stops to make sure that everything goes smooth sailing. So I'll save my really long discussion about the Google antitrust lawsuits for next time.
Okay.
But yeah, good talking to you.
All right, I love you. Be careful.
Love you too.
Bye. All right. Wait, what is this?
The Destiny. I'm curious. Did you guys see the Destiny thing? Is it up already? Matt's asking me a question about it. I didn't think it was up yet. So is the Destiny thing up? So we didn't. It was interesting. We didn't go deep. There were opportunities for that, and he kept walking away from them. It seemed like he didn't want to argue. He didn't want to challenge me on anything. Every time I said something where I disagreed with him and went into it, he kind of said, okay. And no pushback.
Yeah.
Oh, you watched the stream live. Where did it stream live? So how can you see it live?
Is that the chest noise?
So
wait, this is the chest noise, right? Is that part of his?
Oh, how can you see it live? Because it wasn't on YouTube live.
He's grinding his light chest.
Oh, he said he was tired today. I took a nap directly after. I mean, I think the best thing about it was it introduces me to his audience, and it opens it up for me to contact him when there's something interesting going on in the world, and we can and it's worth talking about. So it was live on his YouTube channel, and then he takes it off when he's done. Not like me, who leaves it up, and I guess puts the thumbnail and everything in, and then releases it again. Because I noticed that he doesn't have live videos on it, so that was interesting. Anyway, I was on the show. We mostly we agreed when we disagreed. He didn't want to push back at all. I'm curious. Did he say anything afterwards? Did he like it? Did he comment on it? Did he say no, that was stupid? What did he say at the end after I left? But I'd love to. Even when I say something about rational egoism, he says, yeah, in my personal life, I'm kind of a enlightened self-interest. I believe in that. I'm self-interested. It was like he wouldn't agree to disagree. So on Israel-Palestinians, we kind of disagreed on some of the stuff, but he wouldn't push back on the stuff I said. Like I had to go, he said, oh, I disagree with that. And I had to go, well, what do you disagree about? He was very passive in that way. It was very strange. So Matt says, he said there were policy things he disagreed with that he could have gone deeper on, but was too tired to. Well, that's not great. All right, well, I think that leaves an opening for me to go back to him on a particular issue, right? On a particular issue, a policy, and then try to broaden it from that to a more deeper discussion. Hopefully, when he's not tired. Hopefully, when he's not.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem. I think I told him as much. I thought the conversation was enjoyable. I have no problem going to talk about other things. I just his political philosophy of I won't say libertarianism because he doesn't like that descriptor of how did he describe himself? He said he doesn't like libertarianism. He said he likes the phrase laissez-faire capitalism. I wouldn't mind getting into any of that, but that's going to be a whole philosophical discussion that I absolutely did not want to have. I was tired, but even regardless of me, even if I wasn't, that's like a thing I need to be like emotionally and psychologically prepared for, because that's going to be a whole ass thing that I just didn't. Yeah, I didn't feel like having that right then and there. But I mean, I told him I enjoyed the combo, and I did. So maybe in the future if we want to do a big thing on that, we can do that. I'm gonna grab a Red Bull and we do this. It's on me. What is this? Hold on. XC's going viral on TikTok for music. His music is DJ Tonal. Beats are all over the timeline.
Oh, never heard.
People keep asking why he sounds the way that he does. I believe that the hardest noise that we pronounce in the West, I think is the R sound, ra, and I think there is a speech impediment called rhoticism, I think. I don't know why they always put the letter that you have a difficult time pronouncing in the thing. Like if you have a lisp, they put the S in the lisp. But I think rhoticism is where your R's come out as more W's, and that's why things on. So I don't know if it was just like fucking shitting on it for that. It's kind of cringe, but. Oh, I also had no idea why. I should have looked up more, but I was so busy. I've just had so much stupid shit going on this past fucking week. There was so much. No, not there was so much. Somebody tagged him on Twitter, like we were like, "Oh, you and Destiny should debate this or something." That's what it sounded like. And then when I started listening to this guy run through like his Trump stuff, I'm like, "Oh, okay, this guy's like relatively principled in his libertarianism / laissez-faire capitalism." So the very simple disagreements over Trump we're probably not going to have. So then what is the point of yeah, we're not, what is the point? We're just not gonna have those disagreements. So any disagreements we're gonna have, we're gonna be really, really deeply rooted philosophical conversations, yeah, which I was not psychologically prepared for that. Somebody said, how'd you feel about yesterday's event? I thought it was interesting to say the least. Also wanted to say thanks for the photo and short comment we had after. Would love to see you back at UPK. Oh, I don't know, I'm fine. I don't know why Andrew pulled out. The organizers, I think, were kind of upset. I don't know if I can. I'm not leaking anything. Apparently Andrew felt like they weren't upfront with the topics or something. I think Andrew wanted more of like a religious debate, and I think I wanted more of a policy debate. And when I was going back and forth with my emails, I was like, there has to be something here grounding this down in policy. I don't want to just have like a religious theocratic debate, because fuck that. And I thought Andrew agreed, and I think they thought he agreed, but then apparently he felt like they pulled a bait and switch or something. So I don't know. Yeah. Did you shake the pirate's hand? I don't know. That pirate guy was apparently screeching. There were like group chats and shit that I saw leaked where he was like, I'm gonna confront Destiny on all of his allegations. And it's like, okay, dude. So I don't know. What is this?
They have a shelf life because they don't have the same fucking stubborn nature that I do. They don't have the same interests as I do. They inevitably become their own worst enemies. They inevitably cook themselves.
You guys disagree on a lot of economic stuff. Me and Yara and Brooks, we'll end up disagreeing on a lot of economic stuff, but it's because we have deep philosophical disagreements probably about the function of government. So that's where the conversation would have to go, which is a different type of thing than just policy debate.
You might think you're riding high on the slop for a little bit. You might think you're getting showered with praise. An army of anonymous Redditors telling you you're brilliant. What is it? But at the end of the night, when you go home and you sit down and you look yourself in the mirror, you're not going to recognize who you've become. That's it. Turning into a lolcow of a different variety. That's what I think.
That's so mean.
Was it?
No.
I mean, I think it's, well, I mean, I guess the truth. Accurate. I think the truth is what's mean. Sometimes it needs to be said.
Jesus. By the way, this is not cut up. That's his actual reaction.
This is why it's Orientalist. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons. And don't laugh at his fucking stupid ass.
No, it's a Seinfeld thing, you know? It's Ty Lopez in the modern era. That's it.
I don't even understand half these fucking references. I feel like...
Oh no. You didn't want to argue with Yaron on anything, even when he gave you explicit opportunity to on multiple occasions. It was very frustrating because the arguments we're going to have are not going to be on any surface policy stuff. All of it is going to end up being deeply rooted back into our philosophies on government and life. It's not a bad conversation. It's just one that I wasn't really. I didn't really feel like having at that point. Okay, let me grab a Red Bull and then we're gonna do this. Good luck.
Song.
Little bro got the pink suit out. Oh boy.
Speak. Go.
Oh, okay. Watch Ethan watched review the review. Bro, that's like a 5-layer deep react, okay? What's with the hairstyle? I combed my hair. I take a trying to comb my hair. I feel like I will not change my hair for weeks, and every time it's like slightly combed differently, or I just get out of the shower, people are like, oh my god, why is it so different? You have beef with Tectone? He seemed upset with you for some reason. Did he? Do I? Do I have beef with Tectone? YouTube version with timestamps. This motherfucker uploaded a 9-hour YouTube video? What the fuck?
Let me blast. This isn't junk food, by the way. I think that in this...
Oh, A's moved to tomorrow, because I told Dan I wanted to see if I could watch this before, so I had permission to react. He said, you're grumpy a lot of the time. That's not beef, just him being a MAGA populist dipshit. Oh, probably because he's making disparaging comments towards low temples.
Process, you guys will find a bunch of instructive, informative talking points. I feel like reacting to the context nuke from my former podcast co-host is most likely going to be a much more productive setting, considering that I have...
Guys, India-Pakistan doesn't matter, okay? Don't talk about it. Don't worry about it. Nobody's going to give a fuck about it. It's brown versus brown. It's colonialist versus colonialist. It's religious minority versus religious minority. Nobody in the West is going to give a fuck about it, okay? That literally might be the end of our civilization when these motherfuckers start nuking each other. However, there's not an easy lens to view that conflict through, so nobody will care and nobody will say much. So, good luck. Also, if for people asking for my opinion, I do not know fuck all about the history between Pakistan and India, so I don't have an informed take on it whatsoever. Yeah, so maybe maybe we'll read about that. We'll see.
Have the capabilities of pausing, inserting my own clips if I choose to do so. It will most likely be an infinitely more productive process than trying to have a debate, because these are all of his
epic
gripes
debate
that he has with me, and this is what he thinks if I show to my stream will end my career. Now, the content...
Can you reiterate very clearly that Hassan has absolutely watched this content nuke at least 3 or 4 times, start to finish, and that this is not his first time watching this? His reactions are fake. Okay, thank you.
Content nuke itself is long, okay? It's called the content nuke. I call it the context nuke. I've called it the content puke in the past, but I feel like it's the context...
Oh, when he calls it the context nuke, he doesn't mean that it's a nuke with context. He means it's a nuke that's leaving context out. Ah, very, very clever, Mr. Piker. Very clever. Okay.
Nuke. Now, I've yet to watch this thing in its entirety. As you guys know, famously, I chose not to.
There's no shot that is true. He's definitely watched this.
And, you know, the reason why I'm doing it now is because Ethan, in his endless conquest to destroy anything and...
Damn, does August add sound effects? I want sound effects like that. What the fuck?
The reason why I'm doing it now is because Ethan, in his endless conquest to destroy anything and everything that people hold near and dear to them for the simple crime of criticizing Ethan lightly, gently, or aggressively, as a matter of fact, Ethan has chosen a path of death and destruction, pretty much, perpetually claiming that he is the victim of unjustifiable attacks by many parties. All of them were fans of his, by the way.
Are the Israel trip interviews for the politicians not released? Listen, August has had those, okay? Dr. August, he's got them.
Okay, for many, many years, or directly were friends of his and content creator collaborators of his, whether it be iDubbbz or even someone like myself. As you guys know, I had a podcast with him for 2 years that ended after October 7, but I'll let him tell that story in a second. But the reason why I chose to watch this is because...
It ended after, it was a bit after October 7, right? They still went on for a couple months, didn't they? Did it really end that quickly after? I don't remember. I feel like it went on for at least a month, but I might be wrong.
But I'll let him tell that story in a second. But the reason why I chose to watch this is because I wanted to fundraise for iDubbbz's charity that was under attack. iDubbbz will explain his side of things later as well. But him and Anisa basically relinquished control over Creator Clash 3, a boxing charity match that they had put together 3rd year in a row after Ethan got Lena to drop out. She was supposed to fight. Lena is one of the employees at H3H3 Productions. And also another fighter, Harley, also dropped out because he was upset and offended that Ian and iDubbbz dared to criticize Ethan. So I wanted to...
It's such a bore. It is boring to even answer or talk about this. But I feel like it should be obvious. And then it's getting boring to give this disclaimer every time, because I also give this way too much. But why can't we ever just say, like, why people are actually upset? Well, I know why. You can't say it because then it makes it seem like their anger might be somewhat justified. But it's like, Ethan's mad just because people are criticizing him a little bit. He's mad. It's like, no. We're all big boys. We've been, well, at least me and Ethan are. I don't know. I guess Hassan's a little newer to the internet than both of us. But, like, even Hassan, you can say is a big boy. Like, we've been here for a long time. You can criticize us. If you couldn't handle criticism, I don't think Ethan nor I, nor even Hassan would be here for as long as we've been. So this idea of presenting it as like, oh, they're just mad because I'm eating criticized, like, really fucking cringe, but all right.
And also another fighter, Harley, also dropped out because he was upset and offended that Ian and iDubbbz dared to criticize Ethan. So I wanted to use the full strength of this community to do something good, to actually fundraise. And we've already reached $30,000 in fundraising before I even started the fundraiser. So that's pretty crazy. And, you know, we'll see. Maybe we'll increase the charity goal later down the line. We could...
Also, wait, just a quick question. If I request something, if I request 500 carbon, and then a rocket wants to take 500 carbon, will it take it from here even though I've requested it from here? Or will the requested stuff stay in here and never be taken out by another robot? Like, if I were to request all the turbo transport belts, would robots take it from here? Or since this is on request, would they never take it from here?
Potentially do that. So thank you, Ethan Klein. Once again, your path of death and destruction.
Hold on, just as a quick thing before I ban this guy. Remember when Destiny said he doesn't cover drama anymore ever since he started Vyvanse? Funny stuff, man. So when I said this statement, what I said was my appetite for being personally involved in super dramatic situations has plummeted. If you've watched my content for any amount of time, you'll know that this is unequivocally true. I don't think I've been involved in any personal drama stuff on stream in like the past like year and a half. Aside from Pixie's crusade against me for stuff that was from years ago. Okay. So number one, I just don't tend to have those personally dramatic people. Interpersonally, I'm not in relationships with these people, like friendship, business, whatever, otherwise. So number one. Number two, that doesn't mean that I've never said I will never, ever cover drama anymore. I've never said that. This is an imagination that you've created, a fiction of the mind. I don't know why or whatever, but so number two, that's retarded. Number three, sometimes you guys will call stuff drama, and it's kind of drama, but it's also heavily political as well. Like the whole Palestine-Israel stuff, like you can argue that the largest content creators in the space talking about it and their interpersonal conflicts related to it are drama, but it's not really. It's a bit more than that. It's kind of like saying that like Trump's stuff with Laura Loomer coming in and telling him which people to fire in the intelligence. That's drama because like interpersonal. It's not really drama, so it's fucking retarded. But okay.
Is hopefully leading to something that is good ultimately. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado,
do fundraisers like this help anything with taxes? Can they use it in any way? Yes. When Hassan fundraises for this, it's a big write-off. It's a tax write-off for him, guys. In reality, that doesn't actually matter because the only reason he's writing it off is because you want to pay tax on money that you're just collecting and passing through to a charitable organization. But people like Hassan and all these other lefties constantly say, oh, big corporations just do tax write-offs for their charities, which is fucking retarded. It doesn't make any sense, but they say this all the time. So, hey, if you're going to say it all the time, I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe then you shouldn't do it, right? But, you know, they'll never have the same standards for themselves, but whatever.
Present to you the content nuke.
We knew the world would not be the same. A few people laughed. A few people cried.
Holy shit, it's the Interstellar guy.
Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture.
What?
Sorry to bother you. Real quick, I would recommend watching it on Twitch because half of the content's is chat. Because they go fucking unhinged in this.
Well, I don't even, well, one, his chat is on the screen, and two, usually I full screen his video anyway. Do you think it's worth it?
Yeah, because you can scroll through the chat, whereas what's on screen isn't going to show everything unless you're going to pause like all the time. You can just actively scroll through it on Twitch.
All right, got it.
Okay.
Fuck that guy, whoever he is. Now we have no sound effects. Thanks.
Line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu takes on multi-armed form and says, now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
We think the Houthi Ansarallah is doing what Houthi does not.
Fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dogs. Why am I held accountable?
God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm good.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hassan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
God, that's so cringe. Dude, how... Did Mike ever get banned? I'm so mindfucked how on Twitch you could just have like super ultra open death threats, crazy weird anti-Semitism, blatantly supporting terrorist organizations. I don't understand how the TOS or whatever just literally means absolutely nothing. It's wild, but okay. Jesus.
So far so good. Prologue. Why am I making this?
Oh, hi there.
That's me. He's watching me play Marvel Rivals in the background. Okay,
me,
cool.
your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should bomb. Oh, yeah.
Why is Hassan watching this video months after it released? Why is he watching it? If I had to guess, because the reaction to the content cop was not quite what he wanted it to be, maybe, and now he feels like he needs to take it a step further. I don't know. That's my guess, but that's my guess. I'm not sure.
And I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always thought that despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for.
Mom and Dad and apple pie.
Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down.
And marching bands, a pride that
He literally said he'll pull in his clips when needed. He's been preparing to react to this for ages after his 50th off-stream. Oh, it could be that maybe he's been preparing, and it took a long time, but not this long.
The thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America.
Do you think covering apologies like Pirates of Etc. and criticizing them damages your character? Because if you ever apologize for something, you come off as manipulative. When do I don't think I usually criticize people for apologies, do I? Or what do you, I don't know what you mean by that. If people genuinely apologize, I think it's... No, we just literally went over the, Dr. Lupo guy. And I was like, oh shit, this apology was so good, now it's like the drama's dead. Yeah.
Communism. That's America. That's America to me.
I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hassan Piker. You might remember him from...
Yeah, by the way, I do want to point out something here. This is January 31st.
Holy shit, January 31st.
2025 was when this video was released.
Okay.
January 31st, 2025. Yeah, I disliked it.
Crazy.
I ripped it already. Gotta do it for the one time. There was something brewing in the United States of America at that point. Do you want to know why I say this? I point out the date.
Yeah,
because the thing that was brewing in America was not communism. I know he's trying to make a joke, right? He's, I think, trying to make a joke. But we were already deep into the insanity of the Donald Trump Burger Reich administration.
I want to be careful when I say this. Here's what I emotionally want to say. I don't know if I would follow that as more on thought. If you don't vote, I think you lose a lot of the right to complain about a particular thing. I would say as an influencer, if you don't encourage your audience to vote, I think you lose a lot of righteous indignation when it comes to criticizing a particular thing. Hassan not completely and totally and openly and avowedly supporting Kamala Harris as a candidate and continually trying to draw a false equivalency between the two over and over again makes me not really care that much about him saying like, oh, Donald Trump, oh, the Donald Trump stuff is really bad. It's like, okay, I mean, yeah, people like me were saying that. Other people were saying that. You seem to not think it was as big of a deal as it was, though, because in your mind, both parties were the same. So I don't know why you would try to appeal to that right now as some kind of out for your behavior, but okay.
At this point...
Whoa. Do you believe Hassan when he eventually told Ethan he voted for Harris? Somebody DM me on Twitter. I don't know how true this is, so take it for what it is. Somebody DM me on Twitter and said that Hassan had a conversation with Mike Israetel, and when he was talking to Mike Israetel, he said that he didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I don't know where that clip is. The person didn't link anything. Maybe he thought he heard that and it's not true. I have no idea, but that's...
I was in Japan escaping the fascist administration rising to power, but at this point it had been 11 days since Elon Musk had dropped the Sig Heil twice at inauguration. Okay, we're 11 days into Donald Trump, and the reason why I point this out is because I suspect, regardless of the fact that I didn't watch the context nuke, but I am very familiar with Ethan's commentary on the matter. The reason why I mention this is because Ethan has a lot of issues with figuring out his priorities, because a lot of what Ethan,
I don't know how much we're going to be doing the genocide talk, but one of the most disgusting things that people do, and by people I mean Hassan, is this very clever game of there's a genocide. We can't talk about anything else, bro, because there's a genocide. It's so gross. It's such an obvious and blatant and deliberate hijacking of that issue to try to silence criticism. Like, you can talk about many different things at the same time. Like, the idea that you would try to silence somebody's criticism of a thing because there's also some other international event happening is beyond fucking stupid. And also, the lefties respond with the exact same way when they're like, guys, we gotta talk about the genocide in the Middle East. And it's like, the one in Syria? No, the other genocide. The one in Yemen? No, the other genocide. For the Palestinian, gotcha. Stop pivoting. Those other things aren't relevant. Okay, gotcha.
Talks about in this video are values that he cares about, values that he wants to defend. Like, he's a fighter against anti-Semitism. He's a fighter against, like, right-wing attitudes and things like that. He's a fighter against extremism on all sides. And yet, it feels like what he chooses to spend his time on betrays that idea, betrays that value, that first principle that he's operating off of. Because if you're freaking out about anti-Semitism on the rise, I would assume that you probably wouldn't make an entire video and use your previously unused platform to attack your former podcast co-host, who you knew was not an anti-Semite, and you, I think, still know is not an anti-Semite, but sometimes you go back and forth on it.
Remember, if Hassan truly believed in any of this, Hassan would have very easily and very quickly squashed the beef between him and Ethan, and they would still have their show. So, obviously, some things are more important than politics or more important than the political realities of whatever's going on, because if this was the most important thing ever, then why did Hassan allow his relationship with Ethan to fail? Shouldn't they be super close friends and still be doing a show? What caused that to break down?
And I know his response always is he can care about two things at once. Yes, but the thing that he's caring about is bullshit. And I think my response to this is going to explain to you exactly why the thing that he ostensibly cares about with respect to me, okay, or all the other people that he brings up in this context, Nuke, is ridiculous. Especially because whenever Ethan says, I can care about two things at once, well, he certainly doesn't talk about the other thing that he's supposed to care about. If Ethan says, I care about the genocide, for example, and then spends every waking moment...
The problem is Ethan doesn't have to probably say much about that because he's already made his position on that pretty clear. It sounds like he... And personally, I think he gives too much ground on it, but it sounds like he believes that genocide's happening and that it's bad, and what else is he supposed to say about it? Like, that's his position on it. But you guys are the ones that keep centering him and making it sound like he doesn't actually believe that, so of course that's going to be the thing that he also responds to. But
talking about those who speak out against said genocide, then it's kind of hard for people to go along with this ridiculous narrative that he actually cares about the genocide.
That's such a ridiculous narrative. True.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what I said. You dumb bitch.
And of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy, controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
There was Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just gonna say...
Wait, somebody linked something. Hassan admitting he will not vote for Kamala.
As a unbiased political journalist, political commentator, I always try to tell you not what I think, but what the public wants to hear. And for that reason, I must reluctantly tell you that I will not be voting for Kamala Harris because I was riding with Biden. I'm the only one in America that was actually like, I need the 800-year-old carcass. I need him. I need him in my veins. I need him. Just kidding. Of course not, because I'm not a fucking idiot. All right.
Wait, I don't know why you linked this. Just doesn't show what you think it shows. You're retarded. Okay. Stop. Don't link me things if you're retarded. Stop.
If there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets killed.
Okay, the Seinfeld references are stale, man. But that's the aesthetic note.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show.
Okay, right off the rip, let me get started by saying I have failed. I'm a failure. The reason why I have failed is because the Leftovers podcast was supposed to be a podcast where this man, who I thought at the time was an open-minded, empathetic, kind person, who was interested in learning, was on his own journey of learning, was supposed to be the goofs and gaffs guy, and I was supposed to be the guy that gives them, you know, the meat and the bones. I was supposed to be the information guy. He's the goofs and gaffs guy. We clown on the right, and
I don't understand how you can give such a little political substance for so long, because Hassan's stuff is so devoid of political substance, of information substance, and feel confident like saying things like this. I would cringe. I would die of cringe saying shit like this if I did as little factual coverage as Hassan does. But okay,
educate the audience as Ethan himself is getting educated by politics. But it seems like I failed on that educational aspect, considering that his analysis right off the rip is, well, you know, he's a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. What does this mean?
Oh, for a left.
What does this mean?
What does it mean? Fuck. See, now if I had prepared a preparation for his preparation, for Ethan's preparation for his video, what does it mean? It means the thing that Hassan tries to LARP as when he's trying to make appearances on mainstream shows. When Hassan himself on his stream is like, oh, I just want socialized healthcare and stuff, guys. I just want blah, blah. It's the thing that Hassan tries to present himself as over and over and over again. I don't know if there's a clip for that. He did that a few times after the election, I think, when he was trying to, because he wanted to be the Joe Rogan of the left or whatever. Even if he says he's not, he was obsessed with that title and he wanted it. But yeah, like he says it over and over again, like,
supports basic things. And
left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things? Okay.
We went on making the show for about 2 years and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was.
Ethan Klein did not know what social democrats are or what that represents, by the way, before Leftovers. And I suspect he might still not know what being a social democrat is, even at this point. But let's continue.
I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing.
I am not a hater of success. I myself am financially very successful. One of the largest points of contention with my existence
is that being left is when poor, LOL, but that's not true.
From many right-wingers is that, oh, you're a socialist, but you have money. How does that happen? So clearly, I don't take issue with that. There is no disagreement there.
Wrong with that?
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What is the idea that
you guys
people
like
are looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it. And then this happened. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more...
re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism.
Yeah, education. Here, I'll give you an example. What to do with the right-wing charlatans who are anti-vaxxers and unimaginably racist. I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. And because I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation, I believe everyone be rehabilitated, including right-wing reactionaries. So if you can understand that from the perspective of like getting your parents who are brain broken by insane right-wing sentiment coming back to reality through the process of education, then you can understand exactly what I'm talking about. The problem is, this is red baiting to be like, ooh, this is red terror. He wants to do re-education. Now, of course, many of the conversations that we had as friends and podcast co-hosts at this point are now being utilized in a nefarious...
Okay. When I go through this, I'm going to say what Ethan is saying, what Hassan's response is, and then what the response should be. This is all a pointless exercise in futility because I don't think Hassan cares about intelligence or anything. It's just so stupid. Okay, so, oh my God, he says so much, but then he says nothing. It's like a word salad. People in chat are saying this term, word salad. It's just like nothing. So Ethan is saying, if you had a society where you had a socialist government, okay, where the workers all own the means of production, and you had a capitalist party, what would you do with those people? And Hassan says, re-education. Okay, so what does that mean? Because that's a really scary term. That implies like the forced incarceration. What Ethan is saying and what Hassan is implying is the forced incarceration of people that believe in private property. All right? For the purposes of this conversation, listen to me. Private property, I'm going to use kind of like Marxist terms. Private property means any capital that's used to produce goods or services that's owned by somebody who is making goods or services. So personal property is not the same as private property. An example of private property would be owning a restaurant or owning a machine that produces things. Personal property would be like your toothbrush or your house or your car, okay? So just to be clear on terms. So Hassan's response to this is a word salad of, I believe anybody can be rehabilitated, so it should be obvious what I mean in that. I don't know what he means in that. So it sounds like what Hassan is saying is that you're going to lock anybody up in prison that is a capitalist or forms a capitalist party until they're re-educated and forced to agree with your point of view. That's what it sounds like Hassan is implying, but he's too scared to explicitly own that. I don't know why he wouldn't just own it. Well, it's probably because there's a lot of eyes on him and he doesn't want to seem as radical as he actually is. I feel like if you want to give a better answer, if you're an actual hardcore fucking socialist commie or whatever, and you don't want to do this weird Marxist-Leninist tanky bullshit, then the answer should just be, in an ideal socialist society, private investment would be against the law. If you want to make a capitalist party or a liberal party that wants to push for that, then fine, those parties could exist in society, but private investment or private ownership would be illegal. They would have to try to pass a law to bring that back. I wouldn't forcibly re-educate those people. I would hope that the benefits of a society that exist that are so powerfully positive because all of the workers are sharing in the fruits of their labor, because all of them own the means of production, it's so positive that people just either wouldn't vote for those people, or if they did vote for them, they wouldn't get enough support to pass laws to change things. Much the same that in a capitalist society, we don't have a law saying we're going to lock you up if you support a dictatorship. We're not going to lock you up if you support a monarchy. And then the same in a socialist society, we wouldn't forcibly re-educate you or lock you up if you believe in private ownership. It would just be illegal, and you'd have to try to pass a law to change it that way. This would be a much friendlier answer. You could stroke off the libs, and you could stroke off the socialists, and you'd incorporate everything into that nice and cute and neat answer, and you'd point to a better system. I don't know if he's just never thought about giving like a coherent answer before. And I'm sure if I sat and thought about it, I could probably give him better answers for this. But what a stupid fucking answer. I hate that he's implying something so extreme and he won't own it at all, but whatever. Okay.
Various way to say, ooh, he really scared me with this one. Let's take a...
And by the way, the reason why he said he really scared me with this, the reason why re-education is scary is because the concept of that very quickly evokes feelings of Mao and the Great Leap Forward, or Soviet Russia and the rush to industrialization that they did that amounted to, you know, tens of millions of people. How many people died in the Holodomor? And all of these like famines and shit that happen as people rush to industrialize too quickly, and they end up making huge mistakes, or they intentionally kill people for like the Great Leap Forward, you know, in the process to industrializing their country. But okay.
Look, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough,
This is, again, very scary.
It is.
It does not mean, he said capitalist on horribly racist. No, my point is you can understand the importance of education in that regard, right? Because a capitalist is not going to gain incredible amounts of momentum, but a capitalist might actually do crimes in the process.
Are you looking for a rewarding union job in New York City? We're hiring youth development specialists to supervise and support young people in detention. The starting salary is over $53,000, plus you can earn overtime. Health insurance, sick, and vacation pay are included. You may also be eligible for student loan forgiveness, and NYC residency is not required. Join our team as a youth development specialist. Learn more at nyc.gov/YDS.
Wallhour is your local destination for paint, hardware, and design. We have Benjamin Moore paints in all of our locations.
Painting
patching, any sort of house repair that you might need to work on, you're going to find everything you need here.
We like to dedicate and spend time with the customer, walk them through their project, make sure we answer any questions that they need.
You're going to get the better portfolio, you're going to get the better service, and you're going to get really people that care and own the business helping you.
To an issue that leftist regimes faced, where they would kill people that they deemed as part of the intelligentsia that didn't side with the revolution. So Hassan's not really addressing the centrality of either of those points, but okay.
He said camps. Notice how he's guiding the conversation in the aftermath without me being able to respond to lead you to believe that I want concentration camps.
Started to note if putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hassan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annex.
Is he going to respond to the actual full context here? I suspect not. Is he going to actually broach the subject matter even a little bit? Probably not. Let's see.
Annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal.
Okay. Nope. Just moving on. Got it.
What was,
okay.
Ethan, what was the context that he was supposed
Russian communism is hilarious. Russia, as I have maintained over and over again, is an irredentist kleptocracy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is unjustifiable. There are a million different moments where I have described this process. I have fundraised for Ukrainian refugees to the tune of $200,000.
Fundraiser.
The invasion of Ukraine.
Fundraiser,
I
by
do
the
not
way.
believe that
Hello?
Russia is a communist country.
Hello. Fundraiser. Hello. Fundraiser.
At all. It is an authoritarian kleptocracy. Why is he presenting this? Why is he presenting this information as though I believe Russia is actually in the right here? There is a difference that I have maintained over and over again. Russia's annexation of Crimea. Russia has a profoundly important military base in Sevastopol that it actually had a loanership agreement over with Ukraine even before.
So that's great that Hassan wants to add this context now. Okay, and I could be wrong. Someone wants to link something, prove me wrong. Go for it. But I don't believe he mentioned Sevastopol or anything back then. I think he was talking about the fact that Crimea ethnically were a lot of Russians, which was true. It's like a Russian talking point. And it's also true because a lot of Ukrainians literally starved to death during the Holodomor, and Russia liked to ship in citizens to new places when a bunch of people were dead for Russifying those places to give them a stronger claim over the territory. That seemed to be the argument that Hassan was rolling with initially. I don't remember him bringing up Sevastopol initially, but okay.
It actually overtook Crimea. But there's a difference between the annexation of Crimea and what took place in the aftermath of said annexation of Crimea versus what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now. Okay? As far as my stance on this, there's no defense of Russia taking any additional land.
There's also this issue of no additional land. Wait, additional from after Crimea? So he says Crimea was okay? I don't know what he means there. Sorry, real quick also, keep in mind that when he was having that conversation with Adam Friedland, he said he doesn't take a side also in the Ukraine-Russia stuff, which is like the easiest, it's the easiest thing to side against in the world. If you really believe that Russia is so unjustified and you're going to virtue signal that point, then why not just say like, yeah, I side with Ukraine over Russia? No?
Okay? This is a ridiculous act. And I have maintained the position that Crimea, throughout its historical process under the USSR, even before then, has been Russified.
Oh, there you go.
This is precisely
Nice.
the reason
You
why
learned that word. Good
Western
job.
Poles, not even like the Russian annexation and the subsequent quote-unquote democratic process that took place, but the pre-Russian annexation, before Russia's military incursions in eastern Ukraine as well, people that lived in Crimea were rather sympathetic to Russia already. This is part of the reason why Russian annexation of Crimea, while still unjustifiable under international rights and international humanitarian rights, humanitarian law,
Like, I don't know how long ago this interview was. Several months, I think, but...
Who are you going for in Ukraine? What side are you on that?
I'm on...
So keep in mind for this, Hassan thinks he's surrounded by far more left-leaning people. These aren't sock Dems or liberals or losers, right? He thinks he's kind of with his own kind here, right?
I'm on nobody's side. I mean, I think Vladimir Putin's bad, and what he did was wrong.
You think Ukraine guys are like pissed?
Like you hear the virtue signal there, right? Like, I'm on nobody's side. Putin bad. He's doing the equivalent. I don't know if you can tell. He's doing the equivalent of Orange Man bad here. When Republicans are like Orange Man bad, huh? Orange Man bad, right? He's like, oh, Putin's bad, right? Yeah, Putin's bad, right? Maybe not as a strong signifier for support of Putin, but definitely is a signifier that he doesn't support either side. But he'll say the line, the PC line, the virtue signal line he has to say.
Gaza?
I would be.
They're like, damn, they're clout sharks.
Yeah, they're in a weird predicament because like Zelensky is like super pro-Israel.
He's John Stewart. He's the John Stewart of Ukraine.
That's true. He was. He used to be.
Yeah.
But he's like has to be super pro-Israel because like he's pro-NATO. He's pro like American State Department, right? And that's what the American State Department is signaling, that they're like super pro-Israel. Meanwhile, in the early stages, when Russia was invading Ukraine, Zelensky was like, hey, can we get the Iron Dome? Like, that would be nice. They're fucking shelling us like nonstop. And Benjamin Netanyahu was like, fuck no. He stopped it.
You know all this stuff?
Yeah, it's our tech as Americans. Like, it's our tech to give to Ukraine. And Benjamin Netanyahu was like, nope.
You know how I feel about Ukraine versus Russia?
How?
Sounds about white, dude. Not my problem. That is not my problem.
Yeah, so I don't know why, I do know why. I keep saying that. Hassan just won't own anything ever, but...
Was done without a single shot being fired in the process. That's why I always separate Crimea and the annexation of Crimea as opposed to the completely ridiculous and incredibly violent invasion of Ukraine.
So the takeover of Crimea was okay because they managed to do that in like a blitzkrieg, relatively non-violently. So that was okay? Okay.
In the aftermath of the annexation of Crimea, Ukraine shut off the waterways into Crimea by damming the waterways that were designed under the USSR into Crimea, making Crimea even reliant on Russian, making Crimea basically reliant on Russia. If this in and of itself, beyond the unjustifiable land extraction, land annexation, outside of the fact that the land annexation is still unjustifiable, if there was an opportunity for Ukraine to be able to salvage Crimea, it would have taken place already. Okay? I don't know why people still try to... I don't know why people still try to relitigate this process.
The conversation, it's complicated for him because he knows that like it's such a one-sided conflict that like it's kind of hard to both sides this, right? Whereas like for Israel Palestine, it legitimately is complicated, and there are readings of history that are fair that can put you on either side pretty deep in. But for this conflict, it's a lot harder. So it's very frustrating for him to have to kind of like talk around this because he has to do a lot of mental gymnastics, and the arguments are pretty weak that he's giving. They're not very great arguments. Like, well, Crimea wasn't that bad because at least they'd have to kill a lot of people taking it over. It's like, these are not. He knows these aren't great arguments.
Trump has already offered Crimea with a legalized annexation to Russia. Now, as far as Tibet,
mandate, like
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. We talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in.
Also, you can't say that you were opposed to something when you start giving all the justifications for it as well. So he's doing it with Tibet. He did do it a lot for Ukraine because remember, if anybody has clips of it, show me it, because I don't want to simulacrum you like fucking Hassan and Vosh do to me. But I believe Hassan was talking quite a bit about that Azov battalion Nazi shit as well, which was a huge Russian talking point, right? It's Azov battalion, it's Azov. Remember Azov, guys. So if you're going to do all these talking points, it sounds like you're basically just justifying then why they did this takeover in the first place. So then why are you even acting like, it was only okay in Crimea, but whatever.
And
so unilaterally took over Tibet,
like
their culture. They basically are trying to,
No one is culture is slavery. I don't know why.
What?
Like, he brought up culture. There is no slavery culture here. From a Western perspective, this immediately rings alarm bells. Where it's like, well, you're making the British Empire had to permanently occupy India because they all have had a barbaric culture or whatever, or that the United States of America had to tame the savages. That is not the argument here at all. Okay? That is not my argument at all. And while there are issues with the continued sovereignty over Tibet that China has had, Tibet being a part of the Chinese empire in perpetuity and having some semblance of autonomy throughout even the nationalist process, and certainly under Mao as well, has been the same thing since the fucking 19th century.
I'm sorry, my brain's just not, I don't even know what he just said. I don't even know what he's...
It was the Tibetans themselves that wanted to rise up against the feudal land ownership. It wasn't simply just Chinese annexation and occupation.
You have to be careful when you say stuff like that, because a lot of the quote-unquote U.S.-backed coups and U.S.-backed fighters were also people that wanted to rise up against other people as well, right? The Shah or whatever was... we installed the Shah, right? It was against the prior administration in Iran for that revolution. They weren't popular. That country was having a lot of issues too. Before the United States tried to, or successfully, I guess, help to depose the regime there. Same thing with... there was one other example. Oh, in Afghanistan, when we were helping the Mujahideen, that was a revolution that the Soviets were trying to push and install there. The people there weren't happy as well with what the Soviets were trying to do there. And I'm not to say that the United States was right or wrong in any of these. I'm not passing any normative judgment. I'm just saying a lot of supporting coups are supporting some group of people that genuinely have a feeling about a thing. It's not really a good justification. Or if it is, you have to wield it evenly at least.
It was actually an abolition of serfdom in Tibet. This is no different than other Han Chinese areas that were previously occupied by the nationalist forces, where once the Maoist forces took...
The Viet Cong too? Oh, maybe. I don't know anything about in terms of history of Vietnam or Korea to give you any kind of perspective. I wouldn't even risk saying anything. So.
Over a lot of the peasant class that was under the rulership and even fought alongside the nationalist forces defected. The reason as to why they defected was because they wanted to restructure Chinese society completely. Because when faced with these two options of working with Mao, working alongside Mao, and rewriting the rules of Chinese land ownership, they of course chose a universalized land ownership structure rather than going back to the nationalist-dominated previous landlord ruling over the peasant class structure that they existed under. It is not different. What happened in Tibet is also not different. What happened afterwards that is a certainty. Because Tibetans...
Like, all he's doing here is basically justifying imperialism in some circumstances, which is fine. I mean, I'm sure we can probably think of times in history where some level of imperialism was probably okay, right? Some invasion, some type of, intervention. But I mean, like, he would never, ever grant this for the other side,
Tibetans still, as far as I understand, maintain a lot of love and a lot of support for the existing Dalai Lama, regardless of the fact that the CIA actually used that to their advantage, gave a lot of money to the Dalai Lama. It doesn't matter. Tibetans like the Dalai Lama. That's it. Yeah. Okay? And there are contemporary issues in Tibet right now as far as Tibetan sovereignty, Tibetan culture, and these are still significant problems. But if we're talking about the way that the Chinese annexation of Tibet took place, it's not the same as China coming in and taming the barbaric Tibetans. Tibetan serfs did not want to be serfs. They did not want to continue existing within the peasant structure where they were being dominated by landlords, their landowners.
Homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
They're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
the part of
and they did them
feudal
a favor.
warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Base.
The previous serfdom structure.
Here is
Ukraine.
That's what I'm talking about.
At the fucking ballot box, they are not represented. But in the media, God, oh my God, if you look at Western media, you would think the entire fucking nation, even if you look at Russian media and their propaganda, the entire nation of Ukraine is full of fucking Nazis, right? But in America looks to those Nazis and points to those Nazis and says, these are brave Nazis that are trying to defend Ukraine, okay? But it's like this is the template, okay? America takes one of the most awful, insidious, reactionary elements and arms them and legitimizes them and uplifts them until they literally do end up getting more fucking national prominence. It has happened time and time again. And whenever I mention it, whenever I bring it up, like the Mujahideen, whenever I bring it up with respect to like Gladio, or whenever I bring it up with like Latin American countries, Nicaraguan death squads, right? You're like, oh, dude, that's whataboutism. No, it's not. This is exactly what America has done historically and is trying to do in Ukraine currently. It's the same thing.
Is backing up the Azov battalion. We're trying to back up the Nazi death squads in Ukraine. Yeah, so, okay, so this was his... So he's lying. He wasn't ever in favor of Ukraine fighting back, ever. Way back 3 years ago.
It's the exact same thing. And they're doing it. And they're doing it over and over again. But for some fucking weird reason, no one recognizes it. Yeah, and yeah, is it similar to the coverage of Cuba? Yeah, that's another great example. Thank you, Crumbum. Thank you. Remember when everyone told me I was a fucking piece of shit for actively denying the revolution that was ongoing in Cuba? And then I showed you that even fucking Fox News was...
Yeah, okay.
Structure, and it's not Tibetan culture. I think it's like ridiculous to say. It's like... I think this is akin to saying like black people in the South, it's just a part of their culture to be enslaved. That's not the case. Okay? That's not the case at all. The reason why I try to use this analogy here is because it was initially an action of resistance against the feudal serfdom structure in Tibet.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs. Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay.
Everything I said here is correct. I don't know why he put this in the video. I assume he's not going to make an argument against this and instead simply claim...
Why is he going to say, I assume he's not going to make an argument against this when you've prepared notes, you've watched this whole thing. Like, why are you pretending like you're just watching it? Okay.
That it's a genocide that took place and he's hiding it or something? I don't know. Let's see.
I saw this crazy documentary and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, that's no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with.
Oh, that one is like Shen Yun.
Okay, so he saw a documentary. This was the conversation that took place. I don't even remember the full details, but. He's saying that he watched a documentary. I immediately suspected it's probably like a Falun Gong documentary. Falun Gong is a right-wing anti-Communist Party of China cult that's anti-miscegenation. They're the ones who also own Shen Yun and Epoch Times and numerous other media outlets that are super far-right, and they work alongside the CIA. Having said that, this does not mean that there is no repression in Xinjiang. Of course there is major repression in Xinjiang. There was a lot more.
Do you think Adesanya is clearly lost it at this point? He genuinely cannot be saying that Tibet is equal to the South in the American Civil War. There are so many variables that are so obviously different, and he's talking about it so matter-of-factly as if it was the same statement. Yeah, remember, for these people, the thing that you're supporting is ideology. Facts are just kind of like the playground that you have to kind of like put together the pieces to make it work. Like imagine facts are kind of like your Legos or your Mega Blocks, I guess for this guy. You're trying to put together to piece together, you know, some ideological argument. That's all it really is. At the end of the day, it doesn't really care what's true or not. It's just in service to the ideology. Also, holy fuck, this is boring.
Major repression in Xinjiang, especially a couple years ago. For those of you who don't know, there is an East Turkestan separation movement in Xinjiang. Okay? Some of the Uyghur Muslims, many of them also trained by the CIA, some of them are in Syria right now, wanted to separate from China, mainland China. In the process of enacting their separatist goals, there was a lot of knife crime, a lot of terror, and the Chinese government, in my opinion, completely, in the most ridiculous ways possible, enacted an unimaginably cruel regime of surveillance and also cultural erasure and also concentration camps, but re-education camps, where they claimed that these were simply vocational retraining schools, worked to actively, and ruthlessly re-educate the Uyghur Muslims.
Nice.
Okay?
Get that Middle Eastern pronunciation.
They bullied an entire population into submission.
You're so real, bro. You're so real
for that.
that.
There was mass surveillance that took place. And also, I have never said that this was acceptable. I've never considered this to be appropriate. I am always critical of this. This is something that a lot of people get mad at me over, because they say, where did you learn all that? Did you watch a documentary too? They'll say Adrian Zen's propaganda. It is still completely unacceptable. It's ridiculous.
A lot of people get mad at him. Yes, dude. You get so much pushback for this point.
What I'm doing here
against
Ethan is recognizing the truth of the matter. So let's take a look.
In like we could get you an organ from a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, you know, all the concentration camps have been closed now. It's like all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now, you know, it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say.
Why is China invading Tibet to end slavery different than the Spanish invading Aztecs or supporting those groups who existed under Aztec oppression and West African slavery and the British? Yeah, really simple. It's because they fought alongside the Tibetan communists, and then they fucked them over in the process, but they initially fought alongside the Tibetan Maoist movements.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there were natives that fought alongside some of the invading people. I don't think that necessarily justified it, and I think most of them got fucked over at the end as well, right? I feel like that's probably a closer analogy than Hassan would like to admit, but I don't know.
That's the difference. That's it. You're also comparing
native soldiers? Okay, that might be
a foreign invasion coming in to the Aztecs, thousands of miles away, to an autonomous region that was already under Chinese rulership, and the previous Chinese rulership just simply overlooked the structure of serfdom. They didn't give a shit. They were like, yeah, the Dalai Lamas can do whatever they want. They want to fucking chop an ear off? That's great. That is the real problem here, because it's not like Tibet was not under a autonomous part of China. It was an autonomous region that was still under Chinese rulership. It's just that the previous Chinese empires did not care about what the fuck they were doing to the Tibetan serfs, to the Tibetan peasant class. And also on top of that, even the Nationalist Party did not care about that same exact landlord slash feudal serfdom structure that existed in Tibet. That's a major difference, don't you think? That's a major historical difference. Don't you think? Having said that, however, I think that there are still many issues in terms of not giving enough autonomy to Tibet, or not cherishing certain aspects of Tibetan culture, Tibetan language. This is a real problem in China. This is a real issue in China, okay?
Real as fuck, guys.
And then there's the second side of this. In terms of the historical, reference point, because you're failing to understand my point here. You said the Spanish fought alongside the anti-Aztec local fighters, with the majority of the fighters. Tibet was loosely under Chinese rulership and never Sinicized. I know.
I'm not saying that the Sinicization of Tibet is the appropriate measure. I'm saying it's actually the part that I'm critical of is precisely that. But what you fail to comprehend here is that what came in the aftermath of this was not a reassertion of the same serfdom structure. They didn't do that. They didn't just go back to the land rulership structure in Tibet, but now with Chinese ownership. Do you see what I mean? And also, the relationship between Tibet and Chinese sovereignty is, of course, entirely different than the relationship between colonial Spanish occupation over the Aztecs.
Okay.
There is not hundreds of years of being under Chinese rulership despite having autonomy. And also, what happened in the aftermath of that is important, don't you think? There wasn't slavery of the Tibetan masses conducted by the Communist Party of China. Anyway. Hassan, I can see the fear in your eyes. Maybe we should call it on the content nuke. That's so funny. All of these people that have been begging for me to watch this are now finally coming in to be like, you shouldn't watch this, actually. I feel like you're afraid.
Uh-oh, he's already getting triggered by chat. Oh, no. Wait, what is this? Hassan makes Ian think.
Stubborn nature that I do. They don't have the same...
I like this without the music thing or whatever, because I didn't realize that it was unedited initially. Or was it? Hold on.
Stubborn nature that I do. They don't have the same interests as I do. They inevitably become their own worst enemies. They inevitably cook themselves. You might think you're riding high on the slop.
Oh no, this is still an edit. Apparently Ian literally is just sitting there staring awkwardly while Hassan is saying this the entire time. Sorry. Okay. Back to our good friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. True. Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Does Hassan make a good argument here regarding Tibet? I don't know enough history to understand. Considering that the history of Tibet and everything is, my guess is going to be, is probably even more complicated than Israel-Palestine, since the Israeli-Palestinian history is so short-term. And I feel like history is a lot clearer in the past 100 years because our documentation and everything is way better. I wouldn't trust any of his older historical takes ever. I would never, ever, 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 ever trust. I would never trust any of these. But also, I haven't studied that region as well, so don't quote me too hard on any of that. So, but I wouldn't trust any of it.
Yeah, I'm still being a coward.
To say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years.
It's also ignoring that Spain practiced slavery in Mexico. Like it would be the same if China. It would be the same if, yes, China went in, okay? No collaboration whatsoever, no demands whatsoever from Tibetan Maoists and Tibetan...
I will say that I know just from the history that I do know, him saying no collaboration, acting like collaborating with people there. Again, the Mujahideen in Afghanistan were people that the CIA was collaborating with there. Those were real people that lived there. They weren't all just white Americans that were shipped in to fight against the Soviets. Those were real people that had real feelings and real beliefs about that. About what was going on there. So I don't know why he keeps bringing up stuff like that. Is that the difference? So if there are actual people on the ground that share part of your belief, then that means that all of a sudden that type of imperialistic overthrow of some other government is okay? Because if so, basically every single coup involves some group of people on the ground that agree with you. Even Pinochet had some support among people, although I don't think we directly support him. Like, everybody has some support to some extent. Otherwise, you're not going to have an army, or you're not going to have anybody willing to fight for you. Like, it's such a stupid fucking... It's such a stupid fucking point. I don't know.
Communists that wanted to rid themselves of the antiquated practice of serfdom that was incredibly violent, incredibly brutal. Okay, and instead just reform that exact same societal structure and continue to enslave Tibetans. But that's not what happened. So obviously, there is a major difference here. This doesn't mean that there is any sort of... This doesn't mean that it's great. I'm not saying that it is, okay? I'm simply offering some nuance to the way that people frame these conversations as black and white and try to make... try to make it work within the imperialist structure in the same way that you understand Spanish colonialization. Okay?
Okay.
Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a US research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing.
Okay, he pulls up a lot of these AP articles, and I feel like from all of the clips that I've seen on the Context Nuke, he basically does not go into great detail about these articles at all. I don't think he's read any of these articles at all. Many of these articles are basically...
It's been years since my daughter passed. I've spoken with an angel. Showed me a way to be a mother again.
Welcome to your new home. What are you gonna do to me?
we can bring her back.
When you work on cars as much as I do, you learn what matters most. And for me, that's trust. What sets Advance apart is the people. They don't just hand me parts. They help me get back on the road. They've always got the right parts at the right price, right when I need them. Whether you just need your battery tested or you've got years of experience. Advance Auto Parts is right around the corner and ready to help.
This is how we advance.
In the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. This right here is basically the summarization of like my summarization of the story is this article saying that they ended their operations. They ended their operations, and the clips that, and here's why I say he.
What is the? I thought the point wasn't that they ended their operations. I thought Hassan was saying that the operations like that were never even happening. Am I wrong or what? Like,
is fucking devoid of context. This is the reason why I call this a context nuke. The reason why I call this a context nuke is because he rips these clips, which I don't even know where he sourced them from, okay? Because I don't think he sourced them himself. I think someone gave him these clips. Because
that's a projection. If he's saying that, it's because other people have given him clips, by the way. But
if he were to actually, if he actually cared about understanding the nuance of this position that I'm presenting, he would recognize that some of the clips that he pulled out are literally directly from me covering this article. Here it is, October 13, 2021, Uyghurs in Xinjiang. Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are the many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles and the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. Uyghur teenage boys, once a rare sight, now flirt with girls over pounding dance music at rollerblading rinks. One cab driver blasted Shakira as she raced through the streets. 4 years after Beijing launched a brutal crackdown that swept up 1 million or more Uyghurs and other mostly Muslim minorities into detention camps and prisons, its control of Xinjiang has entered a new era. Chinese authorities have scaled back many of the most draconian and invisible aspects of the region's high-tech police state. The panic that gripped the region a few years ago has subsided considerably, and a sense of normality is creeping back in.
What is he?
Because he purposely limited the search to 2 years, so his article was left out intentionally. Now, time and time again, I have actually railed against, as much as people say I'm a China glazer, which I am a China glazer, let's be real. Time and time again,
like, just so you know, like, I'm pretty sure Nazi Germany was ramping down on the concentration camp, death camp shit for Jews as well, right? Because eventually you run out of people to kill. Like, you hit your target demographic and you're no longer killing people. Is that an argument in favor of, like, I don't know, that just seems, actually, I don't know the status of the Jewish population. I don't know, maybe there were still many to go there. But like, this is like such a weird argument.
I've actually brought up the unjustifiable practice of mass detention and mass surveillance and dragnets that were cast upon the Uyghur Muslim population in Xinjiang. I do not think it's appropriate, and I do not think it's acceptable. And I have made that very clear over and over again. I've actually made fun of the people that are so invested in defending China that they come in here and sometimes act like hogs. But for China, and say the exact same things that hogs say about Muslims and Muslim detention or immigrant detention in the United States of America, but this time for China. This is an age-old bit that I do all the fucking time. But if you were actually interested in the nuance or my actual perspective on this, you could have probably figured it out by, I don't know, doing a cursory analysis, just fucking Googling it, you know?
Damn.
He admitted on a stream that he got these clips from someone, but because I'm not insane, I don't have the clip of him saying it on me.
Okay. Pretty sure it would be on
Having said that,
one of the many
going
subreddits that he likes to browse.
If you Google search Xinjiang Associated Press, that's the first article that comes up. Terror tourism, Xinjiang eases grips, but fear remains. Now, there's some other articles that he's also sourced here, which I suspect he probably didn't look at. And I think it's important to understand the timeline here on what he's talking about, because he's trying to make it seem as though he's basically pulling articles from after our conversation to imply that that I was lying, that the Xinjiang detention had not ended. He's also implying that I'm actually in favor of this detention. I am not. I'm in favor of the truth, okay? So when I actually retaliate and say, no, those are not death camps, those are not like, you know, there's no like organ harvesting operation that's taking place, I'm simply combating against misinformation. This is what I do. This is my primary purpose, okay? In a lot of circumstances, it's usually right-wing misinformation. You guys love it when I do it to Joe Rogan, but you seemingly don't like it if I'm doing it to a liberal position, okay?
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution. Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite.
So, again, he claims that this AP article does not exist. It obviously exists. So, what the fuck are you talking about? Here's the AP article. Here's a video of me reading the AP article. Why would you obviously...
The article seem not to exist. Almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution. Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite.
So, again, he claims that this AP article does not exist. It obviously exists. So, what?
Fuck, I'm too lazy to go and check the distance because this is so boring. Holy shit. Did this AP article exist when they had this contention with each other or when they were fighting with each other over this particular thing? Because it sounds like if Ethan had a problem with the stuff going on. The article that Hassan is citing here says that all of that stuff seemed to be going on and people are still scared of it. But you can hit your quota or your target for sterilization and then for repopulating it with your Han's Chinese citizens or whatever and then stop. But like that wouldn't further Hassan's argument there at all. Like,
What the fuck are you talking about? Here is the AP article. Here's a video of me reading the AP article. Why would you even put this in the video? What kind of research have you done? Also, none of this even proves your point, which was that you watched a documentary that I suspected was like a Shenyang or Falun Gong documentary that said that there were death camps in China.
What is this Falun Gong documentary? The only thing I've ever seen, like actually, it's not even a documentary, but it would have been it was the lady who did a Vice thing on. Is that part of that documentary? Where she goes to China to see some of these Uyghur cities. These are super scary. Some of these journalists are fucking wild, dude. But she goes here to try to find out what's going on, and like these cities are basically completely cleared out. The creepiest part is there was a. Can I find this? You can see like over a gate that there's like a bunch of kids being re-educated, I guess.
I can see people moving inside.
I don't remember what it is. This is the only thing I've seen on this. I don't know. That whoever, that other person who's setting it, he really doesn't like that person. Oh.
So the best we can do is walk past this facility, but it is really bizarre that there are kids there on a Sunday, which suggests that this is not just a regular school.
None of what he has shown so far has said that there are death camps in China. Part of the reason why I don't think that he was able to prove his perspective in the conversation at all is because they weren't fucking death camps, and I was right. They were re-education camps, and I've never said that that was appropriate or permissible or acceptable. I've always been against that. This is...
I could be wrong, but I don't know if, like, Ethan might have just been misinformed or misspoke. I don't know if death camps were ever the strong claim against what was happening with the Uyghur stuff. I thought it was the forced sterilization and then the separation of children from families and then the forced re-education of those children to eliminate the Uyghur culture. I thought that was the stronger, that was generally the argument. So Ethan might have misspoke, but I see Hassan is dealing a lot with that, the death camp argument, and avoiding the rest of the stuff. And okay.
This is the problem. And people will say, Hassan, we got you. You said you would be in favor of re-education. There's a difference between re-educating people who have done crimes in the process of rehabilitation.
This is such a fucking cop-out. Do people not hear this in Hassan's audience? When Hassan's like, I'm in favor of re-education of people who have done crimes. My friend, that's called prison. Everybody's in favor of prison. Why are you making arguments for the existence of prison? Yes. We all agree that people that commit crimes should go to prison. What are you talking about?
Okay, versus doing dragnets against an entire minority population and mass surveillance against an entire minority population. That is what I'm against. I am in favor of re-education and rehabilitation for those.
Minders would draw in close, straining to hear every word. It's hard to know why Chinese authorities have shifted to subtler methods of controlling the region. Why is Hassan citing this article, bro? It may be that searing criticism from the West, along with punishing political and commercial sanctions, have pushed authorities to lighten up. Or it may simply be that China judges it has come far enough in its goal of subduing the Uyghurs and other mostly Muslim minorities to relax its grip.
Apparently that was the rest of the article Hassan was reading, or some of it.
Those who have actually done severe crimes. I think that that is an infinitely better way to deal with that than to just fucking execute them or to imprison them like we do in the United States of America. This is a consistent position that I have maintained. To deal with that is what I'm against. I am in favor of re-education and rehabilitation for those who have actually done severe crimes. I think that that is an infinitely better way to deal with that than to just fucking execute them or to imprison them like we do in the United States of America.
What does he think these Uyghur people were being imprisoned for? Does he think that all of them just happen to be doing crimes? I don't understand what he's even trying to say here. Okay.
This is a consistent position that I have maintained throughout my entire fucking political commentary career. This is part of the reason why I'm also endlessly charitable to people who have done thought crimes, who have been reactionary from time to time, because I believe that we are, subject to social conditioning. Okay? Now,
it doesn't make any sense, but I'll just start out by saying we're 8 minutes in and his research is not so great. He doesn't prove his point at all. He brings up all of these other articles that have come out after this conversation in an effort to imply that my article actually did not exist at all and that these things are still happening. But I'm willing to bet that if we were to look at these articles, even if they came after our conversation, we would find out that the articles itself were talking about what China was doing before they ended the mass detention structure that they had. This is a UK independent body. China committed genocide in Xinjiang. An independent, unofficial body set up by a prominent British barrister to assess the evidence on China's alleged rights abuses against the Uyghur genocide concluded Thursday the Chinese government committed genocide and crimes against humanity. This is the only article that says that China did a genocide. Okay? The Uyghur Tribunal, made up of lawyers, academics, and business people, doesn't have any government backing or powers to sanction or punish China, but organizers hope the process of publicly laying out evidence will compel international action to tackle Beijing's policies against the Uyghurs, a largely Muslim ethnic group. Tribunal Chair Jeffrey Nice said the genocide ruling was based on evidence that the Chinese government's forced birth control and sterilization policies targeting Uyghurs in the far western Xinjiang province were intended to destroy a significant part of the group's population. The abuse was part of the comprehensive policies directly linked to President Xi Jinping and the highest levels of Chinese government, it said. Now, this is not a real court. This is not the ICC. This is not the ICJ. This is simply, it's not even a people's tribunal, which does happen, okay? Brace, friend of the show, Brace Belden, YPJ terrorist, Brace Belden, has actually participated in a people's tribunal, I believe, against the former Duterte leadership. I think it was the Duterte leadership, if I'm not mistaken. There has been an intention to destroy the act of interfering with the birth of a group. About 30 witnesses and experts gave evidence to a series of public hearings in central London this year alleging torture, forced abortions, rape, beatings by authorities while in state detention centers. The tribunal concluded that it was beyond the doubt that the crimes against humanity were committed. Nice said she and other senior officials bear primary responsibility for what has occurred in Xinjiang. Once again, I don't see the organ harvesting or the execution camps that Ethan was talking about here. This is still unacceptable. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I was talking to your mom. Alleging torture, forced abortions, rape, and beatings by authorities. The hearing also reviewed large amounts of documents detailing other policies, including the separation of young children from their families and widespread destruction of mosques. But he's like, but I don't see the thing about the organ harvesting, so I don't know what the fuck. I don't know why Ethan has got such a big problem. Like, it seems like, you know, maybe there was some bad stuff, but like, no worry. He's like, he's so tunneled in on that one fucking claim. Holy shit.
Okay, completely unacceptable and not a part of. Considering that I don't actually agree with the Chinese detention structure that exists in Xinjiang, this is not even against my position. My position was literally,
Go back 30 seconds. He says that the court who claimed genocide was a people's court and not the ICJ based.
Literally, that Ethan is wrong about Chinese death camps, okay? Chinese death camps and forced organ harvesting. These were fabulous claims being made. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So exhausting.
Why did you skip over the Chinese embassy statement? Tanky propaganda. The tribunal and its so-called conclusions are merely clumsy and shows staged by anti-China elements for their self-entertainment. Anyone with conscience and reason will not be deceived or fooled. Yeah, the Chinese government, if I was pro-China, I will give you what the pro-China position is, okay? The pro-China position is that these separatist elements in Xinjiang are radical Islamist fundamentalists that were propped up by the CIA, and there is a little bit of truth to that as well, but that doesn't matter, okay? Because it doesn't matter in the way that they dealt with this issue, okay? The Chinese Uyghur separatist terrorists were actually doing mass slaughter, doing unimaginable amounts of terrorist attacks all over China, and certainly in Xinjiang as well. So that's the reason why they had to do roundups and very targeted roundups and create vocational schools where these guys were simply getting educated for vocational training. That's not my position at all. As a matter of fact, I've argued against that position quite frequently, okay? That is a lie. That is an exaggeration by a state that makes it seem as though their completely warrantless and unjustifiable detention structure was actually simply justifiable and was working towards rehabilitation. I don't agree with that position. I think that's a classic moment where a state lies, right? The Chinese state also has the capacity to lie. They're not infallible. There are plenty of issues with the Chinese state. Wow. Now.
Thanks, Hassan.
This doesn't mean that I'm defending the Chinese practice of mass detention anyway. And ironically enough, the article that we were talking about here also features this. To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses. Remember, Ethan actually posted this as an
cringe,
own.
Ethan.
In that fucking same article that he posted, if he had actually read that article, he would see this part where it says, Beijing has closed many of the camps which are called vocational training and education centers, but hundreds of thousands of people continue to languish in prison, many in vague secret charges. The report called on China to release all individuals arbitrarily detained to clarify the whereabouts of those who have disappeared and whose families are seeking information about them. There's never been a moment where I did not claim that there weren't serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region, just like UN Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez believes the assessment clearly identifies serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. I agree that there were serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. There's never been a moment where I've actually defended the serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region.
I'm so sorry. I'm just not following. Wait, so what is Hassan's point here? Hassan is truly just centered on Ethan said death camp there's not necessarily maybe death camps, but there's all these other things that are all bad and definitely horrible and like are basically the exact same thing that was furthering Ethan's point. But because Ethan said death camp, I'm just going to fight to the death on that one particular thing. Is that...
So why did Ethan, one, do a horrible job? Why did he do a horrible job of not reading his own fucking articles that he posted in here? Okay? This is, and yes, you are right, KO Fishy, this is exactly like when I denied or went after atrocity propaganda in the aftermath of October 7th. There was plenty of real atrocities that took place on October 7th, but Israel greatly increased the intensity of atrocity propaganda in an effort to justify its genocidal ambitions that came immediately after October 7th. What did they do in the process? They lied about 40 beheaded babies being lit on fire with kerosene.
By the way, that's misinformation that he's saying. Israel never made that 40 beheaded baby claim. There's a whole Substack writing where that claim came from. I want to say it was like a French news org that ended up posting it originally, and it was, I think there was like 40 dead babies, and then there was like a beheaded baby, and somehow this got combined, and then foreign media started pushing this idea. I don't know if any Israeli media ended up picking it up eventually. It wouldn't surprise me if they did, but it did not originate like as a Mossad propaganda or an Israeli propaganda talking point. So Hassan is lying there, but...
And numerous other issues. And I was very critical of that propaganda because there was plenty of real atrocities that they could point to, but they wanted to make it seem like there was so much more. And that didn't mean that I was actually defending the actions that took place on October 7th, but you would obviously believe that if you're a fucking moron, or if you are trying to present a very different reality, a reality where you want to fit me into an unnuanced perspective.
Wow.
Now, what's ironic here
is... It was a French reporter misspeak, and then Israel reposted it. Gotcha.
It's twofold. One, my mother's maiden name is Uyghur, okay? Uyghurs are Turks. They are Turkic. Not the whole, like, the whole world is Turk memes. I'm saying, like, literally, they are a Turkic people, okay? Not only that, which is why I also jokingly say I'm white Chinese, okay? But not only that, but also the Turkish government does actually train them. The Turkish government does actually train a lot of Uyghur fighters and uses them alongside the Salafist brigades that they've trained in Syria. This is real, and they do this under the watchful eye of the United States of America. This is also real. I am very familiar with...
At this point, we shouldn't even acknowledge Hassan. There's literally no point in humoring him. He's a propagandist. There's no point in analyzing him or debating him. I mean, you kind of have to pay attention to him because he's the largest left-leaning political voice on Twitch. I hate that there's no popular liberal voice on Twitch. You've got Hassan, who's basically a Marxist-Leninist, a tanky. And then you've got Asmongold, who's basically a 100% bought and paid for Trump dick suck. And they're just any liberal streamer is less than 500 viewers. There's just no liberal, strong, big liberal voices on Twitch. Feels amazing, man.
With the Uyghur separatist groups for this region, okay? If I can't correct misinformation with my podcast co-host without getting called a propagandist for China, then what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just let it happen? Just let him just say this? Let him say whatever the fuck he wants? It's ridiculous. And he did this exact same thing. He did this exact same thing when I corrected his dangerous misinformation that's going to come later, where he talks about Hezbollah and the 500,000 casualties in the Syrian civil war. We'll get to that later, though.
Okay.
About the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand.
Right, we watched all this.
Reading on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China?
I wasn't, and I never have. And you're wrong for claiming that I have. Your entire premise here is that they had death camps. You did not prove that. That there was organ harvesting. You didn't prove that either. And then you turned around and said, I'm defending China. I never did. I never defended China. Not in any of these conversations. Describing the actual horrifying conditions while also saying that they're horrifying conditions and completely unacceptable is not defending China. It's only defending China if you have a Steven Crowder style approach to fucking global conflict, where you're like, wait a minute, you're offering some nuance while also still criticizing the Chinese government?
Whenever Hassan does it, it's nuanced, but when the other side does it, it's apologia, right? Maybe we should be a little bit less one-dimensional when we look at Israel-Palestine. No, that's genocide. Apologia. You're apologizing for genocide. It's a genocide. It's an ongoing genocide. Okay, gotcha. But when he wants to say, okay, Uyghur, organ harvesting? What, are we saying fetuses are organs now? Come on, guys. Then it's nuance.
You must be defending China.
China's genocide of their Muslim population. How does this even make sense? It only makes sense.
He still hasn't fucking, offered additional claims to this genocide. Now, what's really interesting about this is, and I have to talk about my second position here.
Uh-oh.
There is one thing that I've maintained throughout this entire process, and that is that while Ethan on the one hand talks about how China is genociding the Uyghur Muslims, his position on Israel genociding the Palestinians always goes back and forth. He is sometimes called...
Hasn't he always basically called it a genocide, or he said basically as much? I feel like because I don't like his position. I think his position is cucked on it, but I feel like Ethan has basically always had this position.
But a war, and sometimes offered concessions to why it truly is a genocide, okay? So it's very hard to pin him on this position, so you have to focus on what he actually is doing whenever he talks about Israel. What kind of defenses he's engaging with respect to Israel. Is he actually offering nuance to Israel's military actions, or is he simply running defense for Israel's military actions, okay? Because I did not defend the Chinese government's mass detention facilities. I've called it a cultural genocide before, as a matter of fact, over and over again. Now, one thing that I have to make clear here, and this is another thing that I've talked about over and over and over again.
We're 8.5 minutes in.
If Israel treated the Palestinian population in the same unjustifiable manner that China treated Xinjiang, Israel would get a Nobel Peace Prize every year going forward. Every Western nation would turn around and cherish how wonderful and how peaceful of a nation state Israel actually is for taming the savage, barbaric Palestinians. They would talk about how incredible Israel is for actually simply doing mass detention and mass surveillance upon the captive Palestinian population and not slaughtering them. If Israel started to do China-style mass surveillance and mass detention tomorrow on all Palestinians, both in the West Bank and also...
This is just so not true for so many different reasons, but whatever, okay.
In Gaza, literally every American would be doing tricks on it. They would talk about Benjamin Netanyahu being the most peaceful person on the planet. Okay? So think about what it takes for people to say China is doing death camps and as an exterminationist...
Like, you know, in that same article that you were reading that you were so happy was supporting you, that same article was saying they were doing like fucking forced abortions and rapings and beatings. Like, is that really what you're going with? Okay.
Principle and doing organ harvesting, as opposed to how much it takes for people to even come to terms with the genocide that Israel is committing. China never...
So why do you have the most random collection of letters for your ship names? My flying ships are named after Gundams, and then I think these letters are colonies in Alien. I think Fiorina 161 is the mining colony in Alien 3, and I think LV 410 is the planet, I think, in Alien 1.
Never bombed entire city blocks. China never shut off humanitarian aid. As a matter of fact, one of the most ironic statements throughout this entire fucking process was the fact that China was also still committed to developing Xinjiang as it is everywhere else, including in Tibet as well.
Developing it. Oh my God.
But the American perspective on this has always been they are trying to develop these areas to continue destroying them, to continue killing them. There was literally an Associated Press article that I read talking about a high-speed rail line going all the way to Xinjiang, basically creating this massive network of high-speed rail that was seen as...
Do you have any idea how much Germany maintained its high-speed train system? I don't know if you call it high-speed rail, but their train system for all the Jews they were shipping around? That was some pretty efficient shit, boys.
That was portrayed as a negative thing. People in
the trains.
Xinjiang still have freedom to travel in that regard. Okay.
They did not have freedom to travel. They were being locked in detention camps. What are you talking about?
Under the Hukou system, which needs desperate reform, there are obviously limitations to travel and how much you can, internally travel inside of China. But many of these people that are criticizing me don't even know what the fuck that is anyway, and they're now going to Google it and be like, "Hassan didn't bring this up," or talk about the severity of the structure.
I like it. I love how anytime Hassan is like on a fact that he thinks is like really unique to him, or that the other person knows, like, "Take your hands off the keyboard. Let me see. I bet you didn't know that. I bet you didn't know this." Like this thing that he Googled like 2 hours earlier.
Okay. Whew. We are at $71,000. I'm going to obviously increase the. I'm going to obviously increase the Tiltify donos. Hold on. Where the frick?
Also, I love that the charity that he's using to shield himself here is a charity for his friend. Is this even a charitable donation, or is it just a donation to their boxing event? I don't even know. Is this even charity? Actually, I don't even know if this is a charitable donation. Is it? It's straight to the charity? Okay. Interesting. What is the charity? Is it a cancer charity? Someone said it's for cancer, I think.
Okay. My account. My hub campaigns. Hold on,
guys. Hold on.
How do I change the goal? Is it not allowed? Can I not change the goal after the campaign actually? Oh, here, I'm changing it. I'm doubling it. Double or nothing, baby.
Good job. My God.
Boom. We're only 8 minutes and 32 seconds into the video, and we've already fundraised $72,000.
Yes, fundraiser,
Are you still
boys.
getting money so you will stop this torture? What? Okay.
Don't criticize me. I'm fundraising
You're
here.
getting me from
How can you
extreme
criticize
high-need
me?
father.
How the fucking criticism? I'm fucking fundraising.
So one must ask the question, why Ethan Klein refuses to actually engage in any of the things that I'm saying, uses out of context clips, and also simultaneously has a very different standard for what China's doing as opposed to what Israel is doing. Okay?
True. All true.
What the fuck's going on here? It doesn't make any sense. I'm actually morally consistent on this process. He's the one who's not.
True.
Now, isn't Israel's activity in between lawn mowings essentially what China does in its worst moments? Exactly. That's why I brought that up. If China did what Israel did to Xinjiang, we would nuke China. Okay? Understand something. If China did what Israel did to the Palestinians in Xinjiang, we would nuke China tomorrow. And if Israel did what China did in Xinjiang as a part of its like rehabilitation or re-education vocational training campaign or whatever the fuck the Chinese government calls it, they would consider that to be a pathway towards infinite peace. Can you imagine where Palestinians will now have freedom of travel into other parts of Israel, into greater Israel, mass detention and the subsequent re-education inside of these like supposed vocational training schools or whatever, but then in the aftermath of that they have, you know, full-blown citizenship and access to the same fucking resources? That would never happen in a million years. Netanyahu would get a Nobel Peace Prize. Netanyahu would get every single Nobel Peace Prize for the rest of time.
Yeah, I just misspoke. Automatically wrong on every point. See ya.
Also, speaking of, organ harvesting, I mean, that's beside the point.
Sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America Bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hassan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you.
Yeah, so this is a classic. This is something that I hear mostly from Sex Pestany and his orbiters. But the idea that, like, my commentary on political matters is simply reduced to America Bad is incredibly, incredibly dumb. It's ironic that this is yet another case of...
Does anybody have the clip of Hassan saying whatever the U.S. State Department's position is on a thing, if you take the opposite, you're probably safe? Or does Ethan show that in his content nude?
Pure projection, where Ethan is saying, oh, his commentary is just literally America Bad.
Oh.
At no point, if I simply stated America Bad over and over and over again, how the fuck would I fill 8 hours of space every goddamn day? Why is it that these people never actually make the argument America good? Why is it that these people never actually dive deeper into why I say America Bad, for example? And this is, once again, obviously a reductive clip out of 8 hours of space every goddamn day. Why is it that these people never actually make the argument America good? Why is it that these people never actually dive deeper into why I say America Bad, for example? And this is, once again, obviously a reductive clip out of context where I'm describing a complex position. Let's take a look.
Coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you if you want to actually be moral or if you want to be smart about the way.
As I've said before, time and time again, okay, from both my own personal experiences and, I'm Turkish, okay? Turkey is a NATO nation. Turkey is the way that it is specifically because Turkey is a NATO nation. Do you understand?
What? Wait, hold on. Excuse me. Excuse me. What? He is not about to blame all of the past baseness of the Turks on NATO, is he? Hold on. Wait, what?
And in that process, during the Cold War, because it was supposed to be a bulwark against the growing socialist movement in the country, they actually suppressed Kurdish liberation movements, socialist movements, trade unionist movements. The American government, by way of the CIA, created a right-wing ultra-nationalist paramilitary, the MHP party. Okay, the MHP party, the Grey Wolves. This, you know how Ethan's community will fucking call me out for like, oh, he did this. He's actually secretly a Turkish ultra-nationalist.
You know that, like, Turkey had a whole bunch of problems. Like, the Arabs did not like the Turks under the Ottoman Empire, okay? They thought that they were oppressive. Also, the Armenian genocide happened way before fucking NATO was involved, okay? This is under the Turkish Ottoman Empire. So I don't know where he gets his idea that all the bad things in Turkey literally just came from the United States. Like, also, Turkey today doesn't even represent the same views in conflict all the time, at least from my feeling, that the U.S. has. For instance, Turkey fucking hates Kurdish people, and they'll bomb them whenever the fuck they get the opportunity to.
You can only arrive at that position if you're a fucking moron. I have, again, countless hours of talking about the history of the MHP party and how the CIA did an Operation Gladio like they did in Italy, but in Turkey with the MHP ultra-nationalist paramilitary groups that they violently sent to destroy any sort of trade unionist, socialist, or workers' movement. Many of those movements comprised of Kurds that wanted their own version of Kurdish liberation movements, as a matter of fact. MHP was responsible for that. MHP is still a part of the governing coalition alongside the AKP in Turkey right now. The ultra-nationalist fascists are still in power in this country, in my country. Okay?
Wow.
We have officially reached the boundary of $75,000. I'm very proud of you guys.
Good job, guys. Clap.
Okay?
So proud of you guys. You did it.
There's more I wanted to get into. Bro, you're making this unwatchable. I know. Context and nuance is silly.
So much context.
Way you analyze
so much
other
nuance.
countries. That's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had...
Also, I don't think he saw any of this. He didn't see any of this. He already arrived at the position that I was bad after an entire year of fucking shitting on me with snide remarks as I was actively defending him in the process. For all the fucking foot soldiers that are in here to see the other side of the story for once, welcome. Okay, I have an 8-minute compilation that he couldn't even sit through where I was defending Ethan Klein, including this is, I guess, from what, January 11th, 2024. Ethan was hitting me with snide remarks over and over and over again while I was simultaneously defending him. Okay. I was simultaneously defending him from people that kept bringing him up and saying like, oh, he said this, he said that. I didn't want to be fucking focusing on drama. Okay?
Drama,
I did not
guys.
want to entertain the drama perverts because I thought it was irrelevant what Ethan Klein was saying because I assumed that he was just doing goofs and gaffs. In any case, we'll get to that in a little bit as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the entire premise here so far in the 9 minutes and 39 seconds that we watched is that Ethan is saying Hassan Piker groomed me, a 40-year-old man with the political convictions of a sea cucumber. I had no way of thinking on my own, and this 30-year-old man at the time groomed me into believing dangerous radical ideas. Dangerous radical ideas like what, you might ask? Socialism.
Remember, Hassan says that he tries to do this. This is literally Hassan's stated goals. So he can sit here and make fun of Ethan for this, but this is explicitly what Hassan tries to do.
Socialism being good. He made too many convincing arguments. He was hot and he groomed me and it scared me. It scared what happened to me. Scary man. Stupid, sexy Hassan.
Any idea who this guy actually is? And then this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders.
Like, this is bullshit. This is a video that he made a year after our podcast ended, okay? He developed this resentment over the course of the year. He didn't like start hearing me say these things that I was saying directly to him and see it in a different light. This is pure narrative.
We literally did. We watched on stream, by the way, and I even remarked that it was insane, where Hassan would just say the craziest things. That re-education comment joke, or not joke, the serious thing that he said about like, oh yeah, well, we just re-educate these people. It's like, bro, why would you say this? Hello? There was the re-education comments, the thing about Tibet. Like, he would say so many crazy things. We watched this happen in real time on his stream. Holy fuck.
Okay, pure narrative. He's doing post hoc rationalizations, and I think the reason why he's doing these post hoc rationalizations is because he wants to convince you, the viewer, to being like, he duped me and he was duping you with his scary, elusive, mysterious ways of doing propaganda. The real story of what took place is that in the aftermath of October 7, okay, in the aftermath of October 7, we had disagreements. We had significant disagreements. Ethan wanted to hyper-focus on the feelings of Israelis and potentially the fears of American Jews in the aftermath of October 7. And my argument always was hyper-focusing on the broader picture because I knew what was about to happen. Because history, contrary to what Hosbarists like to tell you, did not start on October 7, 2023.
It actually started on in 1967 on June 12th? Fuck, when did the war end? I'm sorry, June 10th.
History started far before October 7. Zionism was an exterminationist,
it wasn't,
ethno-religious supremacist ideology
No.
that is identical to Nazi fascism
No.
far before October 7.
No, that is an anti-Semitic talking point, by the way. If you ever say that, that's just pure anti-Semitism. That's not true. Zionism started with people like at least in the form that eventually would go on to create the nation of Israel, was started by people like Theodor Herzl, who was talking about, hey, so I noticed that all these countries are still anti-Semitic. All of these countries fucking hate us. Like, maybe we should just like go to our own place and do our own thing. And I think even these other guys would support us because then you don't have to worry about Jews all the time. We'll even give you all of our shit when we leave. That was kind of the start of the Zionism that led to the creation of Israel. The idea that it started as some ethno-supremacist movement when it was born out of all of the anti-Semitism across the entire world is an insanely retarded talking point.
As the Euromed Human Rights Monitor and the Save the Kids Foundation both correctly pointed to, in 2023, before October 7, 2023 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. And before then, 2022 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. Why was that happening to the Palestinian children? If history started on October 7, how could that have deadliest year? 2023, before October 7, 2023 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. And before then, 2022 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. Why was that happening to the Palestinian children?
What was
If
happening?
history started on October 7, how could that have happened? How could that have happened?
The answer is it was just Israel arbitrarily and
And the
randomly
reality of the matter
killing
is,
children.
Ethan knows better. He should know better. He lived in Israel. He hated Israel. He talked about how Israel was an exterminationist, crazy country that was incredibly right-wing. In 2021, he posted an Instagram story about it. which I'm sure will he'll bring up in a little bit to show his bona fides as to why he's so pro-Palestinian.
Overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hassan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hassan...
Yeah, let's see what these anti-Semitic comments are, okay? Now, remember. There's a lot of story making happening here, okay? There's a lot of story making happening here to make it seem as though, you know, I just showed a very different reality, or I duped this 40-year-old man into I don't know, dangerous radical ideas. And I actually radicalized his audience, not realizing that his audience actually radicalized on their own. They were radicalized by the reality. Many people in his audience, including many people in my audience, were completely oblivious to the horrifying practice of apartheid and genocide that Israel was doing before October 7. October 7 was an act that made a lot of people in the United States of America pay attention to it, okay? And they organically started realizing that the statements coming from Ethan Klein were actually at odds with how they felt about the situation. Now, is it because they were becoming anti-Semitic? No, it's because they started recognizing the reality of Israel's occupation and genocidal practices. So when Israel was doing genocide, which Ethan, again, goes back and forth on, sometimes he thinks it's a genocide, other times he thinks it's a war.
Is he going to show... I mean, like, it can be both, right? Like, what do you mean? There could be a war and a genocide happening concurrently, right? I don't know. Does he have any clips of Ethan saying it's not a genocide?
His wife certainly doesn't seem to think so. Hila, who was a soldier in the Israeli occupying force, which again, as I talked about in our debate, where Ethan admitted that she could be considered a terrorist, by the way, her statements on this are even more right-wing than Ethan's, okay? There's always a steady push and pull here. And of course, his audience, organically, a progressive audience that he had cultivated, not because of leftovers, but even like the girly pop that wanted to care about the goofs and gaffs, obviously started recognizing that some of the stuff that Ethan was saying was damn near identical to what Ben Shapiro was saying, or what Charlie Kirk was saying, or what any number of right-wing commentators were saying about Israel.
Like, there's going to be, like, you can make that argument if you really want, but you have to show more, right? Like, anybody's going to make a decent point on something eventually. Like, there's going to be things that Hassan says that occasionally I'll agree with, but that doesn't mean that you're now that person. But
one of the moments that was majorly consequential is the moment that Ethan actually decided to no longer when Ethan decided to no longer be on Twitter. Part of the reason why he left Twitter, now he says, is because of all of the anti-Semitism, and there was plenty of anti-Semitism on Twitter after Elon's takeover, so there is a plausible deniability there. But the reason why he left Twitter was because he couldn't deal with the fact that he kept wanting to say something, okay? He kept wanting to say something about Israel, and it was always in defense of Israel, okay? That famous moment is, and I'm sure someone can fucking bring it up for me right now, the famous moment is when he looked at Mark Barg and his post, a Muslim sex worker, an Iranian Muslim sex worker, who he said, this is it. This was the moment. Enjoy your drugs, and being a sex worker, Hamas would kill you on the spot. This is what he tweeted about Muhammad. I'm in South Beach having fun on drugs.
Wait, didn't this guy tweet something unhinged about Ethan first? Is Hassan going to bring that up, or do we just totally ignore that thing? Does that come up in the context, Nuke, or he did? Okay.
This is literally no different than what Israel defenders say. The idea that you can't show solidarity to a people that are being ethnically cleansed is ridiculous. The idea that you cannot show solidarity to the Palestinians because you have fantasized that those Palestinians would be homophobic and fucking kill you and viciously kill you is ridiculous. Even if that was the case, you could still show solidarity to people, even if they were homophobic, even if they were anti-sex work. Yeah, I know. A lot of people in underdeveloped nations that have been victim of colonial exploitation do not have the same woke mindset that we do here in the Western world.
Just because they're getting bombed.
That doesn't change this dynamic at all. I still don't think they should be fucking destroyed. I still don't think that their lives should be ruined, as a matter of fact. No one deserves genocide, period. It doesn't matter if their opinions are not aligned with mine. This is simply trying to engage in an act of pink washing. It's also a conflation between ISIS and Hamas. Hamas is a militant organization that was designed under the rulership of the oppressive Israeli apartheid regime. Hamas's tactics have evolved throughout time and become more radical. Hamas's tactics have become more violent throughout time, but that violence is still maintained. The standard of violence is still maintained.
Just to be clear, Hamas was violent from the start, right? That's, or at least from the time through the Second Intifada, but okay.
By the colonial power in this process, which would be Israel, because Israel has gotten more and more violent throughout time. That's why the cliche here is that the first Intifada was fought with stones and work stoppages, and the second Intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were bus bombings on top of that, okay? Bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watch any number of relatively, by the cliche here is that the first Intifada was fought with stones and work stoppages, and the second Intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were...
Fuck, I don't know. This is so boring. boring. I don't like the second Intifada was not relatively peaceful. There were terrorist attacks fucking everywhere. They weren't just trying to bomb bus stations. They were trying to kill people on buses. You can go and look at the amount of people killed or the amount of attacks that happened during the second Intifada. I don't know where he gets this idea. It explicitly, like,
there were bus bombings on top of that. Okay, bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watch any number of
like that it was not considered peaceful at all. It was a super violent Intifada. It was one of the things that radicalized so many Israelis. The idea that this is just a fucking meme or that it was still sticks and stones or whatever. Let's see, in the 4 years, there were approximately 700 Israeli civilians killed. There were approximately 3,500-ish, 3,500 Palestinians killed. 1,000 by Palestinians themselves, by the way, for being suspected collaborators. This was not considered at all anywhere near like the first Intifada, which with bus bombings. What an unhinged take. There were under 200 killed by Palestinians in the first Intifada, and then about 2,000 killed in the first Intifada of Palestinians killed. This is such an unhinged statement.
Different instances where I've talked about this issue, especially when talking with Zach Foster, a Jewish historian, an academic that has dedicated his entire life's work to Palestine and Palestinian liberation groups, you would know why the Palestinian militancy has become more violent throughout this process, because Israel has become infinitely more violent in its colonial and work stoppages. And the second Intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were bus bombings on top of that. Okay, bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watch any number of different instances where I've talked about this issue, especially when talking with Zach Foster, a Jewish historian, an academic that has dedicated his entire life's work to Palestine and Palestinian liberation groups, you would know why the Palestinian militancy has become more violent throughout this process, because Israel has become infinitely more violent in its colonial occupation.
No, now he's gonna. I mean, he can hide and say infinitely more violent than the colonial occupation, like everything. The reason why the second Intifada happened, and the reason why people got ultra radicalized, a retarded answer is what Hassan is saying now, that Israel became more violent. There's a second retard answer that everybody will give, that even Israelis will give, or Palestinians will give, is that Sharon went onto the Temple Mount, and that's bullshit. The reason why the second Intifada happened was because people were disillusioned after Oslo 1 and 2 amounted to nothing. That the Oslo peace process failed, that it seemed like Israeli expansion into the West Bank was still continuing, you know, despite the fact that they were supposedly on some track to finalizing some peaceful agreement between the two, and people felt like nothing was getting done, and then eventually all of that culminates with Sharon and the Temple Mount, and then eventually, you know, the second Intifada erupts. But no, it wasn't because of an increasingly destructive, an increasingly violent Israeli occupation. It was because people felt like the peace process was just never materializing. The failure of Camp David, the failure of I don't even remember the name of that, the summit or whatever. The fact that it didn't produce any actual lasting peaceful solution is what made it, essentially people lose their minds. It's like, fuck it, let's just go. And then also Arafat himself never disavowed violence and would never disavow violence, because in a way he liked it. He really did the entire time, but.
Okay.
Maybe that was just a little bit of trolling though, true, maybe.
We are your aunties, we love you, but we don't always say it out loud. Instead we put delicious food in your mouth. Have you eaten yet? Sometimes aunties have trouble with emotional expression, so we show love by asking one simple question. Have you eaten yet?
Break free with the new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control, with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level. Like GX Control to help rein in your resources with integrated limiters for RAM, CPU, and network. A sidebar for direct access to your favorite side quests, streams, and posts. And built-in privacy tools like ad and tracker blockers and free no-log VPN. Check into GX Corner for the latest news, deals, and free games. But what really makes our hit different is mods, giving you the power to change everything from animated wallpapers to themes, sounds, music, and shaders, so you can change everything. Get Opera GX.
Worth it all? Hello?
Expands on his ideology here.
Okay, did.
Yeah, I stopped using Twitter to protest Elon. No, you stopped using Twitter because you couldn't handle the backlash of your racist ass comments. It was a queer Muslim comments. Or do you think we forgot?
You are a ghoul, fucking freak. I'm the freak and ghoul, yet here you are still refusing to criticize Hamas. I haven't killed any children or families or burned anyone alive lately. Who's the freak and the ghoul? Why do you have harsher words for me than Hamas? Was it hard to type that bullshit with one hand, jerking off to the thought of queer Muslims being murdered? Bro, what the fuck? I'm fully in your corner. What was wrong? What was I wrong about? This is the revolution you're supporting, right? Just don't go anywhere near Hamas because your life would 100% be in danger. Am I wrong genuinely? The idea that, once again, every single person...
It's kind of funny, actually. This is like a microcosm of the entire Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Hassan has chosen the one moment in time where Ethan hit on this guy, by saying something aggressive on Twitter, and Hassan wants to start the record right here, okay? For no reason whatsoever, Ethan decides to make this unhinged personal attack against this guy. Well, I don't know personal or not, but for this one moment in time, right here, like this is where we're starting the record. Like, why not find out why he made this attack against him, but...
involved in whether it's affairs of civil governance or involved in militancy against the state of Israel is a fucking barbaric rapist monster that will burn your ass on the spot is ridiculous. Whether it's affairs of your life would 100% be in danger. Am I wrong genuinely? The idea that, once again, every single person involved in whether it's affairs of civil governance or involved in militancy against the state of Israel is a fucking barbaric rapist.
I also just love the IDF. You mean the IOF? Genocidal occupation force. Genocidal, genocide. But Hamas, that's a resistance fighter movement that's... engaged in the militant resistance against the Israeli occupation. Like, okay, dude. Here is what triggered Ethan's response. The guy tweeted a response to Ethan that triggered this. Let's see. Ethan tweeted something here, but it was deleted. And then this guy replied, how many children has Israel killed? Oh, this is on October 11th, based. How many children has Israel killed in just this bombardment on Gaza, let alone in the past few decades? Did you go around scolding Israelis like this ever? Or is it more important for you to manufacture consent for Israel because you saw 10 edgelords on Twitter? Based. Okay. Nice.
Monster that will burn your ass on the spot is ridiculous. And he hasn't changed from this perspective because he literally said... about me going to Gaza potentially, right? When I was working alongside Jeremy Scahill to try to apply pressure to the Egyptian government during the brief period of ceasefire to open up the Rafah crossing so Western media could actually go into the Gaza Strip, which Israel obviously never allowed, and then Israel destroyed the entire ceasefire anyway. To open up the Rafah crossing so Western media could actually go into the Gaza Strip, which Israel obviously never allowed, and then Israel destroyed the entire ceasefire anyway.
Wait, why didn't Egypt let you go? Why didn't Egypt open it up? What was happening there?
Way. In that process, he kept saying if he goes to Gaza, he'll be a high-profile target for Hamas. Why the fuck would they do that? If Hamas was in the business of kidnapping any random non-Palestinian that happens to be inside of Gaza, they would kidnap a shit ton of the aid workers. Except those aid workers were, once again, just like I was concerned about my own safety and well-being, those aid workers were killed by Israel, not Hamas, like the World Central Kitchen aid workers.
Like, they literally did do this in Al-Shifa Hospital. Like, Hamas literally would kill people there that were from outside. Like, even Amnesty International documents. It's like everybody knew this, but okay.
That were killed by Israel. They were there under the watchful gaze of Jose Andres. They were working alongside the Israeli government. The Israeli government brought World Central Kitchen to the Gaza Strip to show the world, to disprove the narrative, by their estimation, that they were not letting humanitarian aid flow into the Gaza Strip. So they worked with Jose Andres, a very famous chef, a very famous activist chef, and his group, World Central Kitchen. And what did they do? What did they do in that process? Because they had created killing fields, their fucking Israeli occupying force commanders lasered the World Central Kitchen aid workers. So yes, the major fear here is not Hamas in terms of going into the Gaza Strip, it's Israel. And the reason why I bring this up is because Ethan still doesn't recognize that. He still, to this day, does not recognize that. He still thinks it's like Hamas is the barbaric, violent force.
Unbelievable.
And not Israel. Israel is a far greater evil in the region than Hamas ever could be. This is the truth. That's it. There is plenty of evidence to showcase this truth. This is just the reality. It's an observable reality that you cannot deny, okay? That's it. If you are a lesser evil voter and you wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, for example, because of the lesser evil voting that you wanted to engage in, then you should be a lesser evil voter and vote for Hamas as opposed to Israel in this process. Because Israel has done on October 7 to the entire Palestinian population over and over again for the past 16 months. Israel has so much more power than Hamas has ever had. Wow. And it has used that power for true evil, for death and destruction.
Wow.
It's ridiculous. There is no moral playing field here, but even if the moral playing field was even, just looking at the sheer casualty numbers and the percentage of who Israel has targeted and who Israel has killed versus who Hamas targeted and who Hamas killed, the numbers on the board reflect a very different reality that does not make Israel look good.
The numbers.
Is what Ethan is saying is true? No, it's not. He's doing the fucking ISIS conflation, saying that like Hamas would throw you off the roofs or whatever. And by the way, before people turn around and say, oh my God, well, Hassan, what do you say to this? Hamas has executed this gay person or whatever. First and foremost, let me explain to you how...
It's because they're getting bombed so much. They can't help it.
that process works, as I explained to Ethan as well in our leftovers conversation. As a matter of fact, the last one that we had in the studio, Israel will blackmail and extort gay, queer Palestinians with compromising footage in order to turn them into collaborators. And in that process, and this has been the same practice for every fucking resistance group.
Is this true? I've never heard this. It might be true. I've never heard this before if this is true. Holy shit. But also Palestinians like to claim things like that Israel has trained like all of the animals also to be resistance fighters. Like Palestinians were making claims that like dogs and eagles and dolphins and all this other stuff, that these guys were like secret Israeli IDF trained Mossad animal. I'm not joking. Like every animal is trained by the Mossad. I wish I could. I don't have this article on hand, but it's a little bit unhinged. But
every resistance group throughout history, whether it be the IRA, which implemented the practice of kneecapping, or whether it be the ANC, which implemented the practice of putting tires around the necks of collaborators and lighting them on fire, a practice called...
I also like, yeah, that's a really good question, YouTube chat. Wait a second, Hassan. Why would gay people doing gay shit be compromising? What do you mean by that?
necklacing, okay? Hamas, when they find collaborators that are working alongside Israel, will execute them. This isn't appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate. But that is the reason. It's no different than what the IRA did, shooting someone's kneecaps. That's where the term kneecap comes from, by the way, the band kneecap. And that's precisely what the ANC, supposedly under the watchful, humanitarian, peaceful, pacifist gaze of fucking Nelson Mandela did in terms of necklacing, putting a rubber tire around someone's neck and lighting it on fucking fire for the crime of collaborating with the apartheid government.
Was seemingly okay with this. And you do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that
I have not looked at my chat at all. But
I just opened it. But don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
Yeah, this is, I think, probably the most honest criticism that Ethan has here. Okay, which is that his feelings are hurt. His feelings are hurt.
Oh my God. This is also the thing that I hope people notice. I don't know if they do or not, but like the fact that in the conversation that they had together, that Ethan could admit when he was wrong about something or when he messed up on something. Like it seems like Ethan will readily admit when he makes a mistake. Hassan will not admit to ever being wrong about anything ever. He has to be. It's the cult thing. It's like with Trump. It's the exact same thing. He can't be wrong because everything he's saying, it doesn't come from fact. It comes from ideology. And if he was wrong about anything, it might show a flaw in the ideology. So he has to be correct on everything. So Hassan can never admit a mistake on anything ever. Because yeah, it would show a flaw or an imperfection in the ideology. It's just so cringe.
Saying things to an audience that has a higher political acumen than he does, and that audience is obviously tuned into the frequency of right-wing reactionary propaganda. So of course, they immediately hear some of the words that are taking place in this conversation, which, by the way, more informative than this context nuke. If you want to understand Ethan's actual framework and actual perspective on the matter, you should go back and rewatch that debate that we did, okay? This debate. All the way in like the 17th of October 2023. I believe that's when we had that conversation, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. But yes, of course, when they hear you say things that are in defense of Israel and engage in racist tropes and racist stereotyping and acting as though like Hamas is ISIS, for example, then yeah, of course people are going to say you're being fucking racist.
Of course.
Hassan, you're literally playing into Ethan's hands with this. Don't speak positively of a literal fascist terrorist group. A fascist terrorist group? What the fuck are you saying? Hamas is also right-wing and reactionary, though. We don't need to support them. What is the support here?
Oh my God.
I'm not saying, oh my God, it's amazing. It's the greatest fucking liberation group that has ever...
And then listen to the hyperbole, right? No, bro, no one is saying you're saying that, but you're making it sound like they're basically chill. You understand that, right? But he's like, I'm not saying they're the greatest thing since sliced cheese. Or sliced bread, sorry, fuck. I'm not saying the greatest thing. Like, no, that's not what he's saying you're saying. But you kind of sound like you're a little bit more supportive of them than you should be, bro.
Existed. But what are you supposed to do? Who is supposed to rise up in arms against a nation state that is a settler colonial entity?
And see, I mean, he does this thing. He's doing that thing where you say that you don't justify a thing and you kind of attack it, and then you go on to justify the thing. So it is justified. You do support them. Just say that. Own it. God. The thing that I hate the most about Hassan is how much of a weak, effeminate, spineless fucking loser he is when it comes to just owning some of the more radical things that he says. Like, you can make all these jokes about America 9/11, just own it. Just say, fuck it, dude. Hassan's not perfect, or not Hassan. Hamas isn't perfect, but they're kind of based, you know? They do what they have to do. Like, just fucking own it, dude. God, he's such a loser.
This fucking liberation group that has ever existed. But what are you supposed to do? Who is supposed to rise up in arms against a nation state that is a settler colonial entity doing a genocide? Don't you feel like it's a little suspicious that you constantly are railing against people who are fighting against the genocide? What the fuck are people supposed to do? What would you do? This is a reality that former Israeli Shin Bet leaders also recognize. This is a reality that Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, also recognized when he said, if I was on the other side of that Gaza fence, I would join Hamas. Of course you would.
Man,
what the fuck do you mean?
He loves that
What
quote,
is this expectation that people are supposed to be perfect victims after 76 years of colonial
Perfect
occupation?
victims.
It is crazy. He said this yesterday. You're 100% right. What?
about actually wanting to understand the situation in a way where we humanize everybody, where we can actually create a lasting peace, one that's not built on like hate. So yeah, no, Hila's not a terrorist. Somebody who's like, I want to join the Houthis so that I can, or I want to join Hamas so I can like suicide bomb a cafe. That's it.
Israel's defense minister paid a visit to Palestinians will be suicide bombers who failed their missions in an effort to try and understand what motivates them. Benjamin Ben Elizer's conclusion: they are driven by despair. While condemning the act, Ben Elizer said he felt compassion for one bomber, a young woman who, in a fit of grief over her boyfriend's death, volunteered to go on a suicide mission. The minister, a moderate in Ariel Sharon's hawkish government, said as soon as Palestinians can realize the dream of a normal life, they will say no to anyone who tries to convince to choose death over life. Stanley Cohen, a lawyer who represented Hamas activists, presented a very different vision of recent history. He portrayed a powerful and vicious Israel that has indiscriminately killed many thousands of innocent Palestinians. Hamas is not a terrorist group, but a nationalist resistance force. Nationalist resistance forced to resort to violence because it has so little power compared with Israel.
I love that he's like citing like a lawyer who's representing Hamas activists. No fucking shit, Sherlock. Talking about the most biased possible story you could ever find in your life, but okay.
This is something that I've described over and over again.
Do you believe that in Gaza there's a genocide happening? No, I don't think so. Although apparently Israel's actions have gotten more unhinged as of recently, but that's not surprising given that Trump will basically let them do whatever the fuck they want because Trump is unhinged and retarded.
This is the primary difference between Hamas and ISIS. ISIS is a better analog for Israel than it is for Hamas. The only thing that you can point to with respect to ISIS and Hamas is the fact that they're both Muslim and scary to you. Hamas is a national resistance group. In terms of their own personal opinions, yes, some are right-wing reactionary, certainly, okay? But the goal is emancipation. If there was no occupation, there would be no Hamas. It's that simple. Do you understand?
That's someone.
Is it right or wrong? Engage it on its merits. There's no merit to engage here. Whether or not you're a terrorist group or a resistance group is truly just a matter of perspective. One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. But it's just funny that people will make excuses for some tactics with the group that they politically align with, but not for others because they don't politically align with them. Like, you can argue that there are elements of the entire history of Israel, especially when you talk about their obsession with the deterrent effect, that are terrorist in nature. They enact bombings on civilian populations to try to discourage them from supporting terrorist elements. They did that in Lebanon in 2006. They've done it with surrounding countries, all the way up to the 90s. It was pretty explicitly a policy of Israel. Like, they wouldn't even deny it. It was an open policy. But I mean, like, you'll call them terrorists, but when Hamas it's just freedom fighters or resistance fighters. It's just funny because the perspective literally comes down to whether or not you agree with them politically or not based on how you label them, which is it's goofy.
Who's like, yeah, and they're like, yeah, I'm a terrorist. I want to be a terrorist. I am a terrorist. You know what I mean? Could you argue that like the IDF commits acts of terror? Yeah. You know what I mean? For sure. But it.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
By the way, I actually talked to Ethan about this in this very same conversation.
What?
But he clearly did not listen. In this conversation that I had with Ethan, we discussed the subject of Hamas and anti-Semitism within Hamas, where I said, are there anti-Semites within the ranks of Hamas? Of course there are. There are anti-Semites everywhere. Having said that, the broader goals of Hamas and all Palestinian resistance and all Palestinian militancy is an end to the occupation, so Palestinians can be free, so they can be a sovereign state, so that Palestinians no longer have to worry about drones hanging over their heads and mass surveillance and death and destruction. That's it.
Brave.
32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant,
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised?
Doesn't the destruction of condition of living reach the part of genocide? For genocide to be a genocide, there has to be the special intention of a group to eliminate another group based on some characteristic of that group, like nationality, religiosity, or ethnic stuff. That has to be the goal. The problem with a lot of the pro-Pallies and what they argue for in terms of genocide is that basically almost any war can be called a genocide, with the way the Palestinians argue that there's an ongoing genocide right now. That's basically how it goes.
Surprise when your Discord is literally full of fucking.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like,
Hassan's chat.
Let's see what argument he was making. Does anyone have the clip? Let's see what argument he was making that caused people to respond that way. I want to see. Because my statement there is, listen, as much as I try to moderate my community, of course, if your output is fucking insane, of course chat is going to respond to that by going, what the fuck is this arrogant asshole saying? Let me take a look. I don't know if this was right before, or right after he implied that anti-Zionist Jews are capos or not, but I'm going to try to fucking find the clip real quick. And if you guys can help me find the exact moment where he was complaining right there and what led to the chat response, we can maybe manage through. We can maybe look through the reasons as to why his feelings got hurt.
You all right? We don't have to continue if you don't want to. And also, that simply, cynically or in a weird way, just like being like, no, anti-Semitism is like totally fine actually with this one phrase.
You won't make any fucking concessions, and it's crazy. Like I make so many fucking concessions to you all the time from my heart, and I listen and I fucking.
You're doing the hyperbole thing. I know you're answering a chatter's question, but when you're asked, is there a genocide? The question I wish you'd answer is it right that there's only one thing that we could expect Palestinians to do right now, given their circumstance? No, I don't think there's only one thing you could expect them to do. I've answered this question a billion times. Like, I don't think that you can ever justify things like mass rapes or mass murdering of civilians. It's not an effective way to gain independence or liberation. It's not an effective way to get the other side to negotiate with you. It's not an effective way to literally get anything done ever. Like, I've said this a billion times. I don't know the problem with the Palestinians is the Palestinians have never put on the table an offer that they'd be willing to accept for peace because it seems like they want everything. That's always been my number one complaint or my number one argument for the big issues that the Palestinian side has.
Try to move towards your side every time we talk, and I do. But when I fucking try to explain to you.
Oh, you found the actual timestamp?
You care that your chat is calling me rape.
Let's see what it was. Let's see what the actual thing that he said was before. Like, there were plenty of moments where he's listened to my words. Does that change the broader movement and the morality behind Black Lives Matter? Or does that change what... Oh, that's right. It was because he was complaining about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Saying, well, according to Jews, it actually is a scary statement. To which I responded with, hey, Ethan, you understand Black Lives Matter. You ask white people what Black Lives Matter means, right-wing white people will tell you, well, Black Lives Matter is a scary slogan. So if you can understand why I don't give a shit about the perspective of white right-wingers when it comes to Black Lives Matter, you can understand why I don't care about your perspective in this regard. Because if you don't understand that this is an emancipatory slogan and not one that is exterminationist, then yeah, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Based. What people mean when they say Black Lives Matter.
But Black Lives Matter doesn't... Again, it's what's in the phrase, dude. Saying the thing is, like, saying Black Lives Matter doesn't insinuate that other lives don't matter. It's in the fucking phrase, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free also doesn't feature from the river to the sea, we should destroy Israel.
That's literally what from the river to the sea means, is that Israel as an ethno state that is protective of the Jewish people, that Israel, that type of state, should not exist. That's what from the river to the sea means, definitionally, right? That Israel should be a single state, that it probably wouldn't even be called Israel anymore, that incorporates all of the Palestinian refugees and everything. That's what that means. So.
And kill all the Jews. You're the one who's saying that is the secondary implication behind it.
I'm just telling you how people see it, bro.
I know, but if you were to tell me this is how white people feel,
like Ethan is hedging too much,
and there's nothing you can do about it.
Saying that, but maybe he just didn't know as much up to this point. That's not just how people. That's like, and Palestinians will tell you that.
That's the worst feeling in the world.
Again, like people on the far left over here.
I don't think anybody ever expects to hear that their child has cancer. It's always one of those things that happens to somebody else.
They wouldn't make an argument this tough. They would say, yeah, of course we don't want Israel to
definitely
exist
feels like
as a Jewish
your soul
state.
is sucked out of your body when they tell you that it's your baby.
Feel about Black Lives Matter, I would say I don't care how white people feel in this regard, because my business is not about explaining what this.
There's there's nothing in Black Lives Matter that's saying that white lives don't matter in the fucking
There's nothing
slogan.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free that implies Jewish people must be eradicated or Israel must be destroyed and Jewish people in it must be killed.
A lot of people disagree because you're talking about from the river to the sea.
Yes, a lot of people who are not Palestinian and a lot of people who are not
Israel.
anti-Zionists disagree. Anti-Zionists, on the other hand, don't agree, and they're the ones who are using the slogan. So why would I'm asking you, if I'm not going to ask a white person who is against Black Lives Matter, why would what they feel about this slogan? Why would I go to in the broadest majority Zionists, both Jewish and Christian? Why would I ask them what they think about a anti-Zionist slogan?
I already explained it, but you don't want to hear me.
Do all the people who use that phrase mean that? You're hyperboling again. Even if some people say that on the pro-Pali side, you can still be more generous in your interpretation. No, I wouldn't be. What are you talking about? No, because the only people that might use it in a different way are cringe losers in the West that don't understand the situation. When Palestinians say that, what they're talking about is there should be one state from the river to the sea that is that's a single state that's majority Muslim Arab. That's what they mean when they say that. Full stop. If you say anything different, you're hallucinating. You just don't understand the situation. So no, I'm not going to be charitable to some dipshit retard in the West who might use a phrase about a group of people that he doesn't know their history, he doesn't know where they live, he doesn't know what they're advocating for, he doesn't know anything about the situation. No, why the fuck would I apply any lens of charity? That's retarded.
This is why people were saying, hey, Ethan, you're fucking racist. Hey, Ethan, you're a Zionist. Do you feel like it is inappropriate for people to assume that he is a Zionist in this very moment? Is it because of the Jew hatred that is in the heart of every single one of my chatters that caused them to think that his resistance and his lack of interest in understanding the argument that I'm making came across like he was still very much defensively posturing at the behest of Israel? This is, of course, when are you going to stop talking about Ethan? I'm going to have sex with your mother
over and over again. Why don't you shut the fuck up and donate, bitch? We're at $85,000.
Wow.
Slated to raise all the way to $150,000 in the process of watching this context nuke for charity. What do you hate charity?
For charity, guys.
Do you hate charity? Is that what's going on? Or are you a fucking Ethan Dick Rider who probably begged me to watch this thing for months on end and only to turn around now when I'm finally watching it and go, oh, I don't want to see it? Ethan begged me to do this, so I'm finally doing it. Everyone needs to calm down. Please stop watching the video I begged you to watch. What? No, I'm asking you. Like,
it's not. And the fucking slogan itself says people interpret it as destruction of Israel. I know it doesn't say let's destroy Israel, but, but that's from the river to the sea is mainland Israel.
Okay, Ethan.
That's it, man. That's how people see it.
No, you can't simply say that's how people see it. And
it is though.
Remember, this slogan has been used to censure Rashida Tlaib.
What does that have to do
this
with
emancipatory
anything?
slogan has gotten people to be fired, like Mark Lamont Hill. There is a reason why I won't back away from defending this slogan and saying this slogan. It was so disingenuous of Ethan to use Norm Finkelstein. It was so disingenuous of him to use Norm Finkelstein and his assessment of the slogan when Norm Finkelstein would never in a million fucking years sit there and be like, well, my feelings are more important here than Palestinian emancipation. He says that's how people see it, but in reality, that's how he sees it. Exactly. Do you feel, chatters who are watching this right now, 16 months into this genocide, if you felt like Ethan was unjustly maligned, do you feel like your opinion has changed now in terms of why people saw this argument? Which is an argument that he still tried to present to me 16 months into a genocide when we had a conversation this past Friday. Do you feel like this is reasonable for people to assume
it was a genocide,
he is
right?
Zionist?
I'm sorry. I'm so tired of dealing with this, and it's just white people in the West. I don't know what to say. Like, it's just such a boring argument. Like, nobody that lives in the region like buys into this. This is just like the cringy shit that you guys LARP about. But why isn't it called for a single? Yeah, and I am reading it in the Strawman voice. Why isn't it called for a single nation state inherently genocidal? Even if it's projected to implicate logistics, states break down and combine all the time. Or am I missing something? Jewish people have been kicked out of every Arab majority state that they live in, okay? Openly. They weren't welcome there. They were kicked out. Plenty of Arabs joined together in saying that they would destroy and eliminate all of Israel, okay? It happened with all the wars that they fought, 50, 60 years ago. And now you've had a group of people who have elected, or in 2005 at least, they elected basically Hamas that also committed themselves to the violent oppression of or destruction of the state of Israel. Their goal was to destroy Israel. So yeah, Jewish people wouldn't feel comfortable living as a minority in a state that is run by Arabs. There's, some 50 Arab states around the planet, and the fact that Jews would be asked to give up the one state that they have to become an Arab majority state, I think reasonably so. They probably wouldn't feel comfortable living there. Arabs are genociding other Arabs in the whole region around them, right? It's happened in Yemen. It's happened in in Syria. There are these massive wars against, I guess it's not Arab versus Arab, but like for Iran, Iraq, you've got conflict between Saudi Arabia and Yemen. The idea that Jews would feel comfortable as a minority in any of these states is ridiculous. I think it's fair for them to say like, no, I don't really think I'd actually feel too comfortable being here. And all of you dipshit white people in the West will say shit like, oh, well, you can't now that it'd be a genocide. If it were to become one, none of you would step up to do anything because none of you guys give a fuck about Jewish people at all anyway. So the idea that the UN or somebody would step in when they already failed to step in for prior conflict with Jewish people is a fucking joke.
Norm has said that. No, Norm said that he doesn't approve of it because it comes across as something that Jews fear. Not even Jews, Zionists fear.
Why do you call those other conflicts genocides? They're probably not. If I was saying genocides, it's not really true. I'm using their definitions. It's not. For Yemen, would we consider that a genocide? Probably not. For Saudi, for Syria, probably not. There's just like a fuck ton of people dying. Really.
But he totally gets it and totally understands it. I only started watching you again because of his claims, and it got me to resub. I tried to use a perfectly coherent narrative that Ethan should understand here, okay? Which is something that he gets. He gets that Black Lives Matter, gets a lot of flack. He is in support of Black Lives Matter. Who cares? Who cares what racist white people think about Black Lives Matter? Just like, who cares about what people who want to defend Israel feel about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? Bro, you fucking fell off after the content nuke went from 30K to 53K. Suck my ass. I know, I'm falling. I'm consistently falling off over and over again. He was just critiquing the... Yeah, Norm was critiquing the use of the phrase, not its inherent meaning, but it doesn't matter. Norm also doesn't give a shit about that phrase. Anyway, now that you know the context of where he drew this, got this clip from, where is he wrong? What is Ethan's complaint on this one, I wonder? Ethan is a left-wing grifter Zionist. Fuck his content.
Zionist, baby killing.
Bro, nothing is wrong with this. Yeah, this is W, Am I wrong? He's not wrong. Unrelated, buying a hang glider. Like, this is edgy shit, okay? That right there is 100% people being edgy as fuck. That is fair. He didn't even bring that up, by the way. He's just talking about...
Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking
Because you're racist. Is this guy not spitting facts? What the fuck?
him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's
They are settlers, you stupid fuck.
not something
They
he
really
would
should stop aid to Israel. Ethan's going full goblin mode for Zionism. Nothing
Never asked
controversial
for it.
as
And all
he's
these
said so far. Like, the only thing he
Do you think Hassan is genuinely this stupid, or does he know what he's doing? No, again, remember, this is all in service to an ideology. This is all about ideological stuff. That's why he's saying this.
cares about, the only thing he cares about is his own personal feelings. There is no moment where he tries to understand my position here. There's no moment where he tries to understand why people have this attitude over him. And he just, and this is a Discord chat that he can't see, by the way. He pulled after the fact to be like, wow, this is really fucked up. And if that's the most fucked up shit you saw in a fucking open to everyone Discord, holy moly, dude, you are out of your fucking mind. Yes, nobody cares about your feelings, Ethan. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Can you imagine
genocide,
if I spent the past 16 months constantly talking about my own personal feelings? Like I'm talking about, babies that are in plastic bags being carried over to medical facilities by their crying fathers after being lasered out of the sky with Israeli munitions that we fucking shipped over to them. And I just sit there and I say, you know what? My feelings are so important here. And we really need to take time and cover what I feel right now in this moment.
Thank God Hassan would never stop to talk about his feelings about a thing.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Of course your feelings don't fucking matter in this process. What do you mean? Especially when I am, at this moment, back then, as his fucking friend
Covering a
and
genocide.
podcast co-host, trying to explain to him
the genocide. Say it.
Why people are being critical of him. And he totally did not understand this at all. I was saying, Ethan, there's only so much I can do in terms of moderating this community. But if you keep your output to this like ridiculous Zionist propaganda nonsense, yes, it seems like it's a good position in your mind. And maybe your chat will actually hype you up and say, no, King, you're so valid. You're so valid for actually constantly reframing the conversation around your feelings. But yes, outside of your own community, outside of your own echo chamber, people are going to hear what you're saying and go, yeah, you're defending Israel. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Your own echo chamber.
Yes, you're a racist Zionist is what people are going to think. There's nothing I can do to change their mentality.
Based.
Fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child called arrogant?
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking...
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hassan's chat had been calling me a Zionist.
All right. Oh, and then he brings it back
Whatever
to
ask for.
and all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their
Not the
chat is going
music.
fucking absolutely
Oh, no.
bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you, like, what's so crazy about this is he's literally pointing to XQC, which he knew at this point was constantly inviting hate.
Given Israel's conduct in warfare up to this point, would it be more apt to say that it's tantamount to such loaded terminology like genocide or ethnic cleansing? No, because genocide has a special intention behind it. If you call it a genocide, then what you're saying is Israel wants to kill the entire or eliminate the entire ethnic group of Palestinians, meaning the only option is to destroy Israel. That's it. So if Israel is truly committed to a genocidal ideology, you can't negotiate with them. That's the reason why it's such a cancerous way to label the conflict. And that's not true. There are outs where Israel would negotiate some particular thing at this point in time. Probably not under this government, not under the lack of any kind of U.S. push to negotiate anything. But like Israel is not committed to the genocide of the Palestinian people. It doesn't make sense. There's 2 million Palestinians that live in Israel proper. It doesn't make sense. So that framing removes your ability to have a conversation about how you can ever actually resolve the conflict. That's the issue with that framing. It's bad. It's toxic.
Towards my position, pulling the fuck Hassan ripcord as Ethan is doing now.
Oh, no.
To basically light up every reactionary online who
The
fucking despises
ripcord.
me to the goddamn core. Okay? I never did this to Ethan. I did the exact opposite to Ethan, as a matter of fact. I constantly fucking told my community to shut the fuck up about Ethan for an entire year. And the only reason why people still arrived at that conclusion is because of what he was fucking saying. The reason why XQC's community hates me, on the other hand, is not because of my positions, but because he kept calling me a fucking...
Then say something else when you say it isn't a genocide, rather than say no, call it something else, give it a different label rather than not engaging on the point. There's no point to engage on. You don't want to engage on the point. The point is that it's a war, and wars suck. There is no such thing as a good war. All wars fucking suck. All the big wars in the past have fucking sucked. World War I, World War II, Iraq 1 and 2, Vietnam, South Korea, all of these wars suck shit. But the problem is that you're looking at this particular war and you're going, wow, a lot of civilians are dying. It must be a genocide. Why don't you engage on that point? What the fuck point do you want me to engage on? That war sucks and that civilians die? That's true. Wars do suck and civilians do die. But you don't want to engage on that point because you can't even fathom that it's some kind of actual war. It has to be a genocide for you. Like, there's nothing else to say about it. Like, I'm sorry.
Snake. And a piece of shit every time he was underwater. Every time he got into trouble because of Gamba or because of any number of different reasons why he was being a fucking asshole, he would turn around and be like, oh yeah, you guys are calling me an asshole? Guess you know who's a bigger asshole? Hassan. That's all he did for years and years and years, as a matter of fact. That is what I'm talking about here. That's it. If you can't see the difference between these two things, I don't know what to tell you. I never actually attacked Ethan. For literally an entire year, I defended Ethan. I did not attack Ethan. I defended him, okay? This is for all the girly pops that actually watched Ethan Klein and didn't get to see the full scope of my defense of Ethan, okay? I need to show you. This is the clip that I wanted to show on the podcast that he didn't let me play through, okay? I also kind of want to show like what he was saying in the same time frame about me. But here. We're also at 91,000 and 10 minutes into the video. Holy moly. Mega Zionist, you are wrong, okay? Trust me. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a Mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Can you imagine? Can you compare this to what fucking XQC was doing every time he was in trouble because he was like scamming his audience or doing other gambling fucking broadcasts or whatever, and he would still turn around. He would still fucking turn around and be like, oh, Hassan's a snake though. Something that he also recognized he was doing, by the way, when I had a conversation with XQC. XQC literally implied that I actually fucking hid sexual assault. And then openly admitted he was lying about that. And he shouldn't have done that. Think about that. Is this an apt comparison? XQC literally fucking lied and said me and Pokimane, two people who were against gambling on, unregulated cryptocurrency casinos on the website that we were on, were actually participating in a fucking cover-up of sexual assault. We were not, by the way, but he fucking said that. Do you think that that experience is comparable to, because that's the comparison he's making here, where he's like, oh, I demand XQC moderate his chat, but Hassan, you never moderate yours, right? That's what he's saying. Let's play this and I'm gonna play the clip. Allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because I share a lot of those.
Yeah, let's see.
Is he watching his 8-minute video now for all the times he was nice to him? Wait. That avoids engaging with what people really want from him, Destiny, which is Destiny is say something about the disproportionate response. There is no such thing as disproportionate response. That's a retard talking point. And I've gone over this whole fucking conflict months and months ago. That doesn't make sense. Nobody in the entire universe views any type of response that way when you're committing terrorist attacks. Nobody does that. Nobody was saying like, oh my God, in Afghanistan, we killed 3,000 people. And, they only killed 2,000 some in 9/11. So like the numbers have to match. Like that's such a retarded, empty talking point. You shouldn't be allowed to talk about international conflict if you're just trying to compare numbers, okay? Like some autistic fucking Rain Man. Stop. It's so stupid. It's such a stupid fucking talking point. Jesus.
Let's see. First, I'll show you this. Backtrack. XQC apologized to Hassan for assault cover-up claims. Says it crossed the line. The other stuff about like me feeling like we have a falling out over the course of years and that sort of thing. That stuff is whatever. We can even have that like drama and that conversation live, which we discussed on the episode as well. That sort of stuff we can, hash out in public. But there are lines, and I think that XQC knows he crossed it as well.
He quotes himself. Here's context space.
I mean, he admitted it. Anyway, let's see. Now, ironically enough, Ethan is right now doing exactly what XQC did for years and years in the same exact way, constantly fucking lying about me to his audience over and over again, claiming that I'm actually a piece of shit, I'm a bad guy, I'm a misogynist, I'm this and that, in an effort to basically poison the fucking well so that no one actually comes in here and hears what I have to say and go, oh my God, wait a minute, maybe that's not the case. So I hope that...
What? That actually makes absolutely no sense and is not aligned with your prior talking points. You'd nuke Afghanistan in response to 9/11? No, I'm not saying you'd nuke Afghanistan. I'm saying that you don't look at a terrorist attack and create a proportional... There is no proportional response to a terrorist attack. That's not... You don't... Proportionality exists when both sides are playing by the rules of war. So Iran and Israel attacking each other, or Iran and the United States attacking each other, generally speaking, engage in levels of proportionality. When Israel attacked the embassy, or that attachment to the embassy in... the consulate in Syria and bombed that one thing, Iran said, wow, Israel bombed that thing, we're gonna bomb Israel. And then Iran bombs Israel, and then Israel said, wow, you bombed us, we're gonna come and bomb you. And then Israel bombs them. That's a proportional response. When we killed Soleimani and Iran said, wow, you killed Soleimani, we're gonna bomb, your two embassies or military bases, and then they try to bomb it, and this is proportional response. When somebody does a terrorist attack, they're trying to murder as many civilians as possible, they're just trying to kill as many civilians as possible with no clear military objective in mind, then there's no proportionality assessment that's done there. Nobody's saying like, okay, well, they did a terrorist attack, they killed 400 people, so we're going to do what, a counter-terrorist attack? That's not how these proportionality assessments work. except one side cannot play by the same set of rules. We can acknowledge that and be honest about it. You're permabanned. You're permabanned, and you should legitimately consider buying the thickest rope you can buy. What a stupid fucking argument. When you say that one side can't play by the rules of war, then that's not so you've fallen into the trap. It's not even a trap. It's more like you're walking into, like, willingly, like the retard chamber of saying one side is allowed to engage in infinite harms against the other civilian population just because it's a smaller force. What a stupid fucking talking point. That's an implicit, dumb. That's an explicit support for terrorism. What you're basically saying there is every single group in the world should engage in terrorist actions as long as it's against a larger foe, because that other foe can't respond because all we can do is terrorism. What a stupid fucking point.
This will be helpful for you to understand. My position on Ethan has changed throughout time, but while Ethan was actively fucking gaslighting his audience and poisoning the well and constantly claiming I was a piece of shit and bad and not doing enough to moderate my community, which he still maintains is a decent thing to say about me, this is what I was doing instead. Time and time again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries
nice volume
when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you're actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I do not care. This is petty drama, okay? I don't care. And neither should you.
Is it a war where proportionality would apply, and therefore we cannot call it a genocide, or is it a terrorist attack where we cannot apply proportionality? What? You can have a genocide that runs concurrently with a war. I think in Yugoslavia, I think this is the case. You can genocide people and be at war with them at the same time. If somebody is engaging in activity where the explicit goal is to kill a group of people, not based on some military conflict, because you're trying to kill a group of people based on their ethnic background, or religious background, I think nationality maybe, right? And that's the goal. The special intent of trying to kill them, eliminate them because of that, that's a genocide. This can happen during a war. It can happen outside of a war. Like, I'm just saying that you don't proportionally respond to terrorist attacks, people that are trying to kill as many civilians as possible. That's just not how that works. Usually that's going to be a declaration of war that's going to happen afterwards. If the nation terrorist attacks somebody, they're probably going to get war declared on them afterwards. That's how it works.
Okay? I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn.
I've always learned anyone who believes Jews have the right to self-determination could be considered a Zionist. What definition do you use for Zionism? Would you consider yourself Zionist? Zionism is basically just the idea that Jews have a right to, it's really Israel, to have a nation where they are the majority population and they have some kind of protection. That's what Zionism really means. Do I believe it? I think it's justifiable. I don't know if I'd go fully to call myself a Zionist, but I think they probably earn the right to have Israel now and maintain it as they see fit. So it probably qualifies me as a Zionist, I guess.
Okay? I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective. Okay? That's it. Ultimately, Ethan has the capacity to arrive at a meaningful position because he has empathy for Palestinian people. He is literally better on this circumstance, this issue, than 99% of, like, Americans who are ultra-Zionists. Okay? I'm not saying the entire country is ultra-Zionist, but like 99% of Americans in the media, 99% of Americans in position of power that literally are just like unconditional support Israel. Shut the fuck up. I've always demonstrated that until it reaches a boiling point, that I will always be kind to those around me that I believe I can communicate with, that I can lead by empathy. Okay? This has been my policy in perpetuity. You know this. If you've been in here long enough, I fucking try.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to restart my Kickstream real quick with a different encoder because people keep saying it does weird shit every now and then. One sec.
Tried with Aiden Ross, okay? And Ethan is not Aiden Ross. I think he will inevitably come around. Ethan's my friend. I think he's an empathetic person, and I hope that is clear. No one, like, changing your perspective on an issue that is, like, near and dear to your fucking heart is virtually impossible. It's one of the hardest things you can do. I will forever have respect for him for doing that on his own, okay? Everything that people say cynically he did to, like, win favors of the larger crowd, fuck that. He did it on his own. Yes, you want to know why I know he did it on his own? Okay? You want to know why I know he did it on his own? Because look at the situation. He has family in Israel. He's absolutely shaped, like his worldview is shaped by this experience. And instead of just like writing off every single thing that people have said and very comfortably finding himself in the bosom of like Zionist sentiment, which he could have just as easily done. He could just turned around and been like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm scared. These people are being anti-Semitic, and there is a lot of anti-Semitism that increases in times like this. That much is absolutely true. Instead of fucking turning around and being like, fuck that, he's like trying to tackle it head on and go through the internal conflict, the internal struggle that he feels with his own personal experience, with his own personal worldview and his morality and the way that he sees it from what he perceives as a completely hostile audience. And you need to, as a community, also stop fucking ripping into Ethan non-stop. As I've said it over and over again, leading up to the conversation that we had on this broadcast. You guys are so fucking stupid.
And Ethan refused to watch this on stream because it would make him feel guilty and look bad? Yeah, no, the reason why he didn't want his audience to watch this, the reason why he did not want his audience to...
What does it say about your audience if you have to constantly tell them over and over again to stop harassing Ethan? What does that mean?
Watch this, by the way, is because
is because he knows that if his audience actually saw this, then it would undermine the year-long propaganda campaign that he engaged in, claiming that I was never actually defending him. Thank you for Stand Up to Cancer, y'all. This is huge. I'm so grateful. Hell yeah, iDubbbz. iDubbbz in the chat. Yeah, we're already at 94,000. We're
Hell yeah,
past 74.
iDubbbz.
For doing that. You are. And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed.
I'm sure that if you were to log what he was saying in this time frame for Ethan, there would be a very, very different attitude from Ethan's side on this, by the way.
I think Zionism mandatorily includes the idea that God gave them land, so it's theirs by right. I don't feel like originally Zionism meant that when they were setting up early on. Maybe after 67, I think it started to take on a more religious bend, but it doesn't have to include the religious aspect to it. Although there are undeniably some Jews who do like that aspect of it. The more radical ones will now, but...
When talking about me or making snide remarks about pro-Palestinian content creators, there's a reason why so many people were coming into my community and being like, hey, Ethan said this, hey, Ethan said that, can I get your take on it? And people were pissed off at me for not giving my take on it. And the reason for why I did not want to give my take on it was because I thought that Ethan was redeemable. I thought that Ethan was salvageable. I foolishly thought that he actually could see the light. I assumed that he was, at most, a liberal Zionist who had been far more critical of Israel than the average liberal Zionist that could be amenable to my position. Okay? I was wrong. I was fucking wrong. I'm sure if we were to match every single time people are coming in here to tell me at that point what Ethan is saying about me, the reason why I was being charitable is because I thought, like, no, he'll, you know, just give up. He'll come to terms. He'll come to the correct position on his own terms. Okay? Same reason you don't talk about Bad Empanada drama video, ironically. Exactly. Because I thought, with Bad Empanada, it's different. Like, with Bad Empanada, I know he's pro-Palestine, and I know he's not an anti-Semite. So, of course, when he fucking does, like, dumb drama shit, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about this. I don't care about what his criticisms are. We have different methods. We have different tactics. But ultimately, we align on this issue. So as long as he is not weirdly becoming like an anti-Semite or weirdly becoming someone who's like pro-Palestine, which is, you know, of course, never going to happen, I don't give a shit what he has to say.
Wait, what?
Like an anti-Semite or weirdly becoming someone who's like pro-Palestine, which is, you know.
Does he mean anti-Palestine, or am I misunderstanding him?
Of course, never going to happen. I don't give a shit what he has to say.
He's talking about Bad Empanada, right?
Thank you for the 2K dono.
I think I just misspoke.
I want to know what you think. Why is Ethan Klein mad at me? The reason why Ethan Klein is mad at me is because his community, slowly but surely, kept hearing him over time say a bunch of shit that was pro-Israel. Okay? Oh, pro-Israel for a Bad Empanada is the argument that I was making. Sorry. If Bad Empanada became pro-Israel, which is never going to happen, I would, I would tackle everything that he's saying head on. Of course, that's not the case.
There you go.
You don't want to attack other pro-Palestine content creators, even if they attack you. Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. So listen. If you reached him sooner, do you think there's a different tactic that would have...
Am I answering this question again? Where can you draw the line, though? If Israelis' bombing campaign resulted in the death of every single Gaza civilian, would it not be categorized as a bad thing, if not genocide? I can't. You're gone. I can't deal with... There can be bad things that aren't genocide. Yes, there are undeniably bad things that Israel has done in this past war, some of which probably amount to war crimes. I don't know how rotted your brain is or how mind-fucked you are, why you're still even in my audience, if your mind is like, but wait a second, can it be bad, though, if it's not genocide? Like, could there ever be a bad thing if it's not... But I thought if it was bad, it had to be genocide. You're saying it's not genocide, so that must mean it's not bad. I don't know why you're even watching me still. Please, go the fuck away. So stupid. Oh, my God.
Would have fixed them? No, there wasn't. Because 2K here, Israel doesn't permit me to send this donation to my family in Gaza. Instead, I'm happy to donate to Stand Up for Cancer. Cancer killed my aunt in Gaza 4 years ago after Israel prohibited entry of her chemotherapy into the Strip. Free Palestine. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing all right. The reason why Ethan was mad at me is because his community kept hearing him over and over again over the course of all of this time when they were coming into my chat to be like, hey, Ethan said this, Ethan said that. They were pissed off at him. They obviously were fans of him. Otherwise, why the fuck would they know what Ethan is saying? And they were pissed off at him for his commentary because his commentary was always running defense for Israel. Okay? And slowly but surely, people started leaving or criticizing him. And he couldn't deal with that criticism, so he had to point the criticism in one direction. So in his mind, he thought, I actually brainwashed his fucking audience into hating him anti-Semitically. And not because, for many in his audience, due to the sheer depravity of Israel's actions.
So what are the guidelines for a reaction to a terrorist attack? Can a terrorist attack be alongside a legit war campaign? Are war crimes considered terrorist attacks when they were on civilians? It was an attack that happened outside of a time of war with no declaration of war. So it would give Israel a reason to respond with a declaration of war. So Israel, from an international conflict perspective, is rightfully allowed to declare war on and then go to war with the government of Gaza, with Hamas. That's how that would work.
They had completely had a reversal of their opinion on Israel. I didn't do anything. As a matter of fact, I tried to do my very best to get people to shut the fuck up about Ethan. And this is the proof of it. And the reason why I try to get people to shut the fuck up about Ethan is because I think it's irrelevant what he had to say in this process. And I maintained that position until his own ego inflated to such a size that he made this fucking context nuke, and also simultaneously made this context nuke after months and months and months of actively trying to deplatform and successfully deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by falsely smearing them as anti-Semites. Of course, recognize their mistakes in the past and now advocate against those sorts of things, I think are very valuable, because every single person has a reactionary perspective deep down inside on one issue. We are all totally susceptible to the intersectionality of privilege. Privilege causes us to have blind spots. Members go up.
Ethan is my friend.
Thank you for the 50 gifted subs.
We may have disagreements every now and then, but I have maintained the position that his heart is always in the right place, and he's on a journey of learning. Every single day I went live in the beginning, every single day I would spend at least 5 minutes to 30 minutes talking about how Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is a good person. Be more charitable to those who are open and susceptible to your opinions. Every single day. I'm still friends with Ethan, by the way. I still talk to Ethan every day. Every single day. Throughout the stream. Just say Ethan is a fucking idiotic take. Ethan and I obviously have disagreements on this stuff, but Ethan has also personally said it isn't apartheid. What the fuck do you want? As a dude who did go on Birthright, he is infinitely more progressive than, you know, a lot of these people that are writing these fucking, a lot of these people that are writing these letters and shit, okay? Please, stop fucking yelling about Ethan all the time. Jesus Christ. Time and time again, I told my adult community to shut the fuck up about Ethan. I even banned the mention of Ethan in this community, and I think still to this day, it is banned. The idea that I did not try to genuinely scale back the harassment that Ethan was experiencing is ridiculous.
How you do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist? You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. How can you tell her not to defend a Zionist when you defend Ethan Klein, who's openly Zionist?
Based.
Are you okay? Ethan Klein called Israel an apartheid state in, I think, 2021. Okay? Ethan himself has been very critical of the state of Israel and has even called it an apartheid state far before October 7th. Okay? I personally don't even care if he's like calling me out or whatever. I heard that like people were saying that Ethan talked about me on his podcast today or some shit like that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. For me, you know what I do care about? Ethan considering what Israel's doing to be genocidal far before October 7th. Okay? I do care about that. I think that matters. Especially when he is... You know what's crazy about this? I think this is literally the mentality that some foot soldiers still have.
Where you can laser frown lines away, laser razor bumps away.
Yeah, how is it if Hassan is assuring his audience in all these things that Ethan is like so salvageable and that they're overreacting to what Ethan is saying, but also Ethan is being a crazy pro-Zionist lunatic the entire time? I don't understand how they reconcile these points ever, but whatever. Okay.
Like, they unironically still are trapped in this bind where they think, oh no, he's my comfort character and he means well. He actually means well. He's like, he said it's a genocide. What more do you want? Okay? And I said this even though I could identify the Hasbara, because I thought, as someone who is very good at identifying Hasbara, I maintained this position because I thought...
Hasbara is this stupid Israeli term for when they try to do like propaganda to make their country look better. They suck at it.
Over time, his perspective would shift.
But it's a way to label basically anybody that ever says anything positive about Israel ever. You just say they're engaged in Hasbara, like propaganda for the government.
Over time, I thought he would be an anti-Zionist. I was wrong. I was totally fucking wrong. Is so close to the subject matter, so close to the different aspects of social conditioning that play a pretty prominent role in the development of American Jews, who are very progressive people overall. Okay? I don't care. No matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still... While you were doing this, Ethan was doing things like watching a video called Hassan saying anti-Semitism is fake. The Hassan situation. Addressing Hassan and his community. Firmly believe, okay? I still firmly believe that regardless of everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online, regardless of all of that, I place a lot more emphasis and a lot more value on those things that he has said. Ethan fan here. I don't think that Ethan's behavior is honestly dangerous. He's not always right. Neither are you. All right, brother. You are irredeemable if you genuinely think that Ethan's year-long conquest of trying to fucking out Palestinian content creators and pro-Palestinian content creators as like rabid anti-Semites, who now the Trump administration is basically fucking using as a hit list. If you don't consider that to be genuinely dangerous for an issue that you seemingly care about, if you think that there's a fucking genocide going on in Israel, if you think Israel's doing a genocide, I assume that his focus on the people who are calling that out is a little unproductive. And yes, it is fucking dangerous. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's dangerous twofold. One is dangerous because it actually creates insane amounts of pressure and potential criminal litigation if need be. But also on top of that,
that guy's crazy.
On top of that, he's gone after fucking people that he's doxxed. He's gone after people with litigation, frivolous litigation. Real life decision makers are feeling no pressure. That's the bad side.
Dude, he is a 100 millionaire who's using all of his fucking clout to attack pro-Palestinian content creators for a fucking year, and has actually been very successful at deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by making erroneous claims about how anti-Semitic these pro-Palestinian content creators are.
Okay.
He made 6 small content creators lose their income for a fucking month. One of them was Jewish.
Oh no.
It's his community that is weaponized aggressively against all of his fucking enemies. And in the past, his enemies were people like Keemstar. So no one actually thought of anything about it. No one actually thought it was weird or gross. Or billionaires like fucking Ryan Kavanaugh. Now his enemies are seemingly all of the pro-Palestinian content creators. Whether they're Muslim or Jewish doesn't fucking matter. He literally shit on Sam Cedar the other day.
That's crazy.
Stop both siding this fucking issue. You're out of your goddamn mind.
On. He actually chastised me. For what? Let's see.
Ethan is very frustrated and very emotional in this moment, but doesn't recognize that, like, perhaps a Lebanese woman who's a hijabi in the United States of America could also be very emotional in this exact same moment.
God.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so... And the reality of the matter is, anti-Semitism is an unacceptable form of bigotry, whereas Islamophobia is a very acceptable form of bigotry. So being the bigger person in this situation, regardless of your feeling...
So anyway, and God forbid you actually read the chat. But...
That's it? So I'm still being fucking open-minded to him? And he's mad?
What I'm hearing, frankly, is that anti-Semitism is not really an issue. And so you shouldn't, your complaints are less equal than Frogan's complaints because Islamophobia is more serious than anti-Semitism. Despite, by the way, the fact that, as I pointed out, in reality, or not the opposite because there is Islamophobia, but like this claim that anti-Semitism doesn't exist because everybody knows it wrong, as I perceiving it, is absolutely false. I've never seen more open anti-Semitism in my life.
So, it's his stupidity? Like, he didn't understand? He didn't fucking understand what I was saying there? That's not my point at all. How the fuck does his chat watch this, by the way, and not go, hey, Ethan, that's not what he said?
My whole life, the way that it's being...
I called out how toxic Hassan's community is, and I said I remember why I left, and he brought up my chat logs and put me on blast. That was fun.
Damn. Ethan is a token Jew who is more busy apologizing for Israel's misdoings, trying to earn favor with little anti-Semites, hoping they'll applaud him. He got burnt, shot him for 100%. A little bit. Although you sound like a crazy Israeli, but kind of. That's kind of what
happened
to him.
And the right. And it's being kind of, you know, in a case like this, he's normalizing it. He's normalizing it. He's greenlighting it. Again.
I'm normalizing anti-Semitism and I'm greenlighting it. You get banned in chat for pushing back? Textbook example of competitive victimhood. There is no fucking victimhood here. He is he's conflating real anti-Semitism with anti-Zionists criticizing him, a Jewish man, not realizing that they're not criticizing him because he's Jewish. They're criticizing him because of what he's fucking saying.
Which is something that like 90% of Jewish people believe.
That's at the heart of the matter here. That's the whole problem.
True based.
I made a fucking good point here. I literally said what I'm saying right now. I said, Ethan does not understand that Islamophobia is institutionally permissible, and what he suspects as anti-Semitism is not anti-Semitism, and he should be more gracious to people that he perceives as being anti-Semitic when it's actually over his opinions on Israel. I genuinely think Ethan Klein thinks that anti-Semitism is whatever he feels bad.
True.
Got you with the $10. Fuck cancer. No, I'm not done with your little ass yet.
True.
Right. Well, I wanted to watch this.
There's very real anti-Semitism directed towards him, directed towards Jewish people across the board, and that fucking terrifies him. And I think that there's a real element there for a lot of Jewish people, especially. Like, yeah, they see anti-Semitism rising. And if at any point do they actually associate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and people like Dan Bilzerian play a fucking formative role in people, all the way up until December 15th, I'm saying like, oh, I think Ethan is misunderstanding and making a conflation, still giving him charity, still giving him grace. This is what he was saying about me at the time.
So you know what? Go listen to Hassan. People say, I need to go listen to Hassan. This is bullshit. Please, go listen to Hassan. Who fucking, by the way, yells at people in chat, calls them Zionist genocidal monsters for suggesting that the hospital wasn't bombed, okay, by the IDF, which is the same fucking thing the Hassan's fans come and tell me. So fuck that. There's nothing wrong with me and Hassan, but there's a lot of shit that on the way that he covers this that I think is fucked up.
Okay, 500 of the last confirmed kills did not come from Israel. So what, are you just mad only when Hamas kills people then? Because that's what you're saying.
I'm mad when all people die, but I don't think he or many people seem to care when Hamas kills a bunch of their people. True. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, I can't believe the counter rocket barrage from the Hamas teams on the ground actually caused these 500 people to die in the fucking hospital. Dude, what the fuck are you saying? What about the 3,000 people that died in the fucking week prior by Israeli bombs?
I don't understand the theory that like the truth doesn't matter. Someone said, hey, I don't think Israel bombed the hospitals according to the evidence. Something like really mild. And he freaks the fuck out.
I wonder why I freaked the fuck out.
Yeah, bro.
This is right after Al-Ahli.
Oh, he still thinks so. That hospital was, I think it was probably I think it was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket, I think is what the theory was in terms of it malfunctioned and it fell into this parking lot. It left, there was a very small crater on the ground. It looked like it was like some kind of rocket that blew up, not a fucking JDAM like people like Hassan say. But people try to say that Israel intentionally bombed a hospital that killed like 500 people, when in reality it was probably a rocket that fucked up and then it fell to the ground and blew up. And I think there were, I don't know how many people died. I think it was a few dozen casualties. I don't think that many people died, but people still, like Hassan, will still push it to this day that that was a targeting of an Israeli hospital that killed 500 people, or a targeting of a Palestinian hospital on the Gaza Strip that killed 500 people when there's no evidence of that.
No wonder his fucking audience understandably thought that he was defending Israel. Can you imagine? Can you imagine claiming Israel would never bomb a hospital? I don't understand. This is definitely the doing of Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas or whatever the fuck Israel said without any evidence whatsoever. Okay? Yeah, I didn't know this shit. This is my first time seeing it. Yeah, of course people are gonna think you're a fucking Zionist. This is Zionist propaganda. This is precisely what it is. Oh, I care when all Palestinians die, except it's really fucked up that you would say Israel bomb a hospital. Does Ethan know?
This is Hassan's initial reaction.
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong.
This is over other stuff, but
It can sometimes be wrong. IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. Genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself? You genocidal piece of shit. If I make a prediction or a
where's the JDAM one?
Oh, that Israel actually bombed the Al Ahli hospital.
Destiny, both sides are bad. I've yet to see you cover any of the fucked up shit Israel does. I've covered it plenty and I've mentioned it plenty. The reason why you don't see it is because you want a concession that I would never make, which is that Israel intentionally and deliberately spends $1 million in some type of weapon to shoot and kill like 50 civilians, which is a retarded perspective. Nobody intelligent believes that. Israel has probably conducted this war in a way that is, or clearly conducted it in a way that was probably too fast and too reckless, because there are some civilian attacks that absolutely shouldn't have happened. Like the WCK one is the best example of it. But like retards like you are like, I bet that the Israeli military people, they were in an office, they're like, oh my god, we should fucking spend all this money on these some of the most expensive munitions we have and do ISR. We're gonna figure out where these trucks are, and then we're just gonna fucking shoot these $500,000 missiles, these $1 million drone attacks on these civilian trucks, and it's gonna be fucking epic. That's a retarded perspective. You don't deserve to talk about anything if you're that fucking stupid. Holy shit.
A week prior, 2 days before the courtyard explosion, Israel actually blew up and artillery shelled the fucking radiology room in the Al Ahli hospital. I wonder why all the doctors in the Al Ahli hospital were like, oh, Israel did this. Perhaps they're all in the pocket of Hamas. That was also a pivotal point for a lot of that was a lot of these fucking dipshits. The apolitical centrist commentators all jumped on that to be like, Hassan is lying to people. Israel would never bomb a hospital. So where are they now? Where are they now? Israel's bombed every fucking hospital, including Al Ahli, over and over.
Again, nobody has said that Israel never bombs a hospital, but this is he's giving the weak version now. Israel's obviously attacked hospitals. The question is whether or not the hospitals were targeted for no military purpose. You can target a hospital for a military purpose. That's part of the rules of war, but nobody cares or wants to talk about legality or whatever anyway. But they still want to say war crimes, but
again, Israel sieged every hospital since then. Now, when you hear Ethan Klein's perspective on this matter, he turns around and says it's because Hamas is putting fucking people under tunnels inside of the hospital. That's why Ethan has to, that's why Israel has to bomb these hospitals. That's what he said to Sam Cedar the other day, or no, before his talk with Sam Cedar. Think about that. Oh, they have command centers under these fucking hospitals. That's why it's Hamas's fault that Israel has to bomb these hospitals anyway. Has he covered any of those fucking strikes? No. The only time I've heard him talk about hospitals being bombed was here when he's trying to say that it was actually the Palestinians that blew themselves up, and how fucked up it is that I'm casting suspicion on that narrative, which, by the way, still to this day, no fucking conclusive evidence, and the only evidence that Israel ever presented on the matter was immediately destroyed.
But defense knocks it out the park. You just get disgustingly tanky. I mean,
and he goes, "You're a genocidal freak." And then people say the same fucking thing to me from his fan base, and we're acting like surprised, like we don't know where they fucking learned that from. Like, I learned it from you, Dad. I think it's covered.
Yeah, this is perfectly representative of his mentality. This is perfectly representative of his mentality. Everyone in his fan base learned it from me.
In some of these cases has been not good. Thought we needed leftovers more than ever. Yeah, I changed my mind. I mean, what do you want me to do? It was fucking horrible. I felt like Hassan's fans were trying to destroy my life. My wife's life. They were calling me genocidal. For what? For what? But I do think he's contributing to this idea that all Israelis are, you know,
Your general gameplay
occupiers,
while clearing through the
which is a really
campaign
dangerous fucking stance to take.
Why? Doesn't matter. Terrible that the people died, but I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing.
Why is it dangerous to claim that all Israelis are occupiers? By the way, what Hassan is doing there, if you don't notice, is he's giving cover to that from the river to the sea. That is what they think. Every Israeli is an occupier, not just the ones in the West Bank. That's what they sell to white people in my fucking YouTube chat that want to simp for these stupid slogans, right? It is that every Israeli is an occupier, including the children, including the civilians, including everybody, and they all need to be eliminated. That is the more honest argument from the pro-Valley perspective. But.
You fucking piece of shit! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did, but Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same 2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie at first? Huh? Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself?
By the way, for the record, the IDF did not bomb that fucking hospital.
You genocidal piece of shit!
People were telling me the same exact fucking thing. I mean, I know that this isn't good. I don't think this is a good way to talk about shit. Even if you're angry and fucking horrible things are.
Oh my god, you know what's really funny? I'm also fundraising even back then. That's when I was fundraising for Palestinian medical assistance. I wonder who's clipping it and sending this to Ethan. Yeah, I don't care who's clipping it and sending it to Ethan. Admitting his view of Palestinians by saying he thinks Hassan views all Israelis as the same because he expects Hassan to think about Israelis the same as he does Palestinians. Yes.
Unleash magnified effect.
Wonder why he's Wonder why he's actually so sympathetic to the person who's defending Israel here. By the way, I wonder why. And this was early on. This was right after the fucking Al Ahli hospital was bombed.
Is there any evidence of Israel using white phosphorus? I don't know. Yeah, they do use white phosphorus. The argument is not whether or not they use white phosphorus. It's what application they have for it. So white phosphorus is nice because you can blow it up in an area and provide like basically an instantaneous smoke screen for troops to move through an area. But the accusation was that they were using it in an aggressive manner. And the reason why people don't like you using white phosphorus in an aggressive manner is because it can cover a wide area that can subject a lot of civilians to harm. And you're not supposed to be like using weapons like that lack a level of precision if you have other options available to you.
Okay, right after then. And for an entire fucking year, I was oblivious. Until this very moment, I'd never seen his commentary on this. Of course people thought he was a fucking genocidal monster.
Jesus.
What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my lord. Yeah, it was only because I was completely oblivious to the shit that he was saying at the time that I was like, listen, man, I care about covering this genocide. I don't give a fuck about what Ethan has to say about this. I don't want to make drama out of this. I care about fucking locking in, and you should too.
Lock in.
In that same time frame, while I was defending him all the way up until December 15th, 2024, that's what Ethan was doing. So the expectation that I am supposed to brainwash my audience into liking Ethan Klein is impossible. Of course, plenty of people who are more educated than Ethan on this, or at least have basic empathy towards the Palestinian plight on this issue, of course, arrived at their own fucking conclusion, regardless of my year-long effort to fucking defend Ethan, because I was also oblivious to his actual position. If I had seen his actual position a long time ago, I would have fucking shoved it back down his goddamn throat as a genocidal piece of shit, okay?
Jesus. This is why people will say, me included, it's just not worth it to cuck out. I don't think you, well, is it fair to hold up Hassan as the person you should be trying to please here? I guess it's, even if you totally cuck out on the genocide argument, which Ethan has completely cucked out to the pro-Pally framing here of this argument. I just don't know what the value is in doing it because people are still going to just claim that you're a genocidal freak, genocidal supporter anyway. So like, what's the point?
And here's the reality. He looked at all of this, and he could not comprehend that, in spite of my defenses of Ethan Klein, that it was actually me. I was the reason why I was making anti-Semitism permissible. Yeah, Ethan thought this specific hospital was bombed by Hamas, but every other building in a 20-kilometer radius was bombed by Israel, even though the hospital itself was also bombed by Israel 2 days prior.
Views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. Problem with Hassan.
By the way, I want to fucking here. This is your opportunity, okay?
What?
Show me all the fucking things Ethan said in this time frame. I know we're only 11 minutes in. I don't care. Give me all the fucking Ethan clips that in this time frame where he was like from the beginning to the end, all the times that this motherfucker was actually defending Israel, so we can make an assessment on whether or not it was actually appropriate for people to think that he was pro-genocide or anti-genocide. Stalwart supporter, he says. Why'd you say at Hassan Abi? What? Stalwart supporter of Palestine. What will he say? Wait, hold on. 1 second.
1 sec, guys.
Yeah, he was going to show you all the support that he's done. Yeah, let's see.
Hassan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims. But listen to what this guy has to say.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came and electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen
This is unhinged, dude.
But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like,
okay.
I don't
criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it. I also felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand, and there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is.
I can't believe he literally clip-chimped conversations that we had together. Like, how depraved, how fucking depraved that he would go back to a back-and-forth conversation that we had to clip a conversation that we had out of context. You know what my fucking position was. My position is for a one state. The reason why I...
What position or context can salvage the baby settler statement? What? Is that salvageable? I'm not sure if that one is salvageable, Chief.
Believe in a one state is because I don't even think the 750,000 settlers could be, in an ethical manner, moved from all of the land that they have occupied as terrorists. I was saying, you think every settler is a valid military target. There are settler babies. I didn't say I think it's valid to kill settler babies.
Just to be clear, I'm pretty sure he co-signed the statement that that one guy made, Second Thought, on the podcast. He's basically echoing what he said about how even baby settlers are a thing or whatever, but okay.
What an insane thing to do. It's a literal conversation that we had. It was a back and forth conversation that we had. And Ethan also said this, what?
I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk.
Yeah. That's later in the clip. This is still the context nuke, but it's later in the clip. We haven't even gotten there yet. It's so crazy that this motherfucker clip-chimped. He clip-chimped our own back and forth. What a fucking crazy thing to do.
Downplaying the violence.
Wait, so then this is one of those opportunities for Hassan. Hassan is saying you got clip-chimped. Clip-chimped how? So do you think that babies aren't legitimate military targets? Or you should just say that, right? So like all Israeli civilians then wouldn't be legitimate military targets, right? That should be a pretty easy thing to say. That's like an easy own, right? You can just say that. Like, obviously, I don't think all civilians are, and like babies are not military targets. But instead, he just made some weird allusion to, I believe in a one-state solution. Why not just say that?
Violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. Now, this is a famous clip that he kept repeating and using. We now know that he actually recognizes that he disingenuously edited.
Oh, okay.
Show the clip of Ethan and Hila.
Can I add, Ethan, one
yes.
personal feeling that I've had with Hassan that I can't really get past is his dismissiveness of the that happened. He acts like
October 7th. Doesn't matter if R-words happened on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. What's interesting about that quote specifically is that I get what he means in that one. Like, I felt like he said worse stuff than that. Because he's saying, he's saying even if the R-words happened, well, I think the way he phrases it is fucked up. Even if it happened, they did happen.
Yes.
But he's saying, even if they did happen, it wouldn't change the calculus for him, which I understand what he's saying. But I guess the way he's saying it is, even if it didn't happen, it's fucked up.
I didn't say even if it didn't happen. I said even if it did happen, it still doesn't change the calculation for me. Now, ironically enough, that argument was when I, because of the last piece of evidence that hadn't come out yet with like the Israeli prosecution team, going over the forensic analysis of every single body that they put at the Shura base, okay?
Why do they have to be one state? Doesn't that sound insane? Because for people like Hassan, the goal is the destruction of Israel. Israel cannot exist. It needs to be destroyed. It cannot exist as a Jewish state or whatever. That's why. They'll try to dress that up or say it differently, but that at the end of the day, that's the reason why.
Literally was debating a chatter, and I know we have the clip for this. Here's the full context. Also, how are you? I'm literally debating a chatter who is denying any rapes took place. Let's take a look. Sure, Israel didn't force them to lie. That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. And there's no criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me at all. It's so fucking stupid to act like, no, they're perfect. They were perfect on October 7th, and they were conducting themselves perfectly.
It's such an unbelievable downplay.
But these kinds of stories delegitimize Palestinian resistance? No, it does not. What the fuck are you talking about? No, you think it delegitimizes Palestinian resistance. Okay? You think so. I don't. The fuck? Do you understand? My position is, I'm not expecting perfect victimhood from Palestinians. It will never stop to be insane how that clip makes you sound out of context. And ironically enough, It was me arguing against the chatter at the time that was saying, why don't you just say rapes didn't
Many people are
happen?
like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? Other, like, non-professional forensic accounting being conducted on October 7. This has muddied the waters so much that, understandably, many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? How am I supposed to believe anything that Israel says? There's a perfectly valid fucking criticism to have against the state that has lied every single step of the fucking way. Many hostages have records of saying two different things. Also, how are you sure Israel didn't force them to lie? That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right. What I'm saying is, rapes or no rapes doesn't fucking matter. Beyond October 7 and before October 7, Palestinians still have a right to dignity and self-determination. You cannot genocide people and be like, oh, well, they did rapes. Like, nothing justifies a genocide. Even another genocide doesn't justify a genocide. Do you understand? Like, would it be justified to genocide the entirety of the German population after the Holocaust? I still don't think so. There were fucking children. There's babies. You know what I mean? You're killing innocents.
There kind of was a mass ethnic cleansing of Germans from all of Europe, I think, after World War II, but, you know, that's neither here nor there, I guess.
Civilians. That's my perspective, and that's the most extreme position that you can arrive at. Genocide is not justice. That is why I don't believe in genociding the Israeli population. And I think it's a fucking ridiculous assessment of the situation. That's why I believe in a one-state solution. Justice is not vengeance. That's it. Can't believe he fucking used that. Even though he used this clip in the fucking context nuke when he personally understood what I meant right here. This is before the context nuke. This is from October 30th, 2024. So what's up with that? Why is it
up with that,
that right here, Ethan understands what I'm saying, and then his wife stops him from understanding what I'm saying, and then he still chooses to put this clip in the fucking context nuke? So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not, like, so good. They have magical bullets.
It's not really televised, guys.
That's so fucking gross, dude. That's so goddamn gross. He understood my position months before he still put this awful fucking joke. Awful cringe-ass editing. Not even good for 2016-ass editing in a stupid fucking video, dude. Oh my god. You have to be genuinely mentally stunted to actually appreciate this. Oh my fucking lord.
Frankly, are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe?
Racist piece of shit. That's what he is.
True.
A racist dumbass.
True.
And the only reason why people don't see this horrifyingly, monstrously racist dumbassery is because they too are conditioned into thinking that Arabs...
The mall hasn't even begun yet? How much longer? When does it start? This is really boring. I thought it was going to be way more exciting. This sucks. How much longer until the mall starts?
Are fucking barbaric rapist monsters. The idea that equal rights for Arabs who are not Jewish and Arab Jews and Ashkenazi Jews and everybody in the region to have equal rights and equal representation would spell doom for the Jewish population of Israel is simply Jewish supremacist, racist, Islamophobic, anti-Arab garbage. And if you don't see that, you probably are also a fucking piece of shit.
Damn.
Okay? That's it. Oh my fucking lord, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Of course people looked at that and were like, this is gross, dude. You're a fucking gross piece of shit. God damn, what a racist fucking monster he is.
Damn.
Oh my fucking lord.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. We already talked about I covered this before. Hila Klein, former IDF soldier and wife of Hila Klein, says that if Israeli with the Ramallah, they would be lynched. It's a fact. Literally, same type of propaganda used during the Jim Crow South and apartheid South Africa. And then he's like, why won't people think I'm actually pro-Palestine? Stalwart ally of the Palestinian plight, by the way. This fucking guy. This fucking guy.
There frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews.
Does
once the white people are outpopulated by the black people, anything is fair game. Oh my god. But is it weird to be afraid though? Yes, it's racist as fuck. What do you mean? Do you guys actually fucking... Do you lose your mind when the term Jew comes into the equation, where you just have no capacity to understand Jewish people as the dominant majority group in the Jewish ethno-state? You're thinking anti-Semitism in the way that it exists in the fucking West, or has historically existed in the fucking West, while talking about Israel. What the fuck? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Did this happen in apartheid South Africa? Is that what happened? Jews are taught to be...
Keep in mind, he keeps bringing up apartheid South Africa. That was the reason why Nelson Mandela specifically didn't want to engage in crazy terrorism attacks against civilian populations, because Nelson Mandela specifically wanted there to be a reconciliation. So it's funny that Pallies love to lean into the Irish, the IRA, and the And then the South African shit, these are like their favorite go-to examples historically. But
be afraid of Arabs is what I mean. I don't think they should. Yes, what you're describing is fucking racism. What the fuck? Would you ever be this gracious to any other group? Would you ever be this gracious to any other fucking group that came out and were like, well, these Arabs are, you know, they're gonna rape us. They're gonna fucking kill us if we get equal rights. These blacks are gonna rape us if we get equal rights. Like, if a white person said that, you'd be like, what the fuck are you saying? We are all so trained to see Islamophobia as just like invisible. We don't even recognize it. We don't even think that it's like out of the norm. This is what I meant when I said anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are obviously bigotries that are completely unacceptable, okay? But Islamophobia has institutional permissibility. Anti-Semitism does not. You say anti-Semitic shit, you're gonna get fucking fired. Even if you don't say anti-Semitic shit, people still say you're saying anti-Semitic shit to get you fucking fired, like what Ethan is doing with me. When you say Islamophobic shit, they will literally have you, they will elevate you to the highest position in society. They'll be like, all right, great, thank you, please become the next fucking Secretary of Defense.
Get fired from his job.
Look at Pete Hegseth. It's the double standard that exists. If someone were to say, what I consider to be obviously unjustifiable, but if someone were to fucking turn around and say, we must nuke Tel Aviv, then obviously that person would not only get banned, but probably imprisoned. But if you turn around and say, we must nuke Tehran, or we must nuke Gaza, you become a politician. You become an American politician. That's a normal position within the American political discourse. That's it. Pete Hegseth has a Deus Vult tattoo, okay? Talking about the fucking Crusades, which is ironically also not exactly too fond of the Jews either. He's a Christian nationalist. But could you imagine, like, he has a tattoo that says, like, Kufar on his kafir on his arm in Arabic, okay? To say, like, I am the one, I'm the infidel, I'm gonna fucking come and kill all you Arabs or whatever. He has all these goddamn borderline neo-Nazi tattoos, like the Jerusalem cross and shit, okay? If Pete Hegseth has a fucking swastika, people will be like, yeah, you can't be the Secretary of Defense, okay? Resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. It's not perfect. Oh, this requires its own debunking. This is not correct, okay? I'm sorry. And I know it's going to fucking make you feel bad when I say this. Or for Ethan, it's gonna make him feel really good because he's gonna be like, he's denying rape. Hamas did not mutilate and rape women on October 7. That actually was initial reporting. That was identified as incorrect. What this report is showing is something that fucking Rabbi Shmuley has also brought forward.
Not the Rabbi Shmuley guy.
Because he literally repeated it over and over and over again, okay? He said Hamas militants went in and cut the titties off of a Israeli woman and then cut the head off of an Israeli woman and then fucking played soccer with the head and the titty of an Israeli woman. Don't say I'm crashing out. He's crashing the hell out. You're crashing out. The fuck do you mean crashing out?
One guy, careful. Not the one guy.
So good. And even then, what is so crazy about this process is that I'm not even fucking denying that rapes happened in that one. He just clipped me out of fucking context.
Clip champ.
They stopped when they thought it was dead. The ordeal of Esther, raped and mutilated by Hamas terrorists. Cases of rape and sexual mutilation committed during October 7 massacre are surfacing. While survivors are still struggling to speak out, one of them, who participated in the Tribe of No Festival, agreed to tell us what she suffered. Now, I need you to understand something. This is in the immediate aftermath, okay? In the immediate aftermath. It's in November 26, 2023. It's understandable that the reporting on this was going to be murky at the fucking time, okay? I'm going to be as gracious as I possibly can be.
I'm not crashing out,
Israel
guys! Shut up!
Denied all investigations into the matter. All the forensic evidence was basically fucking either destroyed or literally designed in a way to erroneously create a alternative fucking reality by Zaka. They did this, and there's plenty of reporting on this process, okay? Go back and look at all these fucking reports. Now, the reason why, let me explain something to you. Why is this important to me, okay? Because the reality of the matter is, this is one of those things where it's like, it's the major no-no, okay? It's the biggest no-no of all time. And there is a likelihood that rapes did take place on October 7. It's just that there is no evidence for a Hamas-backed, systematized version of sexual assault that took place on October 7. It is logically already a very difficult thing to suggest, okay? But on top of that, it was one of the most live-streamed atrocities of all time. There are CCTV footages everywhere. There are body camera footages. Israel had access to every single Hamas militant's body camera footage, okay? They had it from every fucking angle, and they couldn't find one singular piece of fucking CCTV footage or visible evidence beyond photos that they claimed implied that sexual assault took place, including family members. I believe it was Shani Luke. Family members of Shani Luke came out and said, stop saying my daughter.
Where would this... At the Nova Festival? Who would have been video recording somebody getting raped? What?
Daughter got raped. She did not get sexually fucking assaulted. Like, they literally would deny the wishes of the existing victims, the family members, to make this argument. Now, why is this important? Because there was a shit ton of atrocities that took place on October 7. It was brutal, okay? It was violent. They came in with hang gliders. It's a breakout from a fucking open air prison. Of course it was violent. It was like the Nat Turner rebellion.
Like, and he does all of the Finkelstein examples, right? Like, bro, again, he's saying that, like, it was unjustifiable, or I don't know if he actually said that, but he's, like, saying it was horrible and, you know, like, but then he goes on to justify it, right? He's saying, like, of course there was horrible stuff, but I guess it wasn't horrible because of course they were breaking out of an open air prison. I don't know what the point he's trying to make is here. So why not just own it and say, okay, fine, it was acceptable.
Okay? It was ruthless. It was violent. There was plenty of atrocities that took place, but it was important for Israel to actually increase the atrocities to the best of their ability in an effort to justify what was coming next. That's why it was important to do good journalism in this moment, in this very moment. That's why they went on with the babies in the ovens nonsense, or 40 babies were beheaded. Shit that, by the way, Ethan and Hila still repeat. Atrocity propaganda that justifies the unimaginable, untold amounts of terror that Israel subjected the entirety of the Palestinian population to. Okay? There's never been a moment where my analysis of the situation wasn't that October 7th was horrifying. It was absolutely considered an act of terror. It was. It's true. Still, the majority of the fucking people that were killed were civilians. Okay? That's unacceptable. But I understand what the conditions are that caused October 7th to happen. And if you can't have that fucking conversation, you don't want to solve the problem. You just want Palestinians to get slaughtered over and over again for 76 fucking years.
Damn. 76 fucking years, guys. 76 fucking years.
Ethan understood the gravity of accusing Israel of systematic sexual abuse on the last episode of Leftovers. When he provided a source on the spot, he didn't believe it and wanted more credible evidence. Weird how he understands the gravity when it's accusing Israel, but not when accusing Hamas, and those accusations are being used to justify genocide. Exactly. The irony, of course, is that I'm not even using Israel's previous reporting on the matter, that Israel has systematically raped Palestinian women and boys at checkpoints. And in their...
What's the difference between understanding why it happened versus justifying it? Obviously, it's not as justifying it because he thinks it's based. The difference is whether or not you think it's acceptable. You should try to understand why October 7th happened. Israel has, in my opinion, Israel has no desire to understand why it happened, which is why they're probably on a road to creating another one, but Israel thinks it's based as long as they can continue to maintain their advantages in other places. But the point is to ideally not repeat the event. But the problem is when you only extend understanding to one side, like we can understand why the Palestinians did it, but for the Israelis, we have no understanding whatsoever of why they do what they do. That's the problem, and that's what people like Hassan do. That's the issue.
Their detention facilities to justify October 7th. I'm not even saying that. Some people do. I'm not doing that. This right here, for the record, this is the Esther case on display from Wikipedia. The New York Times changed her name to Sapir. October 2023, Israeli police showed multiple journals a video of a woman whom Le Parisien called Esther and BBC called Witness S, describing what she claims to have seen from her hiding place near the festival. A militant bent someone over, then Esther understood that he was raping the victim. The militant passed her on to someone else. She was still alive and bleeding from the back. The men cut off parts of her body, sliced her breast, threw it on the street, and played with it. Another militant raped her, then while still penetrating her, shot her in the head, and then ejaculated. 2 months later, in December 2023, the New York Times reported accounts with very similar themes from a witness identified as Sapir. This is not something that took place, okay? I need you to understand. This is not real, okay? Here. Also, the person that conducted the fucking UN report admitted that it was a mischaracterization that genital mutilation took place. Fuck. The reason why this is important, by the way, stop debating rape and focus on the genocide, Lord. No, shut the fuck up. You want to know why this is important to cover? Because this is a colonialist tactic, okay?
This
colonialist. The barbaric rapist savages. It is the same exact fucking principle that whites in apartheid South Africa applied to the black population of South Africa.
True.
It is the same exact principle that white settler colonial violence that the Native Americans were subjected to that justified their genocide. It is the exact same thing that white Klansmen said in the Reconstruction era, and as they went on to lynch black people in the aftermath of the Reconstruction era in the Jim Crow South. This is a colonialist tactic to fucking lie about the sexual barbarity of these animals, these primal beings that are violent and scary and must be fucking put to heel. That is precisely the reason why it's important to address the truth of this so that justice can be served for the fucking victims, okay? Not discounting that sexual assault or sexual violence ever took place on October 7th because that is commonplace in conflicts. But having said that,
did you get that? See, that is commonplace in conflicts. This is the same as the Holocaust denialism. Like, did a Holocaust happen? Sure, maybe. So did the Dresden bombings. So did the nukes from Japan. Like, on Japan, like, yeah, there's a lot of violence in war. It happens, you know? See, it's he sneaks that in. That's good.
You must understand. You must understand the reason as to why this was so important for Israel to push. It absolutely plays a role in the way that people fucking analyze the Palestinian population. Chris Kunzler and I had a wonderful conversation about this, about the psychosexual nature of this kind of projection propaganda. Here, let's take a look.
The settlers always projected their desires onto the colonized. They would always say, he says specifically in the case of the southern United States, is the white man not always saying that the black man at any opportunity would jump on the good white woman at any given opportunity? Lynchings would very often culminate with of people's In the case of, he spoke constantly about how bad Jewish boys would attack German women at every opportunity. And in fact, one of the most racist figures and reprehensible within Israeli society, Meir Kahane, there is a video of him on YouTube where he speaks about, he says, there are currently Arab boys hidden in cafes pretending that they have Jewish names so they can basically trick nice, good Jewish girls into dating Arabs. He also gained a massive amount of popularity, his far-right, horrific exterminationist ideology, by saying that there were a series of nationalist, like motivated by terrorism, nationalist hatred of Israel occurring at the time. And there were these...
Nice.
Think about that.
Think about that, guys.
Anyway, this is the crucial part many overlook regarding the deranged claims of gang rape from Sapir and Ros Cohen, repeated in the New York Times and other Western media. We already knew they lied from other evidence, but Patton's UN report also debunked it. Patton's team said that the accounts of gang rape could not be verified during the time provided along Road 232. This is the escape route from the Supernova Music Festival, where 2 individuals claimed they saw gang rape, Ros Cohen and Sapir, or Witness S. Their stories have been cited by virtually every one of the 13 media investigations and civil society reports as evidence of rape. The statement further undermines Israeli and media claims that mass rape occurred on October 7. It is literally Emmett Till shit, okay? It's ridiculous.
Literally.
The forensic pathologist looked at all of the bodies and did not find a single one that had that specific type of genital mutilation. As a matter of fact, there's another story about like nails in someone's genitals or something.
Who did somebody say this isn't a tweet by the squirrel, is it? This whatever image he's looking at here?
And mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as targeted genital mutilation.
That's also really spooky. I've quote tweeted or I've fought with that squirrel before. The squirrel is unhinged. That squirrel will deliberately, like literally, like white out and delete parts of text when they're quoting from this UN report. I've literally caught them doing this in the past. But I guess it's still a valid source for Hassan to quote. Okay.
Mutilation using knives. Here's the UN, the Office of the Special Representative, the Secretary General on Sexual Violence Conflict. Okay. Additional challenges emerged due to erroneous interpretations of states' bodies by some volunteer first responders without relevant qualifications or expertise. Some examples include mistaking post-mortem pugilistic posturing, a boxer-like body posture with flexed elbows, clenched fists, and spread legs, and flexed knees due to the burn damage as indicative of sexual violence, misinterpreting anal dilation due to post-mortem changes as indicative of anal penetration, and mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as a targeted genital mutilation using knives. The reason why they mischaracterized it is because the first responders were not actually forensic pathologists. They did not have the capacity to do a autopsy on the fucking spot. So they just looked.
Oh, true. You can see the whiteout in the thing he's doing right now. For 65 here, why, oh, it's such a good point. This is why Hassan should never be taken seriously as a media anybody, right? He only does propaganda. He should be perma banned from Twitch. He shouldn't have a voice in media at all. But like, why would you quote from an account that's literally deleting chunks of text and highlighting? Look at this. Look at 65 up here. They're literally deleting the first sentence. You're already highlighting. Shouldn't that be enough? Why do you have to delete whole parts of this in order to make an argument? That squirrel person is an unhinged, insane pro-pally, like super propagandist account that's like so embedded in so many other subreddits. There's people have done writing on this account in particular, but like, Jesus Christ.
Looked at it and then said, this is what must have happened. And then the Israeli media ran with that fucking story. This is the reason why I said it's important to fucking arrive at a real conclusion with verifiable evidence. You want to know why I said, and many people made hay of me saying circumstantial evidence in this regard in the UN preliminary report does not meet the standards of circumstantial evidence that would be used in a fucking court of law, because you're looking at a photo of someone going like this and you make up your mind on it. But a forensic, a person that is supposed to conduct the autopsy is going to actually figure out whether or not this thing that you're suspecting happened. Oh. Every single piece of, every single headline that Ethan erroneously slaps on here, including this one, is contributing to, once again, screams without words, how Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th. This is a great fucking example of a story that did not meet the standard of New York Times' own editorial review. This was so goddamn controversial, but so necessary.
I don't think it's true that it didn't meet the standards of their editorial review. It's that there were a lot of pro-Pally people on that board that were uncomfortable with anything like this that seemed vaguely pro-Israeli being published. If you read into the stories for why people got so mad about that, but hey, don't let me get in the way of a good story.
So that Israel could keep pushing the narrative of Palestinian barbarity, okay? This story was written by a person who had insanely racist shit on her timeline, so much so that the New York Times actually dropped her after the story. Okay? The story itself was incredibly controversial.
There was not insanely racist shit on her timeline. I think she made some statements that were maybe objectionable, but these were made like on like October. I'm pretty sure these statements were made like on October 7th, 8th, 9th. Like these were like in the days following. Remember, for Israelis, for Jews, you know how it sounds like, oh, there's no perfect victim. If you're Jewish, you have to be the perfect victim. You can't say anything unhinged. You can't say anything crazy. You can't say anything that's an overreaction on like days after the largest terrorist attack per population, like in almost all of human history. Like it's an insane amount of people that were killed given the population of this country. You have to be perfectly on your best behavior afterwards. But when it comes to the pro-Pally people that Ethan was making fun of, who were like, you know, Frogan saying, you guys said you wanted a resistance and now that you have one, now you're unhappy or whatever. Those people are all like to be defended. You know, we have to use an infinite amount of charitability to understand what they were saying and all that.
within the New York Times editorial board because they said it did not meet the internal standards of the New York Times' editorial team because they could not, there was no verifiable evidence and simply claims people were making that could very easily be destroyed in a moment's fucking notice, and as many of them did. Yeah, this is one of the 3 authors of the Screams Without Words mass rape atrocity propaganda hoax. Anat Schwartz. She liked posts calling for Gaza to be turned into a slaughterhouse. This is the person that the New York Times actually fucking hired. Anat Schwartz liked this post that said,
this is on October 7th about a post they liked. This is on October 7th. Like, Jesus Christ.
Turn the strip into a slaughterhouse. The New York Times saw all of this and said, okay, we can't have her do reporting for Israel again. Huh. If this didn't meet the standards, why did this article come out? Well, because atrocity propaganda was an absolute fucking necessity, okay? And the reason why I'm not moving on from this, and I know why some girly pop might actually have some issues with this because you're like, oh, I've heard this before. No, you have to understand something very important here. This is the same exact type of atrocity propaganda that colonial powers have always used against black people, against Native Americans, and the German Nazis used against Jews, okay? That they're rapist monsters. This is the oldest fucking colonial propaganda in the goddamn book because it's such a depraved act to do this level of harm to a victim that when you hear it, you don't even want to think about anything else. You are immediately and understandably grossed out by it. It's the same exact shit that we do right now with immigrants. Immigrants are rapists. Immigrants are rapists. Why do you think Trump says that over and over again with no evidence whatsoever? And it's incredibly frustrating that I actually, in our debate, asked Ethan, do you have any names? Do you have any victims that have come out and actually offered firsthand testimony to this barbaric sexual assault that you're saying was systematized by Hamas, that where mass rapes took place on October 7? Do you have any victims? What are their names? Because I do not reflexively disbelieve women. I do believe women. When a woman comes out and says, this actually happened, this happened to me. Like, for example, the testimony of
the people who were raped by Israelis.
I think her name is Amit Shoshana, right? The one that Ethan kept showing over and over again. She was sexually assaulted in captivity, okay?
Oh, in captivity.
That is in the UN Sexual Violence and Conflict Report. That is the verifiable instance of rape that did not happen on October 7th.
How is that verifiable, Hassan? Where's your direct evidence of that besides her own claims of it? And if Israelis are willing to lie, like, why would you believe hers? I feel like this would be the least believable one, no? But whatever, okay.
But actually happened in captivity, okay? Ethan kept playing that over and over again, not understanding that I've never actually denied that. And he kept using her testimony to imply that her testimony was from October 7, over and over and over again. However, evidence. There is, however, real evidence as far as like first-hand accounts and testimony. Even this is from the same. This is moments before that clip that he posted about, by the way, to make me look like I'm just laughing about rapes taking place and testimony from hostages. So that part is real. That did happen, which is very important, and that was a part of the UN investigation that was conducted. There is, however, evidence. There is, however, real. I think you need to clarify systematically. People are struggling to understand what you mean. There is no. Hassan, please respond to it. It's very important. They're going to use it against you. What do you have to say to Hila's reasoning for Israel not letting forensic investigations that due to religious reasons they bury the body ASAP? That's a fucking lie, and she's wrong. They did actually conduct forensic examination on many of the bodies. They didn't immediately bury them.
They did immediately bury a ton of them. That was a huge issue. Hassan has either read nothing about this, he probably, because he's both stupid and a propagandist. Like, this was a huge issue with Zaka. If he would have actually read that Haaretz article that that did supposedly point out, or not supposedly, it did point out that how Zaka kind of fucked up some of the investigation. If he actually read the article that he's citing, then they would say it in there that is what Zaka does. And that was a huge issue related to the Zaka stuff, but okay.
She's literally wrong. They took the bodies to the Shura base, and they actually did look at the bodies. The issue, however, was that the initial forensic examination was not conducted by real specialists. Zaka ended up desecrating the bodies in the process and ruining any sort of on-the-spot kinetic forensic examination from taking place, because you have to look at the way that like bodies are presented to develop an understanding of what happened, like how this person died. They denied a real investigation to so many Israelis. Ethan tried to say that as well. Can you show us proof? Yes, I can. Hold on. I will.
Hold up.
Hi. It's so crazy that people like having this conversation and going over the very important details and having this conversation, going over these very important fucking details on what happened on October 7th, and given the gruesome nature of these accusations, people just simply go, oh, you're just a fucking rape denier. And it's insane to me. It's actually fucking insane to me. Thoughts on you being accused of dog whistling? Yeah, dude. I'm totally. You got it.
You got it, dude.
Where is the freaking... Where's the Shura base article? Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up in a second. Ugh. Anyway, but this is the UN report, by the way, the Sexual Violence and Conflict report. Stop saying, stop posting accusation to mirror, okay? He is currently adding every single one of his IG stories about you to a highlight reel. I don't care.
So petty.
The easy route in this situation is to just simply say, is to simply go along and not try to debunk some of this very dangerous misinformation. Here, the claim of extensive visual evidence with repeated statements of, we saw a photo of cut up vaginas, nails and vaginas, knives and vaginas is strewn throughout the original Gettleman, Stella Schwartz work to browbeat the reader into submission, but it was all a contrived fake, a facade.
Were, objects like knives inserted in the genitalia of a woman. I mean, the team reviewed the photos and we did not find anything like that. And I did mention like one of the challenges faced by, of course, by the Israeli government, but which impacted our own work, was the fact that inaccurate, unreliable forensic conclusions were drawn by untrained volunteer first responders. And we give some examples. We give some examples in the report, such as interpreting an anal dilation as anal penetration, when, according to our forensic expert, we've extensive burn damage. This is what you get, anal dilation. And
the issue is that Hassan is like not everything in that first report that came out. Also, by the way, that report said it was a preliminary report, and there were some things that were challenged from the report afterwards. Hassan will look at the stuff that was challenged from that report, but he'll never look at the stuff that is not challenged by the report, where they still do maintain that there was systematic sexual violence. So he always go, and this is what sucks too, because people like Hassan, that's why they're the worst types of human beings in the world, is that if you have an honest actor who's willing to go back and look, it's like, okay, well, maybe we got this wrong, and maybe this could have been better. Like, they'll just cite those parts and claim that everything was a fucking lie, which is...
The position of the body...
Do you understand why the UN report itself said that, like, the circumstantial evidence is still important and valid to make an assessment, but it doesn't reach the normal standard of an investigation? This was a preliminary report that was conducted. A preliminary report is like a field breathalyzer. When you're drunk driving and a cop pulls you over, they first give you a field breathalyzer test. That field breathalyzer test is actually very inconsistent, but that's a test that allows the police to detain you, to take you to the fucking precinct, so you can use the real breathalyzer in the precinct.
Why is he so stupid about everything? What?
When you're drunk driving and a cop pulls you over, they first give you a field breathalyzer test. That field breathalyzer test is actually very inconsistent, but that's a test that allows the police to detain you, to take...
Saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that Israel's been at war.
What does that mean? The first step would have been to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. So the first step was Israel should have, okay, we just got terrorist attack. What should we do? Let's hold an election and vote out our leader right now, and then we'll figure out after that. What?
Or
everybody hated Netanyahu after. I thought Ethan hated Netanyahu. Why would he take issue with that? Why? We're at war. Is it a war or is it a genocide?
Can be both, but maybe not for Hassan. It can't be, I guess.
Between me and Ethan, that chatter is correct. Only one of us knows the name of Amit Shoshana, or Shoshana. I don't know how to say it. Ethan did not.
Only one of us knows the name of... I forgot their name.
Between me and Ethan, that chatter is correct. Only one of us knows the name of Amit Shoshana, or Shoshana. I don't know how to say it. Ethan did not. As he was constantly fucking bringing her testimony up and screaming at me in our debate. To which he openly recognized he actually weaponized later down the line to slander me.
Or with its neighbors for 70 plus
Stop asking me when friends are going to come along. I already told them not to come along yet, okay? I'm doing this on my own.
years. And it makes a lot of sense that there'd be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees.
Yeah, you are a ethno-religious supremacist and also an anti-Arab racist. That's it. That's it. This is not a valid fear. This is the same exact fear that whites had in the apartheid structure in South Africa, that once blacks were free, they would turn around and do a reverse apartheid. This is exactly what people thought about restoring the racial pecking order in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery. You are a Jewish supremacist. That's it. When you're thinking about Israel, you are operating on supremacist thinking, okay? Not to the same degree as a Kahanist or whatever, but that's absolutely what this is. These fucking barbaric Arabs, if we were to lower the boundary wall, would come in and fucking rape us to death. I can't take you seriously.
I mean, isn't that kind of what happened on October 7th? But
what? Explain to me what you mean. Yeah, imagine if Jews were a minority, the Palestinians would do to us what we've been doing to them. That's the only argument he has here, by the way. That's the only fucking argument he has. The suspicion that Palestinians would be just as depraved as the fucking Israeli government is to them.
True.
And for the record, he doesn't even understand that he's being fucking racist. And you will never be able to convince him that this is an unimaginably racist fucking thing to say. If I were to look through his goddamn comments here, no one would actually fucking cover the point. No one would actually turn around and be like, dude, what do you mean?
If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba.
Yeah, this goes back to the famous conversation that we had where I said this was one of the worst claims that you made in your entire fucking context, Puke. The double Nakba theory. The idea that, like, Israel's planned exterminationist campaign towards the Palestinians was somehow a good enough fucking reason for why there was a continued domination of all Palestinians across the board.
I mean, it's just, that is true. I think it was almost 1 million Jews ended up being expelled or fled from all the surrounding Arab states, but whatever.
Or because, sorry, Jews have to go somewhere. That is literally the entire reason why the Nakba is disgusting, okay? That is the reason why the Nakba is a ridiculous act of ethnic cleansing to begin with. Jews were in concentration camps in the fucking Holocaust, and the ones who actually survived this horrifying process, turned around and in all but 3 years went to fucking Israel and killed Arabs, Palestinians that had nothing to do with the Holocaust. Think about that. How fucking insane that is. Sorry, we have nowhere to go. Guess we have to fucking kill you is not a reasonable conclusion.
That's definitely a fair reading of everything that happened. Okay.
Conclusion here. You cannot attribute the crimes of other fucking countries like Iraq or even countries that were under colonial occupation like Morocco or under the leadership of Vichy France. You're talking about fucking Algeria. Algeria didn't even have its own liberation movement at this point. And you are attributing to the fucking crimes of the colonially occupied Algeria to Arabs, and you're saying that all Arabs are just anti-Semitic, so Israel had to exist because there was nowhere else for them to go. It's fucking ridiculous. They could have gone back to those countries. They literally could have gone.
They literally could not have gone back to any of those Arab states, but okay, that's good.
Back. There was numerous instances where.
Or does he mean go back to Europe where they just got holocausted? Which one is he referring to there?
The PLO and the Arab councils got together and said, hey, we can do a right to return. We can do a double right to return. Jews that want to go back to the MENA region, if they want to go back, they can go back. I'll give you one great example of this, okay? Algeria is a great example of this because it's under French colonial occupation at this point. There's a lot of anti-Semitism, sure, but part of that, for example, was the reality that the FLN's demand for Algeria and during the Algerian liberation was that Jews living in Algeria would be citizens, would be actual Algerian citizens, but they would have to denounce their French citizenship for that process. So what did Jews do in Algeria that collaborated with the colonial apparatus at the time? They went to fucking France. They didn't fly to Israel because they were being pogrom. They fucking chose to be French citizens. That's what happened to the Algerian Jews. This is the reason why you can't fucking make this comparison between what took place in all these other Arab countries and what took place in Israel. None of these people are actually Palestinians, so why the fuck are the Palestinians constantly getting destroyed in this process? It's a nitpick, but calling Israelis the Jews is unironically perpetuating and promoting anti-Semitism en masse. It's gross. Thank you for actually pointing that out, Jay Mershon. You are absolutely fucking correct. I keep forgetting because there's so many different things that he said in 15 minutes that has taken me hours and hours and hours to fucking explain. They laughed at you for this. Oh yeah, the government of Iraq ran full-page advertisements calling for the return of its Iraqi Jews who had fled their country, Iraq, after the breakout of the 1948 war. Anyway, that doesn't mean that there wasn't fucking expulsions that were taking place. Not mass expulsion the same fucking way that Israel conducted, well, before Israel.
Yes, like the Arab states wanted to pull all of the Jewish people out of Israel because they wanted the Palestinians to be able to retake the land. No shit, Sherlock. Like, this is such a stupid, it's such a dumb fucking point. Whatever.
Zionist brigades conducted, but the idea that this is somehow comparable.
If that's even true, I mean, that would be the explanation for it. I haven't actually personally heard this claim before. Hassan has made it a few times. I might look into it, but everything Hassan says about this conflict is fucking retarded. So my guess is either a flat out lie or it's just misrepresented. But like, even if it was true, it wouldn't matter. That's not them showing like goodwill to the Jewish people. That's them saying, fuck, we lost our fucking wars that we just tried in Israel proper. Can you guys like leave Israel just to come back to our countries now? Like, the point would be to shore up a demographic majority in the Palestinian area. But
dude, the Nakba is fucking gross. It's disgusting. It's a double genocide theory. That's all this is. Well, you know, in the aftermath of World War I, a lot of Germans felt displaced. They felt wronged by World War I. They took on incredible amounts of fucking casualties. So I guess it was permissible to do the Holocaust would be a fucking psychotic argument to make. And it's actually one that famous historian, not real historian, Daryl, whatever the fuck his name is, that goes on Joe Rogan, made time and time again. And I shit on him for making that fucking stupid ass argument. But when Ethan gets to say this about how Jews had nowhere to go, so they had to kill some fucking Arabs to kill some goddamn.
They didn't initially kill them when they were going to the mandatory Palestine area, but whatever.
Palestinian Arabs to take over their fucking land. What are you gonna do about it, you know? No one ever thinks this is an insanely fucking racist thing to say because everyone thinks Arabs are not human, okay? It's fucking crazy.
What is this? Okay.
Sorry for the nitpick. The Vichy government fell after World War II. Algiers was under another government. No, I'm talking about instability against Jews under Vichy France was pre-World War II. I'm saying that, like, there are Algerian Jews that were harmed, okay, throughout this history. But all the way through World War II, the harm that was happening under the watchful gaze of fucking Vichy France in Algeria. Do you not understand my point? Because he looks at the entire scope of not even post-1948, pre-1948 anti-Semitism that took place in Arab countries, and then says all Arabs are like this. Daryl Cooper is the name of the Holocaust revisionist that I was talking about. Exactly. Daryl Cooper says, well, Germans had their feelings. Germans have had their fucking feelings hurt after World War I, so what are you going to do about it? Lo and behold, you know, that's why the Holocaust had to happen. That is the same argument that he's making here, you know? Germans experience a lot of economic instability.
The Holocaust doesn't naturally follow necessarily from Germans losing World War I. There's not like a direct line. There's some more work that you have to do there to get to the anti-Semitic part, to get to the stab in the back part. There's a little bit more work you have to do there, but I guess we can just make this meme. But
and therefore they became much more militant and said that the perpetrators were Jews.
1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries. Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 104.
Well, thank God I fucking brought up Algeria, by the way. Yeah, where did the Algerian Jews go, Ethan? Algerian Jews were historically considered French citizens. They were collaborators with the French occupiers. The Algerian government, in the aftermath of the liberation, turned around and said, hey, you can be Algerian citizens. You just have to renounce your French citizenship. And lo and behold, they were like, fuck off. I'm going to France. I'm going to be French now. And that's precisely what took place here. You are making this comparison to seem like, you know, there was ethnic cleansing happening.
I don't know enough of the history of the Algeria stuff, but I do know that Palestinians tried this argument that Hassan is using right now, that Israelis could just go back like the people in Algeria did. I don't remember why, but even Palestinians eventually learned through their propaganda machine that like this was a bad argument, that they didn't want to use it anymore. The main reason being that you couldn't just tell Israeli people to go back because so many of them were now from the Middle East, and Israelis themselves didn't really consider themselves European in that way. So they dropped. Typically, you don't hear this comparison to Algeria or the AFN. Algerian, the fighter people there, usually they make the comparison instead to South Africa, or for some reason this Irish shit gets brought up, but South Africa was the model that they ended up switching to. But
happening in fucking Algeria, the Jews. Holy shit.
Or FLN.
What happened to the Jews in Iraq, Egypt, Yemen, Morocco, Lebanon after 1948, Hassan? Oh my God, he's still doing this. He's still fucking trying to put this point together as though this is like there was nowhere to go. There was nowhere to go, okay? There was nowhere to fucking go. You want to know why this argument is fucking moronic and is at the heart of Zionism? Because the Holocaust and centuries of pogroms and the fear is baked into the heart of Zionism. Israel must exist as a Jewish ethno-state, a Jewish ethno-supremacist state. It has to exist that way. Or
he keeps saying ethno-supremacist, but it's just more like a state where Jewish people feel that they are protected because they have a Jewish majority, and the Jewish majority is probably not going to Holocaust a Jewish majority. That is the feeling that they have. Yeah. Do you think that feeling is incorrect? I mean, you could try and argue against it, but...
Or else the Holocaust will happen again is literally at the fucking heart of this entire argument.
Yes, it is. That's true.
And that's precisely why he has to make it seem like all of the Jews in Algeria were actually dominated in an ethnic cleansing campaign in the same way that Israel, before it was Israel, the Zionist brigades had exterminated and also ethnically cleansed the Palestinians from their ancestral lands. It has to be this way, because otherwise the entire project fucking falls apart. Fuck. Do you understand how stupid this argument is?
Wait, so is that not true then, or did he?
It monolithizes all Arabs across the board, okay? And it also turns around and puts the blame on the Palestinians. It is a never-ending cycle of, and a never-ending justification of why Palestinians must be brutalized by Israel, because that's where the fucking Israeli state is. There's nothing we can do about it. It has to be an ethnic majority. It has to be a Jewish ethno-majority state. Otherwise, the Holocaust will happen a million times over. That is the underlying argument here. I'm obviously exaggerating, but that is literally, that generational trauma of real violence
really
that Jews were subjected to historically is baked into the reason why Israel must exist in the way that it does, in the violent way that it does, as an apartheid state sitting on top of indigenous land that Palestinians are not allowed to be inside of, because if they were, God forbid, then in Ethan's words, what did Ethan say? Hold on, let me pull it up again. Where the fuck was Ethan's statement on this? Not this one. The one where he says, you know, if the walls come down, then all Jews will be destroyed. Is it really that fucked up to make this inference that Palestinians, Hamas will kill us if the walls come down? Is this it? No, not this one. Oh, I mean, this is the one, yeah.
Any other in here?
To take over all of Israel and happily coexist with fucking Israelis. One state solution is the fucking literal. I mean, one state solution is like kind of the same thing. Because if you have a one state solution and the right to return, which I agree with, right? I mean, Israel has the right to return. If there's a state of Palestine, it makes sense. But if you're in one state, all that's going to happen is like everybody is trying to bring as many people there as possible. And like by the time, there frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
Why? What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Israel has a right to return. Why the fuck does Israel? Why can any Jewish man right now, anywhere around the planet, can fucking go to Israel right now and be able to get a goddamn house in the fucking West Bank that the government will help fund, or Christians United for Israel will help fund, but a fucking Palestinian that can't go back to see their ancestral village, partially because Israel most likely destroyed it and then built some ugly contraption on top of it. What a ridiculous fucking argument. Think about how fucking stupid this is. You can be Ethan Klein, an American Jew living in fucking Calabasas or wherever the fuck he grew up in California, and go live in Israel for 5 fucking years, but there's dudes on the Gaza boundary that cannot even...
I mean, like, yeah, Israel will do whatever they can to shore up their demographic majorities. Much the same, you can be a Palestinian living in Jordan who's been living there for 2 or 3 generations that has full Jordanian citizenship, that's enjoyed full Jordanian rights for the entirety of your life and your father and mother's life there, and still be considered a refugee from Palestine. I mean, yeah, both sides do really retarded shit when it comes to fucking refugees because they're all fighting over the demographic majority over there. That's kind of the name of the game, yeah.
Over the fucking Gaza envelope to see their parents' houses. How the fuck is that appropriate?
Like, listen to what you just said. Their parents' houses. You're a refugee because your parents got kicked out of a place? Like, how many refugees? Like, is it going to be my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather who lived in some area, so I'm a refugee from there? Yeah, it's kind of silly. But, I mean, this is what they do because it's all fighting over demographics there.
How is that acceptable? It's bullshit. It's fucking insane. I feel like I'm losing my mind having this conversation with Americans feels so crazy where you're like, these guys are literally trapped in an open air prison. Okay, they're trapped in a fucking open air prison. They can't go into Israel. And guys will literally turn around and tell you, like, what do you mean Israel's fucking awesome, dude? Yeah, I mean, don't look over at the open air prison. There's a genocide going on there. But also anyone that fucking speaks out against that genocide is actually, lo and behold, an anti-Semite. He misspoke when he said Israel, just a heads up before he focuses on that. What are you talking about? What?
And I'm sorry, but Hamas, the governing fucking body there wants to kill all the fucking Jews.
Yeah, Morocco protected Moroccan Jews from the Vichy government during the Holocaust, finally acknowledged by the Israeli government recently. Anti-Semitism is not as prevalent in Arab society as either.
Legit question. How did the Jews end up in Israel in the first place? Did they actually displace the Palestinian people? It's been a long time since I've debated this or argued this, but my understanding is basically, I believe, there were conferences of Jewish people who were trying to figure out, like, you know, I feel like we should all go live somewhere because our shit is kind of fucked and we keep getting fucked everywhere in the world. Theodor Herzl is considered, I think, the founder of modern Zionism. And I think Herzl's idea was, okay, well, let's look around the planet and let's see if we can find a place where, you know, Jewish people can go and live. And I think they considered a couple countries, and I think eventually they kind of settled on Israel. And the problem kind of was the Ottoman Empire controlled the historic lands of Israel. They controlled that area in the Levant at the time. And so Jewish people tried to kind of like sneakily buy land up because the Ottomans didn't want Jews buying land or migrating there. So I think they would buy through shell companies or whatever, some things from Ottoman landholders. A couple of groups of Jews tried to immigrate early on, first and second Aliyah, I think mainly from Eastern Russia, the Russian Empire, because they kind of got fucked up there. And then in other places, the first two waves kind of fucked up and they didn't really do much. And then eventually, I think there was a wave in, I want to say it was the early 1900s, maybe 1910 or whatever, that started to do a little bit better. They started to craft all these plans for like, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. Jewish people are going to sell all their shit here in wherever they're moving from, or give it to whatever the fucking country. We're going to provide funding and finance for it, and we're going to do this thing called like labor Zionism. So basically, you're committing to a life of fucked upness. You're going to move here. This place sucks. We're going to buy land. We're going to have you move there. We're going to kick the Palestinians or whoever lives. They weren't Palestinians at the time. But we're going to kick the Arabs off the land we buy. And then Jews are going to go there. You're going to work the land. You're going to make this a habitable place. Inhabitable place. Because it basically just the land sucked. Jewish people started going there. And then eventually, there was the Balfour Declaration, I think in 1914. A bunch of Jews were able to successfully petition the British government and say, hey, listen, can you guys please make a promise? We'll help fund your war and all that shit. Can you please make a promise to us that you'll like carve out some place for us after the war where we can go and live? Obviously, there is a defeat on the side of World War I of the... was it the Axis or Allies and Axis, or was that just World War II? There was a bunch of dissolution of big kingdoms after World War I. Fucking the Germanic bullshit, Austria-Hungary, I think, the Ottoman Empire, like all of these massive, or Balfour Declaration might have been 1917, not 1914. But when you had the dissolution of all these like massive territories, these huge empires, I think the British and the French kind of were like, okay, well, how do we figure out these territories? We probably don't want to control and run all of this shit, because I think they were already getting... I think they were already kind of having issues running colonies because there were like rebellions and it was kind of getting fucked. So they're like, we're gonna make mandates on places. We're gonna have these mandates be basically, we're gonna let the people here kind of figure out how they're gonna govern shit. And then in like 20 or 30 years, we're just gonna hand it over to them and let them do stuff instead of trying to run it ourselves, because that was like a clusterfuck. More Jewish people were buying land and moving into the Levant. Eventually, after 1917, after the Ottoman Empire fell apart and all these mandates started getting written for Iraq, for Syria, for everybody else, I think Arabs started to see Jewish people moving into the Levant, and they were like, okay, wait, hold on. We're not sure how we feel about this. There was kind of like some back and forth fighting. You had initially Jews and Arabs kind of got along, but then sometimes the Jews would fight the Arabs. Sometimes the Arabs would try to fight and kill the Jews because they didn't like the idea of a bunch of them moving in. I think that this, when was that first white paper? Oh, I don't even remember. There was a big white paper that recommended separation. I should remember the name of this. There's a name for this, a specific name for this. I don't remember the name of the guy. Somebody will say it, maybe. But basically, was it Poole? The Poole report? The something report? Peel. The Peel. It was Peel. I think this happened in... I believe this preceded the Arab uprising. So I want to say 35 or 36. Oh, Peel Commission. It would have been 36, okay. I think the Peel Commission, because obviously there's a bunch of fighting between the Arabs and the Jews because they're not getting along, and then the Brits are basically like, okay, well, we're going to figure out what the fuck is going on here because you guys are like massacring each other and it seems like you're not getting along. The Peel Commission happens, they take a big look at the land, they're like, okay, well, shit is fucked. We've done a few other white papers, but now like shit is really fucked, they're not getting along. We probably need to like divide this place and give the Jews their state and maybe the Arabs their state. After that, the Arabs get ultra ass-pained and they start going hard, fighting against both the British and the Jews. And so you have this huge Arab revolt in the Levant, in the Palestine area, where the British basically come in and they fuck up all of the Palestinians. So they're like, you guys aren't behaving, fuck you, from 36 to 39. And then I think in 1940, I think the Brits also say to the Jews, okay, listen, we fucked up the Arabs down here because they were misbehaving, but also you guys are now fucked too, so you're not allowed to migrate to Palestine anymore. And the Jews at the time started to realize, hey, so we just caught wind that we're getting kind of holocausted. Can we please like move our people down here? You made a promise to us. And the Brits were like, no, there's like too much bullshit. Fuck you guys. You're causing too much trouble. So then the Jews took their turn for the next 5 years, attacking the British. I think this climaxed in the big, is it the King David hotel bombing, which was like one of the largest terrorist attacks I think that happened against the Brits at the time. One of the more radical factions of the pre-Israeli, they called themselves, they were part of the Yishuv. I think it was the Irgun or the Lehi. One of the two radical factions bombed this hotel. And then after 44, the Brits were like, okay, well, fuck all of you guys. You guys are just attacking us and attacking each other. You guys are gay and cringe, and so we're leaving. And then I think Britain basically packed their shit up. The Arabs and the Jews kind of like were eyeing each other unsteadily, not sure what happened. And then I think basically the tensions continue to boil over until 47. I think the Arabs begin to fight in a more coordinated manner against the Jews, basically saying like, okay, well, fuck you guys, you're getting kicked out of here. This mandate expires soon. We're not dividing this land, so get the fuck out. The Jews manage to somehow hold on and survive. They ship in some weapons from Czechoslovakia. They, fight back. Eventually they start to win from 47 to 48. The mandate expires. Israel declares their independence. And then all of the surrounding Arab states are looking and they're like, okay, well, hold on. The Palestinian people down here are losing. They're getting kicked out of their place, so we're all going to come in and fight. And then they have the big war, and then that's like I think that's like a super abbreviated version. I could probably abbreviate that more. I might have left out important stuff or added to that, but more or less it's like just a fucked up back and forth. Different people promise different sides, different things, and then shit got fucked. Like more or less. Weren't the Jews and Muslims originally getting along as the Jews started to be successful and get money from other Jews overseas? There's differences. People will say things like they got along well. Muslims will say we were fine. Jews will say, well, actually, there were a number of massacres that happened all throughout Ottoman history, which is true. And then Jews will also say, and also we kind of lived okayly under Muslims, but that's because we lived as second-class citizens, which is also true. Muslims will counter and say, you might have lived as second-class citizens, but it wasn't like the worst second-class citizens, which is also kind of true. So you can take that for what it is, I guess. Yeah.
Didn't want everyone to believe if it's as mindless ancient creature as the Arabs. Herzog hails Moroccan king for country treatment of Jews during the Holocaust. Oh, all of these countries had very different attitudes. Okay, was there a lot of tension amongst the native Jewish population in these Arab nations? Yes, there was. But you cannot attribute the individual responses to the Nakba and how horrifying that was for people back to the past.
Someone already asked this, but how were the Palestinians getting kicked out if the Jews were buying up the land? Was it a combination of Jews buying land and kicking people out of surrounding land? So at the time, land was owned by massive tenants of basically AFK Turks or Arabs. And what would happen is Jews would come in and they would basically, through shell companies and stuff, they would basically buy up the land that these big landowners had. And once they would buy the land, they would start to ship in Jews. So they believed in this concept. I think it was called labor Zionism, or there might be a more specific term for it. But basically, if Jews were going to find salvation in the lands of Israel, it had to be through their own work. They didn't want to rely on other people. They didn't want other people helping them because they felt like they were basically getting fucked at every point in history. Now, keep in mind, this would have been prior to even the Holocaust. So Jews already felt like they were getting fucked, and they kind of were, even prior to the Holocaust. So Jews, it might be called conquest through labor or something. Something like that. But basically, when they showed up, after they bought the land, they would pay the Palestinians the fair rate for the villages or whatever they were buying. But of course, Palestinians felt like that still sucked shit. And I mean, for them, it probably did. But they bought the land, they kicked the Palestinians off, or the Arabs at the time off, and then they started doing all the shit themselves. Now, if they would have kept them there and worked with them or under them, I think people would have just accused them of enslaving them. So, I mean, that would have been a lose-lose anyway. There were huge waves of immigration in the late 1800s because of Russian pogroms. Kind of. There were huge attempts. The first two aliyahs tried to go to the Levant to do this, but they fucked off. I think like 90% of them eventually left because they were like, this actually sucks shit. We go to this land, it sucks shit, and it does. Israel is it is not the land of milk and honey. That's the United States. There's no natural resources. It's dog shit land. They had to fight wars with Syria and shit just to get access to the water table in the north. What's the name of that sea? Is it the Galilee? To even be allowed to partition water to come down to the place just sucked. So the first few groups of Jews that went to the Levant, it was a shitty time, and they eventually just left and went back to Europe to like, fuck this. Or to America, maybe.
Palestinians who are suffering in this process. And yeah, there are literally a right to return that was afforded to Jews over and over again. You know who didn't want that? Israel. Because everybody fucking knows. I mean, that's it. You're there. You don't want to go anywhere else. That's it. God forbid, dude. God forbid.
Do you think the way Israel gained its independence and the way they did it was justified, or were they wrong in the way that they did it? That's a really interesting question, and I don't know if that question has an easy answer. The problem is that you have to engage with land ownership, and that can be very difficult to figure out in terms of what you feel is like morally acceptable. So, for instance, it was the fact of the matter that after World War I, the Ottoman Empire dissolved. So all of that land was open land. Nobody technically, like, who was going to lay claim to that land? Now, it came that after World War I, the Brits and the French, I think it was just those two, decided to divvy up all the land. They drew borders for different areas based on where they thought people lived. And they basically, no, it was League of Nations, I believe, at the time, right? They divvied up this place and they called it mandates. So basically the French were given mandates over different countries, the British were given mandates over different countries or different sections of land. And the goal with the mandates was to foster some kind of group there that would eventually grow into its own population, and then the strongest group would inherit that land after the mandate expired, and then that would be the country there afterwards. And I think this worked out for the most part in most-ish places, save for, I think the Turks, revolted. And they got their own area. I don't know why they revolted against mandate. And Egypt might have, because Egypt was a strong thing. I think it was like they called like the Khediverate or some bullshit of Egypt under the Ottomans. I don't know if they fought in a different way for their thing, but for the most part, it kind of ended up working out for most people. But obviously, the people living in mandatory Palestine, they looked at their area and like, wait, hold on. Iraq, Jordan, like all these people kind of got their own countries. Why are all these fucking European Jews coming into our place? This is kind of bullshit. So they had a right to feel stiff there, right? So you can argue that the Palestinians felt a little bit fucked because Jews were buying land from owners that they didn't even know and then kicking them off this land. They felt like Jews didn't even belong here because a lot of them were coming from Europe. That is true. That is a true claim that you can make prior to 48. A lot of Jews were coming from Europe or from Russia. And then they felt like they were getting backstabbed by the British and the French, by the League of Nations. It's like, well, hold on. You promised everybody here that they were going to get their own country. We have the ability to have our own kind of like Ottoman Empire again without these Turk fuckers ruling over us Arabs. We can finally have our own pan-Arab nation, okay, without somebody else ruling over us. And now you're exporting a whole bunch of your fucking Jews to us. What the fuck? So the Palestinians had a right to be upset there, but the Jews would also say, well, hold on. We literally secured concessions from Balfour, from the UK, or from Britain or whatever. They were in the UK. In 1917, we had promises from them that if they won this war, that we were going to get to move here, right? They won the war. The Ottoman Empire dissolved. You can't fucking say shit about who owns or whatever fucking land. You guys literally lost the war. You lost. So the Brits promised us that we could come and move here and we could have a place here. You know, we bought this land from the owners, fair and square. We didn't move in and conduct a warfare to kick you off. We moved in and we bought the land from the people that we did. We worked the land that we bought. We did everything under the guidance of the Brits that owned this mandate and the right to the mandate at the time. And where the fuck else we were going to go? We literally got holocausted in Europe. We were getting anti-Semited fucking in every other country. Like, we get fucked in every other place. This is literally the only fucking place we can go. So you guys have 50 million countries that you can go to, and you can even stay here, by the way. We don't even care if you're here. We just want like the places that we've kind of like bought and worked. So, you know, I feel like in the very beginning, I think both sides kind of had a right to feel pissed off about what was going on. I think the Palestinians or the Arabs there kind of felt like they were getting shafted by Europe because these Jews were being basically exported from Europe and then imported into their lands. And I think the Jews probably had a right to feel like, well, we need to go somewhere because literally everybody else is fucking destroying us, and Brits promised us this area. So I think they both had pretty strong claims in the beginning. I don't know if there's like a clear right or wrong at the very start of it, I would say. Was there any effort by the League of Nations or any other government to encourage the Palestinians to find a leader before the mandate expired? I don't know what was going on. There was the Mufti guy or whatever in Jerusalem, but that guy, he threw his lot in with the Nazis, and he was a little bit, he was actually super unhinged. The issue was, I think that like pan-Arabism was always kind of a meme. Like they thought that the Arabs were all, it's kind of funny because racist people will say that Arabs are all the same, but then some Arabs want to say that all Arabs are the same. But the reality is I think that people will point to the Middle East and go, wow, they drew these borders up totally arbitrarily. But the borders stuck, I think, pretty well. They drew them fairly decently. And I think that all of the surrounding Arab countries really did have, like, the monarchs and the kingdoms that would come out of these kind of had their own interests. And I think that was a big issue that the Palestinians were always fighting against. Is on one side, the Palestinians wanted to invoke this idea of pan-Arab fights against Israel. So, like, there was this huge war where all the Arabs came in and fought a war against Israel. But it seemed like these countries were probably a little bit more interested in their own stuff at the time. So like Jordan probably could have kept fighting after it took over most of the West Bank. It didn't. Egypt basically fucked over the Palestinians when it captured most of Gaza, right? I think they created some Palestinian government in Gaza, and within a year they recalled it back to Cairo and then disbanded it. Jordan formally annexed the West Bank and made all of those Palestinians Jordanian citizens. They're like, oh look, come join us now. So everybody was kind of like on their own shit. Syria was basically every 2 years was basically having a new government because that place was just completely and totally fucked. Lebanon was having their fucking orgy experimentation of all their 3 different groups of people, and then the Gulf states literally don't exist. I don't know. I still don't think they exist. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's always like in every war, Saudi Arabia would send like 2 planes and a tank. And yeah, so eventually the Arabs that lived in the mandatory Palestinian area that would call themselves the Palestinians kind of got fucked by everybody. They got fucked by the Israelis. They kind of got fucked by the British and the French. They got fucked kind of by their Arab neighbors. Yeah, they basically just got fucked by everybody. Yeah. Was there a time where the Palestinians made a good faith effort for peace and Israel wouldn't budge? Post 48, probably not. Pre 48, I mean, up until I think what 29 was that the Haran massacre. The Arabs and the Jews were kind of getting along, ish. 29, yeah. Did I say 29 or 39? 29, they're kind of getting along, but it was the tension was growing more and more and more as more Jews moved in, and then also. I'm going to sound like a Western supremacist, so I don't know. You also had the issue that a lot of the people that lived under the Ottoman Empire, these people were just like, they were like nomadic wanderers who did like subsistence living. So they would they have a village and they would have like herd their animals and they'd like grow their crops, and that's basically all they did. There were some other important contributions. I think like there's the name of a famous fruit that comes from Palestine that came from Palestinian farmers. The Jaffa orange, I think it might be called. But like that was kind of like they were happy to exist that way. When Jews came in, Jews were very much like of a Western European mindset, and they wanted to cultivate mass swaths of land. They wanted to grow massive cities. They had a very European approach to things. And I think as time went on, that divide between the people was very upsetting to the Arabs over there, because now Jews had shown up, and in a relatively short period of time, they started to build these pretty massive cities from the sands of kind of where these Arab villages were prior to this. Now, this picture is a little bit one-sided because there was a whole port that they don't show on the other side, but there's a famous picture of, I think it was Jaffa before and after, that Jews like to show to jerk off like how much they developed the land or whatever. I'm never gonna be able to find this picture. I think it was Jaffa, right? It wasn't Tel Aviv. You see like a group of like Jewish people standing with like sand behind them, I think, and then there's like the after in a few years they like build a pretty massive city up. And then even in the Peel Commission, I think at 36, they say that like we understand that some of the Arabs don't want the Jews here, but these people have ended up becoming like insanely economically prosperous, such that like we could probably improve Arab standard of living because these Jews are going to end up paying so much in taxes because of how much they've developed the land. That I mean, yeah, I mean obviously you're having this growing divide between the two people. Because the Palestinians feel like they're losing hold of their claim to a state afterwards. They're not, because remember, after the mandate expires, one group of people will inherit the land and form a state afterwards. That's why the UN tried to create like a partition between the two, because otherwise it was just going to be an Israeli state, or it would just be a Palestinian state, right? Because that's how the mandates kind of work. Tel Aviv was founded on the outskirts of Jaffa. Yeah, but there's just this famous picture. Every fucking, where are my crazy Zionists in chat? Every Zionist loves this fucking picture. It's like, look at how amazing the Jews were compared to these worthless fucking Arabs or whatever. Oh, it was this. It might be this pic. I feel like it was. Isn't there an after as well, where they're like, this is basically the before. There's not really much here. Now there is a port on the other side, but they end up. This is the picture, yeah. But they end up building up like quite a lot here. But it's because they came from like this kind of like Western European mindset where they wanted to industrialize, engage in trade, have these connections with the Western world, and all of that. You always say that Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the USA have like no military, but how is that true since they spend more on military percent GDP than you're saying? I don't know. I say that as like a half meme. I don't know what they do. Like when I look at all of the Israeli-Arab wars, the support from like these other countries is literally them sending like a tank or a couple of airplanes. Like it seems like they don't ever do anything. And there was this huge war in Yemen that Egypt participated in, and I don't know how much the Gulf states actually contribute. Supposedly they have militaries and stuff, but you look at like the Iraq-Iran war, this is a huge conflict. There's like 1 million people dead between both sides. And then you look at all the conflicts between like Egypt, between Egypt, Syria, Jordan, and Israel, and you get these wars where there's these actual fights. And then it feels like the Gulf states say they have militaries and shit, but like, I just don't know what they do ever. Like, I think, was this during when Egypt was fighting down in Yemen in the 60s? I think Saudi Arabia went to fly like 10 planes of supplies to like help somebody in Yemen, and like the people just ended up flying to Egypt. They were like, fuck this. It was just like, I don't know, it just seemed like retarded. I don't know what the fuck they ever do. I have no idea. But that just might be my ignorance. I just don't know. I literally have no idea militarily what goes on with these countries over the past 100 years. I guess they do something, because it's not like they got took over by anybody else, but up until very recently, Gulf states had very small populations with undeveloped land and a lot of oil. They largely relied on the USA for doing it. Yeah, that might be it. Maybe because of the lack of oil refinement or something. Maybe they just weren't extracting much, so their economies weren't that big. Maybe. But yeah. Anyway, like I would say from the beginning, I think that the Israelis and the Jews and the Palestinians, the Arabs, like I think they both had pretty legitimate rights to try to fight. Like I think they were both justified in their fighting against each other for the land. I think you'd have to be pretty silly to deny that. But I mean, eventually at some point you have to say like, okay, like I think we're done fighting at this point, right? But I don't know how much more of this we're gonna watch. This is fucking cringe. There's so much less than I thought it would be. Can I use the restroom? What's up? I want to know how Egypt, Jordan, and the other one lost to Israel in 6 days. So the problem with, okay, so there's a couple things to keep in mind. Okay, so I believe in 56, I think this is called the Suez Crisis. There's a guy in Egypt who's a leader called Nasser, and Nasser has this dream of uniting all of the Arabs under a single Arab empire. So much so that for a while, Syria and Egypt are literally the same state. I looked this up the other day because I keep forgetting what it's called. The United Arab Republic from 58 to 71. So this would be after the Suez Crisis, but they're the same country for a while. People don't know this sometimes, but I think at some point, I don't remember why, Nasser basically tells everybody like the Suez Canal, this is my canal now. I'm not going to allow, ships to pass through unless I want to. Fuck you guys, like suck my dick. And I think Israel and Britain and France are not happy about this. And Israel kind of like, I don't remember the exacts of this. It's been so long, and nobody ever brings up the Suez Crisis because it's not a big war, although it was kind of a big one. Israel finds a way to goof basically and make it worse than it actually seems. Egypt was, I think, genuinely trying to say that they were going to control stuff through the Suez Canal from now on, and they weren't going to allow anybody to go through if they didn't like them. But Israel finds a way to make a little bit of a goof to make it look worse than it actually is, and I think the Brits and the French are all on board with this plan. I believe that in the course of the Suez Crisis, I think Israel actually manages to gain control of parts of the Sinai, the entire Sinai, or parts of it, and I think eventually the U.S., I don't remember who the president was at the time. The name. I think eventually the U.S. steps in, and the U.S. is like, you guys need to fuck off. Don't do this shit. You guys are fucking everything up. There's no reason to escalate war in this area. And eventually the Brits and the French leave, or they kind of like pull their support from this. And then Israel feels a little bit cut because they're like, oh no. Because on the founding of Israel in 48, Ben Gurion had this dream because Israelis saw themselves as Western people They wanted to be part of the West. They wanted security guarantees from the West, not from America, because people didn't think quite as much of America yet. Although after World War II, they were kind of seen as a big boy, but mainly from Britain and France, because I don't think Britain and France have been totally fucking humiliated yet. But initially, they were looking at Britain and France. They were like, we want to get peace consent, or we want to get some kind of security guarantees from Britain and France, and they weren't ever able to get that. And then they kind of looked to the U.S. to get it afterwards, but that would come much later. But anyway, so that Suez Crisis happens in '56. The U.S. tells everybody to fuck off. But that's done in secret. So Israel leaves the Sinai, Britain and France fuck off, and now the entire Arab world is kind of looking to Nasser, I think, in Egypt. Is like, holy shit, you literally big-dicked, like, Israel and Britain and France and Europe, you big-dicked them out of the Sinai. Like, you're an actual fucking god. And Nasser's, like, riding high on his shit, and he's like, we're gonna go down to fucking Yemen, and we're gonna fucking fight some shit down here. He ends up committing tens of thousands of troops down there, and he's just like, I can big-dick literally all of this. Like, I'm a god. And it gets to the point to where, I think after 56, like the UN puts peacekeepers in the Sinai. They're like, hey guys, like, don't fight anymore. We're going to have like peacekeepers down here to make sure everybody's like chill and happy. And I don't know. During the course of this, so from 56 to 67. Okay. So Nasser's big dick in it. There's like a civil war-ish thing going on in Yemen. There are UN peacekeepers in the Sinai. Israel, for this whole time, is like trying to basically get on its feet. It doesn't have any security guarantees from the West. Even to survive the initial war, it had to smuggle in weapons from Czechoslovakia. They can buy weapons from France and Great Britain, but they're not getting like massive support. And the Soviets are giving massive support to the Arab states. So Israel's kind of like looking around. They're having to fight off what they call terrorist attacks from Fedayeen, which are Palestinians that left the territory in 48 and then are coming back. Some of them were legitimately committing terrorist attacks that were being hosted from Jordanian soil, from Egyptian soil, from Syrian soil. Some of them were just people trying to go back to their village because they just wanted to walk back. So in some cases, you have stories that nobody denies at this point, even Israel, where there's just like people who are trying to walk back to their old village, and they're like Israeli snipers that are just like fucking murdering these people as they're trying to come back. You're like, walk out of here, you're not coming back. And then in other cases, there will be terrorist attacks. There'll be whatever you call it, attacks. Everybody's a terrorist in this region at this point, I guess. There'll be attacks on Israeli soil. And what Israel says is, if you attack us or if you host any attacks from your soil, we're literally going to come back and we're going to fucking bomb the shit out of anything nearby. So you need to discourage this. Fuck you guys. And Israel does so much of this retribution as a way to kind of like push people off from coming into Israel. Like, we figure if we bomb you hard enough, you'll stop Palestinians from terrorist attacking us. And this is such an unpopular thing in these countries that the king of Jordan, is it Hussein at this point? Like, I think it's the king of Jordan starts goading on Nasser, and he's like, you say you're so cool, you say you were so big, but like, Israel is literally fucking all of our shit up. They're fucking shit up in Syria. They're fucking shit up in Jordan. Like, what are you doing, Nasser? And Nasser's like, well, I'm a big boy. And Jordan and Syria are basically saying, you're not. You're actually a pussy-ass bitch. You're not doing fuck all. Eventually Nasser's like, okay. First, he kicks out all of the UN peacekeepers from the Sinai, and he's like, fuck the UN peacekeepers. He starts giving speeches where he's like, listen, if we have to fight Israel, it's going to be a war of total annihilation, okay? He talks to trade unionists. There's a famous speech where he says, we're going to remove every single Jew. The reality is probably Nasser was talking shit. He was losing all of his people. They were super war fatigued in Yemen. I don't even know why the fuck they were fighting down there. Probably some British shit. The Port of Aden and all that bullshit is down there. I actually don't even know. Yemen is just a clusterfuck of horrible shit. Yemen is like the Afghanistan of the Gulf, I guess, where you just send armies there to die. But Nasser he kicked all these people out of the Suez Canal, all the UN peacekeeper forces. He was, having all this insane rhetoric, probably just to please the Arab streets, where he just wanted to maintain his, goodwill and the standards of the people. But the problem is the Israelis looked at this, and their like worst fear ever was like coming true, where they were like, okay, wait a second. Where there's a unified front now between Jordan, Syria, and Egypt, right? Because at this point, I think Egypt and Syria were the same country, and then Jordan is obviously still. Remember the attacks that Jordan can do into Israel are very severe, because they would call this the rib cage of Tel Aviv. It was like 10 kilometers, I think, from the actual Mediterranean to Jordanian territory, because they had the entire West Bank. They owned all of that. So Israel's getting attacked. There's a lot of terrorist attacks. They're kind of responding on all sides. Nasser is stepping up his rhetoric. He says he's closing the Suez Canal again, which was already a casus belli for a war, 10 years ago. And Israel's like looking at all of this shit and like, okay, well, this is not good. We're going to get fucked, okay? And so Israel goes to the United States. They go to Europe. Does anybody want to give us security guarantees? The entire world's like, you can figure it out. Like, good luck. Like, you'll be fine. Whatever the fuck. And so Israel decides to this is the beginning of the 6-day war on We looked this up. What was it? May 10th? May 5th? June 5th. It was either May 5th or June 5th. Israel launches a surprise attack on Egypt with their planes, basically. So Israel flies all of their planes to Egypt and bombs the fuck out of all of their airfields. And they've been training their pilots like a ton. So you're having these planes flying where I think normally you'd fly like 1 or 2 sorties per day. These people with these pilots and their crew were doing like 4 missions per day. So they do these huge fucking bombing runs where they basically eviscerate the entire Egyptian airfield before the war has even begun, before they've even responded. And then I think Nasser ends up ringing up the Jordanian king and he says, hey, you see those planes that are going to Israel? We're bombing them right now. We're fucking them up. Even though those weren't Egyptian planes, those were Israeli planes flying back. And the Jordanian king is like, okay, fuck it. We're going to go and fuck up Israel now then. And I think Moshe Dayan himself, who was the prime minister, no, not the prime minister, he was the minister of defense at the time. I think Dayan himself tells the Jordanian king, like, you don't want to attack us. If you attack us, we're going to fuck your shit up. And I think the quote from the Jordanian king is, the die has been cast. And so from the West Bank, Jordan tries to attack, and then Israel fucks their shit up really hard because nobody has any air superiority now except for the Jews, and then they end up moving in and basically taking over the entirety of the fucking West Bank. Syria tries something, but Syria's just fucked. Syria's always a clusterfuck. And basically in like 6 days out of nowhere, because of preemptive Israeli strike, because the Egyptians army was already exhausted from all of the dumb shit they were doing in Yemen, and because Nasser was more bark than bite, and because Israeli troops were like, a lot of these people, remember, came from Europe. They had already been in wars. They did real warfare. A lot of the Arabic armies were kind of like, you know, they promoted family members, and you know, they were kind of like chill and cool, but they didn't have as much combat experience. And honestly, like, look at Jews as like hook-nosed fucking bankers. Like, they don't even view these people as like combat-ready people. But in 6 days, Israel is basically able to clean up in this like massive fucking war. That this is like the permanent fucking mind fuck to all of the surrounding Arab states over this. But yeah, so basically they won because it was a preemptive strike. Nasser probably wasn't ready for war, even though he basically signaled that he was verbally and by kicking people out of the Sinai. The Egyptian army, which would have been the main fighting army, was already exhausted from their huge commitments to Yemen. And then the Arab countries just hadn't really figured out yet how to conduct themselves in a coordinated way to do warfare. And Nasser lied to Jordan when he said that the planes flying back to Israel were his planes, and then they walked their whole shit into a fucking bomb field. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a lot of memes.
40,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now
Arab is the ethnicity. Arabic is the language. Sorry. Arab armies. Arabic is a language term.
God forbid, dude. God forbid.
40,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan. One known Jew. We know him.
Oh. Bro, Afghanistan isn't even a fucking Middle Eastern country. It's not even Arabs. Afghanistan is not even fucking Arabs at that point. I guess it's Muslim. That's what it is, right?
No, I mean, that is just true. Afghanistan is not technically a Middle Eastern country. It's part of the greater Middle East region. But like, I mean, everybody refers to, I've heard it referred to as the greater Middle East, or MENA for Middle East and North Africa is usually what people are talking about. But technically, I think Pakistan and Afghanistan are not part of technically the Middle East. Yes. But it's, I mean,
that's what the fuck he's talking about. I love this, by the way, because one must ask the question, because remember, the whole point is like Arabs have antiquated anti-Semitic tendencies, right? And that's why fucking, as Ethan claims, Arab anti-Semitism is the reason why Arab Jews became Zionists, right? That's what he said. Now, what's really interesting about this is, like, if you look at this, it says Jewish refugees from the Middle East, an estimated 820,000 Jews fled violence and discrimination in their homelands between 1948 and 1972. Now, this is obviously fucking propaganda bullshit, okay? That monolithizes all Arabs and all Muslim countries.
So so the problem is Hassan just doesn't know any history whatsoever. Or he just hates Arabs because he's Turkish and they do. So yeah, who the fuck knows? Hassan is probably, as a Turkish person, Hassan is always going to be the one that's more at risk of being racist here than anybody in the West. After every single major war that Israel won, Jewish people kind of got the feeling that they were less and less welcome in the Arab states that they were living in. And this is probably true. There were some pogroms. There was, you know, it's not like the Jews got to keep any of the shit they had when they left. But the people were not happy with Arabs in a lot of these Arab countries. Were not happy with the Jews living there when Israel started to win wars. So a lot of the people ended up, there's like push and pull factors. A lot of them also wanted to go to Israel. Like, oh shit, we have our own country now. Like, peace. And they left too.
It is a way to justify why Israel must exist. Everybody hates us. We have to live in Israel. Otherwise, you know, Holocaust everywhere, right? Now,
The irony, of course, is one must ask the question like, okay, pre-1948, how did a lot of Jews get there, as a matter of fact? If Arabs are so anciently and antiquatedly anti-Semitic, why was the Ottoman Empire seen as a fucking safe land for Jews, where Arabs, Arab Muslims, Arab Christians, and Arab Jews could live side by side? Why did Spanish Jews actually come?
I don't know what he's talking about there. They, like, Jews always lived, any non-Muslim lived as a second-class citizen in the Ottoman Empire. And you can go and talk to a Zionist or a Jew, because I always have this list ready. But there's like a list of all like the massacres and shit that occurred to Jews under the Ottoman Empire. But whatever, I guess.
And exist under the banner of the Ottoman Empire, as a matter of fact. And before people say, oh, they have to pay jizya. Yes, I know. But Muslims pay zakat, which is obviously a larger percentage of your fucking income. And jizya meant that you didn't actually have to serve in the military.
Jizya didn't mean that you didn't have to serve in the military. It means you weren't allowed to serve in the military. Yes, you paid jizya, which was a different type of tax, but the reason why you paid that tax is because you weren't a member of the real society, of the Ummah. You weren't part of the Muslim population for real. You had your own separate tax, your own separate systems, your own separate things. You weren't allowed to participate in all the different areas of the government, although you could in some limited fashions, and you didn't participate in the military or whatever. You were just basically there as like an animal to be kind of like shepherded and tended to by the Muslim population. But
okay? And in comparison to being fucking ethnically cleansed in, like, the Inquisition...
One might call it apartheid, actually. It would be, you know...
It was a far more favorable position.
That's crazy that he describes it that way, though. Base. It actually does. I think it's based. Good job, Hassan. Sure.
The important point is that Ethan thinks Palestinians returning to Israel will be dangerous for racist reasons like the Palestinians are all Hamas, because what's the difference between a teacher from Gaza and a teacher from Europe visiting Israel? One will be dangerous and the other not. Exactly. And even if he doesn't personally, if you were to ask that question, even if he doesn't personally believe that, yeah, I know. Also, Iraqis want their Jewish neighbors back. It's from 972 magazine. Months after a Shiite cleric won the parliamentary elections, Iraq said Jews are welcome on an online poll, and the matter suggests that Iraqis are ready to discuss the right of return more than Israelis are.
I don't know anything about this because I haven't looked into it, but my guess is it's completely misrepresented that, because I would never trust Hassan on anything related to this, but I just haven't have the information. I can't say.
Yeah, I guess they just want them to return so they can fucking kill them, right? That's what it is. That's probably what it is. These sinister Arabs. They just want them to come back so they can kill them. Fuck. I'm gonna keep this clip going. Eventually, I might have to rely on this again because I think it's very instructive of his attitude overall on the position. Ironic because I think this was when he was like also yelling at Olivia for liking a post on Instagram that said Palestine will never die from the river to the sea.
It was basically anything is fair game for the one known Jew. We know him. We love him.
Zebulon.
He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony.
They didn't even accept them. They didn't even accept them. Ben Gurion said Arab Jews are like dust, okay? The Ashkenazi Jews that were controlling Israel at the time literally despised the Arab Jews. You don't even know that.
That's absolutely not true. They did live together, and there was a lot of back and forth on living together and in harmony. Like, again, this is easily disproven because if you look at the first resolution that had to do with dividing the lands between Arabs and Jews, people like Hassan will say things, and I'm sure he'll bring up this fact, they were going to get 55% of the land of the Jews and 45% of the land of the Arabs. So firstly, the vast majority of what was promised to the Jews was going to be the Negev Desert, which is an empty wasteland of fucking nothing, okay? The Palestinians had basically the entirety of the West Bank. But also, the Arab land under the partition was like 99% Arabs. The Jewish land under the partition was going to be 55% Jews and 45% Arabs. The Jews accepted that partition. The idea that they would accept a partition where there were 55% of the population against 45% Arabs, but they hated them and wanted them all in the dust is so disingenuous. It's so stupid.
Part of the fucking Israeli history. They unironically were disgusted by them. They thought that they would have to teach them how to use silverware. Israel always was a Western colonial operation, and all of a sudden...
That might be true, that they might have looked down on them to some extent. Like, that's not completely and totally unbelievable to me, but again, not to sound like a Western, crazy, I love the West and ha, but like, the Jews were significantly more advanced when it came to developing cities and everything else versus the Arabs there. That's just a fact. I don't know how else to deal with that. Like, you can look to the Peel Commission if you really want. Text of Peel Commission. I think when he talks about taxes. Until recent years, the public finances allowed no great scope for development in these social services. The accumulation of a considerable surplus was a feature of the 4 years beginning 1932, and there were grounds for a conservative attitude towards the development. The conclusion that the existence of a large surplus reflects undue parsimony is not borne out by close analysis, since the entire surplus is found to be so heavily mortgaged there is little more than a reasonable provision for existing commitments. If the inward flow of capital, which is the most singular feature of the economy of Palestine, were to be arrested, there is no reason why the removal of exceptional advantage should result in perjury, though there might be some reduction in the standard of living until the new economy is established. In the event of a prolonged period of economic stagnation, the danger and exodus of capital cannot be altogether excluded. That huge inflow of capital were part of what the Jews did. There were two organizations that the Zionist Council set up. I'm trying to remember what they were. One had to do with managing the money, and the other had to do with managing people, maybe. But basically, they tried to make sure that there was a lot of capital flowing into Palestine, into the Palestinian area, to fund a lot of the Jewish people that were settling there and starting to work. There was a huge concerted effort to make this happen. It is not possible, in the absence of adequate statistics, to measure the truth of the Arab complaint that industrial protection chiefly benefits the Jews and that its burdens are chiefly borne by the Arabs. It is hoped that the new Department of Statistics may soon inquire into the incidence of taxation, that the new duties will be considered in relation to the whole burden of taxation and not merely as affecting the particular industry. There's no question as to the need of increasing the export trade and finding markets for the ever-increasing citrus output after examining... okay, hold on. This isn't exactly what I was looking for. It's been a long time. Up until now, the Arab cultivator has benefited, on the whole, both from the work of the British administration and the presence of Jews in the country, but the greatest care must now be exercised to see that in the event of further sales of land by Arabs to Jews, the rights of any Arab tenants or cultivators are preserved. So this is referencing, remember what I said before, Jews were buying up land, and once they bought the land up, because they only believed in Jewish labor, they would kick the Arabs out. The Brits obviously saw that this was causing a lot of Arabs to get understandably ass-banged. They're like, fuck, I don't even know who the fuck you bought this from, and now you're kicking me and my family out of here, where we've lived here for however fucking long. So the Brits tried to curb this as well. Thus, alienation of land should only be allowed where it's possible to replace extensive by intensive cultivation. In the hill districts, there could be no expectation of finding accommodation for any large increase in rural population at present. For many years, mandatory power should not exempt or should not attempt to facilitate the close settlement of the Jews in the hill districts generally. The shortage of land is due less to purchase by Jews than to the increase in the Arab population. Oh, people don't like to talk about this either because they like to pretend that all the Palestinians that lived in the Middle East, in the Palestine area were there for generations. That's not true. Once a lot of Jews started to move in, a whole bunch of Arabs started to move there as well because they were like, oh, hold on, I don't like the way that this is looking. So the population was increasing because of Jews coming in, but it was also increasing a lot because surrounding Arabs were starting to move in as well. The Arab claims that the Jews have obtained too large a proportion of good land cannot be maintained. Much of the land now carrying orange groves was sand dunes or swamps and uncultivated when it was bought. The Jews did rework a lot of this land. People don't like to talk about that either, but it's true. The problem of immigration has been aggravated by three factors: the drastic restrictions imposed on immigration in the United States, because the U.S. didn't want any more Jews. After the first two aliyahs failed and Jews started to go to the U.S., I think the U.S. was like, fuck Jews, get them out of here. Two, the advent of the National Socialist government in Germany. So the Nazis were intensely anti-Semitic even before any of the Holocaust bullshit. Remember, this was 1936, so you didn't have like your death camps or anything yet. I'm not even sure concentration. I don't know when the first concentration camps started, but they were still pretty anti-Semitic. And three, the increasing economic pressure on the Jews in Poland. The continuous impact of a highly intelligent and enterprising race backed by large financial resources on a comparatively poor indigenous community on a different cultural level may produce in time serious reaction. The principle of economic absorptive capacity, meaning that considerations of economic capacity and these alone should determine immigration, is at present inadequate and ignores factors in the situation which wise statesmanship cannot disregard. So like the Jewish people, again, and not to get into any racialized essentialist bullshit or any racist shit, they came with better, they were Western European minded, they had better strategies for cultivating and developing land and for building cities and for economies and for market. Like they just were better equipped for all of this, whereas a lot of the Arabs that existed on this land were just kind of like subsistence. Like they grew and they bought and sold what they needed basically for them and their families to survive. Okay, that's
they needed more manpower because it's obviously a ethno-religious supremacist ideology, but they simultaneously were like, well, these guys that are here, they're kind of barbaric because they're kind of Arabized. We need to make them Westerners again. And they were horrible. There was literally a fucking child adoption scheme, a child kidnapping scheme that Yemeni Jewish children were literally subjected to. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God. They literally had a Yemenite children affair. They stole the fucking children. They literally... Oh, and it still continues to this day. Ethiopian Jews are fucking sterilized by the Israeli state. People get really mad when you say that. They don't do it anymore, but they did that. Obviously, his experiences when he first arrived in Israel also shows that it's best to call them Israelis, not Jews. He wasn't treated as a Jew in-group when he first arrived to Israel, even though he was literally Jewish. Call them what they were. White Euro supremacist colonizers. Because saying the Jews is literally omitting all the people the Jews didn't consider to be Jewish, even though they literally were Jewish.
I mean, it is true that there were issues, especially early on, between brown Jews and white Jews. The Jewish people that were coming from Europe were largely Ashkenazi in origin, and the Jews that ended up immigrating after, because Avi Schleim came in when Jews fled Iraq, I think in 52, in the early 50s, I think. A lot of the Jews that came from the surrounding Arab states were, is it Mizrahi? Were they looked like Arabs basically. They were of a kind of a different ethnic background, and there was that colorism, as there is in all places, between white European Jews that were more sophisticated and came from the West and had all of their, you know, their reading and their technology and all that bullshit, versus the other Jews that had kind of come from the surrounding Arab states that weren't as developed as some of the European Jews. So that, I mean, that did exist as an issue early on for sure. And to some extent, even today, people would argue there is racism inside Israel today, like is between Jewish people, depending on the color you're skin and all that.
And by the way, some of the aftermath of all of that fucking brutal re-education that Arab Jews were subjected to is part of the reason why they had to. You know how like Irish people in America are cops more often than not? You're like, what the fuck did that happen? In a similar vein, a lot of the Arab Jews in Israeli society became some of the most intensely right-wing reactionary people in Israeli society so that they could be a part of the Zionist project, to show that they were loyal soldiers of the Zionist project. That's where the likes of Itamar Ben-Gvir come from. Itamar Ben-Gvir is an Iraqi Jew, okay? He is Kurdish and Arab. Why is he such a fucking freak? Because he had to prove himself.
Okay. This whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence,
Yeah, here's a New York Times article about the abduction, so people don't call you an anti-Semite conspiracy theorist. It's not. It's like reservations. It's the same process. Disappeared children of Israel. In the state of Israel's early years, a number of parents in immigrant transit camps were told that their babies had died. The families believed that the babies were abducted by the Israeli authorities in the 1950s and were illegally put up for adoption to childless Ashkenazi families, Jews of European descent. A younger generation is demanding answers. They did that because they thought a lot of the Arab Jews were too Arabized, and because they were a white supremacist in their own way, because they were a white Eurocentric supremacist group of people that did not want to be like the Arabs in the region, they wanted to desperately and immediately fucking engage in the process of re-education for a lot of these people.
Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result...
But why doesn't he have to smoke for Germany? This is what I understand. So, okay, what's a far larger crime? What's a far greater, more consequential...
Does he think that Ethan supports the Holocaust? Or I don't know, what do you mean? What?
Crime, you know what I mean? Oh, Jews were being harmed in fucking Morocco, or in Algeria, or in Egypt, okay? In these nasty Arab countries, Arab Jews were being harmed. They had nowhere else to go. They had to go to Israel. Okay. Who harmed Jews more? Arabs? Or systematically destroyed the lives of 6 million Jews, Germany? Why the fuck don't you advocate to build Israel on Germany then? What do you mean? Why is it? Why is it that you don't attribute the crimes of the Holocaust to the Germans in the same way that you say the real reason why a lot of Arab Jews became Zionists is because of the Arab...
This is kind of like a goofy point, but some people like to try to make this argument that Israel is set up as like a punishment for... it's a punishment to the Palestinians and blaming them for the Holocaust, when in reality that's just the place that Jews happen to pick, where they're like, fuck it, we're gonna go here. That's, I don't know, it's kind of a goofy...
Arabs. Because of the fucking scary Arabs. Yeah, of course Germany atoned, because they didn't have to be fucking ethnically cleansed. You know who got ethnically cleansed?
Remember, I'm pretty sure there were a ton of Germans that were ethnically cleansed. I think it was... Well, I wanted the number 14 million is coming to mind, but I don't... Or 16 million. I think it was a fuck ton of them got kicked out of a lot of the European countries that they lived in after World War II. But I guess we just... Well, a lot of people got moved around after World War II in a lot of different places. But I guess we just don't pretend we pretend none of that happened, I guess? I don't know.
The Palestinians, who had nothing to do with the Holocaust. 11,000 Palestinians fought against Nazi Germany before people say the Grand Mufti or some other bullshit. The Grand Mufti was a fucking colonial vestige.
The Grand Mufti, I don't know if you'd say he was a colonial vestige. I think he represented a lot of the Palestinian desire on the time, and he was probably the strongest voice for being having a Palestinian identity at the time. But it's very hard to defend the Mufti because that guy was fucking unhinged and like was a literal, I think went on to fucking like recruit for the Nazis and shit. He was pretty unhinged. So I think they try to like disavow that guy as much as possible.
Okay. The notion that Germany's on the good side because they become performatively anti-Semitism in their shame for the Holocaust despite doing the Holocaust, whereas Arab countries famously did not do the Holocaust, yet we consider Germany to be an ally of Israel and Jews. Yeah, exactly, because it's fucking Eurocentric supremacist bullshit. That is precisely the reason why. Because Arabs are barbaric.
Jesus.
Unless you're an Arab Jew, in which case, okay, we'll give you a leg up in this circumstance, in Israel at least. You know?
They kicked them all out.
Didn't Palestinians have some sort of deal with the Nazis? Did I read that wrong somewhere? Okay, it's kind of, but everybody tried to kind of make deals with the Nazis initially. Even the Yishuv, even pre-Israel, they were trying to make deals with the Nazis. Although this was up to, I want to say 41, 42. I think it was like right before the death camps were discovered. And I think this were the more radical. So the Yishuv is what the Jews called basically their land in Israel prior to the formation of the Israeli state. There were three main fighting wings. You had the Haganah, which was like the main, this was the huge force, I think it was like 20,000 or whatever plus strong. Like this was your main military fighting force that tried to conduct themselves like a main military. And then you had these two smaller segments that were, we'll say unhinged and maybe terrorists, the Irgun and the Lehi. And I want to say it was the Lehi that I think were kind of like reaching out to Nazi Germany, trying to make deals with like, hey, like how about we like work together? Maybe we can do this. But you have to remember when they were trying to make, when you were trying to make these deals, I believe this was happening at the same time that the Brits were saying no more Jews are allowed to go to Israel. Remember, Israel felt super ass pain about Britain from 1939, 1940 onwards, because Britain had basically said no more Jews are allowed to immigrate. And Jews felt like they were getting backstabbed, and to some extent they were, because Britain promised that there would be some Jewish immigration to this area for a long time, and then they basically said no more, and now Jews were like, well, we're getting word that our people are taking showers and not coming out as more than dust, so I don't know, it's kind of starting to feel kind of weird. And the Brits were like, well, you guys are all causing too much trouble now, so fuck you. So yeah, but at some point, like the Mufti, I think, ended up working with the Nazis more directly. I think he literally went to other countries to do recruitment for him. It's kind of unhinged. But the early Jews were also looking at the Nazi party like, well, maybe we should work with these guys because the Brits seem like they're fucking us over. So I don't like to condemn anybody on like, did you work with Nazi Germany early on? Like nobody really knows who's going to win these wars sometimes, and you know, you got to work with whatever the fuck you got, you know.
1 million plus of them, and force them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel...
Yeah, brother, I'm sorry. You don't understand. It is not a land without people for a people without a land. There were people there, okay? You can't just act like this was empty space that needed to be occupied, okay? It wasn't empty space that needed to be occupied.
So it was largely empty space. People, that's an early quote. Was that Herzl or was it Ben-Gurion that said that early on? Ben-Gurion was a big leader in Israel pre-formation of the country and became their first prime minister. It's why it's Ben-Gurion International Airport of Tel Aviv. I don't remember who said it, but the quote initially was, I think it was Herzl that said it when he found Palestine. He was like, look, we're a people without a land, and this is a land without a people. Now, there were some people that lived there, kind of, but they were like very much like scattered over the area. It's not like there was an established civilization. Like, was it insensitive to say that? For sure. But I mean, like, it's fucking early 1900s, okay? People said a lot of crazy. People said and did worse shit.
Okay, under the Ottoman Empire, Palestinians lived there. 2% of the population before the Aliyah process started, before the Balfour Declaration was...
Like, there weren't that many, like, the majority of the Levant, which is what this was called beforehand, the majority of the Levant was just empty space. Like, nobody fucking lived there at all, but...
Jewish, okay? The rest were the ancient... Here's the other side of the story. The ancient Jews that lived there, that stayed there, became Arabized, became Islamized throughout that process. So when you're actually when Israel's fucking killing Palestinians, they're unironically killing their own fucking ancestors, too, in terms of the 3,000 years of history. But I'm not even gonna get into that shit, because people get real fucking touchy about that.
Well, because the people that were turned into Arabs, or rather, the people that were turned into Muslims were usually done so because if you didn't, you were either killed or like because I believe that the Ottoman Empire, I think, was more friendly than some of, like, how many big caliphates were there? Was it like 5 or 6? And some of them were very unfriendly towards other people, and you kind of had to convert or they would just kill you. So it's kind of a tasteless talking point to bring up, but I don't know.
You're just killing your own ancestors in that process. We're like, well, you're barbaric and you're brutal and ruthless. You must be killed because I need this land now.
Are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have...
What? Algerian Jews were given a choice between Algerian citizenship and French citizenship, and guess what they chose? You're not cooking? Oh, you're talking to him. Yeah, I already brought that up. I know. I did. He brought up Algeria, and it's such a clear-cut indication that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He just saw this goddamn... He saw this goddamn meme on Instagram and thought he cracked the fucking code, dude. That's how little he cares about this.
Remember, this Algerian talking point was brought up a lot because I think Palestinians saw the initial... when did the French get completely kicked out? They wanted to model themselves after that, but they realized, especially after 48, and so many Jewish people from the Middle East started to immigrate into Israel, they were like, fuck, this model doesn't work because we can't really rightfully call Israel a colony because these people don't see themselves as having a place to go back to, which is probably one of the reasons why the Jews in the area fought so much, is because it's like, it's basically do or die. Like, we don't have an area to retreat to if we fail. So that model of like, oh, look, it's like kicking the French out of Algeria, that propaganda model was abandoned by the Palestinians and they stopped using that talking point. But for some reason, people in the West still do. It's whatever.
This issue that he's supposed to know about, right? Most of them are granted citizenship, not even a choice. Please read this. I'm Algerian. If you need a source on the collaboration, divide and conquer methods. I know.
It seems like
ease. Once you're done leveling and you're ready to get into the end game, then today's video will provide you 10% more damage, which is really good. It ups the damage a lot. Very soon, I'm gonna give you guys an update. Next, we've got Blasphemy, which is one of... Or you could just stick to Dark... Look at the slot 1 and slot 2 stuff because it's very, very crucial for this build. Let's look at the rotation real quick so you know what you're doing. So mapping is very easy. You Contagion them and Essence Drain, or Essence Drain and Contagion. It's up to you. They melt either way. Easy peasy, good days. You just keep on walking and just melt everything. If you encounter a rare, then you can do the full rotation if you want. You can Despair them, then Effigy, then Contagion, or Essence Drain, or you could just stick to Dark Effigy and then Contagion and Essence Drain. It's up to you, depending on your damage and your gear. However, on bosses, we're going to be using Sigil of Power. That's right. If you go to Weapon Set 2, we do have a staff with Sigil of Power. Level 17 is fine. You don't need support gems for now. You just slap that for the extra spell power whenever you're doing bosses. Then you want to hit them with Despair, an Effigy down, and then your normal rotation. And that's what the rotation is. However, in order for this to be as effective as possible, you want to split your abilities into Weapon Set 1 and Weapon Set 2. And there are 2 reasons behind that. And the first and logical reason is spirit management. The campaign, we get 100 spirit. I wouldn't advise you guys to pay more for spirit on your gear, because if you calculate it, all we need is 100 spirit for our main Weapon Set 1, which is going to be your wand and the focus. We have Blasphemy that needs 60 spirit, Withering Present that needs 30, so that's 90, plus the Clarity, that's 100. That's basically it. And then for Covalescence and Blink, you're going to put them on weapon slot 2 so you can be able to use them as well. For anybody who doesn't know, if you use things like Covalescence while they're
Dead by Daylight.
These are convalescents. Basically cannot die with convalescents, feels like.
Okay. Oh, that's really good. Now I just need a prefix. Yeah, I know. Spirits. Yeah, it's still alive. It's still good. That's still good. Still good. Spirits. Oh! What the fuck is that? Wow. Okay, dude. Y'all can suck a big fucking donkey dick, bitches. Let's go.
I know.
Likud Party platform, literally on the Jewish Virtual Library website. So I mean, like, you can attack it, I guess, because you don't like it since it's Jewish on it. But generally, the most of the stuff hosted here is just like original sources and factual documents and shit. But
Little old Israel. Didn't Ben Shapiro do the same video in October 2023? We already reacted to all of this at the point. Yeah, we did. He sees them all as the same. Dan thinks saying the Arabs is parallel to saying the Israelis. Wait, what? Dan said this?
There's a collection of a bunch of nations that all collectively kick the Jews out.
Yeah, I know.
If he said the fucking Jews, what is he talking about?
Yeah, I guess more comparable.
Wait, what? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't say that. Yeah. If I were to
dude,
say,
it's
Israelis. These fucking Jews, you would lose your goddamn mind.
does this get any more entertaining? Oh my god, this is so fucking boring. Kill me. I hate this. I'm gonna use the rest of my gun.
Oh my god. He only...
hold on.
Bro, he literally only can understand bigotry if it's Jewish people in the fucking crosshairs. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
I gotta grab something. Hold on one second.
That's crazy.
It would be the fucking Israelis.
It would be...
Like, saying the fucking Israelis is different than saying the fucking Arabs. You're not even saying the fucking Moroccans kicked the Jews out, okay? You're saying the fucking Arabs kicked the Jews out. This is so stupid. What are they doing over there? What is this? Even the crew try to just...
They're anti-Semitic. 900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs. Why was that cut? What the fuck cut was that? And then
And then Hassan is smiling because he's like, yep, I got the clip I needed.
I didn't even know what he was talking about because I was speaking honestly and I was speaking passionately. And obviously throughout this whole conversation, we've both been using fucking as a, you know, as a, it's
Dude, if I were to treat Jews as a monolith in the way that he treats Arabs, he wouldn't have to fucking constantly do delusional shit to infer anti-Semitism out of places where there's no anti-Semitism. You could just be like, all right, well, here it is. I'll let this speak for itself. Even when I talk about Israel and Israel's own demographic considerations, I always take the extra step to say Israeli Jews versus Israeli Arabs is their own classification because they're an ethno-religious supremacist country. I do not agree with this classification, but whenever I look at Israeli polling, when I say Israeli Jews, I literally will always readily immediately fucking slap that on there because I know some motherfucker is waiting like a hawk to be like, see, he said Jews. He said Jews. That's it, because I know how this works. I know how this fucking works. He can say whatever the fuck he wants about Arabs, and no one is gonna be like, oh, that's a little racist. I don't really understand what the fuck you're talking about. But I say something that is even remotely misconstrued, it's over. It's over, okay? My career is fucking over. This is precisely the reason why after a fucking entire year and a half of endless coverage on this issue, the only thing he can fucking point to is like, oh, well, Ian Idubbbs grabbed the grabbed the fucking bleach sword that I know is not a swastika, but I'm gonna act like it's a swastika for the fucking sake of this argument to make it seem like you're anti-Semitic. He can't even point to anything. He can't even point to anything. Oh my God.
And everybody does it in English, especially when you're like getting impassioned. You say this fucking this, that. It's like,
is Islamophobia more acceptable than anti-Semitism? Come on, dude, are you out of your fucking mind? Yes, of course it is. And anyone that tells you that it's not the case is delusional. What are you talking about? Dude, a 6-year-old was stabbed to death by their landlord after October 7. The 6-year-old was Muslim, okay? The landlord after October 7 did an Islamophobic hate crime and stabbed a 6-year-old tenant to death. If there was a role reversal where a 6-year-old Jewish boy was stabbed to fucking death, there would be like an understandable, he was Palestinian, there would have been an understandable outcry. That outcry did not even exist for this child. It's fucking ridiculous.
Go to where Idubbbs joins. Yeah, give me, where does Idubbbs join? Jesus Christ. Hello? Oh, we got him.
And through the interwebs, he's actually Dude. Are you here? All right, hold on. Wait, oh, you're outside the door. Hold on. 1 second.
powerful because everyone's afraid of being labeled as a genocide denier. Here's Morgan with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself and grow up here. Stand up for yourself. It's time to stop being intimidated by the online overnight activists who can report the battle on Battle for October 7th. Like Hassan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it.
True.
I think nope.
True.
Dude, I'm memeing.
Oh my god! What? Link me the full clip of this. Excuse me? You can't own anything? Bro, I'll be honest. I didn't know fuck all about Israel or Palestine prior to October 7th. I couldn't have found either one on a map. Honestly, I didn't know fuck all. I'll own that, though. I'll say that. I learned all this shit post October 7th. Hassan has got this position where he's like, oh, I studied this topic for decades, for years and years and years, bro. I've studied this topic so much, and you just got into it. This was not a meme. Give me the... Here it is.
Okay, dude. Yeah, I don't. Shut up. Okay. Nope, that was a failure.
Pakistan.
That was good.
Also, listen, some of these things, again, just to be clear, okay, I'm not going to be critical on anybody for lack of knowledge on a thing, because there's a lot of shit that I don't know and a lot of stuff that I've just learned recently, which is fair, okay? But if you're going to brag about knowing so much about geopolitics and shit, okay? Like, even if I knew nothing about where Pakistan was, well, what do I know? I do know that Pakistan fights with India a lot. People talk about, like, World War III. This big chunk here is probably India. And I also know that Pakistan also fights between India and China over, like, disputed land. So if this is India and this is China, I think we can probably safely know those two big things, right? Then Pakistan is probably somewhere in here, right? Maybe it's this long dude. Maybe it's over here with this guy and they're still fighting over land. Maybe you're one of these weird, like, at least you'd be, like, in this ballpark, right? It's probably one of these guys. But, like, bro, again, I just want to be clear. If you don't know because you have no fucking idea, that's fine. But to brag about your extensive foreign policy knowledge for so long.
Think Kashmir?
Oh, even his chat's going to give him hints. Think Kashmir, yeah.
No. No. No! They got it.
Okay.
I have no idea where the Philippines are, dude. I'm done. I can't do this. The first try. That was the first try. I don't know if you guys saw this. Okay. Where is it? Like here?
He had written an article for the Young Turks on Yemen at this point. Oof, is that true?
No, close enough.
Oh, no.
Oh, got it. Bro. Those aren't even...
Okay, Yemen.
Really?
Okay. So what do we know about Yemen? I mean, historically, I guess, I don't know this year. Well, no, I guess Saudi Arabia's always kind of been goofing in Yemen. And you know that they've got, there's, I believe, the Port of Aden. I think that was a British important thing or whatever that leads out into the ocean here. So maybe somewhere here in the Gulf-ish, maybe we would know. What do we guess?
I'm done, dude.
Actually, I shouldn't call this the Gulf. That's not fair. This, when you talk about the Gulf states, this is the Gulf, right? It's this up here, actually, right? This is the, oh my God. It's the Mediterranean and the Suez Canal into the Red Sea, right? And then, I don't know if this is called something. Eritrea has a port here. Djibouti.
I'm done.
I don't know what this thing is called here. This in there.
Okay, I'm done. I can't play this any further. I'm not pretending. I'm actually this bad.
Uh-oh.
I can't. I don't know which is which, dude. Close the cookies? Oh yeah, true. Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope, 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 nope. Got it. One of these. Okay.
Maybe it's just memeing the entire time, though.
Philippines. There you go. Hungary. Nope. It. You know, where is it? I saved because click on Tanzania. Tuvalu? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Civaron. Oh. Civaron. Okay, dude, yeah.
Wait, that was it? What the fuck? Wait, there's so much more. Okay, fuck it. Where's the supercut then? Full VOD of the map game? No, I don't want him to do this for 30 minutes. There's like a supercut where he like... he doesn't even know where Turkey is somehow. Base, I guess? Is that where Andorra is? No, because fuck that. I don't do the micronations. Andorra is one of these... It's either this thing here between Spain and France. I think it might be that one. Or it's this guy here. I don't know. One of these stupid fucking... Oh, okay. I don't even know. That doesn't... Like, isn't that like a fucking TV show about the Jedi? I don't fucking know. Literally not even a real thing. No one cares. Click the links on the timestamp. Trust its worth. Look at this. Paste. Nobody has. Okay, well, nobody has the other link. We're just like retarded shit, so.
I'm fucking memeing.
Nope, memeing.
Nope, I'm fucking memeing.
Got it.
How can you claim actually?
Dude. What's up, Ian?
Oh no.
Hold on.
My good friend. These were memes. Hello? That's orange justice.
iDubbbz is doing an anti-Semitic dance, and through the interwebs, he's actually communicating in a very scary anti-Semitic manner. No, not only am I joking there, I'm gonna show you something. Okay, here, that's another Destiny clip, by the way, classic. Okay,
classic Destiny.
Yeah, don't, God forbid you pick up a fucking sword in here. Okay,
I was thinking about doing some sort of ritual.
No more swords. Okay.
Yeah, by the way, chat, anyone not aware, I've seen a lot of people smearing the people in the photo, and Hassan as well. I'm the one who thoughtlessly picked up the sword. We're grabbing a lot of props in Hassan's room, and there are a lot of props.
There's a lot of anti-Semitic props, and he just chose that anti-Semitic one as opposed to the other anti-Semitic ones.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me fix
like
this.
a Luffy hat.
Yeah. There's a lot of. Is the mic buzzing? No. Yeah. I'm gonna kick you out if you apologize for that, by the way, because that's ridiculous. Yeah, don't even think about that. Okay. Yes, no, yes. Here. So while Ethan posts about me not knowing a single thing about fucking Yemen, okay?
Okay.
This is from, I don't know, like 2019, I guess, where I'm memeing about Yemen. This is me in fucking 2016 talking about Yemen. What's going on in Yemen? And why aren't we talking about U.S. involvement? On Huffington Post by Hassan Piker, contributor, political commentator, /
What is that supposed to prove? That you were talking about this before you even knew where it was on the map? How is that supposed to... How is that supposed to help anything? This is the turkey thing? Wait.
Beak, one of the coolest flags on the planet. Don't you live on Earth, dude? Just get it right. Making leftists look bad. Do you know where Turkey is? Yeah, like around here somewhere. Turkey is all of this, dude. Where is it, dude? You can tell it's China. What is it like? What is it like here? Where? There it is. Eswatini? What the hell is it? Is it Finland? Do political commentary?
Well, I feel like that was an Ottoman Empire joke more than just a bad geography joke, but I don't even know. I think that was just a joke, but I don't care. What is this article? Let's try to break it down. Wait, do people like Hassan hate the Arab Spring? The Yemen civil war starting point can be traced back to a political transition of power between Yemen's longtime authoritarian president, Ali Abdullah Saleh, who resigned after 33 years under pressure from 9 months of deadly Arab Spring protests. He could just be saying that as a descriptor, though. Maybe he's not opposed to them. I don't know. I mean, this is largely correct, but it just kind of reads like he's just quoting a Wikipedia article or something. Okay.
A member of the Young Turks. Let's talk about the U.S. involvement in war crimes in the Middle East because no one else is. Donald Trump's sexual assault allegations. Hillary Clinton's transcripts reveal the true positions of most importantly Kim Kardashian's recovery for the gruesome break-in that occurred in Paris. These three headlines dominated the news this past week, crowding out the comparatively unimportant news that a Navy destroyer in the Red Sea fire.
I don't know if I care about this much. Hold on. What's this?
An insane thing to say. Also, $6,500. Suck my dick. You buy fucking new watches every goddamn week. That's like worth $100,000. What the fuck do you mean? It's not even a good enough indulgence to fucking actually do the amount of deplatforming that you fucking engaged in.
Jesus.
Okay, open up your fucking wallet a little bit harder. Jesus Christ. Oh, he's gonna clip this? Suck my fucking cock from the back, you stupid bitches who constantly fucking say, he's gonna clip this, he's gonna clip this. I don't give a shit.
Wait, what does sucking a cock from the back mean? What does that mean?
Clip everything. He can suck my dick from the fucking back, dude. Suck my fucking cock, okay? All of you dumb fucking optics lovers.
Nose
oh my
and ass?
God.
Not the optics frogs, true. Okay. Give me the highlights. This
80,000 views.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump finally answers the big question. 992,000 views. This is just his clip channel. Hold on. There's more. Let me show you his other channel, his YouTube channel.
Okay.
Where the fuck's his YouTube channel? He has another one. This is just a clip one. Dude, I love showing people that are just completely oblivious to this side of the world this shit. Latest video, Kanye's back. 65,000 views 50 minutes ago. He posts like peaceful protests got so much worse 22 hours ago. My honest reaction to Content Cop. About this Content Cop. He can't stop talking about me.
What is he like?
What does he say?
Like, what does he say that people? So, because you said that people that live like this, like that's what resonates.
Yeah.
Like the living in this.
Yeah.
Like the living in this.
Who is this guy? Does Hassan just bring on like these totally random people and expect them to understand or get anything about like the extended drama that these two people have that Hassan and even have with each other?
Deviled in disgusting.
Yeah. Based a lot. Sometimes he says, "There it is." There it is. That's it. He watches.
Sex Pestany.
Asmongold is officially North America's most watched streamer so far in 2025. He currently has more hours watched than Kai Cenat and iShowSpeed.
Oof. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt, Hassan. Oh no.
Says the R word a lot.
R word. Wait, is Hassan against that now?
Yeah. Based. You just gotta watch over Trump videos and say, yeah, based. Oh, here he is.
Like this thing with like these deportations where they bring in like celebrities to deport people.
Actually, wait a minute.
Do you understand why I'm so black-pilled?
This is making a bit more sense to me why people become right-wing drifters, because it is that easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit.
No, he like doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff.
Wait, but this is a problem.
Meanwhile, Hassan is a left-wing drifter who doesn't know fuck all about any of the shit that he talks about, but you know, LOL. LOL. I guess. I do.
Three months ago to 4 years ago, I know. Imagine fucking bringing your channel back for this, losing a bunch of subscribers in the process because they forgot that they were subscribed to you to begin with, and the fucking video itself just flops, and your target for the video literally gets no motion, with the exception of like every dumb fuck Hasanabi hater on the planet that already was going to entertain any fuck Hassan video, and you barely get 3.4 million views on it.
Barely.
What
3.4 million.
Flop,
oh
dude.
my god.
Oh my god. What is this? Currently sitting at minus 50,000. Oof. Oof. Yes, because it's not funny. If anything, it's doing relatively well for something that's just not funny. Yes, it's doing relatively well for something that's just not funny, because there are a shit ton of fucking losers online who have also, in a similar fashion to Ethan Klein, basically broken their brains into believing whatever kind of insane nonsense someone has hallucinated about me online that they saw on their periphery.
Jesus,
and then
the projection.
And then go, I need more of this fuck Hassan content. I need a steady flow of fuck Hassan content. Yeah, he got Denim to go from 1K viewers to 10K in the process. Mike from PH tripled. I know.
Yes, our best allies.
It's kind of sad.
Go ahead. He knows.
Destiny, he loses his voice during this, then Idubbbz comes in and he starts screaming for ages while Idubbbz just sits there silently.
Reached out. She wants to meet at the Motel 6 tonight at 11.
Excuse me?
Because I'm gonna for her, because she's the cuck. No good?
Okay, Ian?
Him.
Right.
Anissa reached out to me.
You know, the first time that you made the Anissa the cuck joke, it hit really good.
Well,
And
what
I feel like each subsequent one we're getting further and further.
What was wrong with the one with that? I thought that
it just sounded weird, kind of creepy.
Uh-oh.
Well, it is. That's her thing. I wasn't gonna show up, by the way.
Okay.
I was gonna send fake Ethan.
Don't ever play that hand.
By the way, Anissa reached out. She wants to meet at the motel. Jesus. Can't insult.
I'm sure some of them do. I know Google does, right? For example. But it's time to move, right? Well, so for me, like, this is how I'm viewing, like, going on another platform, is that I have considered strongly, like, moving and, like, multi-streaming. And I think that I probably will start multi-streaming. And
oh, dude, he's gonna make so much money on YouTube. Holy shit. Hassan's ego is gonna be destroyed. There we go. I'm so abandoning you. They don't let you. I hate you. Corral, cups, knit, save, recover, pull, but quartz, swords, besides mend, pentacles, opal, heal, wands, I don't know, other spellings of fucking gemstones or something. Okay. Repairing something, heal, mend, knit, recover. Maybe save? Okay. Oh, for a broken bone? Okay. You can knit? A broken bone is knitted? Okay. Things that you find at a table of knights? Swords, cups, wands. I don't know what a pentacle is. Oh, and then this is like besides a thing, right? We can do all of this besides this, or we can do that save for this, but this except this. Tarot, minor arcana suits. Yeah, that's what I meant, obviously, guys. Not included. Okay. Alright, I'll be back tomorrow. I love you guys. It's been fun. River, cappuccino, pop channel, hop channel, mop channel, hop channel, give you guys. Thanks. Stream it up again. Bye-bye.
Feld.
I'll be honest, like, yo, that corset holding up them, he's like, like Rafiki.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I was about to say, like, no,
So this episode of Pop the Balloon, I'm gonna turn it into 2 episodes, but this one I just wanted to really watch. Okay. So this one, apparently everyone really felt bad for this guy. Tell me what you think.
Hello, welcome in.
Hey, happy Saturday to you.
Okay, happy Saturday. What's your name?
Alvin.
Alvin?
Yeah,
How's your
like
Michael?
Alvin, like the chipmunks.
Okay. And how old are you?
35.
And what do you do?
I'm a server and I'm a bartender.
Okay.
What you?
It's over for him.
You think it's over? Why?
Cause I think the girls on the panels are not mature enough to like a guy like that.
A chipmunk?
Yep. Cause the guy looks lovable, looks happy. He looks what. But I'll see what it is. But from what I know, the vibe I get is high school, where the guy that's just happy. All the girls were talking about they want a bad boy. Every girl wanted a bad boy until the bad boy is a bad boy.
So you think they don't want him because he's a bad boy?
He's not, because he's not a bad boy.
But you think that's why they don't want him?
Yeah, because he comes in and he's like to them, he's too corny, or he's too happy, or he's too
interesting.
Like he's too. He looks lovable. I want like a little bit of danger. I want to be like, sweep me up my feet.
Okay.
Now, what are some things you like to do for fun?
Damn, 5 out of 8 already popped.
Yes, and the girls are gonna say, I don't like the shorts. I don't like the shorts. You brought shorts to a date? Really? Shorts? I'm more than the short. Look at me. Look at my dress. Look at my dress.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're gonna say some shit like that.
Okay.
Yeah, just I would like to meet someone like-minded, kind of like me.
Oh, got it. Hi, my name is Zena Rem. I'm 30 years old.
Okay.
I just popped because I didn't see like a physical attraction. I'm big on energy.
Shay, 27. The compatibility, just kind of your hobbies are doesn't align with mine.
No worries.
My name's Jasmine. I'm 31 years old.
Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday. You are so nice. You seem kind. So it's the fit is a little not my style. It's just a little. The pants are a little dirty. Your shoes are a little too big, but and that's really about it. Just the physical.
No worries.
I'm so sorry.
My name is Shanice, and I'm 31.
Hey.
Um,
I just don't think we will vibe out together, and your outfit just isn't my style.
No worries.
Hi, my name is Naila. I'm 24. I ended up popping my balloon just because of your wardrobe choice.
What? Huh? Okay.
Hi, I'm Kanaya. I'm 26. What did you say you do for work? Because I had to ask.
For work, I'm a server and a bartender. I work 2 jobs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I popped. But I couldn't hear you when you first came out, so I had to ask the other lady. That's why I was kind of delayed.
Okay.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with you. I think you seem like a really nice guy, but I feel like I'm looking for more of like stability.
Wherever you go, lead the way with precision at every turn. In the GMC Hummer EV.
Dad, don't forget about my new cleats.
Sweetie, I can't make it to Dick's this week.
Have you heard of Dix.com?
Have I heard of Dix.com? Have I heard of Dix.com?
And like a provider, and I don't see that in like a server or a bartender. No,
Damn, he's not.
That's why I was kind of delayed.
No.
He's not.
He has a real job.
Shit.
Yeah, bartender, server. So they all popped him. What you think?
I'm not surprised. It was super nice and everything and stuff, but they are. Yeah, the wardrobe. I know the wardrobe was not gonna cut it. I knew it. The shoes that like you fit. I knew it was not gonna cut it.
Yeah.
And you see how they was dressed. You see how these girls was dressed.
Yeah.
Like they come up, you see all the girls that are there lining up, they made an effort.
Mm-hmm.
They made an effort.
Mm.
They went there, they really did their thing.
Mm.
You show up in shorts, they're not gonna be like, they're not gonna see past that.
Yeah.
You know, everybody wanna say that. Everybody wanna say that, and that's why I say like I said the maturity thing before. Not because they're immature, but everybody's talking about, oh, it's the inside that counts. It's the inside that counts. As long as you're, and it's not true. It's not true.
It's a balance, right? Like
it's what?
It's a balance.
Mm-hmm.
Like the inside definitely counts. I think the women really did like the fact that he was kind.
Yeah.
But it's like when you come on the show, you're not the most handsome. You don't have like like you in your 30s. You work as a server, as a waiter. It's fine. But for people who are looking more of like obviously a mate and a husband, they may not see that as like the most endearing thing possible. right? And then at the same time, you also came in shorts and an oversized shirt. It's like, it don't seem like you got your shit together.
Yeah,
you know.
I understand.
It's what you project. So it's not about the things on. Someone could be, a girl could be the nicest girl, and it matters to men if a girl's nice.
100%.
But if she come in dressed in sweatpants and she don't look like her hair's done and her makeup look like a clown show, I'm not gonna get over the fact that all that because she's nice.
Yeah, I know it's a balance, but I think it's more important than people say it. Like people say that it's important, but it's not. They don't say that it's that important, you know. But I think it's actually more important than that people are trying to say it is.
What's more important than
the appearance? The appearance.
Well, the appearance is what gets you through the door.
Yeah. So I agree with that.
So both can be both can be equally important, or just as important the other. But it's just like, I'm not gonna know she's nice if she dressed like a bum.
I understand what you're saying. Is that my impression is that people don't really what they're saying. What they're saying is that it's not that important. I've heard that a lot of times. That it's the inside that counts. Maybe it's because I hang with too much yoga people, but they're really talking about it's beautiful. It's a beautiful inside that counts, and and the real fact is, no, it's not just the inside that counts. Your business card is gonna be this right here, your appearance. They're gonna see this in the first time. So yeah, you have to do.
There's layers to it, right? So when people say looks isn't everything, they're not just saying looks is everything. As like everything about how you look is everything, because some aspects of how you look is a reflection of who you are.
Yeah.
Okay. So for example, I might say looks aren't everything, but if you're a giant fat slob and you come on a show, it's not just about your looks. It's also a reflection of how you feel about yourself to some degree, or some of your lived history, or some of your day-to-day habits. I'm not just judging you physically. I'm also seeing other things. When you come on a dating show and you're trying to set a good first example, and you came dressed like a slob, it's like, are you somebody who really puts in effort to actually put your best foot forward? I'm not saying you got to come in the top dime shirt or polo shirt or business shoe.
No, you got to do the minimum. I understand. We
right. So I'm trying to say, they may not even be judging him necessarily based on his looks, but what the way he chose to present himself says about him as a person.
Sure.
I guess that's what I'm going for.
And then you add the Alvin the Chipmunk on top of that. I'm pretty sure they was good enough, and I gotta say they were good enough to just phrase it nicely, and they were not bitter about it. Yeah. If it would have an attitude, he would get lit on fire. Yeah. But it's just the shorts, the big shirt, and the Alvin the Chipmunk. I know in their head they was thinking, "Cho chipmunk ass, short having ass Nick." I know, but I understand why they pop.
I saw a clip because everyone felt so bad for this guy, and they were like, "Oh, he's probably a millionaire." People wrote these narratives in their head about this guy.
Like, how do you know?
But it's because people see a perceived victim, and then they want to create a narrative that makes them feel better about themselves or the situation.
Yeah.
Rather than he got rejected by everyone, but he has a role to play in that.
Yes. Yeah, he does have a role to play.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm all for helping people improve themselves or people trying to do better. Now, I hope this guy does. I'm not trying to flame him or anything. I'm just saying there's a lot of minimum stuff that you didn't do that's just like one of the girls says your pants was dirty. I don't know if that's true because I couldn't see.
I couldn't see it.
But if that's true,
then that's crazy.
I mean, can I get mad at these girls for popping? It's like we all show up on this show. We're all trying to make an effort to find a match or whatever it might be. And that's what you do?
All these girls made an effort to look good.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the dirty, but maybe it's just, whatever. If you come up with dirty shirts.
I'm not gonna lie. When I saw his fit, I'm not even the person to talk about people's fit, but when I saw it, I was like, on a dating show? You know what it makes me think of? Remember that other girl with that nasty fit? Have I ever showed you this video? I need you to see this shit.
Great, thank you. And let's go on over to our next pop balloon. Your name and age?
Hi, my name is Shahida, and I'm 33.
All right, Shahida, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
What made me pop my balloon was the styling of the outfit, the look, and also I really didn't feel like we...
I'm like, girl, is you talking?
With Asana, you can manage any kind of work. Say your team is responsible for project intake from other departments. Maybe your team is in charge of campaign management for multiple initiatives. Or your team works on strategic planning. Or literally anything else. Asana works for you. Try it for free at asana.com.
Yo, that corset is on life support. Yo, that corset has already written its will. Being like, please.
Yo, what's going on?
I told you.
What is going on?
I don't
You're
care.
talking about the fashion, and you're saying that his style is neat. Can you bring it back? I want to know what you said about his style.
So what is it about the style? I know you're into fashion a lot. So what is it about his? You know, feeling?
I feel like it is the shoes, but I feel like you can. But it's not even like the shoes are bad with the denim. I think maybe a different top, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. But I feel like you have like probably like a very niche, laid back kind of like.
A niche. She called his fit a niche. That's what I thought I heard the first time, and I thought I was crazy. She called a shirt, an open shirt with a tee and jeans, niche. You're wearing turquoise pants with an over green, I don't know what the fuck that is, showing the rest of the titties, and a corset under, and he's niche?
I'll say, you know what's not niche? Yo titties. Because everyone got access. Them shits look crazy. I'm telling you.
A niche? The audacity to call it a niche. Some people, the self-awareness of some people is really just not there.
I have never seen.
You said that out loud and you didn't hear yourself when you said that?
I'll be honest, like, yo, that corset holding up them titties like Rafiki.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I was about to say like,
you know you a fucking hoe. All right, look this. But you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, not the bang, you got big ass tatas.
The circle of manipulation.
Yo!
I'm just saying, this one had me rolling when I watched this clip.
Now, is she someone that's your type?
She's attractive as well. I'm also not necessarily feeling the way she put it together.
Okay.
Especially the top, the green is not connecting with the bottom part. I'm not really feeling it, but she seems cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the green is not connecting to the bottom part. It was really funny. But okay. No, I can take that. We go for jab for jab.
You know, tit for tat.
It's not a jab. It's not a jab. It's after you said that shit and you're dressed like that. It's not a jab. I'm in awe in what you're saying to me about my fit. I'm a niche. I'm the niche,
bro.
You wear what you do. You have mirrors at home?
You know what's killing me? You know what he said? He said the green not connected with the bottom. I said the green not connected with her titties. The green not connected with her midsection. The green not connected with nothing. Okay, there's guy. I've never seen this before. I've never seen an outfit where it's just like the area right above the nipples that's showing, and then the other part's covered. Have you ever seen that before?
It's three different things going on. It's 70s bell-bottom pants.
You know what this looks like?
With lingerie corset.
I understand what happened. You don't got no mirrors. 1, 2, what? It's just like, you know when you get ready, but you do it fast? So you just leave kind of like halfway. You're like, what's up? And you're like, yo, Naruto, nigga? And I was like, what do you mean? What's Naruto? What you mean? What's wrong with my fit? You don't like my fit? And for some reason, you can see my belly button and shit. Okay, Kakashi Sensei, huh? What you mean?
Yo, we're ready to film. Your jacket's upside down, huh?
I can't breathe.
Yo, your shit is kind of niche, my nigga.
Yeah. I don't know.
Ain't no way.
I feel like your top.
What's going on?
Can I just say, without any context, this is fire. Like,
I'm too sexy for my love, too sexy for my love, going to leave me. I'm a model, you know what I mean. I just do my little thing on the catwalk.
Yo,
your jacket's upside down. What you mean? I got ready real quick this morning. Woo! My girl, you got audacity.
Nah, this is gonna be my fit for the rest of the day. I'm feeling this.
You got audacity.
Whatever this is, I'm feeling it.
You got audacity.
Yo, and she really walking around like, yo, I slayed, didn't I? How you present yourself matters. It says something about
this shit's funny.
Like, the fact that this girl walked out and said this outfit was okay is wild.
Oh my God. Ukapab. In Creole, we say ukapab, which means you're capable. Which means you got audacity. You shit.
Someone said, yo, that fashion designer really thought she put that shit on. She looked like the mystery machine from Scooby-Doo.
She does look like the mystery machine. The mystery machine from, oh yeah, it's all the colors.
Nah, they roasting the shit out of her.
But yeah, because it makes no sense.
Yeah. So anyways, I don't want to get too much into it, but all this to say, if y'all gonna do these things, I don't think it costs her anything to put the minimum amount of effort. First impressions matter. Yes, there's more to a person than that, absolutely. But like, do the bare minimum. If you show up on a date with me on the first date and you dress like that in your sweatpants and I take you to a nice restaurant, I'm like, I'm not the biggest person to judge people for their fashion, but you didn't even come appropriately dressed for the event. Like, you knew what we was going to. You knew we were going to a nice restaurant, and now I'm the...
Couldn't look away from the train wreck. You can blame it on the tech, on the disrespect. Before they play, you better button check. Button check.
What is up, Butt Check family? Welcome back to yet again a beautiful day of checking these buttons. Chapters down below if you want to skip around. Sub button right there. Appreciate you always for taking the time to help the channel grow. Subscribe, like, all that good stuff. We actually took a day off yesterday. Wasn't planning on it. I really wasn't. But we had to take that break and now we're back. So without further ado, we got these hot ass buttons. Let's go. All right, now into these next set of biggest Smash tournament ever. And Ludwig is stepping up in a crazy ass way. Buttons that need to be checked. So apparently there's supernova going on. They're trying to, the Smash community is trying to rally. Not only that, Ludwig is like, yo, I made it free. Not only is it free to enter, but I'm gonna add $10 to for every head that actually enters the tournament. On top of that, I'm gonna be flying some people out. It's crazy. It's some crazy ass shit. Let's unpack. Right here saying, I teamed up with Supernova to make Melee free. It costs $0 to enter the bracket, but we will still add $10 to the prize pool for every entry. Let's make this the biggest Melee tournament ever. Also, I will fly you out. If you're really good but can't afford to go, hit me up. Damn, he's talking about I will fly you out. Even Supernova says August, well, they're posting the date saying 7th to the 10th. Let's make history. Registration opens May 14th. And they posted a trailer. This is my first time watching it. Let's check it out. The world's biggest Smash tournament is about to get even bigger. Become a part of history. There we go. And of course, that Smash FGC is reacting. Let's go ahead and read some of those reactions right now. Basically saying Ludwig continuing to be one of the best content creators. More saying, I dare say he is a top 5 human. And Ludwig has never forgotten where he came from. What a freaking champ. Talked about Punk versus Mena. Remember we showed that clip? Mena was doing this interview. I believe it was in Spanish. And on that interview, he was very passionate about how he felt disrespected by Punk, choosing certain words. Punk then responded. We covered that as well. But in that same interview, which we missed, he actually made a reference to Daigo, because remember he called out Daigo saying, I want the first to 10. Not only that, apparently they already ran a set, like a first to 5, but he never revealed the results. And I think that was just this year. So he talks about it right here. And on top of that, other people like Big Bird respond saying how upset he is about the way some people are coming at Mena. Let's unpack.
A Daigo Mahara.
Talking about Daigo.
¿Qué tú piensas de que Daigo...
Remember, this is a rough translation.
A los streaming diario que él estaba haciendo para dedicarse otra vez.
He's talking about how do you feel he's giving up his daily streaming to train again.
Él le dijo Tokido de que quiere tomarse en serio, el primero a 10. Supuestamente,
he said we saw what he told Taquito about wanting to take this first to 10 seriously. And he's never lost the first to 10 format in public.
O sea, cuando juegan primero a 10 con público.
No. With an audience.
Nunca ha perdido.
Daigo has never lost.
Y eso lo viene haciendo desde Street Fighter
4.
Y no pudieron en la 4, no pudieron en la 5. Y la 6, él ya jugó con Tokido, fue.
No, en la 5.
En la 5 fue, ok.
So he played 5 with Taquito, 2018.
Supone que Daigo está retirado.
But in 6, Daigo is supposedly
He
retired.
visto la foto de Tokido, veo que hay jugadores de Chile y de Brasil que ya están practicando para Evo Japón.
Él estaba ahí.
Y veo que Daigo está metido en el concón.
Sí.
Ese tipo no bajaba antes.
Rara vez, pero te voy a revelar algo.
¿Tú crees que tú tienes que
He said, I'm going to reveal
Cuando él
something to
bajaba
you.
había problema, es lo primero.
When he
La
came
gente no
down
sabe
there,
que Daigo, quizá en torneo, es lo que no
people
hace,
don't know that.
crea estrategia. Tú sabes, eso es lo que él no estaba haciendo, sentarse en la tablet, déjame ver, este tigre hace esto, discutir. Él simplemente jugaba. Pero Daigo estaba fuerte. Porque yo lo vi a muchos de sus turpenes cogiendo palos de Daigo sentado en la oficina allá de Reject. Pero obviamente uno tiene que ver con que él se lo tome en serio porque él sabe lo que hay. Mucha gente no sabe y no voy a
He
dar
said he's taking it
resultados.
seriously
Nos
because he
sentamos
knows
en el
what's up.
comité ahora.
He says, many people don't know, but I'm going to give you the results, basically.